You can step back first. Seeing that this business is about to collapse, Shangguan Shiyu patted the old man in black on the shoulder. Yes, I do. I lost my temper. The old man in black robe was in a cold sweat and looked at Qin Sheng's eyes changed. He stooped 90 degrees and left the trading room respectfully. Qin Sheng, I wonder if you and I can talk about this deal alone? Shangguan Poem Rainlight said. Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, yes. Fu Ge, the deputy islander, hears the sound and leaves. Bang! The door is closed, the array is generated, and the empty trading array is generated. It will take a long time for even the strong semi-holy land to break the array. You can rest assured that there is no monitoring here, and the existence of semi-holy land level cannot be penetrated by spirits, said Shangguan Shiyu. Qin Sheng nodded his head, which he agreed with, because after the formation of all the arrays in the trading room, the divine sense would flash out. Unfortunately, it was found that the divine sense seemed to be trapped in the mire and could not be penetrated in a short time. This was the result of Qin Sheng's caution. If the spirit touched the half-spirit array, it would be warned and backfired. The blood Sha Dan produced in the blood Sha Island, even if it's the worst in purity, will sell 100,000 yuan stone. Your blood Sha Dan is very good, without any side effects. I can offer 300,000 yuan stone. Shangguan Shiyu can't help but offer himself. 100,000 yuan stone is a 10 billion yuan crystal. This wealth is also a large expenditure for a strong person in the Vientiane environment. Now Shangguan Shiyu even bid 3 times, in fact, the price has been very fair. However, without any hesitation, Qin Sheng shook his head directly. Seeing this scene, Shangguan Shiyu's gorgeous face showed a little doubt and said, 3 times of the price is very fair. I want to make money in my evil dragon castle, and at the lowest, I want to sell 400,000 yuan of stone. This price is a bit unbearable for the general Vientiane warriors. No way. Qin Sheng refused. You. Shangguan Shiyu is angry. She has never seen such a cheeky man. She is a gorgeous beauty, but her eyes don't stay on her for a breath, as if she was used to seeing such a beauty. What's more, Shangguan Shiyu feels that his offer is quite fair. If you change to another place, it's a place of sin. Many people will promise high prices. Then they will kill Qin Sheng halfway. They will torture Qin Sheng and get Dan Feng. Then they will kill Qin Sheng. Cruel as it is, this is the real way of doing things in the land of sin. I have a lot of yuan stones, just 100,000. Qin Sheng said, but I have one condition. There are thousands of jin of mixed yuan mother gold in Qin Sheng's Neji. It's really short of money. You can buy hundreds of millions or even billions of yuan stones with just one jin. 100,000? Shangguan Shiyu was shocked. She was very clear about the value of this bloody pill. Now Qin Sheng needs to sell the original price, and their evil Longbao only needs to sell 200,000 yuan of stone, so they can make a lot of money. Shangguan Shiyu was not happy too early and asked, what else do you want? In trade negotiation, the most afraid thing is not to talk about price and terms, which are often very harsh. You should have been to the North Restricted Area? Qin Sheng did not directly say his own conditions, but asked lightly. The North Restricted Area is too far away. When Qin Sheng was humble, he thought that the North Restricted Area was only a site, so it was very desolate, so his father would be exiled. But now with their own strength to know that the North Restricted Area where there is such a simple. Even He Tianxing and Zhang Mingxi, the peerless strongmen at the peak of the Vientiane environment, can only swim on the edge. Qin Sheng still can't understand why Qin Zhongtian, who hasn't completed the Storm and Thunder, can enter the North Restricted Area, or even enter the ancient battlefield of the North Restricted Area. Hearing this, Shangguan Shiyu was a little surprised. He didn't think about what medicine Qin Sheng sold in the gourd, but he still nodded and said, yes, and he has been practicing for a while. What's going on inside? When Qin Sheng said this, his heart seemed to jump out. He wants to find his father all these years. Now he is very close. He knows nothing about the North restricted area and has a kind of anxiety in his heart. Taking a deep breath, Shang Shiyu still told the truth and said, strong. There are countless strong ones in it. I have been practicing as a large number of registered disciples for a while, which has subverted my imagination of practice. Shang Shiyu said, the weak are not suitable for going in. It's too dangerous. Even the strong in semi-holy land are more like dogs. And no one can survive for 3 days without the protection of the great religions, without the keepsakes they sell. Shangguan's poem Rain says a howling reality. Smell words, Qin Sheng's face is gloomy enough to drip water. Obviously, from the information revealed by Shangguan Shiyu, the forbidden area in the north is more dangerous than Qin Sheng thought. Even if we look at the whole wasteland and the 36 dynasties, none of the strong semi-holy land can be found. Even in the land of sin, there are not many, presumably not more than 2 figures. In the northern forbidden area, for the semi-holy state-level strong people, Shangguan Shiyu even used the words of redundant dogs to describe it. It sounds a bit vulgar, but it really reflects the situation of the semi-holy state strong people. 10 years ago, Qin Zhongtian, Qin Sheng's father, was very powerful in the Dian dynasty. Although he didn't melt the Shenfu, he was able to fight across a great realm. Now he is thrown to clean up the ancient battlefield of the forbidden area in the north. Maybe he will die forever, but Qin Sheng can't give up. Take me to the north restricted area. Qin Sheng said in a deep voice, I can give you the evil dragon castle, directly. Each bloody pill can be given to the 10,000 yuan stone of Tianqi Island. Shangguan Shiyu is a little surprised. He feels that Qin Sheng is crazy. He wants to exchange the Danfeng of blood evil pill for the keepsake entering the forbidden area of the north. The forbidden area in the north is very dangerous. Even if there are large religious relics, they can't be mixed very well. You're in the evil place now. Shangguan's poem Rain moved the compassion. The keepsake of a large religion is indeed precious, but its value is really not as good as the optimized version of Shuasha Danfeng in Qin Sheng's hands. In addition, Shangguan Shiyu feels that Qin Sheng is very strong, especially in the realm of spirit. Anyway, there is a kind of situation in which soul power is absorbed. Shangguan Shiyu is very clear that this is not the result of Qin Sheng intentionally, but the result of his practice of a certain kind of skill. Qin Sheng was surprised to hear that. He didn't expect that as the leader of the evil dragon castle, he cared about him so much. No, I've made up my mind. How could Qin Sheng flinch? His father is still waiting for him in the ancient battlefield in the north restricted area. If he counsels and gives up at this time, his father will surely die. Seeing Qin Sheng's firmness, Shangguan Shiyu gave up persuasion. She turned her hand and threw Qin Sheng a keepsake, saying, the north restricted area has been blocked recently. It will be unsealed at least 1 week later. Then I will go back to the north restricted area. Qin Sheng took the keepsake and found something similar to a coin. It has magical power, flashes like thunder, and looks like a roaring tiger. This is Lei Hu Jin. You will know when you enter the north restricted area. Shangguan Shiyu collected the Danfeng Qin Sheng gave her, and he didn't test it. It's impossible for Qin Sheng to cheat the evil dragon castle. Lei Hu Jin? Qin Sheng looks at Lei Hu Jin and is a little distracted. He hasn't studied anything for a moment. As soon as Shangguan Shiyu waved his sleeves, the half-soul array of the trading room was removed, and the old man in black robe and Fugue came face to face, especially Fugue. He was very worried, obviously getting along with the old man in black robe whose strength was equal to that of the emperor. Shangguan Shiyu gave Danfeng to the ancestor of Black Robe. He looked intently, first puzzled, then shocked, and finally became a cult. Qin Sheng, no, Mr. Qin Sheng, do you think of this Danfeng? The voice of the old man in black robe was shaking. He was the most powerful man who had only one step to enter the semi-holy land. Now he even looked at Qin Sheng like a little fan brother. Any questions? Qin Sheng asked indifferently. His temperament was totally different from his age. Now Qin Sheng is a peerless expert to Shangguan Shiyu. He needs to point out the old man in black robe. Yes, yes. At this time, the old man in black robe could not help but ask about his face. He asked a lot about the knowledge of pills. Qin Sheng was also patient and gave some advice to the old man in black robe. After hearing this, the old man in black robe sniffed at it from the beginning to the back of the brain, and finally became obsessed with it. Bang! At last, the old man in black robe knelt down on his knees and crawled to the ground. Your Excellency, please accept me as an apprentice, said the old man in black respectfully. Fugu was so stupid that he didn't expect the old man in black, who made him shiver, to kneel down to pay his respects. Shangguan Shiyu is also a little surprised, but thinking of Qin Sheng's talent, she is relieved. Although she doesn't know Qin Sheng very well, she always feels that Qin Sheng may shine brightly in the forbidden area in the north, and may be able to compare the disciples of large universities. What am I thinking? Shangguan Shiyu is a little surprised at her own ideas. She has never seen the disciples of the big education before. Despite her strength and talent, she is already a strong semi-holy land at a young age. However, this talent, this strength, in the north area is not worth mentioning. I don't have time. Qin Sheng refused and was ready to leave. Is there a back door to your evil dragon castle? Qin Sheng suddenly asked. Back door? As soon as Shangguan's poem Rain heard it, the face of Qin Sheng without any impurity showed an imperceptible color of doubt. It seemed to ask Qin Sheng why he had to go through the back door. What is the origin of this kind of prescription? Isn't this good stealing some powerful Danfeng? Several terrible thoughts are generated in Shangguan's mind. Just think about it. Qin Sheng's cultivation realm is so low that he doesn't even have the Vientiane realm. Although there are a lot of information before Qin Sheng is the kind of shocking young king, the information is only information after all. For Shangguan Shiyu, in addition to the disciples of the big religion in the North Forbidden area, there was no such evil as Qin Sheng in the 36 dynasties of the wasteland. However, intelligence also reminds Shangguan Shiyu that Qin Sheng is so terrible and so rebellious. Yes, next to the evil dragon castle, you have dormant some claws and teeth of Shueisha Island. I don't want to have any trouble before you leave the evil land, Qin Sheng said lightly. Although the blood table and other people are deeply hidden, the spirit realm of Qin Sheng is so high. In addition, there is the smell of Emperor Sword, making heaven steel and other terrible things. The blood table hidden in the dark is as clear as the firefly in the night. The old man in the black robe snorted coldly, and his face became cold. He said, Sun Qin, I will go to clean them up now. I dare to sneak around my evil dragon castle. Although Qin Sheng refused to accept him as an apprentice, the old man in black robe was respectful to Qin Sheng, and his posture was as low as that of his apprentice. No need, just a few clowns. The North Forbidden area is where I fight. I don't want to waste my energy here. Qin Sheng waved and stopped the old man's enthusiasm. Well, they are lucky. The old man of black robe said that he did not continue to insist on it. When the optimized version of Shueisha pill goes on the market, their Shueisha island will naturally disintegrate and separate into the past style. But when you go back, you should be careful about the leader of that bloody island. Bloody island? The old man in black robe told him that bloody devil is fighting against the Holy Land. Although he may not pass at this critical time, he is not afraid of 10,000 and is most afraid of an accident. As soon as Qin Sheng heard this, his eyebrows were also dignified, and he had already attacked the Holy Land, which proved that the strength of Shuasha was far beyond the ordinary semi-Holy Land strongman. Good. Qin Sheng finally said, and left by the back door. Shui waited outside the evil dragon castle for a whole day and night, and finally received an application. Qin Sheng had already left. Bang! The violence of bloody broke out, and one blow landed on the hard and incomparable ground. The stone plates covered with the runes were all broken and turned into powder. Asshole, it's gone. Blood Yi's face was so gloomy that he could dribble out of the water. He asked the warrior who came to tell the news. He gnashed his teeth and asked, what did Qin Sheng trade with the evil dragon castle? Qin Sheng's cultivation level is so low, but his real strength is so powerful that he lost an arm just because of carelessness. Before that, a vast network was set up, and the spirit array was also deployed. However, there was still no way to suppress Qin Sheng. On the contrary, the bloody guards were killed and wounded. Now it's stormy to go straight to the evil place, and Shui also heard that the legendary Shangguan Shiyu who practices in the forbidden area of the north received Qin Sheng personally. When I think of it, there is a strong color of jealousy in the brow of the bloodshot. Who doesn't know the whole place of sin? It is not polite to say that this gorgeous girl is the goddess in the eyes of Suizu. He has worked hard to become the successor of the next Shueisha Island, and has a bright future. However, compared with that Shangguan Shiyu, it seems to be a little dimmed. Even me, I have managed so many excellent islands in this period of time, annexing so many islands. But I didn't have a chance to see the reign of Shangguan's poems. His face was full of twisted jealousy. He was yelling loudly. He lit a bloody flame all over his body. It was crackling. The void was twisted and was about to burst. In the end, Shuexian left, because he was locked in by a terrible light. If he dared to go crazy here, he would end up in a miserable situation. Compared with the evil dragon castle, Shueisha Island is just like a huge gap between ants and dragons. Even the big backer behind the bloody island, the greedy wolf clan, dare not fight with the evil dragon castle. In fact, let alone the evil dragon castle. Even if it is the evil tiger castle, the greedy wolf clan doesn't necessarily fight with the evil tiger castle for their bloody island. Lord of the island. I've seen the islanders. The island lord is mighty. Qin Sheng returns to Tianqi Island. Although there are many fewer guards here, after all, there have been too many deaths before, and those who are recuperating are not completely good. Now Qin Sheng has a very high position in the island of Tourmaline, which is not looked down upon by them just before he came here. In fact, looking back, it's normal for those guards to look down on Qin Sheng. It's just a martial artist in the cave. There are so many martial artists at the level of Qin Sheng. It's not worth mentioning. Qin Sheng also nodded one by one and returned to the cultivation room directly. Long Dawei. Qin Sheng is afraid of Teizan stove. Long Dawei's goods are similar to Longwei's. Others don't know that they think they are brothers. They all have one characteristic: they like to eat and drink too much, and then they go to sleep and digest. Long Dawei suddenly got a small bottle of Sol Chalcedony from Qin Sheng. The whole Tai real stove was shining brightly, which was obviously changing. All of a sudden, just at this time, the great power of the dragon gave a loud drink, and the whole Tai real stove rose with a great light. Even though there are many array blessings in this practice room, even half holy array, it was still shot through. Boom! A light is separated, and when the light is gone, a little doll appears in front of Qin Sheng. It's made of powder and jade. It's very cute. There's a jade gourd on the top of its head. Its thick and black eyebrows look like a small one. Long Dawei finally came out 10,000 years later. Grand and with a part of the voice through the vicissitudes of life sounded, it was not others who were sent out that looked like a giant dragon like a halua. Gaga. 3 crows fly over Qin Sheng's Tian Lingai. Qin Sheng feels that the dragon is very funny. It looks like a gourd baby, but it still pretends to be old-fashioned. Its voice is so old. Who is this to scare? Are you Long Dawei? Qin Sheng took a deep breath and asked. As soon as Long Dawei slaps the jade gourd, he stands up with his hands down. The temperament of a superior person outside the world is very funny on this small body. He says, Qin Shao, I am Long Dawei. Is it unexpected or surprising? Let's work. Make 1,000 bloody pills in 3 days. Qin Sheng did not continue to waste time on Long Dawei. According to the information given by the Shangguan Shiyu, now the North Forbidden Area is blocked. It will be unsealed as soon as a week later. He doesn't have much time to practice. It's no longer necessary for Qin Sheng to think about how dangerous the Forbidden Area in the North is. His current martial arts realm is too low, even though he has the ability to fight across 1 or even 2 realms. However, if you can improve your cultivation to a greater level before entering the North restricted area, it will undoubtedly be even more powerful. 1,000 bloody pills? Long Dawei is a fool and a little reluctant. Oh? You are not satisfied with this. Do you want to slow down? Qin Sheng picked up the sword eyebrow and said, remember, you are just an artifact. I can make you become a spirit and a powder. No, no, no. Long Dawei dare not. In fact, he is a thorough counselor. There is not much resistance at all. Follow Fu Ge to take the raw materials and make pills. It's very convenient to have a real Tai stove, but Qin Sheng can't be soft-hearted. He has to give both grace and prestige to frighten him, or he will lose control completely. 3 days later, Long Dawei finished the task of 1,000 optimized blood evil pills on time. Yes, it's for you. Qin Sheng throws another ring to Long Dawei. As a result, Dragon Dawei was puzzled, but still opened the ring, and a thumb-sized medal appeared in front of him. This is? The breath of chaos came from the mat. Hunyuan Mother. Long Dawei instantly recovers the precept and hides it well. It will not be revealed again. Turning over his hands is a 9-fold forbidden system, for fear of being peeped by the peerless power who is dormant in the dark. Qin Shao, you even gave me the Hunyuan Mother gold? Long Dawei's voice trembled. As the true furnace of Tai and the Dan furnace of Shenzhou, many precious metals have been refined, and the metals higher than the mother metal of Hunyuan are also refined. Where is this? It's just a lower boundary under 9 days and 10 lands. It's also a deserted desert in the lower boundary. The spirit is exhausted, many forces are withered, and the inheritance is broken. Is this small place, even if it's just the size of a thumb, the present youth called Qin Sheng is used to reward himself? In a word, the value of the mixed gold with the size of a thumb is much more expensive than the 1,000 optimized blood evil pills he refined day and night these days. I'm a man who has a clear sense of gratitude and resentment. If you do what I've told you properly, you'll benefit from it in the future. Qin Sheng said quietly. When Long Dawei heard this, he nodded like a chicken cutting rice. He followed so many masters. Qin Sheng was not a good man, but he was the most generous being. Back off, go to Evil Dragon Castle with Fu Ge and deliver the goods. Qin Sheng waved and asked them to leave. Yes. Good. Long Dawei fawns and Fu Ge blushes. Obviously, he has made a lot of progress in these days. But, my lord, I have something to report. Fu Ge said suddenly. Hearing this, Qin Sheng opened his eyes again and said, "Speak." Fugu was silent for a while, and then said slowly, "There are still claws and teeth of Shuasha Island nearby these days. I don't know if we've leaked the news about the crime of Longbao before." Qin Sheng said with a sneer, "Don't pay attention to it. If you meet it, you will kill it. It should be the hand of that bloody animal. If he dare to take another half step on the island of the seal, he will surely die." Soon, the optimized version of Zueshiden was launched into the market, creating an unprecedented sensation. The price is twice as high as that of Shuasha pill made by Shuasha Island, but there is no side effect. The effect of the medicine can be kept 10 times as long. In addition, it's the evil dragon castle. There's a good guarantee in the channel. It's not afraid to buy fake medicine at all. The optimized version of the Blood Evil pill has an unprecedented impact on the Blood Evil Island. In a very short time, the sound of the Blood Evil Island has plummeted. In less than 3 days, no one will patronize it. In Shuasha Island, the meeting hall is silent, and the atmosphere here is so gloomy that it can drip water. Some of the weaker bloody guards dare not even breathe, for fear of touching the sensitive nerves of the high level and causing terrible punishment. The 3 thrones in the conference hall are empty in the middle, while the other 2 are old men in a blood robe. Their eyes are cold. Even though the blood robes cover a lot of violence, they still dare not face the powerful in Vientiane. What do you think of it? One of the blood robe elders has a pair of eyebrows with blood color, and there is a mark of bloodthirsty emperor between the eyebrows. The so-called bloodthirsty emperor is actually a deity of the Archean era. Some people say that he fell in the Great Annihilation. Others say that the bloodthirsty emperor didn't fall at all. He just stayed in an unknown place to recuperate. His disciples are all over the whole 9 days and 10 places. Lord Bloodbath, I suspect it has something to do with the island of Tourmalin. Bloody took a deep breath first, then walked out of the middle of the meeting hall and said respectfully. The whole face of Suslai adult was covered with the blood robe, and the smell of blood flowed. He was not angry and surprised, and said, "The island of seals? Is that island that is about to be swallowed up by our Shuasha Island?" Tianqi Island has always been very strong, but with the departure of He Tianqing and Zhang Mingxi, and their Shuasha Island embracing the thigh of the greedy wolf clan, they have been promoting their status rapidly. Now they even look down upon Tianqi Island. Yes. Blood Zhao nodded hard and said, "I almost destroyed the whole Tianqi Island some time ago, but I don't know where a guy named Qin Sheng came from. He's unknown. It's clear that the martial arts cultivation realm is not high, but the spirit realm is too high to be frightening. Even if it touches the 9 towers of the blood demon, it can't suppress it." At this moment, he felt that he had no face. If I had changed other people, I would have been abandoned by the high-level officials of Shuasha Island. Using the spirit array of the 9 pagodas of blood evil and a group of blood evil guards, they could not even clean up a small seal island. If it was spread to the ears of the greedy wolf clan, would they think that their blood evil island is waste? Sure enough, Shuasha Island's second character was killed by blood. Lung Hum, the brother of the leader of Shuasha Island, made the whole meeting hall frozen in an instant. The disciples of Shuasha Island who attended the meeting were sealed one by one and their limbs were stiff. It's rubbish. The blood-killing eyebrows and hearts are shining. The red robes are burning with blood. Those weak blood-evil guards crawl on the ground directly and dare not raise their heads for fear of provoking the blood-killing adults. Poof. The terrible pressure covers the body of the blood pig. He flies away, bumps heavily into the metal post in the meeting hall, spits blood crazily, and the blood seems like no money. Please spare your life. Qin Sheng is not an ordinary person to look at him. He was very angry. He didn't expect that the blood killing would be so cruel. He just drank it. The terrible pressure from the focus made him suffer a lot. This blood killing has been practiced in the blood pool for some time, and it is more brutal. There is a lot of resentment in Shui's heart. If it wasn't for the limit of his strength, he would have wanted to step on the bottom of his feet for a long time. The blood pool is the supreme place of practice on the island of Shueisha. If you can enter the practice for one day, you will be able to compete with you to practice for a good year outside. It is definitely a big killing weapon, but very few people can enter this place. Even if it's like Shui, who has made great contributions to Shueisha Island, it's only 10 days of practice in it. That is to say, in the past 10 days, the cultivation of blood zombie has made rapid progress. Of course, the conditions for opening the blood pool are extremely harsh. Even the blood demon adults are extremely distressed. It is absolutely impossible to open the blood pool unless we have to. Oh? Is it? As soon as the blood killing was heard, the mark of bloodthirsty emperor between the eyebrows was dimmed, and the light in the eyes was clear again. It seemed to be sober, saying, "Tell me more about it." Shui took a deep breath and finally said everything to Qin Sheng, including the fact that he was cut off by Qin Sheng. Of course, the most important is the transaction between Qin Sheng and Evil Dragon Castle. Qin Sheng had just left the Evil Dragon Castle. Within a few days, the Evil Dragon Castle began to sell the optimized version of the bloody pill. Is this a coincidence? The most important thing is that Shui has seen the optimized version of Shueisha pill effect. For all the reasons mentioned above, Shui has reason to suspect that the optimized version of Shueisha Dan was created by Qin Sheng and then sold through the Evil Dragon Castle. Bang! When Shueisha's master heard this, his anger could not rest. He said, "The army has issued the seal island. After today, there will be no seal." At the same time, Shueisha took out a bloody rose from her arms, which was in full bloom, and the bloody light lit up the whole meeting hall. "Devour him, and you will be reborn." The bloodied man handed the red rose to the bloodied man. He was stunned at first, then ecstatic. He carefully produced the red rose. Then he swallowed the red rose under the envious eyes. I don't know the origin of this bloody rose. Other people didn't believe it at first. How could a broken arm be reborn? Is this power possessed only by gods? But in the next moment, the broken arm of the blood animal grows at a speed that the naked eye can see. God, is this difficulty the legendary rebirth of blood? No, it's the power of Shindi. The bloodthirsty emperor protects our bloody island. Those disciples who were watching, one by one, uttered an exclamatory voice, which was a miracle. No one had ever really encountered such a situation. Roar! His whole body swelled, his eyes were bright with blood, his broken arms had been reborn. Not only that, but also he had another bloody arm on his back, which was very strong. Pooh! Not only that, but also he has a pair of bloody wings on his back, which is terrible. In this moment, the momentum and prestige of the blood animal are rising at an incredible speed, and it soon reaches the level of emperor. It is only a step away from the level of the blood animal, reaching the semi-holy land below 1 person and above 10,000 people. Semi-holy land, isn't it the same realm as Shangguan's poetic reign? Shui has been pursuing the goddess Shiyu for such a long time. In fact, she is not pursuing it, just admiring it unilaterally. It's only 1 step away. If I kill Qin Sheng and win his chance and fortune, I will be able to make a final step and become the most powerful semi-holy land. He clenched his 3 arms into fists. Let's go, kill the island of Tourmaline. The blood dog led the blood demon guard and sent the army to the island of the seal, while the blood-slaughtered adults followed. Qin Sheng is bathed in the dead air in the inner chamber of the Tianqi Island. His 9 death magic still hasn't made any progress. Who? He slowly collected his work, and there was a trace of disappointment in his eyes. With so many treasures, the Hunyuan Mother Gold also ate a lot, but it seems that both the body and the spirit have entered a bottleneck, and it is difficult to progress at all. Qin Sheng shook his head and smiled bitterly. After all, Vientiane is still Vientiane, which is not so easy to break through. At the beginning of the 36 dynasties in the wasteland, it was a rare existence that could become the most powerful in Vientiane. As you can imagine, Vientiane is not so easy to break through. Boom. At this time, the heaven and earth changed a lot, and the power of terror came down. A blood knife was cut down from the sky. The great array of the island of Tourmaline is like 1,000 thunder. Countless electric snakes are flying all over the sky, but they can't resist the same blood knife. All the arrays were shattered, only the core spiritual array of the cultivation room was not destroyed. Qin Sheng, get out! An arrogant voice spread from the sky to the whole island of the seal. It was a bloody spear. He was full of energy. He was holding a bloody spear in his hand, which released a frightening atmosphere. Don't be rude, Sanguine. You dare to come to my island of the seal and make a fool of yourself. It's like dying. Fuga came out, and at the first time, he scolded the blood pig. However, the blood dog snorted coldly, his eyes narrowed into a straight line, the blood wings behind him fluttered high, and in an instant, they crossed the sky and appeared in front of Fugo. With a puff, the blood spear provoked him. You're old enough. Bloody licked the blood dripping on his mouth and looked very ferocious. Qin Sheng, don't you get out? He is arrogant and domineering. He knows that blood-kill adults are hidden in the dark. His strength has soared so much that he will not be afraid of Qin Sheng. Are you so anxious to die? All of a sudden, Qin Sheng appeared as if he were a ghost. The breath was very deep. He made a ring and pointed. The Tai real stove came down from the sky, just like a giant seal, falling like a meteorite, heavily pressing on the bloodshot. Poof tilde. Without a scream, the blood dog becomes a blood mist and dies unexpectedly. Everything came too fast. Qin Sheng's voice just dropped. Tai's real stove rushed to the sky and then the blood mist formed. Tai Zhenlu is the most immortal Danlu in the 9 heavens and 10 places. It's frightening. If it wasn't for the great annihilation 10,000 years ago, a god would cut Tai Zhenlu to the abandoned place. With the cultivation of these people, including Qin Sheng, there is no chance to meet them. It's a different level of existence. In the great annihilation of that year, the divine sword of that deity could cut the Tai furnace into 2 parts. That is to say, with the luck against the sky, Tai furnace could go through thousands of years and repair most of them. Of course, the array arranged by the descendants of all kinds of immortals inside has been almost destroyed. Otherwise, even the most powerful person in the great Holy Land will be smashed into vermicelli by just one smash, let alone a bloody one. The dead can't die anymore. Blood died? It seems so. How can it be? Why can it be so? It has gone through a lot of trials and tribulations, and it has also gone through the trials of the deputy island leader of blood killing. Its strength has been far beyond the past. How could it die so badly? I don't want to believe it, but that's what it is. Fugu was also shocked. The strength of Blood Zombie was too strong. Even though he had reached the level of Emperor level, even though he was still a long distance from the peak of that year, he was still a strong and invincible existence. Unexpectedly, he was still crushed by Blood Zombie. The most shocking thing for Fugu is that Qin Sheng, the leader of the island, smashed the real furnace of Tai, which was just to destroy all the terrible existence. Well, something's wrong. When he raised his hand and let the ashes of the blood goblin disappear, Qin Sheng's handsome face was not very happy. His eyes suddenly narrowed to a point and locked the blood mist shattered by the real furnace of Tai. The blood mist was wildly twisted, and finally, under the incredible eyes, it was reunited into a new blood goblin. Blood is not dead, blood is reborn. What kind of universal means is it? Qin Sheng's face was shocked, and his eyes were full of incredible looks. Can't it not be? That bloody animal has reached the terrible state of rebirth by dropping blood. Qin Sheng's pores were all standing up, looking at the blood like people, but in the next moment, Qin Sheng's heart denied the idea. Even the most powerful man in the great Holy Land has the ability to connect with heaven, and has no strength to regenerate with blood. If the blood dog has reached the point of rebirth, then you can beat it up and pull out a leg hair from his leg, which will kill Qin Sheng. But now, it was smashed to death by the real furnace of Tai thrown out by Qin Sheng, and then it was reborn at the speed visible to the naked eye. For the time being, Qin Sheng hasn't figured out what strange means it is. Qin Sheng, you dare to sneak at me, Bloody gnashed his teeth, a pair of blood-colored eyes were full of murderous intent, and the violent breath flashed wildly. If they are the weak warriors in the cave, this terrible atmosphere can suppress them to suffocate. What kind of cat and dog can be resurrected after one death? Qin Sheng didn't respond, so Long Dawei jumped out of the room. He was wearing a jade gourd on his head. He was afraid that there was something terrible sealed inside. Qin Shao, it's no big deal. It's just a lot of means to replace the death talisman and avoid the death gold medal. This kind of minion, I'll suppress it for you, said Long Dawei. This way of doing things, and the way of kneeling and licking Qin Sheng are really similar to that of Long Wei. If Qin Sheng doesn't know the situation, he is afraid that the two of them have made a pilgrimage in 9 days and 10 places, or even some blood relationship. Long Dawei, you really don't know Long Wei, but there is real blood in his body. Qin Sheng asked. Long Dawei turned his head and directly shook his head and denied it, saying, I don't know what Long Wei is. I'm the Donlu of a mortal's descendant. My blood is more noble than what Zulong doesn't know. That guy named Long Wei doesn't put gold on himself. After all, the background of immortal descendants is really frightening. Not to mention in the forbidden area in the north, even in the Tianyuan continent, even in 9 days and 10 places, it is also the background of the world resounding and worshipping. That's the descendant of the fairies, more powerful than the gods. This kind of minion doesn't need your hand. Let him be my grindstone. Qin Sheng patted the shoulder of Dragon Dawei, who wanted to flatter. He said lightly, Blood, your breath is weak. Chatter, how weak, you cannot kill me, but you, as long as there is a mistake, I can cut off your head. Blood in sound measurement, he shouts, the whole island is filled with a blood gas, accompanied by the rotten breath, people feel nauseous. By this means? Qin Sheng's eyebrow is split, with dazzling brilliance. A breath of emperor sword comes to his face. Even though the onlookers are far away from each other, they still feel the terrible breath from Qin Sheng's eyebrow. Take your life, enough. From all directions, the voice of the blood dog came, let alone the strong in the cave, and even the most powerful in the Vientiane could not distinguish its location. Chong. The bloody spear came down from the sky faster than the lightning. It was not finished. A bloody knife light crossed Qin Sheng's neck. The most terrible scene appeared. The bloody viscous substance wrapped Qin Sheng's feet and made him afraid to move. Die. The rampant and ferocious face of Xuezhao finally appeared, with a terrible sense of killing. This is the Holy Land if there is nothing. Of course, it's still 100,000 miles away from the real Holy Land, but it's enough. Even the strong people like Vogel will fall into the mire and be afraid of it. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Qin Sheng's eyes were closed, Maoran opened, and his eyes were full of terrible light. He also recited ancient incantations in his mouth. Make the steel of heaven. Qin Sheng's mouth contained a piece of mixed Yuan's mother gold, which was chewed up in one bite, and then combined with the ancient incantation, the heaven steel was finally called out. Boom. In a moment, the scale of Zhaohuatian Bay is as huge as a mountain. On the top of the mountain, there are several fuzzy fonts. I don't know how many eras it has gone through and how many times it has been destroyed. If the fonts are clear, let alone the land of sin, even the whole 36 dynasties of wasteland and even the whole forbidden area of northern land will be crushed into powder by that terrible force. The absolute power is too terrible. Even the cheap elder Marshall sister, who woke up in the Hunyuan mining cave, thinks that the steel has a great future. No, what is that? He looked up and saw the heaven-covered steel, which came down from the sky like a falling star. It was originally a strand of holy land that suddenly collapsed, followed by his spear, then his bloody sword, and finally his arms and wings. Bang! When the steels of heaven fall from the sky, even the sky will collapse. The mysterious power of the laws of heaven will break up, let alone the small blood shed. The blood goblet turned into flying ash again, and the celestial steel was suspended in the air, making the hot eyes of countless onlookers completely stupid. Then what is that? It's like a huge mountain, but it's a legend of turning over the sky? How can it be a turnover seal? It's the weapon of the gods. Even if it's imitations or fakes, it can't be used by the warriors of our level. The onlookers murmured. In addition to the people of Shueisha Island, even the people of Tianqi Island could not help talking. Qin Sheng looked at the blood fog, but he didn't immediately put up the steel, and then let it continue to float in the air. Just now, Qin Sheng sacrificed half a gene of mixed yuan's mother gold to urge the real body of the heaven tablet. If he took it back so quickly, Qin Sheng would feel dead. In the end, the bloodshot does not regenerate again. It can also directly prove that this blood animal has not reached the terrible state of rebirth of blood drop, because the so-called rebirth of blood drop, even if there is a drop of blood left, can also rebirth of nirvana, which is the terrible place for the strong of rebirth level of blood drop. It's almost the horrible existence of immortality. Blood. At this time an old and stinging roar came from the rear, and a bloody light burst out, which made people despair quickly. The semi-saint. Qin Sheng's pupil suddenly shrinks. With a wave of his hand, the steel of heaven is rapidly shrinking from a mountain to a brick size. Then he holds a stone sword in his hand, and his mouth contains the most powerful version, which can directly improve Qin Sheng's spirit of blood. The output of the real blood evil spirit pill is not much. Even Qin Sheng and Long Dawei worked overtime during this period, they just refined 2 more pills. In addition, a blood evil spirit pill has been refined before, that is to say, Qin Sheng only has 3 blood evil spirit pills in his hands. These 3 blood evil spirit pills were prepared by Qin Sheng to enter the North Forbidden Area. After all, the martial arts realm of Qin Sheng is too low. It's just the peak of Dongtian realm, not to mention semi-holy realm, or even Biantian realm. To the North restricted area, the strength of Dongshenjing, even if Qin Sheng's own talent is terrible, he can fight across a big realm, but it is still not enough. However, this blood evil spirit pill just changed Qin Sheng's disadvantage. With the blood spirit pill, I can at least fight against the strong in the semi-holy land. Qin Sheng has a budget in his heart. The blood-red robe of blood killing is hunting. He just watched from afar, but he didn't really get close. Because he has absolute confidence in the blood table transformed by the blood rose. However, he never thought that the waist of the blood table was crushed twice in a row. It's a shame. The blood killing is shocked and angry. What's surprising is that Qin Sheng's strength is far beyond imagination. What's angry is that the blood killing cost a lot of effort on the island of blood evil. Now it's dead. The blood hog is already very strong, and it is definitely worth spending a lot of human and financial resources to cultivate at a young age. However, what blood killing didn't think of was that Qin Sheng was more terrible than blood killing. He directly crushed the blood killing, and the dead couldn't die anymore. Qin Sheng is too young. He is also the enemy of Shueisha Island. He must be killed in the cradle today. Blood killing in the eyes of killing, his hands turn, a bloody sickle out of the sky, terrible pressure, even the void will be split, there are many cracks. This is the dread of the semi-saint. Pretty strong. Qin Sheng felt the awe and pressure of the storm, and his face was slightly coagulated. He had seen a lot of semi-holy places. At the beginning, there were several people in the mixed yuan secret place, especially the Purple Emperor, the Black Emperor, the Silver Moon Emperor, and so on. But Qin Sheng's blood killing was no less than that of the Purple Emperor of Zihuan Kingdom. The bloody sickle rises in the storm. At this moment, the blood killing is like the god of death falling from the sky. It can arbitrarily harvest the life of all spirits. Click. Without any hesitation, Qin Sheng directly chewed the blood evil spirit pill in his mouth. The violent and magnificent pressure instantly gathered. His body expanded several times, and the golden light was brilliant. The blood evil spirit pill had no blood color, but turned to gold, and the breath changed in a moment. The power of Yantian. Qin Sheng's eyes narrowed in a straight line. If it wasn't for his body to pass through 9 turns of Jinlian and the mother of Han Yuan, Jin would never have been able to bear the power of this blood evil spirit pill. Even after optimization, those violent impurities have been purified thousands of times, but there are still some. In other words, it's an ordinary person who is strong in the cave. He must not be able to resist the power of this blood evil spirit pill. Qin Sheng's palm was golden, as if plated with a layer of gung gold. It was mysterious and difficult to understand. Where he passed, it was as if he heard a monk chanting sutras. It was magical. Sky-covering and God-killing palm. Qin Sheng had a big drink and slapped the bloody sickle, which was coming from the split. There was a sneering smile on the corner of the bloody mouth in the distance. What heaven-covering and God-destroying palm is the palm of the body, who can be intimidated? Blood-killing is full of self-confidence. Dare to grasp my blood sickle with bare hands, it's really killing, cut off your hands. Chong. Under the hot eyes of countless onlookers, the palms and blood sickles collided heavily, and countless sparks erupted, pouring down like a rainstorm. How could it be? Bloodkill's eyes were wide and round, and his eyes almost fell down, because he saw that Qin Sheng's hand had not been cut off, but was holding his blood sickle like an iron tongs. Blood sickle is a famous and unique skill of blood killing. I don't know how many of the most powerful people in the Vientiane realm, or even the strong people in the semi-holy realm, are the souls of the dead under the sword. However, it can't be imagined that Qin Sheng can really grasp his blood sickle with his bare hands. It's really some kind of terrible martial arts, covering the sky and killing the god palm? There was a doubt in the blood-killing heart. What kind of heaven-covering and God-killing palm is actually the name Qin Sheng casually used to frighten the blood-killing? There is no heaven-covering and God-killing palm at all. Click. The matter of letting the blood kill despair hasn't stopped, because Qin Sheng pinches it hard, and the blood sickle cracks. There are more and more cracks on the blood sickle, which eventually turn into countless pieces of blood. This bloody sickle is an important spiritual weapon of the blood-killing sub-island leader. Although it's not a lifelong spiritual weapon, it also costs a lot of effort. Now it's exploded, making the blood-killing snort, and the spirit of mind is severely damaged. This blood-slaying sub-island leader is also a ruthless and peerless person. Such an important artifact can still withstand its backfire after being destroyed. I didn't shout a word of pain. Who? Bloodkill takes a deep breath. He takes off his bloody robe and shows his true face. He has a ferocious scar on his face. From a distance, he looks like a bloody creeping worm and looks at a very scared person. I admit, I look down on you. Bloodkilling said slowly. His voice was very calm and plain. As the deputy island leader of Bloodshaw Island, he was also the most powerful semi-holy land. He had never seen any storm. But then you have no way to live. Shuasha is very confident. Looking at Qin Sheng's eyes, she looks like a dead man. Smell speech, Qin Sheng eyebrows a wrinkle, he also put away the pride on the face, he doesn't think to blow up the spirit of blood evil. 1. Boom. On the top of the bloody Tianling guy, suddenly burst out a stream of blood gas like wolf smoke, which immediately filled the sky over the entire island of the seal. Buzzing. A strange force was faintly centered on the body of the blood demon, and then spread to all directions. Roar. Those who were watching in the distance, especially the Shuasha guards of Shuasha Island, killed each other with red eyes. What is this? Qin Sheng was a little surprised. He felt that there was all the power of blood demons between the heaven and the earth. He was at a loss. And those blood-colored fog didn't need to breathe at all. It only needed to touch the skin. So the most powerful people like Vientiane would fall into the killing mode. This is the power of the domain. Qin Sheng's heart leaped wildly. He didn't expect that the blood evil spirit could coagulate the region, and it was much more powerful than the region coagulated by the semi-holy state strongman before. Qin Shao, that's the spirit of Holy Land. Long Dawei, the dog's leg, is very considerate. When he senses any different situation, he immediately rushes to protect him. You scum, this kind of sideline is also worthy of fighting with Qin Shao? Long Dawei kicked away the real stove of Tai and took the jade gourd from his head. Without any hesitation, he poured down the taboo material inside. Is that water? In an instant, the holy land created by painstaking blood killing is broken. Poof. Where are the ordinary water, but the Tianhe River? It is said that only the hanging river in the sky of 9 days and 10 earth can collect a throw. These Tianhe water is only a drop, which is 100 times heavier than a mountain. As soon as Long Dawei just poured out so many Tianhe water, the blood will be vomited by the blood slayer in an instant. All the spiritual armor and clothes will be discarded, and the chest will collapse. I don't know how many broken ribs I have. Beat the water dog with pain. Qin Sheng burst out, without any hesitation. At this time, he took up the Zhaohua Tianbei that was the size of brick and smashed it down. Ouch. Blood kills the head and breaks the blood, the skull is broken, the blood color energy is madly intertwined in everything, but it hasn't been completely repaired. Qin Sheng has given another brick. Stop fighting, it's killing me. Blood killing was a stupefied moment, and he was swearing in his heart. He was a powerful man in a semi-holy land, and he ended up in such a field. Qin Sheng is not a fastidious person. He swings a brick-like thing and smashes it on his head? Is it a duel between the strong at the semi-holy state level, with no respect for their faces or their phoenix bones? However, Qin Sheng doesn't care whether you hurt or not. Is there a master's demeanor? There is an old saying that bricks are in hand. I have them all over the world. Whether you are semi-holy land or holy land, small holy, big holy. Take a picture of bricks in a round and then die. Finally, the head of Shuasha's deputy island leader opened again, and the blood flowed all over the place. At the same time, Long Dawei also beat down the water dog and swung the Tai real stove to the death. Oh, my waist. The blood evil spirit completely despairs. He really did not think that today oneself ends like this. In order to suppress his blood demon, these two goods have nothing to do with it. The water of Tianhe River is poured, and then it is burned with Tai Jinyan. The body of the blood demon has been broken several times. However, his ability to regenerate by washing marrow in the blood pool is much stronger than that of the blood demon. This bitch is really hard to kill. Qin Sheng murmured, can't you throw it into the void crack? The blood evil spirit listens, immediately scared P. If he is thrown into the void crack inside, even if has 100 times bathes the blood rebirth the ability, also wants the body and the spirit to perish. Qin Sheng, don't hit me, I admit defeat. Blood evil spirit begged for mercy, whining powerlessly. He was defeated. When he begged for mercy, there was no high-spirited, semi-holy land. Now it's important to live. Every day, there are not 200 or 100 Vientiane strongmen who fall down in the land of sin. For many years, thousands of Vientiane strongmen die in 1 year. But like the semi-holy one, 1 year, not even 10 years, one will not die. Because it's so hard to be a semi-holy land. It's even harder than going to heaven. I'm curious. What are you going to take to redeem your life? Qin Sheng asked indifferently. When he heard about the blood killing, he was surrounded. He didn't expect that Qin Sheng wanted to blackmail him. What's his identity of blood killing? The deputy island leader of Blood Sha Island, he is the only one who has a face and extorts things. No one extorts things from him. Little friend Qin Sheng, I know you are extraordinary and can't stay in the evil place for a long time in the future, but you can stay in the front line for everything. I'm also a little famous person. I advise you not to do too much, said the bloodthirsty. I think you also know that the sudden rise of Shueisha Island is closely related to the greedy wolf sect behind it. Blood killing started pulling tiger skin. You'd better let me go. If you kill me, it's equivalent to fighting greedy wolf clan's face. You should also know that the power of the greedy wolf clan is not only in the evil place, but also in the forbidden area in the north. This blood killing is really a wily way of saying so many secret things. On the surface, it seems to warn Qin Sheng. In fact, it's threatening him. If you dare to move him, you will be the enemy of the whole greedy wolf clan. Hearing this, Qin Sheng's brow was slightly wrinkled as expected, and he was a little unhappy. Think about it, then let me go. Shueisha thinks that Qin Sheng has counseled him, but he's so brave. Cough. At this time, Fu Gu was close to Qin Sheng, and his face was very solemn. He urged, the master of the island, he's right. The greedy wolf sect has been supporting the bloody island. Please think twice, master of the island. Qin Sheng did not put it in his eyes at all. With a cold smile, the stone sword crossed a sharp edge. With a puff, one of the bloody arms flew up high, and the horrible killing breath rolled to all sides. Ah, it's killing me. The blood killing roars to the sky, the face is ferocious, the place where the arm is broken has a complex spiritual pattern connection, which is madly intertwined, and even the arm is broken and reborn. The people of Shueisha Island are very special in their practice. They can be reborn in blood, but they don't reach the level of rebirth by dropping blood. I'm really curious. Qin Sheng took a close look at the stone sword and found that the mystery of the holy stripe was too difficult to see for a moment. Pooh. Qin Sheng cut another sword, and the broken arm that had just been reborn in blood was cut by Qin Sheng again. Ah, Qin Sheng, you must die. You dare to insult me like this, I swear I will return it 100 times, roared Bloodkill. Qin Sheng sneers and doesn't think so. He didn't plan to stay in the evil place. It's just a springboard for him to go to the north restricted area. If you want to suffer less pain, it's better to hand over the secret method of blood rebirth from your bloody island. I can make a soul oath and let you go today by taking a look at it. Qin Sheng said faintly, the voice is not very big, but it contains infinite power. It seems that the bloody slayer dared to say no and directly crack his head. You dream. Blood killing grins, my secret method of blood evil island, you also want to peep, today you can't escape, and die with me. Blood killing spits out a piece of blood-colored rune paper. The twisted rune sends out the pressure that even the semi-holy strong man will be frightened and galloped. Hiss. The bloody flame rises to the sky and condenses into a bloody wolf head. Hua. The wave head seems to communicate with the door of space, with a terrible threat transmitted. Transport character? Qin Sheng picked up the blood killing with one sword. This stone sword didn't know how many years ago it was made. It also didn't know how many blood stains of the peerless powerful or the terror prehistoric creatures had been touched. The sword had all kinds of deadly toxins long ago. The blood-killing face was pale. His blood was almost dried by the stone sword. He could not move. He had no resistance anymore. The blood flame disappeared, the wolf head disappeared, and a fierce figure appeared on the sky. It was a man with straight body, long gray hair and waist. With the terrible breath rhythm, he was very handsome, with the eyes of the sword eyebrows and stars, and he was carrying a bloody wolf's head saber. So far, he still fell to the ground. It was obvious that he was just killing the enemy. It's because the blood killing uses the transmission rune, which directly lets the young strong man in front of him transmit. Big my lord, you should make up your mind for me. This is bad for my bloody business. The blood-killing lips are pale and dry. Obviously, the blood essence has been absorbed almost by the stone sword, and the speech is weak. Buzzing. The young strong man, with a suit of armor and a ferocious wolf head on his chest, his sword eyebrows were slightly coagulated, and he took back his eyes when he saw the blood killing. Fuji's face was frightened and sent a message to Qin Sheng, saying, "Sir, be careful, he is a man of greedy wolf clan." As soon as Qin Sheng heard this, his pupils suddenly contracted. He looked up and down at the greedy wolf clan and raised a thick guard. It's not the first time that he met the greedy wolf clan. The last time he met the sand sculpture, it ranked 108 in the greedy wolf clan, and its strength also reached the peak of Vientiane. Fu Ji's voice trembled a little, saying, "The island lord, this man is Pu Tianjun, ranking the third in greedy wolf clan." Third? Qin Sheng's eyes contracted again. It's more than 100 times higher than that sand sculpture, and Qin Sheng can judge from his breath that this is a real semi-holy land strongman. Moreover, it should not be promoted to semi-holy land by means of all kinds of medicine and external force, but by virtue of its own talent and potential. There is a big difference in combat effectiveness between using external forces to improve accomplishments and relying on one's own strength for promotion. For one simple example, maybe two semi-holy land strongmen like blood killing can't defeat Pu Tianjun. A few breathing time, blood killing will tell Pu Tianjun about the development of things. I see. Pu Tianjun nods coldly, and then looks at Qin Sheng. It's strange that Pu Tianjun's eyes are not very sharp, and even Qin Jiajun can't feel a trace of hostility. To introduce myself, my name is Pu Tianjun. You should know that greedy wolf sect, I rank third. At this time, Pu Tianjun cold face, even a smile, your name is Qin Sheng, I heard of you. What's the situation? This Pu Tianjun really doesn't play cards according to common sense. He even released a friendly atmosphere to Qin Sheng and introduced himself? According to the development of the plot, shouldn't Pu Tianjun make a lot of noise, and then let Qin Sheng release people, Qin Sheng doesn't follow, and fight again? Well? When Qin Sheng heard this, some doubts flashed between his eyebrows. He felt that the preciseness of Pu Tian really meant something. He said, "And then? You greedy wolf clan waste such a precious transmission. I killed your dog. I'm not going to retaliate. I'm still here talking and laughing with you?" No. Pu Tianjun shook his head. He smiled indifferently and said, "In fact, the waste of Shuasha Island can't even talk about dogs." As soon as the voice came out, Shi Jian's bloody face changed wildly, and he cried out anxiously, "What are you talking about, my lord? I give 80% of the income of Shuasha Island to you greedy wolf clan every year." "Do you think so?" Blood-killing gnashing teeth said. Pu Tianjun didn't take care of the bloodshed anymore. He focused on Qin Sheng again and said, I only cooperate with useful people. Qin Sheng, the optimized version of Shuasha pill you refined, is very good. Even the alchemist of Greedy Wolf sect can't decipher it. It's very good. Pu Tianjun said admiringly, I'm also reasonable, and I won't intimidate you to hand over the Danfeng. In this way, you are responsible for refining the optimized version of Shuasha pill, and I Greedy Wolf sect is responsible for marketing. Pu Tianjun is very confident, saying, share is the same as before with Shuasha Island, 28 share, and your Tianqi Island accounts for 20% of the profits. When Qin Sheng listened, there was a hint of irony on his handsome face. Looking at Qin Sheng's face, Pu Tianjun suddenly felt a little cold and said in a deep voice, you should know that we are greedy for the power of Wolf Clan. Without us, your bloody pill can't be sold. Pu Tianjun's voice was cold and high. He was very confident. Although Qin Sheng was terrible and had many cards, how could his arm bend over his thigh? No interest. Qin Sheng responded indifferently, and the stone sword in his hand was shining all around. The terrible sword cut through the sky. With a scream of blood killing, it was divided into 4 parts. The butcher is holy. Fuji East Deputy Island leader couldn't help but feel a little deep in his heart. He and Shuesha Island were not dead at all. Even if you look at the whole evil place, you will not lose one of the peerless strongmen at the level of semi-holy land, such as blood killing. Moreover, the goods died so shriveled that they were killed by the weak who had 2 lower realms. If this thing spreads out, it will definitely cause waves, and it will definitely be an explosive news. Pu Tianjun was stunned at first, and then fell down quickly on his handsome face. It's obvious that Qin Sheng told him what he meant. You've taken your Greedy Wolf clan as a green onion. Qin Sheng sneered at the corner of his mouth. It's a joke. I want Danfeng to come and get it. But don't blame me for not reminding you. I'm not the first one to kill you Greedy Wolf clan. Boom. Hearing this, Pu Tianjun suddenly exploded, and the horrible Yuan force was burning from his body, like a kind of crazy flame. His face was twisted and his spirit was awe-inspiring. He said, Qin Sheng, I advise you not to go too far. 37, it's the biggest concession I can make. Pu Tianjun added, don't worry about refusing. Once you miss, you will be hated forever. Think it over and answer me. If you are afraid of the evil dragon castle, you can rest assured that I can help you with it. Qin Sheng looked up at the sky and smiled, saying, if you want Danfeng to come and rob you, why are you pretending here? Chong. Qin Sheng's sword is aimed at. There is not much time left for his bloody spirit pill. His face is full of fighting spirit. He really wants to kill the saint twice in a day. Come on, fight me for 300 rounds first. Qin Sheng took a sword and rushed to Pu Tianjun. Seeing this scene, there was a flash of displeasure between Pu Tian's sharp eyebrows, and he said, well, it seems that genius still has some pride after all. Since that's the case, I'll make a strong move to frustrate you. Boom. Pu Tianjun's whole body ignited a different fire, and the light from his eyebrows and heart seemed to be like the thunder on the sky. It was magnificent and frightening. For a moment, the temperament of Pu Tianjun changed dramatically. The whole heaven and earth seemed to be the field of fire, not only the air is distorted, but even the void is distorted. This is the world of fire. Burn everything. Is it the model of the sanctuary again? Qin Sheng looked at the semi-holy field formed with Pu Tianjun as the center, his face slightly coagulated, but he still rushed to the past. Long Dawei. As soon as Qin Sheng kicked his foot, he kicked Taizan stove into the semi-holy field of Pu Tianjun, and it was burned by the red flame. Okay. Long Dawei didn't hesitate at all. He devoured the flames in Pu Tianjun's semi-holy field. He was the true furnace of Tai and the Danlu of the descendants of the Xians. His favorite was the different fire. He devoured the different fire with a big mouth, which led to Tianjun's semi-holy field becoming more and more thin. Surrender, my semi-holy realm, even the strong semi-holy realm has been killed. The calm face of Tianjun didn't seem to put Tai real stove, that kind of black and shabby iron in his eyes. I know that you can improve your accomplishments forcibly only after taking the optimized version of Shuesha pill, but this kind of power is only external force after all, and this kind of external force is exhausted after all. In my holy land, I am the master. I can control your life and death. Tianjun looks cold voice passed to Qin Sheng's ear. However, as soon as Tianjun's voice fell, his face suddenly changed, because he had noticed that the so-called semi-holy field breath in his mouth was becoming more and more vague, until the last disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. No, my semi-holy realm. Deshunata Shiro's face is finally showing the color of panic. He quickly read the mantra, obviously want to stimulate the body of the semi-holy field again. Poof. Tianjun exerts too much force and spits blood at his mouth. The half-life field that disappeared without trace finally reappears. The burning flame, holy land, let the void twist again. Qin Sheng sneered and pointed out, Long Dawei. Okay. Dragon Dawei understood, manipulated the real furnace of Tai, and absorbed the half-life field of Tianjun crazily again. Hiss. In less than 2 breaths, Tian is hardworking. Even by urging the blood essence, Tian is able to sacrifice half of its life again, which is absorbed completely by the Tai furnace. Ah, what the hell is going on? Tianjun looks up to the sky and screams. He is in agony. He finally finds out the clue. He pulls out the bloody sword, which is a knife, to Long Dawei. The light of the bloody knife rises up and lights up the whole sky. It seems that there is only one bloody knife left in the sky, which cuts through the sky. The crazy distortion of the void makes the roaring voice of ghosts spread into the brain. What kind of saber technique is it? It looks like crushing and withering, but it is still accompanied by the attack of the spirit. Not to mention the most powerful one in the Vientiane realm, even the most powerful one who has just been promoted to the semi-holy realm will lose his mind because of this bloody saber. The duel between the peerless masters has always been between lightning and flint. If Qin Sheng is distracted at this time, his head will fly high. Come on! Qin Sheng shouted, his eyebrows and heart were shining. It was soul light, which was dazzling. The soul power of life's soul 9 stars was like that of Python dragon waking up, which shocked people. His spirit realm could be as strong as semi-holy realm, and it was just a line away from the legendary 4-head holy spirit realm. It is absolutely impossible for the spirits of Tian to attack him. Imperial sword. When Qin Sheng cut out the stone sword, the breath of the Emperor's sword was instantly generated. Where the sword light passed, a very vague virtual image of the great Emperor was generated. That was not the real Emperor of War, but the descendants with the blood of the Emperor of War. This stone sword has been used by many people, among them, the posterity of the War Emperor is one of them, and his obsession is also posted in the stone sword. Qin Sheng's sword, let the stone sword automatically awaken the obsession. Chong. In the eyes of countless people, the stone sword and the blood knife hit each other heavily. A terrible shock wave first stagnated, and then spread in all directions at an indescribable speed. Chasm. The terrible shockwave made the whole island of the Tourmaline split and turned people upside down, especially the blood ghost Wei, who was too close, into a blood fog and died in a terrible way. Run away. The fighting of the semi-holy land level is terrible. On the island of the seal, there are howls and complaints. Some people are lame, but they dare not stay here. Fuji's chest was dreary. He was just too close to Qin Sheng. Although he had dodged between the lightning and flint, he still resisted many after effects of the battle. Whoa! At last, Fuji's armor was broken, and he could not bear it any longer. He vomited 3 big mouths of blood, and he was injured. Fu Gu is a strong man at the level of emperor, only a little short of being promoted to semi-holy land, but even if he has such accomplishments, he still suffers a lot of internal injuries from the aftermath of this lost battle. Qin Sheng's tiger mouth is split, his arms are shaking, the stone sword is still fighting, the terrible shock wave is still wave after wave, terrible. Well, just because you want to fight with me? It's like dying. Pu Tianjinyi's taunt shows that he has full confidence in his saber. Moreover, this saber technique is passed on from the big teachers in the forbidden area in the north. Although in those big teachers, this saber technique is only the most superficial, and the meaning of the saber is just as general. However, in the place of sin, even the level of divine power is terrible. Even the real semi-holy land strong can't bear the mysterious rhythm and counter-killing. What's more, Qin Sheng, a minion who relies on swallowing blood evil spirit pill to improve his strength in a short time. Click. Just at this time, a very subtle crack sounds. The look of Pu Tianjun was immediately frightened. He looked at the bloody sword in his hand and saw a very clear crack. Impossible. My saber is a customized weapon of the working disciples of Qingyang sect. It has 3 layers of complicated and mysterious patterns. It's easy to cut iron like mud. How could it be cut by a stone sword that is about to decay? Pu Tianjun, a face of disbelief, but the blood knife cracks more and more intensive. Bang! Finally, Pu Tianjun's bloody saber turned into dozens of pieces and fell into the sea. There's nothing impossible. Today I'm going to kill 2 saints. Qin Sheng's killing intention is awe-inspiring. His blood eyes are shining. He will kill him with a stone sword. Long Dawei. Qin Sheng shouted and rushed up with dragon power. At the same time, he sacrificed the steel of heaven. Soon, the two put down the impenetrable Pu Tianjun. Poof. Qin Sheng stepped on Pu Tianjun with 1 foot, his wolf's head armor was broken into pieces, and the real body of the heaven steel was created. There was no life anywhere. If it wasn't for Pu Tianjun to arm himself to his teeth, he would have died long ago if he had worn 3 defensive spiritual tools. No, don't kill me. Pu Tianjun shouted, he was finally flustered, at this moment where there is any arrogance unrivaled. Oh? Qin Sheng sneers, and he abandons the shenfu of Pu Tianjun in one hand. He becomes a waste man and raises him up. Qin Sheng asked, give me a reason not to kill you. Pu Tianjun's face was as gray as a sheet of dust. He dared not stimulate Qin Sheng anymore, saying, Danfeng is not what I want, but what Qingyang sect's working disciples want. What Qingyang sect? What toiling disciple? Qin Sheng frowned. He didn't hear the information at all. He thought that Pu Tianjun was fooling him. For a casual reason, lifting his hand was a heaven-covering and God-killing palm. Pa 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 pa. Pu Tianjun's face was bruised, his heart ignited the flames of anger. The god's mansion was abandoned, he still had a chance to be reborn in blood, but his face was beaten, it was the first time for him to come out so many years. This kind of humiliation is more painful than killing him. Boom. Pu Tianjun opens his mouth and spits out a piece of bloody rune paper. The furious power is ignited in an instant. His ruined shenfu is reborn again. His whole body is shining. He spits out his blood sword to pierce Qin Sheng's eyebrows. Chong. Qin Sheng's stone sword rung blocked the blood sword, but the terrible impact force still made Qin Sheng fly away. His viscera seemed to have shifted. His throat was burning and he could not bear to cough up blood. You should know that Qin Sheng's body has been tempered by many treasures and supported by the blood evil spirit pill, but it can't bear the backfire brought by the blood sword. In a moment of carelessness, I didn't expect you to have such a card. Qin Sheng dried the blood on the corner of his mouth, and called again for the heaven steel. This time, he had a gene of mixed yuan mother gold in his mouth, and he played an unparalleled power. Ah! Pu Tianjun screamed, and was directly crushed by the heaven steel, heavily pressed on the ground, with blood in his mouth, dying. Who? At the same time, the medicinal power of the blood evil spirit pill also arrived. Qin Sheng gasped heavily, and the medicinal power of the blood evil spirit pill faded. Although there was no big side effect, he still felt that his legs were floating and heavy, and there was no power. However, half of the Hunyuan mother gold in her mouth has been digested and her strength has been replenished. After a few breaths, she can return to her peak state. Bang! Taizan stove came down from the sky and directly hit Pu Tian's head and opened the ladle. All the soul light escaped. If Pu Tianjun were to ignite the life-saving treasure like death talisman and death-free gold medal. The so-called talisman for death is actually a trick of stealing the sky and changing the sun. Qin Sheng, if you dare to kill me, Qin, the working disciples of Qingyang sect, will not let you go. All of them are dying. Pu Tianjun is still stubborn and dare to speak up and threaten Qin Sheng. I'm dying. Long Dawei sneers. It's like smashing down the Tai stove. Never, never. At this time, Fuji's deputy island leader jumped out again. Master of the island, the people of Qingyang sect can never offend. Fu Gu looked pale, as if he saw something terrible, and his voice stuttered. Hearing this, Qin Sheng frowned again and couldn't help but ask, what is the origin of Qingyang sect? The most powerful clan in the land of Sin? Fu Gu shook his head, looked up at the sky, and finally lowered his voice. Qingyangzong is the 4 inheritance places of the North Restricted Area. The Forbidden Area in the North is monopolized by the large-scale universities, where the large-scale universities are laws and regulations of heaven, and no one dares to violate them. From the information disclosed by Vogel, it is obvious that Qingyangzong is one of the big teachers in the North Restricted Area, and it should be a very strong one. It's a huge thing like Qingyang sect. Even in the forbidden area in the north, it's a terrible existence. There is a servant disciple of Qingyang sect, behind Greedy Wolf sect. We can't offend him. Fuji's deputy island leader's voice was trembling, his limbs were weak, he was paralyzed on the ground and murmured. Looking at Pu Tianjun's face, he was afraid to look directly at it as if he had seen a ghost. You know. Pu Tianjun's face began to recover some, no longer like just before. Qin Sheng scared urine fiasco, his brow gradually revealed a little bit of superiority. I wipe, this goods turn over, even faster than turning over a book. Yes, my lord. It seems that Fu Gu was really frightened. He was in a state of panic all day long. He trembled and said, the people of Qingyang sect, even the lowest working disciples, can't be offended by the people in our evil land. They are the heaven, we are the earth, and they are not a level of existence at all. We can never compete with them. Qin Sheng could not help shaking his head when he heard the words. He was totally disappointed with the Fu Gu deputy island leader. The Qingyang sect said that it is just a large inheritance place in the North Restricted Area. Where can the status of a working disciple be higher? What's more, he had a soul appointment with the young stronghold lord of Evil Dragon Castle, Shangguan Shiyu. She is also a registered disciple of a large-scale major cult in the North Forbidden Area. Laboring disciple, registered disciple, true disciple, one level higher than another. Qin Sheng, why are you still in a daze? Why don't you let me go? At this moment, Pu Tianjun is still a man who knows nothing about life and death. He talks to Qin Sheng in an imperative tone in front of the public. If you let me go, I can make a soul pact. I can let bygones be bygones, and I can introduce the adults of Qingyang sect to you. At that time, you only need to flatter a few words, and then give the optimized version of the blood evil pills Dan Fong. By the way, you have just taken the blood evil pill. How can you feel that the promotion is more terrible than what you sell in the evil dragon castle? Do you have a higher level of blood pill? I advise you not to hide and hold them. They are all dedicated to Lord Qin. As long as he is happy, he may reward you with a keepsake for the assessment of working disciples. Pu Tianjun said more. The eyebrows are full of a strong sense of superiority, but also revealed a lot of information. The assessment keepsake of the working disciple? Qin Sheng's eyes narrowed into a straight line and asked with interest, "What's the matter?" Pu Tianjun paused for a while, then said indifferently, "It's nothing to tell you, that one metal coin is the same existence of money in the North Restricted Area, and if you want to enter the North Restricted Area, that token is a symbol of identity." When Qin Sheng finally understood that the reason why the forbidden area in the north is so mysterious is that it is not open to the outside world. If there is no keepsake, it is difficult to enter, and once the black household is found, it will be directly regarded as a slave. In the past, the legend about the forbidden area in the north was completely false. It was a joke that any Shenfu realm would come to the forbidden area in the north and roam. The cultivation of Shenfu realm could not get the keepsake of Lei Hu Jin at all. Maybe it's just the result of the boast of the poets. Now Qin Sheng has come to the place of sin, and finally he can understand how hard it is to enter the North Restricted Area. Thinking of this, Qin Sheng began to worry about his father, Qin Zhongtian. He was escorted here 10 years ago, and I don't know if he was directly thrown in the place of sin. We need to get into the North Restricted Area as soon as possible. We can't delay any more. Qin Sheng is more and more anxious. He makes up his mind that he must enter the North Restricted Area in these days. This time, no matter who he is, he can't resist. I've finished what I should have said, and I've revealed what I shouldn't have said. Pu Tianjun indifferent said, "Heaven Road, or Hell River, you choose one." Pu Tianjun began to be a little impatient. He was hurt enough and his posture was low enough, but Qin Sheng seemed not satisfied. "Good, you can go," Qin Sheng said with a smile, and then Pu Tianjun didn't have time to react. The stone sword killed him. Pu Tianjun's head flew high. The blood didn't fly for tens of meters, but was absorbed by the stone sword. At the same time, Pu Tianjun's corpse also gradually degenerated into powder, which disappeared between the heaven and earth. "Are dead?" Fu Ji's face was white and his eyes were almost frightened to fall out. When Qin Sheng left the evil place, he didn't really care about the end of the island. Now the most important thing is to get the identity of working disciple as soon as possible, and successfully enter the North Restricted Area, close to the ancient battlefield inside the North Restricted Area, and find your father. However, Qin Sheng, you should be more careful about the Qingyang sect. I've heard a lot about this sect in recent years. I haven't heard of such a small inheritance place in 9 days and 10 places, but it can be regarded as a giant in your remote area, said Long Dawei. Go, follow me to the evil dragon castle, Qin Sheng said. He also wants to know in advance what kind of behemoth that Qingyang sect is. Evil Dragon Castle, this time, Qin Sheng was not blocked, soon came to the inner castle. Lord Qin Sheng. Some time ago, the old man in black robe pulled down his face and paid homage to Qin Sheng in public. He saluted respectfully. I don't know what happened to your coming to sin against the dragon castle. The face of the old man in black robe was slightly coagulated, because he could feel Qin Sheng's blood smell was heavier, and there were fierce murderous ideas that had not completely disappeared. It's not obvious. Qin Sheng has just experienced a fight. At last, the old man in black robe can keenly catch a series of extremely weak, holy meanings. Lord Qin Sheng has just fought with the peerless strongman at the level of semi-holy land? The old man in black's face rattled, but he didn't dare to ask. Well, Qin Sheng nodded indifferently, then smiled and said, I want to see Shangguan Shiyu, a little anxious. Of course, the old man in black robe knew the importance of the matter, and there was no excuse. He asked Qin Sheng to wait a moment, and he immediately went to inform Shangguan Shiyu. Shangguan Shiyu didn't let Qin Sheng wait for long. After all, Qin Sheng's Danfeng really made a lot of money from evil Longbao. The most important thing is that Shangguan Shiyu doesn't regard Qin Sheng as an ordinary warrior in the cave. She is very optimistic about Qin Sheng. If we don't talk about the Danfeng first, the ability to refine the pill, and its combat effectiveness is also extremely terrible. Such a person will become Shangbao when he goes to the forbidden area in the north. Because of this kind of factor, the old man in black robe just passed on, and she immediately quit the practice room. Shangguan Shiyu is shining all over. His clothes and skirts are sparkling. All of them are spiritual clothes with dense spiritual lines, which more foil his white and crystal skin. What is it? The sound of Shangguan's poem Rain is really like the sound of nature, containing the supreme mystery and washing the spirit. The spiritual cultivation of Shangguan Shiyu is not low, just the sound contains the soul power. Qin Sheng took a look at Shangguan Shiyu. Although he had seen many gorgeous women, Shangguan Shiyu was really good. When he first saw her, he felt that she was not as good as Xia Bingning and Chu Qiao. But now for the second time, she felt that Shangguan Shiyu's temperament and appearance had changed. Qin Sheng even doubted that when he met for the first time, the Shangguan Shiyu had used secret arts to cover up his beauty and temperament. I killed 2.5 sanctuaries. As soon as Qin Sheng's voice fell, the old man in black robe almost dropped his eyes. It's hard for a strong semi-holy land to lose one person in 10 years. Now Qin Sheng tells him that he just killed 2 people accidentally? What's the joke? The martial artists of Dongtian Kingdom span 2 great realms, and kill 2 peerless strongmen who are semi-holy? The black-robed old man's face is covered with a circle, and his eyes are full of unbelief. Who is it? The peerless face of Shangguan Shiyu was also shocked, but thinking of Qin Sheng's information all the time, he felt that he didn't need to lie. Qin Sheng said with a smile, the blood killing of Shueisha Island, and Pu Tianjun of Greedy Wolf Clan. Who? The face of the old man in black robe is a little broken. These 2 people are also big figures in the land of sin, especially the Greedy Wolf of Pu Tianjun. Shangguan Shiyu frowned and said, then what? Qin Sheng asked. Pu Tianjun said that he had the support of the hardworking disciples of Qingyang's sect. I came here to ask, what is the strength of Qingyang's sect in the north restricted area? Hearing this, Shangguan Shiyu was silent for a while. After a long time, he said quietly, Qingyang Zong, very strong. There are 4 inheritance places in the north forbidden area, namely, Qingyang sect, Tongshanjing, Zuanbingmen and Hailongshan Temple. In the forbidden area in the north, these 4 inheritance places are the foundation. All other religious sects are dependent on these 4 inheritance places to survive. Shangguan Shiyu introduced. These 4 places of inheritance, that is, Qin Sheng of Qingyang Zong, just heard of them. Other universal religions, Zuanbingmen and Hailongshan Temple are all unheard of. Qin Sheng asked Long Dawei if he had heard about these places. Long Dawei is full of disdain. He is the alchemy furnace of the descendants of the immortal family. He lives in the deepest place of 9 days and 10 places all the year round. In a place called Dahuang, he has never heard of these sects. It's a joke. A small clan in the lower kingdom is also a place of inheritance. Long Dawei said with a sneer, I don't know what can be inherited. After every era, there will be 5 terrible failures of heaven and man, and even the gods will not be able to carry them. Long Dawei said indifferently, that is to say, even the gods are going to fall, and the gods dare not say what they have mastered. They must be able to inherit it. These small sects dare to call themselves heritage sites for their garlic. Longdewi's mouth gun is getting more and more powerful. Even Qin Sheng can't help but watch it. He said, "You immortal Donlu, haven't you been attached to the Seal Island for many years?" Hearing this, Long Dawei immediately dared not speak more. There is a huge gap between these 4 inheriting places and 9 days and 10 places, or even the vast majority of big religions, like fireflies and the bright moon. But for Qin Sheng at present, it is really a huge thing. Qin Sheng asked, "Shangguan girl, I dare to ask, where are you from?" Shangguan Shiyu thought about it for a while, and then said quietly, "The inheritance place where I am is Heilong Mountain Temple." "Are there any strengths or weaknesses in the 4 inheritance areas?" Qin Sheng finally asked the most crucial question, which was also the question of mouth and heart. Qingyang sect and Tongtian sect are the strongest, Zuanbingmen is the second, and Hailongshan Temple is the weakest. Shangguan Shiyu tells Qin Sheng the truth without concealing it. Her face was so cold that she took a deep look and said, "Why, are you afraid? You can make trouble. Since you know that there is a servant disciple of Qingyang sect behind Pu Tianjun, why kill him?" Shangguan Shiyu asked indifferently. "I know it's going to be unsealed, and I'm going to enter the forbidden area in the north. What are you doing to provoke these things?" In the view of Shangguan Shiyu, this kind of skirmish can be avoided. Although she is a registered disciple of the Heilong Mountain Temple, even though the Heilong Mountain Temple ranks the last among the 4 inheritance areas in the North Restricted Area. Even so, Shangguan Shiyu could not be afraid of the working disciples of Qingyang sect. In fact, when Shangguan Shiyu made a soul pact with Qin Sheng to do the business of optimized version of Shiwasha pill, he knew that it would certainly cause dissatisfaction among the working disciples of Qingyang sect. After all, Shangguan Shiyu's practice is to move the cake of that servant disciple of Qin Jiangzi. "I will kill you if I kill you. Elder Martial Sister, are you not the registered disciple of Heilong Mountain Temple?" Qin Sheng said with a smile, "You are a registered disciple. As far as I know, a registered disciple should be a higher level than a working one. Don't forget, we are partners." Hearing this, Shangguan Shiyu's eyebrows wrinkled slightly, and her heart was already half regretted. Qin Sheng could make trouble. "Ha ha. Are you so sure you can enter the temple of Heilong Mountain?" Shangguan Shiyu smiled. "Even if our Heilong Mountain Temple is the weakest party in the 4 inheritance areas, and it only recruits working disciples, it's not that you can enter at will." Shangguan Shiyu just can't stand Qin Sheng's calm, just like her master's old style. "You are all my peers. What do you put on in front of me?" The secret way that Shangguan Shiyu hated in his heart was to attack Qin Sheng. As soon as Qin Sheng heard this, the eyebrows of the sword were twisted. He turned his hands and took out the keepsake Lei Hu Jin that Shangguan Shiyu gave him from the ring. Qin Sheng asked, "Isn't this keepsake the symbol of the working disciple?" A pair of Fengyan eyes of Shangguan Shiyu couldn't help but white Qin Sheng's eyes, and said, "This is called Lei Hu Jin. It's a kind of currency in the forbidden area in the north. Yuan stone can't be used in it. Everyone uses Lei Hu Jin. This piece of Lei Hu Jin is just a ticket for the examination of your working disciples. To put it bluntly, this is Lei Hu Jin, the application fee for you to take part in the examination of the working disciples in a few days," said Shangguan Shiyu. Qin Shengzhong understood the explanation here. These 4 heritage sites are really big brands. Small working disciples also need to be assessed, and the value of the application fee for assessment is so high. You should know that Qin Sheng directly gave the optimized version of Blood Evil Pill, and the benefits were basically given to the Evil Dragon Castle. At this price, he could only exchange 1 Thunder Tiger Gold. Thinking of this, Qin Sheng couldn't help seriously studying the structure and value of Lei Hu Jin. You don't have to watch it. When you become a working disciple, you will know what the benefits of Lei Hu Jin are. Shang Guanshiyu said with a smile, you'd better prepare well now. The assessment of the working disciples is not so easy. At the very least, as far as your current martial arts accomplishments are concerned, you may brush them directly. 3 days later, Qin Sheng finally got the notice of Shang Guanshiyu, and the examination of the working disciples was about to start. Qin Sheng took a deep breath and adjusted his breath to the best condition. During these 3 days, he practiced every day, but he still didn't break the shackles and promoted to Vientiane. Follow me. Don't talk later. Shang Guanshiyu has a look at Qin Sheng, and he can naturally feel the oppression of his yuan power. His yuan power has reached a limit. Although he has not been promoted to Vientiane successfully, I think this day will not be long. However, Shang Guanshiyu still feels that Qin Sheng is a little worse. If he doesn't use external force, it's really difficult. Boom. Shang Guanshiyu took out a rune paper from the receiving ring, then read the mantra for a quarter of an hour, and finally lit the rune paper. A portal appeared in front of Qin Sheng. Transport character? Qin Sheng was curious. When he was in the Magic Dragon Wasteland, Qin Sheng had seen the transmission talisman, but at that time, the transmission talisman he had seen was only 100 li or 1000 li of paper. Like Shang Guanshiyu, this transmission symbol directly across the North Sea is still a huge gap. Follow me. Shang Guanshiyu said indifferently, and stepped into the transmission portal in one step. Good. Qin Sheng did not hesitate. He went in one step. I'm finally in the North Zone. Huge trees make a forest, as big as mountains. Qin Sheng opened his eyes and found himself on an altar made of huge wood. It's really big here. The big trees of the rough mine are erected in a huge space. It's as big as Dian City. I can't imagine there are so many trees. This is the North Restricted Area? Qin Sheng looked around and found that there was no picture of the desolate place in his imagination. An accident? At first, I thought that the forbidden area in the north was the Gobi Desert, which is a land that can't be stopped. Before Qin and Sheng arrived, a large group of people had gathered on the huge altar. Ha ha, Elder Martial Sister Shiyu of Heilong Mountain Temple, you are late enough. A harsh voice sounded. It was a gorgeous woman with ice armor and long silver hair. Her temperament was noble and incomparable. It's Zuanbingjia, the customized armor of Zuanbing men. The ice surface is carved with hard spiritual lines to set off its gorgeous skin. The voice has just fallen, and everyone's eyes are attracted by it. Smell speech, Shangguan poem rain willow eyebrow wrinkled up, indifference way, and it is you come early jest. This Anda is a registered disciple from Zuanbing men. Zuanbing men and King Yangzong have been very close. The friction between Zuanbing men and Hailongshan Temple is a little more recently. Last time, Shangguan Shiyu had a dispute with Zuanbing men in a secret place in the North Restricted Area. This Anda suffered a lot. So, Shangguan Shiyu just arrived, just can't help but come here to mock and try to find some face. At the same time, Tong Tong, a registered disciple of Qingyang sect and Tong Tian sect, came here, especially the registered disciple of Qingyang sect, who had several working disciples around him, just like the stars in the sky. One of the working disciples, with fierce eyes, looked at Qin Sheng with strong hostility. Qin Sheng frowned and was not afraid to look at him. However, the other side seemed to be very strong. Although it was only at the level of semi-holy land, it was much stronger than Pu Tianjun, killed in the previous days. As a semi-holy land, there is a big gap between the real combat effectiveness. Hurry up. Let's start the examination of the working disciples. One of them was dressed in a white-gray robe, plain. He was carrying a long sword wrapped in a white-gray cloth. His voice was cold, making the temperature on the altar plummet. Qin Sheng felt the heat in his eyebrows. It was the smell of the emperor's sword. It was obvious that the sword qi of the man in the gray robe resonated with the smell of the emperor's sword. It can resonate with the breath of emperor's sword, and it's not easy for this registered disciple of Tianjiao. Ha ha, you are too worried about lonely sword. The registered disciple from Qingyang sect, Lang Xingxiao, said, we are also from the 4 inheritance places, and we haven't gathered for a long time, so don't delay this time. Lonely Dust Sword looks cold. He looks at the registered disciple of Qingyang sect and says, this place is too boring. Why don't we compete? As soon as the voice fell, the registered disciple of Qingyang sect was embarrassed. No one knows in the North restricted area. All of them are sword lovers. They are all practicing swords, and they are still so drunk. Sonorous. On the back of the Lonely Dust Sword, the long sword wrapped in gray and white cloth seems to have an induction and emit a frightening sound. It's worthy of being a registered disciple of Tongtian cult. People and swords have been integrated for a long time. The spirit of swords protects the body. Once the sense of the rising battle of the master is felt, the terrible sword qi will be aroused. How is it? It seems that Lonely Dust Sword is about to pull out the sword. It is like a real sword that turns into a thin sword field. The onlookers around feel the terrible sword qi and skin tingling. What a powerful sword! Qin Sheng looks up at the registered disciple from Tongtian sect. In fact, through Shangguan Shiyu's introduction, it has long been known that all the people of Tongtian cult are sword cultivation, and the number of Tongtian cult people has withered, even though there are not many registered disciples. But everyone is so powerful. Therefore, even though the number of people in Tongtian education is thin, the other 3 major heritage sites dare not look down upon it. Wu Yunlong, the registered disciple of Qingyang sect, was very embarrassed. At this moment, his face became liver color. Even if he borrows 100 dragon galls to give him Wu Yunlong, he dare not fight with Lonely Dust Sword in front of the public. This Lonely Dust Sword has a strong strength and has long been a semi-holy land. I heard that it has been suppressing its cultivation, just to polish itself. It will accumulate and develop in the future. There was a rumor that the Lonely Dust Sword had been identified as a true disciple by the Tongtian cult. However, Lonely Dust Sword thought it was almost burning, and wanted to polish it again, so it was dragged all the time. Now it is still a registered disciple. This sounds a little scary. There are even people who can be promoted to true disciples and refuse. Of course, it's just a rumor. Wu Yunlong doesn't know whether it's true or not. Even so, Wu dared not gamble at all. The swordsmen of Tongtian cult are not joking. They are all a group of lunatics. Once drawing a sword, they will drink blood. No interest. Wu Yunlong's indifference on his face said, I'm not here to compete with you today. This Wu Yunlong is also an old registered disciple. Although he just didn't take the challenge and looked really shameless, he soon changed the topic. At this time, the working disciple beside Wu Yunlong, who had been looking at Qin Sheng with bad intentions, said a few whispers in Wu Yunlong's ear. Oh? Wu Yunlong's eyebrows were slightly selected and flashed a cruel look, saying, there is still such a thing? Everyone, it seems that the talent test of the slave students will be delayed. Before that, one of them will roll out. Wu Yunlong's face was very cold, and his fierce eyes fell on Qin Sheng beside Shangguan Shiyu. Wu Yunlong's cold eyes were like a bucket of ice water, pouring his head to his feet, which made Qin Sheng's pores stand up. Who is Qin Sheng? Get out. Wu Yunlong's voice was not loud, but it sounded like a thunderbolt beside Qin Sheng's ears. There was a huge pain in the eardrum, as if it had been shaken through. This is also based on Qin Sheng's powerful body and spirit realm. Otherwise, other martial artists in the cave realm will be directly bombarded by the sound wave containing the spirit attack. The one who should have come is still here. Qin Sheng ignited a fire in his heart. Before Qin Sheng came to participate in the talent test of the working disciples, he had thought that this might happen. Because Shang Wanshiyu also said that the people of Qingyang sect are very strong. In addition, he moved the cake of the working disciple, which is actually the cake of the registered disciple in disguise. Of course, the cake of Shuasha Dan is really nothing to the level of registered disciples. All year round, only 1 or 200 lei hu gold can be given to him if he survives. To put it bluntly, it's the benefit of mosquito legs. However, the mosquito legs are also meat. In fact, Wu Yunlong has accumulated endless anger since he was provoked by the lonely dust sword. Now he finally finds the outlet. How can Wu Yunlong let it go? Qin Sheng has a little strength. He is only coming from Yuanlong, but he is a bit stronger. Now it's hard to be angry. It's a pleasure to kill a stronger ant just to let out the fire. Hearing the speech, Shang Wanshiyu's unique face showed a touch of warm anger. She stood in front of Qin Sheng and took a step forward. A pair of phoenix eyes looked at Wu Yunlong in the rage and said, "Wu Yunlong, why do you let my people roll out? I've long heard that the people of Qingyang sect are domineering and domineering. Shang Wanshiyu is not a fuel-efficient lamp either. She has a pretty face and blushes. She refuses to let it go. She says, I don't think it's a proper thing to say when I see her today. Brother Qinjian's challenge, Wu Yunlong, do you take it on and bully the working disciples of Heilong Mountain Temple? What's the prestige? This Shang Wanshiyu really does not mention any pot. The more Wu Yunlong wants to avoid the challenge of Lonely Dust Sword, the more Shang Wanshiyu wants to return to that topic. Wu Yunlong's spirit was broken and his chest was undulating, as if he was going to explode anytime and anywhere. He said coldly, this son has a grudge with my servant disciple of Qingyang sect. Qingyang sect has always been protecting the short. Do you want to protect a mole ant? By the way, this ant named Qin Sheng doesn't even count as a working disciple. The strong in the forbidden area in the north are respected. They are very strict. A small working disciple will be killed if he kills them. Can't he not succeed? Your Heilong Mountain Temple still protects the sun? Wu Yunlong did not dare to compete with the lonely sword, but for the Shangguan poetry rain from the Heilong Mountain Temple, it was a 180-degree change, strong. Elder Martial Brother Yunlong is right. My Xianbing Gate shares the same spirit with Elder Martial Brother. At this time Anda also supports Wu Yunlong. There were only 4 registered disciples at the scene, 2 of whom had agreed to let Qin Sheng roll out. Qin Sheng, get out of your wit and kowtow to our servant disciples of Qingyang sect. My adult has great virtue and can give you a decent way to die. Wu Yunlong stood up with his hands in his hands, his eyes cold, and his spirit high. He sentenced Qin Sheng to death as if he were the god who controlled all the people in the world. Because in his opinion, today's Qin Sheng is bound to die. If he changes his daily life, Qin Sheng may have a chance of life. But today, he is provoked by Lonely Dust Sword and in a bad mood, so he can only use it as a show of courage. Qin Sheng, don't blame me, blame your life. Wu Yunlong felt very happy to dominate the life and death of others, especially the minion like Qin Sheng who moved his cake. He was waiting for Qin Sheng's pitiful picture of kneeling for mercy. However, such a picture has not been staged. Qin Sheng squinted and looked deeply at Wu Yunlong and Anta from Xuanbingmen. This temple of Heilong Mountain is really weak. It even let Qingyang sect and Xuanbingmen join forces to deal with it. Qin Sheng said in his heart, however, the Shangguan Shiyu is righteous enough. Even if he is faced with such pressure, he has not given up on me. The rain of Shangguan's poem snorted coldly, and her body began to shine gradually. The breath between her eyebrows became stronger and stronger. A pair of phoenix eyes were blooming with terrible fighting spirit, saying, Wu Yunlong, don't go too far. You should move my people and step on my body first. Smell words, Wu Yunlong's handsome face slightly changed. He also didn't expect that the Shangguan Shiyu was so stubborn, and the Heilong Mountain Temple had declined a lot. His Qingyang sect was high above him, and he also had various associations with Xianbing Gate, which suppressed the Heilong Mountain Temple everywhere. Therefore, in recent years, Heilangshan Temple has been very low-key in the forbidden area in the north, and almost dare not compete with their King Yangzong. However, it never occurred to me that Shiyu, Shangguan, was so powerful today, which was quite different from the way that Heilong Mountain Temple had been doing these years. Kill Shangguan Shiyu? Wu Yunlong's spirit flashed such a terrible thought in his mind, but in the next moment he crushed it. Shangguan Shiyu is a registered disciple of Heilong Mountain Temple, whose identity and status are far higher than those of the working disciples. Besides, according to the practice of the forbidden area in the north, Qin Sheng is not a hardworking disciple because he has not passed the talent test formulated by the 4 inheritance areas. This is also the most important reason why Wu Yunlong wants Qin Sheng to roll out and die before the talent test. Because, once Qin Sheng passed the talent test and became a labor disciple of Heilong Mountain Temple, Wu Yunlong would really pay a little price to kill Qin Sheng. Of course, it's impossible to cause a war between the 2 major inheritance areas for a single serving disciple. However, when it was passed on, Wu Yunlong's face was a bit lost. It's a registered disciple of Qingyang sect. What does it take to bully a working disciple? This point will definitely be despised by the real strong. Shangguan Shiyu, you are testing my bottom line. Anda, help me stop this crazy woman, I'll harvest the head of this ant. Wu Yunlong said in a deep voice. Wu Yunlong set off. He wanted to kill. Sonorous. But in the next moment, a phantom appeared in front of Wu Yunlong. Get out of my way, and you will die. Wu Yunlong roared and wanted to slap his backhand, but when he saw who was blocking his way, he was instantly soft and the terrible breath disappeared. Lonely Dust Sword. Wu Yunlong dare not do it. In case of this lonely sword pulling out the sword, where will he cry? You want to protect him, too? Asked Wu Yunlong, gnashing his teeth. Lonely Dust Sword looks cold, shook his head, said, I said, don't want to waste time, I want to practice. If you want to delay, you can fight with me. If you win, you can do whatever you want. Lonely Dust Sword doesn't matter. Hearing this, Wu Yunlong had no idea to clean up Qin Sheng. First of all, whether he has the ability to defeat the Lonely Dust Sword, even with such assurance, it is impossible to appear in this scene. The atmosphere is very awkward, but the war spirit released from the Lonely Dust Sword is more and more strong. His eyes are shining, as if there is a sword shining up. Qin Sheng glanced at the Lonely Dust Sword. He was surprised. He didn't expect that the Lonely Dust Sword would help him. After waiting for 10 minutes, Wu Yunlong didn't say a word. Don't make fun of yourself. The words of Lonely Dust Sword are cold, since it's so boring, don't waste time. The talent test of the working disciples will start immediately. Wu Yunlong's face is changing. Today's face is really lost. He clenches his fists, and his sharp nails are embedded in the flesh and skin in a rage and unwillingness. He doesn't feel pain. Between the lightning and flint, there are countless thoughts in Wu Yunlong's mind. He really wanted to tear Qin Sheng apart. However, the thin and dry figure in front of him seems to be weak and has no power. But the sword behind him is enough to kill Wu Yunlong 10 times. Moreover, the disciple of Tongtian sect is moody and works by heart. If he really forces the Lonely Dust Sword, Wu Yunlong will die under his sword. Qingyang sect may really fight for him. When it comes to protecting the short, Tongtian sect is more important than Qingyang sect. Moreover, Tongtian sect is basically in the same situation on weekdays. Otherwise, the Qingyang sect of no rotation is here. Wait a minute. I'm not against starting the talent test of the working disciples. Wu Yunlong took a deep breath to suppress his inner anger. He said in a deep voice, I have checked the details of this son, and it's not very clean. I propose to double the talent test standard of this child. Shang Guanxiyu's face changed a lot. However, she knew how hard it was to test the talent of the working disciples. Originally, Qin Sheng's martial arts realm was the lowest in the talent test of the working disciples. Now she has to double the result of Qin Sheng's talent test to become a working disciple? Isn't that why Qin Sheng can't be the working disciple of their Heilong Mountain Temple? If Qin Sheng can't become a servant disciple of Heilong Mountain Temple, he will be rejected by the forbidden area in the north, and then Qin Sheng can only return to the evil place. As long as stay in the land of sin, Wu Yunlong has 1,000 ways to let Qin Sheng die without the whole body. I'm right. Shang Guanxiyu shouted. Well, you're not against it. At this time, Anda of Zuanbingmen jumped out. Her apricot eyes looked at Shang Guanxiyu coldly. According to the practice of the forbidden area in the north, as long as 2 inheritors agree, you can do this. The north restricted area has its own set of conventions. Generally speaking, the 4 inheritance areas are not able to break the conventions. As for the small clans outside the 4 inheritance areas, how could they dare to violate them? Lonely Sword suddenly said, I agree. Brother Qinjian, you. Shang Guanxiyu is also a little confused. Just now, this lonely Dust Sword jumped out to help Qin Sheng. Unexpectedly, it doesn't help anymore. Instead, it helps Wu Yunlong and them? Qin Sheng was also a little surprised. He said with a wry smile, the sword cultivation of Tianjiao is really moody. It depends on his preference. Wait a minute. Under the hot eyes of countless Taoist priests, Qin Sheng wandered to the center of the crowd. His body was straight, like a sword, and he didn't seem to be overwhelmed by the heavy eyes of the registered disciples in the 4 inheritance areas. Get out of the way. Wu Yunlong sneered and said, what are you talking about here? Something like an ant. When Qin Sheng heard this, he glanced at Wu Yunlong, who was standing aloft and looked down on his forehead. He said, you have ants on your left and minions on your right. Why does your mouth smell so bad? Do you want to palm your mouth? Boom. When Wu Yunlong heard this, he was suddenly exposed. His body was broken and he gathered into a python dragon and stared at Qin Sheng indifferently. You want to hold my mouth, dog? Qin Sheng laughed and said, yes, do you want to bet? The talent test of working disciples can be increased by 5 times. If I lose, let me slap you 3 times. If you lose, let me slap you 3 times. Qin Sheng's words were astonishing, and the eyes of countless people were dull. No one could have expected that Qin Sheng would dare to make a bet with Wu Yunlong. And 3 slaps? Wu Yunlong is not only a strong man in the semi-holy land, but also a registered disciple of Qingyang sect. The real combat effectiveness is just unpredictable. Can Qin Sheng bear Wu Yunlong's 3 palms? Where did Qin Sheng come from? Dongshenjing is so crazy. I really don't know. The sky is high and the earth is thick. It's true that elder martial brother Wu Yunlong's strength is boundless. Let alone 3 slaps. Even 1 slap can blow his head. Many martial artists who were brought by Wu Yunlong to take part in the talent test of working disciples were talking in a low voice. They shook their heads one by one, and their eyes were full of pity. In their opinion, if Wu Yunlong took the gamble, Qin Sheng would be a dying man. Qin Sheng, you are crazy. Shang Guanxiyu's pretty face was full of madness, she cried with gnashing teeth. Lonely Dust Sword was also stunned. He didn't expect Qin Sheng to be so crazy. He was much more arrogant than the people they taught. At first, he didn't like the arrogance of Qingyang sect, so he jumped out to help Qin Sheng, but he also agreed to double the talent test requirements, because in his opinion, the weak are not worthy of sympathy. Ha ha ha. It's ridiculous. Ants want to pluck dragon whiskers? Wu Yunlong is furious and smiles. He feels that Qin Sheng is humiliating himself. Well, I bet. Wu Yunlong said in a deep voice. Shang Guanshiyu shook his head and murmured, "It's over. You shouldn't be brave, 5 times the talent test requirements, I didn't do it that year." Shang Guanshiyu said with a wry smile, "Don't say it's me, even if it's the lonely sword, it can't be done. I used to mention the 5-ring saber." Lonely Dust Sword said indifferently. Hearing this, everyone was shocked, especially those working disciples. They were all stunned because they all knew exactly what level of the so-called 5-ring saber existed. Yes, there's no proof of what we say. Let's make a soul pact. Qin Sheng said with a smile, it seems that he didn't put the talent test in his eyes. Don't bother. I'm a witness. No one can lose. Lonely Dust Sword indifference way, he Jinko open, who dare not say a word. Let's take the talent test first. We will eliminate twice the standard score of whispering. I will not accept the weak. Of course, you can go to other heritage sites. Smell speech, those who follow Lonely Dust Sword's martial arts, all become bitter, gored face. They hate Qin Sheng. It's just a disaster. The faces of the people of Qingyang sect and Xianbing sect have changed for a while. If they accept the working disciples who are not accepted by Tongtian sect, it will prove that they accept the weak. Let's start the test. Lonely Dust Sword turns its hand and throws a pile of test articles from the ring. When everyone looked at it, especially Qin Sheng, he saw a black knife on the altar. Let's call it a knife, because its shape is not like a knife at all, but more like a wood knife. Yes, it's just a wood-cutting knife, but there is a silver ring around the back of the knife. The silver ring is shining with dazzling light, which seems very extraordinary. This is a ring of knives? Qin Sheng said in his heart. Just now the Lonely Sword said that he raised the 5-ring sword. Listen, talent test content, I'll just say it once. Lonely Dust Sword said indifferently, the magnificent voice spread all over the altar. The martial artists who are about to take part in the talent test have never been more serious. There are 10 ring swords here. If you are lucky enough to be a working disciple, this tool is your closest partner. Lonely Dust Sword said, if you can lift a ring of knives and split the red flame wood, you will be able to pass the talent test and become a first-class labor disciple. By analogy, you can lift the 9-ring saber and split the red flame wood. That's level 9 working disciple, who has the qualification to check the registered disciple. As soon as Qin Sheng heard this, he immediately understood that is to say, he would mention the 5-ring sword and split a kind of wood called red flame wood, which would be regarded as winning the gamble with Wu Yunlong. Let's go. At the command of Lonely Dust Sword, a big figure sprang out. His speed was very fast, his face was rough, he wore a long pigtail, and he carried a huge battle axe behind him. He was very confident, went to the front of a ring of knives, reached out with one hand, and then raised it vigorously. Air. The big man was a bit surprised because he seemed to have some problems. Can't lift it with one hand? The big and strong man was a little surprised. With a bang, he activated the power of Yuan Mai. There is no doubt that the cultivation of the peak of Yantian realm. A strong man like him, let alone a firewood cutter, can pull up even a mountain. Buzzing. The silver ring on one ring of knife is shining, releasing the inexplicable mysterious power. This power is strong and mysterious, which makes the woodcutter heavy and incomparable. The big man blushes, and has thick neck, and his blue tendons are furious. Get up. For me. The big man looked up to the sky and roared. In the eyes of countless astonishments, he finally raised a ring of knives. Chop, chop. A ring of knives over the head, with the power of Jun, mercilessly split on the red flame wood that needs to be surrounded by one person. The surface of the red flame wood flickers with spirit lines, and the faint and hot breath constantly permeates. Before people get close, they feel a heat wave coming. Dong. The red flame wood trembled for a moment, and the big man was stupid, because a ring of knives was cut in front of him about 5 centimeters deep. You should know that the whole red flame wood is 1 meter high. How long will it take to cut the red flame wood? Come again. The big man is unwilling to pull out a ring of knives again. Drink. The big and strong man burst out with a sound, and Yuan Li, of his whole body, exploded in situ. Yuan Li, of Vientiane environment, crushed the surrounding space for a while, and the whole altar gave out a crystal white light. Poof. Unfortunately, it was still a failure. The big man coughed up blood, the tiger's mouth was split, and the blood was dripping on the huge altar. Challenge a circle of knives, fail. The face of Lonely Dust Sword is like a castle and a well. It doesn't set off any waves. Its voice is indifferent. Failed? It's too difficult, isn't it? It's just a wood knife. It's so difficult to mention it? It's worthy of the assessment of the 4 inheritance areas. Although it's only a talent test for the working disciples, it's too difficult. What kind of wood is it? How can it feel harder than some runes? Isn't it spirit wood? Under the astonishing eyes, the martial artists who are going to take part in the talent test can't help whispering, and their faces are full of difficulties. Seeing this scene, Qin Sheng's face slightly coagulated. A ring of Dao, that is, a wood Dao. It seems that ordinary martial artists in Vientiane environment can only mention a ring of Dao reluctantly if their talent is not particularly outstanding. As for the red flame wood, it seems that there are spiritual patterns on its surface. 9 out of 10, it is a spiritual wood. Lingmu is also very precious. Even though it was extinct in the 36 imperial dynasties of the wasteland, in the 4 inheritance areas of the Forbidden Area in the north, it was only suitable for working disciples to cut firewood. Next. Lonely Dust Sword is not the first time to lead the working disciples to take part in the examination. It's not surprising that the scene of such failure is also familiar. The next talent test was a woman. She was wearing a black hat and a black robe, covering every inch of her body. However, people still judged that she was a woman from her crystal clear eyes. The woman in the black robe nodded coldly. She walked to the center of the altar and held out her hand. Her palm was crystal clear and white as jade. There was no fluctuation of yuan power, but she raised a ring of knives easily. How could? The big man with bloodstain on his mouth wide open, his eyes almost stared out. He just used the power of 9 oxen and 2 tigers to lift this ring of saber. However, this female generation even did not activate Yuan Mai, so he raised a ring of saber. Cut. The face of the woman in the hat and the black robe was cold and stern. She murmured, and a circle of knives barely activated some strength. With a puff, the red flame wood was cut in 2. Successful? What a powerful woman! Even Yuan Mai has not been activated, so she has passed the talent test of the working disciple. This woman's talent is absolutely not low. She is really envious. She has become a labor disciple of Tong Tian education. Yes, although she is only a slave disciple, since then, she also has identity in the North restricted area, and will not be pulled to be a slave by various tribes. A lot of people are talking in a low voice, and their eyes are peering with envy. But the black-robed woman was still indifferent, and she went to the second ring Dao in the altar. She wants to challenge the second ring Dao and become a second-class labor disciple? The voice of surprise rose again. There are 9 levels of servitude disciples, among which the first level is the worst and the lowest in the 4 inheritance areas. And the 9th level working disciple, that identity and status have been very high, and is no longer a class to be pinched by others. Some powerful ninth-level working disciples are even worse than some registered disciples. Obviously, taking advantage of the chance of talent test of working disciples, it is better to become a working disciple with higher level. Poof. The woman in black robe flies upside down and spits blood from her mouth. She is backfired, and the bamboo hat is lifted at the same time, showing her true face. It's not so gorgeous, but her temperament is really much more powerful than that of the big man just now. Very good. Welcome to be the first-class working disciple of Tongtian cult. Although it's a congratulations, Du Guqinjian's tone doesn't have much waves. After all, it's just a first-class labor disciple. At the beginning, he also took part in the talent test. He is a fifth-class labor disciple. And after entering Tongtian cult, he was promoted to a registered disciple within 1 year. It can be imagined how strong the lonely dust sword is. Next, there are more and more young fighters taking talent tests. However, it is rare to be able to become a servitude disciple, even the lowest level of servitude disciple. Congratulations, Lin Dong, on becoming the third-level labor disciple of Qin sect. Wu Yunlong cried with a smile. His laughter was very clear, and he slapped Lin Dong heavily on the shoulder. He thought that Lin Dong had a certain probability of becoming a registered disciple like him. On the huge altar, there were lots of exclamations. It's worthy of being selected by Qin sect. The first talent test was level 3 working disciple. Not really. It will take at least 10 years and 8 years for a general student to be promoted from the first level to the third level. Well, Lin Dong is really not simple. Those onlookers, Tong, are also the talents chosen by various inheritance places to participate in the labor service. However, their eyes are envious and looking up one by one. At this time, Wu Yunlong, who was proud of his face, looked at Shang Shiyu and Qin Sheng with a smile, especially Qin Sheng, who wanted to capture his panic. However, in the next moment, Wu Yunlong's face was so gloomy that he could dribble out of the water, because what he could see was that Qin Sheng's face was indifferent, and his eyebrows were a little proud and disdainful. This kind of expression is not to look down on the genius chosen by Qin sect? Wu Yunlong snorted coldly, took back his eyes, looked at Shang Shiyu, and said quietly, "Now it's your turn to Heilong Mountain Temple? Go." Shang Shiyu looks at Qin Sheng and says, "The temple of Heilong Mountain is also quite down to earth. In such a big evil place, there are 36 emperors in the wasteland, and they can only find a genius who has the potential to become a working disciple? And Qin Sheng, the so-called genius, is really too weak in terms of the fluctuation of yuan force emitted from him. There is a small level of cave environment. Shua. Countless hot eyes are focused on Qin Sheng. If he is an ordinary martial artist in the cave and is watched by so many prodigious talents, how can his expression be unnatural or even yuanly confused? However, it is clear that Qin Sheng did not. He walked slowly to the center of the altar. In the full view of the public, there is no pause, and directly reach for that ring of Tao. Cold. The material for casting this ring knife is very special. There is no holy stripe. It may even have been worn out. Such a big black knife makes Qin Sheng feel cool all over. It's just that. There's nothing special besides that. It's enough to pretend that even the Yuan Mai has not been activated, and the cave has not been sacrificed. So I want to mention a ring of Tao? Wu Yunlong's mouth was full of cold sarcasm, saying in his heart. Other onlookers could not help shaking their heads secretly. I feel that Qin Sheng was too entrusted. Yuanli didn't exist. Do you really want to raise a ring of Tao by the strength of the body? What a joke. However, in the next moment, everyone was petrified, and their heads seemed to be split by thunder, blank. Because Qin Sheng picked up the ring of Tao, walked slowly to the red flame wood, and then he took off the Tao. Click! The bright red flame wood lights up the whole altar like a fire rising up. Unfortunately, the next second, the red flame wood was split in two, and the flame was slowly extinguished. What? Qin Sheng, whose strength is only in Dongshenging, did it? It seems that it's true. It seems that he raised a ring of knives without any effort, and then it was as easy as splitting tofu, and splitting the red flame wood. Seeing this scene, Wu Yunlong's face, who was waiting to see Qin Sheng's joke, turned blue instantly. Including that Anton, his pretty face was also shocked. However, Qin Sheng didn't pay attention to the shock and surprise of those people. He put down the first ring Dao and did not stop. He passed the second ring Dao and came to the third ring Dao. The crowd choked again, feeling incredible. He wants to skip the second ring Dao and challenge the third ring Dao directly? No way. Is he crazy? Qin Sheng grabs the three-ring Dao with one hand and finds it heavier than he thought, and the cold feeling on the blade is more powerful, but that's all. Chong. Qin Sheng's yuan pulse twinkled for a moment, then he raised the three-ring sword. Then, under the eyes of one silly eye, the sword light flashed and crossed a fascinating arc, and then the red flame would split into two. Chung, did it work? After a dead silence, the onlookers finally gasped. They all felt incredible one by one, because Qin Sheng did it. It's just a warrior in the cave, and he has no identity or status. If the big tribal talents in the North Forbidden area, or even the heirs from the four inheritance areas, can challenge the success of the three-ring saber in the first talent test of the working disciples, then it is not great. However, Qin Sheng was just the dregs from the 36 dynasties in the wasteland. How could he do this? Lindong is also a fool. As for Wu Yunlong, his face is hard to see. Good. With a shout of Shangguan's poem Rain, the face of the city is full of excitement. However, Qin Sheng didn't take them back. He put down the three-ring Dao and continued to challenge. He passed the four-ring Dao and didn't stop. Then he passed the five-ring Dao and still didn't stop. Finally, Qin Sheng came to the front of the six-ring Dao. He wanted to challenge the six-ring Dao, that is to challenge to become a six-level labor disciple. Six-ring Dao? Is Qin Sheng going to challenge six-ring Dao? He's too arrogant, too. In the long history of selecting working disciples in the four inheritance areas, one slap can count those who can mention six-ring Dao. Even if it is the lonely sword, he can only mention the five-ring sword. Some people murmured, their eyes were shocked and disdained. They felt that Qin Sheng was too wild. Lonely Dust Sword was also a little stunned. He didn't think of it at all. In the middle of the altar, Qin Sheng, the martial arts realm was just the cave realm. Even the Vientiane realm had not been reached, so he wanted to surpass his own record. You know, he has a great talent for Lonely Dust Sword. He is definitely a peerless genius with a return period of more than 500 years. Only after sacrificing many cards can he lift a five-ring sword. At the beginning, the cultivation of Lonely Dust Sword has already condensed everything, so that there is capital to mention the five-ring sword. What does Qin Sheng want to rely on to lift the six-ring Dao and then split the red flame wood? Ha ha, some people really don't know the height of the earth. Wu Yunlong's eyebrows are full of gloom, with a thick disdain on his handsome face. Well, who do you think you are? At this time Anda can't help but pucker her lips. As a registered disciple of Xianbing Gate, she is extremely talented. Unexpectedly, she also lost her sight. Because in her opinion, even if a warrior like Qin Sheng is talented enough to fight against the sky, he can only lift one ring of sabers when he is dead. But just he can lift 3 rings of sabers, that is the limit. That is to say, in the eyes of Anda from Zuanbingmen, Qin Sheng is at the end of his tether. At this time, he wants to challenge the six-ring Tao directly and become a sixth-level labor disciple? It's a joke. Anda bit his teeth lightly and said in a very cold voice. Qin Sheng, you are so impulsive. Sheng Guanxiyu's face was a little worried. She immediately told Qin Sheng to give up the challenge of six-ring Tao. Even among the four inheritance areas, the status of the sixth-level servitude disciples is not low, especially the highly gifted young king like Qin Sheng. There is no change in Shengguan's worried face. Qin Sheng reaches out and grabs the six-ring Tao. Boom! A violent air rushed into Qin Sheng's mind. He was shining all over and tried his best, but he still couldn't shake the six-ring Tao. It's a six-ring Tao, heavier than I thought. Qin Sheng's face was slightly solemn. He had long thought that the six-ring saber was very heavy, but he never thought that he tried his best. Except for the heaven steel and the imperial sword breath, all other means were used. Well, it's such a scene now. Seeing that Qin Sheng didn't mention the six-ring Tao as easily as before, Wu Yunlong finally showed a sneer of contempt on his face. At the same time, he finally let go of his inner unease, so to speak, he let go of his mind. For such a moment, Wu Yunlong was really a little afraid of Qin Sheng if he could lift the six-ring Tao. So the consequences are definitely not what Wu Yunlong is willing to face. 3 slaps. If Qin Sheng wants to take 3 slaps, Wu Yunlong will definitely feel worse than killing him. Drink. Qin Sheng murmured, and a violent force burst out. Not only that, but also the blood in his body would pulsate faintly. Qin Sheng's eyes turned purple and gold, and a vague shadow appeared behind them. Vast, grand, mysterious, powerful. Everyone has seen the virtual shadow emerging from the back of Qin Sheng, but no one can see through what kind of creature it is and what kind of spirit it is to live. This is Vientian? Wu Yunlong was so frightened that he looked up at Qin Sheng and felt a sense of inexplicable fear. No, how can I feel fear? Wu Yunlong's heart is roaring. He grins his teeth and forces himself to face Qin Sheng and his shadow. He is a semi-Holy Land strongman and a registered disciple of the strongest force in the North Forbidden area. How can he be afraid of this little cave in front of him? Can't this sun hide his accomplishments? At this time, Wu Yunlong's heart set off a terrible idea. Lonely Dust Sword's eyes contracted, and his face, which had always been as quiet as that of Gujing, showed the color of wild horror. Because Qin Sheng felt very strange at this time, and he felt that Qin Sheng seemed to have changed a kind of person. Other people may not be sure about Qin Sheng's accomplishments, but Lonely Dust Sword can be sure that Qin Sheng is a real warrior in the cave. That's not everything. Lonely Dust Sword whispered. As a sword cultivator, he never felt fear. But when he looked up at Qin Sheng, there was a kind of look up and a kind of lowliness. This kind of feeling is like facing a creature one level higher than yourself. Yes, it's like looking up to the gods. Qin Sheng felt that he had broken some restrictions, as if he had awakened. Lonely Dust Sword is very sharp. As a strong man of 1.5 Holy Land, he can gather Holy Land and become a real saint. Qin Sheng suddenly felt that his whole body was full of power, as if he had awakened the power of his blood. He raised the six-ring sword in countless hot eyes. God, how could it be? Qin Sheng did it. He raised the six-ring Tao. Don't worry, it's just that you mentioned the six-ring Tao, and you have to split the red flame wood. Some are bragging, some are throwing cold water. Bang! Bang! Qin Sheng carried the six-ring saber, and his whole body was shaking. Although he suspected that he had awakened his blood, stimulated the unknown blood power, and raised the six-ring saber, he also reached a limit, and no longer walked around as he had just done. Finally, under the eyes of countless onlookers, Qin Sheng came to the red flame wood with 6 rings of knives. Hiss. The red flame would ignited a raging fire, which caused waves of heat again and again. Qin Sheng just got close to it, so he felt his skin hot. This red flame wood is much more powerful than the just red flame wood, and the spiritual lines on the surface are more complex and more difficult. Qin Sheng's eyes flashed a strange color. He watched the spirit lines on the surface of the red flame wood being deciphered. As long as the spirit lines of the red flame wood can be deciphered perfectly, let alone the six-ring Tao, Qin Sheng could also divide it into two parts if he gave a vegetable Tao at will. I found it. Qin Sheng's eyes brightened, and he finally found the defect of this piece of red flame wood. That's it. Qin Sheng raised the six-ring Tao with both hands, and then cut it down. The six-ring Tao went down the route he set. Pa. Red flame wood is split into two parts. Seeing this scene, people were stunned and the onlookers were all dumbfounded. Qin Sheng did it. He raised the six-ring Tao and then split the red flame wood with one. No, it's not true. How could he have done it? Wu Yunlong's face turned white. What he had been worried about finally happened. Lonely Dust Sword is also shocked. He didn't think about it. On the surface, it looks ordinary. The martial arts cultivation is just Qin Sheng who has a cave. When he mentioned the six-ring sword, he couldn't do it even when he was alone. It's a success. Shangguan Shiyu feels that she is living in a dream and has a fantastic dream. However, as a registered disciple of semi-holy land, she can distinguish the dream from the reality. The sixth-level labor disciple, I came back to the shrine this time, and finally I can lift my eyebrows and breathe again. Shangguan Shiyu is very excited with a small fist. She's a genius in the land of sin, but for those who come from the forbidden area in the north, it's really bleak. In the forbidden area in the north, even the selection of working disciples is much more powerful than that in the evil area. In fact, Shangguan Shiyu has been looking for talents who are qualified for the talent test of servitude disciples in the evil place for 3 consecutive years. Unfortunately, only one of them is qualified to be a first-class servitude disciple for 3 years. Qin Sheng this time, Shangguan Shiyu is not sure. I feel that Qin Sheng has reached the first level of labor disciple at most. Unexpectedly, he has become the 6th level of labor disciple. I'm afraid it's the strongest working disciple of Heilong Mountain Temple this year. The first time I took the talent test, I was able to become a level 6 servitude disciple. Even if it was just a servitude disciple, Qin Sheng's name would spread all over the Heilong Mountain Temple. Qin Sheng, congratulations on being a level 6 slave. Lonely Dust Sword recovers from the shock as soon as possible. He is finally qualified to become a real disciple of horror. No, I'm against it. At this time, Wu Yunlong's face was gloomy. He pointed to Qin Sheng and said, I suspect he cheated. How many awesome abilities can a little martial artist in the cave have to raise a 6-ring Tao? Don't be kidding. Who wants to believe it? Wu Yunlong said the voice of all the onlookers and said, I suggest that Qin Sheng's qualification be abolished. This Wu Yunlong really can't afford to lose, even directly slander Qin Sheng's cheating, and even abolish Qin Sheng's assessment qualification? No face. Wu Yunlong, don't go too far. Qin Sheng didn't retort, and Shangguan Shiyu rushed over and said coldly, this altar is built by the 4 inheritance places together. Do you think with Qin Sheng's strength, you can hide the altar laid by the 4 inheritance places? Shangguan Shiyu, you. Wu Yunlong spits blood. He doesn't know about it, but he has to bite his teeth and insist that Qin Sheng is cheating. Pa. All of a sudden, a palm of his hand fell on Wu Yunlong's face. Wu Yunlong was directly pulled away, and his handsome face was red and swollen. Who dared to smoke me? Wu Yunlong covers his face. His fierce light blooms and his killing intention is awe-inspiring. 2 more slaps. In a moment, Wu Yunlong felt a sudden turn of the sky and the earth, slapping, and 2 slaps fell on his face. Pa! Pa! On the empty altar, there were 2 clear faces. Countless hot eyes were suddenly dull, and all of them were stupid. No matter what, they did not expect this scene to happen. Wu Yunlong covers his face with his hands. The burning pain makes him take a breath of cool air. His chest explodes with anger. His eyebrows glow with anger. The breath of terror bursts out from the spiritual cover. His body is full of red flames. Qin Sheng, I want you to die. Wu Yunlong looks up to the sky and roars. His voice is like a dragon roaring angrily. He is frightened and angry. It's amazing how Qin Sheng has become so strong. He is a real semi-holy land strongman. His holy will can gather a semi-holy field, let alone a warrior in the cave. Even the most powerful one in Vientiane will fall into his semi-holy field as if he were trapped in a swamp. However, Qin Sheng just suddenly slapped him 3 times in succession. This makes Wu Yunlong angry. He can't even stand a chance to resist. On the altar, not only was Wu Yunlong surprised, but also the lonely dust sword's eyes contracted to the extreme, because the speed of Qin Sheng was too fast. How did he do it? Lonely dust sword set off a stormy wave in his heart, because even he could only catch a vague shadow. What does this mean? It means that Qin Sheng's speed is so fast that he can't even compete with his lonely sword. That is to say, if Qin Sheng just wanted to slap him 3 times, his lonely sword could not resist. Think of here, lonely sword can't help a cold sweat. Is this still the warrior of Dongshenjing? Lonely dust sword stared at Qin Sheng. Can't he? He's really like Wu Yunlong. He cheated. He's not a warrior in the cave? Qin Sheng. Shangguan's poetic reign was still in excitement for a moment, and the next moment, the face of the city was more shocked. It's a big deal. Shangguan Shiyu's peerless face, without any impurities, is a little more worried. Qin Sheng is not fighting ordinary people, but registered disciples from Qingyang's sect. In this period of time, how terrible is the influence of Qingyang's sect in the north restricted area? Shangguan Shiyu is the most clear. Originally, in the view of Shangguan Shiyu, even if Qin Shengzhen was able to lift the 5-ring sword and complete the gambling agreement, Qin Sheng would be stopped. Because fighting Wu Yunlong's face, that is, fighting Qin Yangzong's face, is such a huge thing that Heilong Mountain Temple does not want to provoke for the time being. However, it never occurred to me that Wu Yunlong was only questioning Qin Sheng in full view of the public. Qin Sheng actually slapped Wu Yunlong 3 times. Moreover, this slap is more cruel than that of a slap. Wu Yunlong, a semi-holy land-level strong man, has been able to compare his body with the semi-holy weapon for a long time, but his face is still swollen. Hearing this, the light between Qin Sheng's eyebrows gradually dimmed. At the same time, his breath also plummeted, and the strength of blood in his body disappeared without trace. It's like, never been here. This is the power of blood? Qin Sheng's purple eyes flashed a look of excitement, and his pores stood up, which was the expression of extreme excitement. Now it's just the power to tear up the blood for a while, but I haven't fully awakened, so I've inspired such a terrible power. Qin Sheng's heart had already set off a rough wave. He seemed to have found a new continent and was excited. Because this kind of blood power is much more terrible than Qin Sheng's direct sacrifice of 100 gene mixed yuan mother gold. In the case of Qin Sheng, 100 gene mixed yuan gold metal can be exchanged for a gold medal from death at best. As for the power of killing enemies, it can only cross a broad realm at most. Qin Sheng has just torn out the legendary blood, and only penetrated a wisp of blood force, which directly let Qin Sheng have the power to hang Wu Yunlong. But what kind of blood is it that lies dormant in me? Qin Sheng was puzzled. The blood power hidden in his body was too mysterious, even though he didn't know it. But the only thing he could be sure of was that this power was very powerful. Even Qin Sheng hesitated. With his current state of body and spirit, could he support his blood power completely? Qin Sheng was a little worried, determined that he could not help but not use his mysterious blood force. If the power of his blood is fully aroused, Qin Sheng is worried that his body will collapse. Qin Sheng, I want your life. Wu Yunlong's whole body is grumpy, and his eyes radiate substantive light. He opens his mouth and spits out a seal, which is black. It's similar to the pirated copy of the earth-shaking seal. When it comes out, it will release the terrible cold breath. At the same time, it will rise in the face of the storm, and the terrible power will fall from the sky. Qin Sheng snorted coldly. He didn't use his mysterious blood power. He clapped his ears and the heaven tablet rose suddenly. As soon as the God-made steel came out, the whole altar was full of light. Unfortunately, in front of the God-made steel, all the altars and all the spiritual tools were eclipsed. Boom! Under the hot eyes of countless ways, the steel of the heaven of creation and the spirit utensil similar to the overturning seal spit out by Wu Yunlong collide with each other. The furious atmosphere is centered on the steel, and spreads to all directions at a speed that can't be caught by the naked eye. The 10,000 lights of the altar rise and fall, and finally it stops. Click! Wu Yunlong's spirit utensils even show cracks. Then, under the eyes of countless channels, the cracks are more and more dense, and the crack speed is faster and faster. Finally, the crack turns into countless powder with a bang. Poof! That's Wu Yunlong's life-saving artifact. It took a lot of hard work, but it was destroyed. He suffered terrible backfire, spitting blood at his mouth, and his face was pale, as if his body had been hollowed out. I don't know what to do. Qin Sheng sneered and said to himself, how dare you collide with the steel? At that time, Qin Sheng's chief elder martial sister only saw the virtual image of the heaven steel. Now, it's the real body of the heaven steel. This extreme object is absolutely intimidating. Even the gods can't resist it. If it's hit, it will lead to 5 failures of heaven and man. However, the current Zhaohua Tianbei has no such ability. It is estimated that it has been corrupted for a long time. Otherwise, Qin Sheng could throw such a big brick and kill a great sage. Senior brother. Anda holds Wu Yunlong. She also feels inconceivable. She stares at Qin Sheng and asks Wu Yunlong with concern, how are you? Are you okay? Wu Yunlong wiped the blood, but his limbs were still shaking. It wasn't that he was afraid, but that he really hurt the origin. Just Qin Sheng's Zhaohua Tianbei was smashed like this, which directly caused the soul light to crack. What level of artifact is that? Wu Yunlong was shocked and angry. He wanted to get angry again, but he was afraid to see something similar to brick in Qin Sheng's hands. Qin Sheng, you are so brave and cruel. You are so cruel to elder martial brother Wu. When Anda came up, he would catch Qin Sheng's shit. As soon as Qin Sheng heard this, he felt a little more cold on his face and said, cruel? If you can't afford to lose, don't fight with me. Qin Sheng's sarcasm didn't give Anda a good face. It's the same with the whole Qingyang sect. If it is, then it's too shameful. You. Wu Yunlong was so angry that he vomited blood. He felt humiliated by Qin Sheng, but he didn't dare to revenge. At this time, Lonely Dust Sword also jumped out and said coldly, Wu Yunlong, it's no shame that you are willing to gamble and lose. Obviously, Lonely Dust Sword is on Qin Sheng's side this time. In the North restricted area, the strong are respected, only the real strong will be respected. On the surface, Qin Sheng's martial arts cultivation is not high, but it is obvious that the spirit realm is similar to their registered disciples in the semi-holy land. The most important thing is that in his Lonely Dust Sword's view, the Qin booster root didn't fully use his background card, just slightly moved his blood power, and then he slapped Wu Yunlong several times. In addition, there are no high and low spirit weapons. In front of them, Qin Sheng is too mysterious. Wu Yunlong was not willing to take a look at Qin Sheng, and then he took their servant disciples of Qingyang's sect and left the altar directly. Ha ha, Qin Sheng, I'm going to leave too. I think you will soon become a registered disciple of Heilong Mountain Temple with your strength. Lonely Dust Sword even offered to show his kindness, and his face, who had not smiled for 10,000 years, even squeezed out a smile and said, I will see you soon, and we will have a chance to meet each other. Qin Sheng, hearing this, didn't say anything. He arched his hand with Lonely Dust Sword. Lonely Dust Sword is also Gongshou, so he left with his apprentice of labor. Who? Until everyone left, Shangguan Shiyu was relieved and his chest heaved. Qin Sheng, how can you hide your strength? Shangguan Shiyu shouted angrily, I was almost about to use the paper of saving lives to let the real disciples of Heilong Mountain Temple come to save people. In terms of the talent shown by Qin Sheng was able to mention the six-ring saber for the first time. This talent is worth the true disciples to come and run. However, it is clear that Qin Sheng's strength is far beyond the imagination of Shangguan Shiyu. Even without her help, Qin Sheng directly awed Wu Yunlong and everyone. Even her official poem Rain was deeply shocked. Smell speech, Qin Sheng embarrassed smile. Still laughing? Shangguan Shiyu was angry and said, when you get to the Heilong Mountain Temple, I'll see if you can laugh. Is it really a good life for a working disciple? As soon as the voice fell, Shangguan Shiyu turned her hand and took out a piece of rune paper from Neji. She recited the ancient mantra. Boom. A white light was emitted from the huge altar, and then the ancient rune paper in Shangguan's hand was burned. A bright white light, even Qin Sheng can't open his eyes, which is a kind of taboo power, powerful and inconceivable. Shwa. White light disappeared, Qin Sheng and Shangguan poetry rain disappeared on the huge altar. I don't know how long time has passed, maybe just a moment, maybe another era. Qin Sheng just felt the moment when he was just submerged by the white light. Time seemed to have lost its trace and had no meaning. This feeling was very strange. It was quiet and cold, and the fierce air from all sides poured into the 7 holes of Qin Sheng. Bang! Qin Sheng felt a whirl of the sky, and then couldn't help kneeling directly. Here. Qin Sheng was stunned. His face was full of shock, and his eyes were full of disbelief. He said in a deep voice, what a terrible gravity. Ha ha, welcome to Heilong Mountain Temple. Shangguan Shiyu finally saw Qin Sheng eat shriveled, can't help grinning. She didn't know Qin Sheng for a long time, but what Qin Sheng did surprised her. From the improved version of the blood evil pill, to the talent test of the working disciples, to the ear slap of the enraged Drake Yunlong. You know, that's a registered disciple from Qingyang sect. He is much more powerful than Shangguan Shiyu in both talent and strength, but he was still picked up by Qin Sheng. Now Qin Sheng came to the Heilong Mountain Temple for the first time. Influenced by the violence and gravity, he knelt down directly on one knee. This kind of embarrassed appearance was never seen by Shangguan Shiyu. In fact, Shangguan Shiyu is extremely proud. Although her position is not very high among the registered disciples of Heilong Mountain Temple, she is proud in the end. Before Qin Sheng hit him so hard, now it's a lot easier to see Qin Sheng in a mess. Who? Qin Sheng didn't pay attention to the gloating Shangguan poetic rain. He took a deep breath and operated the 9 death magic skill. After his second death, his body had been extremely strong for a long time. In addition to the refining of many treasures, the strength of his body is no less than that of the most powerful in the Vientiane. But even so, it took Qin Sheng a quarter of an hour to get used to it. Is this the inner part of the forbidden area of Heilong Mountain? Qin Sheng finally has a chance to have a look here. Qin Sheng saw a mountain full of dragon veins. It was black, like a galloping black dragon, stretching for hundreds of millions of miles. There was no end at all. Too big, isn't it? Qin Sheng couldn't help but feel the deep shock. The so-called Black Dragon Mountain, which is hundreds of millions of miles away, is just like fireflies competing with the bright moon. It's not a level of existence at all. The towering Heilong Mountain is like a sleeping dragon. Qin Sheng just looked at it from afar, and felt a strong sense of oppression, both in body and spirit. On the Black Dragon Mountain, the spirit is dense, and all kinds of spirit trees flourish, just like a fairyland among people. The Yuanli here is too rich. There was too much shock for Qin Sheng. A day of practice here can be worth 10 days of the land of sin. It's no wonder that there are no weak people in the forbidden area in the north of the wasteland. I'm afraid to think carefully. This is just the most marginal area of Heilong Shan Temple. If it is the real core area, Yuan Li's power may be dozens or even hundreds of times as powerful as the 36 dynasties in the wasteland. In this case, even a pig can be spiritualized, right? Qin Sheng had heard about the legend of the forbidden area in the north for a long time. Some aborigines, in their early tens, were able to hang and beat the most powerful people from the 36 dynasties in the wasteland. Qin Sheng didn't really believe this kind of legend at the beginning. He just listened to it as a joke. Now it seems that there is a certain possibility. If we practice in an environment of 100 times the concentration of Yuan force and reach the Vientiane environment at the age of 10, it is really not impossible. Although difficult to accept, Qin Sheng still accepted the fact. He's not very old either. He's only 18 this year. He has time to catch up. Not far away, Shangguan Shiyu was shocked by her unique appearance. She came to Heilong Mountain at the beginning, but it took her a whole day and a night to adapt to the gravity here. It's really humiliating to say that now Qin Sheng just spent a quarter of an hour. It's really a comparison between people. It's so annoying. Originally, I just relaxed for a while, but now I am shocked by Qin Sheng, and I feel deeply upset. Don't be too proud. The Heilong Mountain Temple is not as simple as you think. Come to the mountain with me, said Shangguan Shiyu coldly. Qin Sheng hears the words and feels a sense of inexplicable helplessness. When did you provoke this ant? There is no gate or guard in the huge Black Dragon Mountain. You just need to take out the token to get in and out freely. This is the Temple of Heilong Mountain, one of the 4 inheritance areas in the North Restricted Area, and no idiot dare to break in. Qin Sheng's eyes dazzled, and found that this Black Dragon Mountain was covered with many terrible holy lines array. Even in some deep places, it was so powerful that even his spirit trembled. However, his spirit realm is only a line away from being promoted to the Holy Spirit realm, which is not far from the spirit realm of the semi-holy strongman. Even so, when he peeps at those complicated array, he also feels the soul light splitting, which obviously touches the taboo. Boy, are you looking for death? An old and cold voice exploded beside Qin Sheng's ears, just like 10,000 thunder exploded at the same time, and his ears almost bled. When Qin Sheng looked back, he saw an old man in gray robe with a firm face and a strong man with a black dragon mark in his eyebrow. He didn't have a trace of Yuan power fluctuation, but his frightening eyes made Qin Sheng feel as if he had fallen into the ice cellar. Strong old man, is this holy land? Qin Sheng's face was grim. He was shocked, but he soon faded the shock from his face. He has met several people who are strong in the Holy Land. However, the old man with gray robe, black dragon mark and eyebrow heart is stronger than the Purple Emperor. I have seen the deacon. When Shangguan Shiyu saw who was coming, his pretty face suddenly showed a respectful color and salute. Hurry to salute. This is the deacon who is in charge of your disciples working in the outer mountain. In the outer mountain, he is heaven. Shangguan's poem Rain was transmitted to Qin Sheng with anxiety in his voice. Hearing this, Qin Sheng was also surprised. Listen to the meaning of Shangguan Shiyu. Is this black dragon mountain divided into inner mountain and outer mountain? And the working disciples were divided in the outer mountain. I have seen the deacon. Qin Sheng didn't think much about it. The old man in the gray robe looked cold. He glanced at Qin Sheng and felt that Qin Sheng was only cultivating in the cave. He was surprised. Generally speaking, it's very difficult to mention a ring of Tao in Dongshinjing. Even those big tribes in the forbidden area in the north and even the prodigy of Tianzong of Xingzhou are very difficult to do it, of course, not without it. In the past few years, in Qingyang sect, there was a young king who was only 10 years old. He raised the 3-ring Tao at one breath. That young king is only 10 years old. Even in the forbidden area in the north, many people have just passed through the storm and thunder. It is rare to be able to melt the god's mansion, let alone melt the cave. And the young king of Qingyang sect directly mentioned the 3-ring saber, which is a genius of evil. How could he be a slave disciple, breaking the rules directly and becoming a registered disciple? Several years later, I'm afraid I have the chance to be promoted to a true disciple. It is obvious that Qin Sheng is not a genius from the perspective of the strong fluctuation of yuan force. However, the deacon didn't treat Qin Sheng as a waste. He was also a real powerful man in the Holy Land. At a glance, it can be seen that Qin Sheng's spirit realm was very high, far beyond the ordinary warrior in the cave, even more powerful than the one in the Vientiane world. After all, those who are strong in Holy Land still have Holy Land. How can their vision be too low? Well. The old man nodded indifferently and introduced himself. My name is Yuqi Yan, you can call me Yuqi adult. Okay, Qin Sheng has met Lord Wei Qi. Wei Qi Yan is willing to introduce himself to prove that he agrees with Qin Sheng's strength and doesn't treat him as a waste like other martial artists. Qin Sheng, I remember you. Wei Qi Yan smiled a little, then turned his eyes to Shiyu, the superior officer, and said with a smile, Shiyu is the first-class labor disciple in your evil land? Smell speech, the pretty face of Shangguan's poem Rain becomes very strange, like smiling, want to talk and stop. Shangguan Shiyu said with a smile, yes, it is not. Yuqi Yan glanced at the sword eyebrow and said, how can I understand this? Shangguan Shiyu dare not neglect. Even if she has been promoted to a registered disciple and successfully entered the inner mountain, she dare not neglect Wei Qi Yan, who is in charge of the outer mountain. Qin Sheng really comes from the land of sin, but he is not a first-class labor disciple, but 6. What? Level 6 working disciple? Yuqi Yan had a big drink. As a strong man of Holy Land, he had not been frightened for a long time, but he was still frightened. A young man in the cave seems to be 20 years old, but he can even lift a 6-ring saber? What are you kidding about? The evil place is only a barren place after all. The yuan force is exhausted. Even though it has been recovering for 100 years, the gap with the north restricted area is still very large. Such a young 6-level working disciple, not to mention in Heilong Mountain Temple, is hard to find even in Qingyang sect and Tongtian cult. Now Shangguan Shiyu tells Yuqi Yan that this kind of genius was sent to the temple of Heilong Mountain? This is the same as pie falling from the sky. Yuqi Yan is overjoyed when he is smashed. To be sure, he was admitted by the altar. Said Shangguan Shiyu. How could Shangguan Shiyu lie about such a thing? Hearing this, Yuqi Yan's face changed for a moment. As a real saint, what kind of genius has he never seen? Like Qin Sheng, it's a monster that makes people feel numb. Do you know the root and the bottom? Wei Qi Yan finally couldn't help sending a message. The competition in the forbidden area in the north is even crueler than that in the evil place. Even if it is better than one of the 4 inheritance places like the Heilong Mountain Temple, if you take a wrong step, you may be in a situation of eternal doom. This kind of thing has never happened. Hundreds of years ago, the temple of Heilong Mountain happened once, beckoning an unknown prodigy, wasting a lot of resources on him, and finally being turned back. In a campaign, the Heilong Mountain Temple greatly damaged its vitality. It quickly fell from the most powerful inheritance place in the North restricted area and became the weakest inheritance place. Among them, the most important reason is that the dark line of the Qin sect inserted in the Heilong Mountain Temple turned against water in a certain war, which led to the great loss and vitality of Heilongshan Temple. Hundreds of years have passed before I can barely breathe. Since then, the Temple of Heilong Mountain has strictly examined the extraneous prodigy of the heaven. The Soul Covenant and even the Upper Soul Chain are not afraid. Moreover, it will not spend a lot of resources to cultivate them until the details are fully understood. Genius, the Temple of Heilong Mountain is really lacking, but it is the most important thing that there is no descent. Absolutely know the root and the bottom. Shangguan Shiyu said firmly that she had found out the details of Qin Sheng in the evil place. She knew that Qin Sheng was from the 36 dynasties in the wasteland, a middle and lower strength dynasty, not a person in the forbidden area in the north. Good. Wei Qiyan's sighs, cold eyes to Qin Sheng, cannot help but soften a lot. Qin Sheng, right? Yu Qiyan said with a loud smile, your talent is very good. You can directly become a registered disciple. In Dongtian realm, 6 ring sabers can be raised to split the red flame wood. This talent and potential have surpassed the ordinary registered disciples. According to the principle, there is no need to experience in the outer mountain. In fact, Wei Qiyan is also very entangled. On the one hand, Qin Sheng is really worth training. On the other hand, he thinks that it's not a bad thing to let Qin Sheng hone himself for a few years in the mountains. The most important thing is that he can let Qin Sheng polish his body and accumulate a lot in the future. The most important thing is that Wei Qiyan feels that Qin Sheng is not a thing in the pool. Sooner or later, it will turn into a dragon. If Qin Sheng is stared at by people in other heritage areas at this time, whether Qin Sheng can survive next year is also unknown. Since that's the case, it's better to be low-key, obscene and develop, and become a registered disciple directly. It's not a good thing for Qin Sheng's martial arts cultivation. But I still want you to practice in the outer mountain. Wei Qiyan said lightly, do you have any objection? Smell speech, Qin Sheng shook his head, Wei, deacon adult, I have no opinion. In Qin Sheng's view, there is no big difference between the working disciple and the registered disciple. Now, what Qin Sheng wants most is to enter the ancient battlefield as soon as possible and find his father Qin Zhongtian. Good. Wei Qiyan said with a loud smile, clapped Qin Sheng on the shoulder, his eyes full of expectation, and said, as long as you practice seriously, I promise you will soon be promoted to a registered disciple. Next, Wei Qiyan talked with Qin Sheng a lot. Well, Shiyu, take Qin Sheng to the chore hall to get necessities. Wei Qiyan said with a smile. Yes. The respectful salute of Shangguan Shiyu, and then let Qin Sheng catch up. The outer mountain is very big, with hundreds of thousands of working disciples. Shangguan Shiyu walks along and changes his introduction. Qin Sheng's face was slightly coagulated when he heard the words. He couldn't help sighing that the Heilong Mountain Temple was too strong. There are hundreds of thousands of working disciples? Don't believe it. Although our Heilong Mountain Temple began to decline hundreds of years ago, it is still one of the 4 inheritance areas in the North restricted area. You can't imagine it. Shangguan Shiyu proudly said, the martial arts have a long life. As long as they don't die, those who can become working disciples can live for 1,000 years even if they are only first-class working disciples. With the accumulation of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of working disciples compared with the other 3 inheritance areas, seemed to be a little less. It said that Qin sect is known as 1,000,000 working disciples. 1,000,000 servitude disciples, most of them, even if they are only level 1, can basically reach the realm of Yantian. It's poverty that limits Qin Sheng's imagination. The forbidden area in the north is too rich. It has cultivated so many powerful fighters. You should know that in the 36 dynasties in the wasteland, the most powerful of the Vientiane realm can be counted. Even the most powerful of the dynasties, it is impossible to have the 3-digit Vientiane realm to the strong. And Qin sect, now the strongest inheritance area in the north restricted area, even has more than 1,000,000 Vientiane to the strong. So, don't think that your level 6 working disciple is very senior. He can be domineering in the outer mountain. Shang Wanshiyu said coldly, in the outer mountain, even the level 9 working disciples are more than 10,000. Don't blame me for not reminding you. The competition in the outer mountain is also very cruel. Although it won't kill people, if you offend people, life will never be easy. Smell words, Qin Sheng nodded. Hundreds of thousands of working disciples really had a little impact on Qin Sheng. Soon, the chore hall finally arrived. It was a hall. Qin Sheng thought it was just a hall, but when he arrived, he knew what kind of chore hall it was. It was a huge city. It's very busy here. There are all kinds of strong people in and out. Those working disciples, one by one, are awed by their eyes, and their breath is either majestic or cold. There is a newcomer. Heilong Mountain is getting worse and worse, and even the martial artists in the Dongtian area are admitted. Do you really think we are a dump? Throw everything here. Some of the working disciples looked at Qin Sheng with cold eyes, obviously not very friendly. There are at least thousands of working disciples watching Qin Sheng. If you change the ordinary martial arts of Dongtian, and are stared at by thousands of the most powerful people in Vientiane, you will definitely feel the solidification of Yuanli and the freezing of the spirit. Qin Sheng's face was calm, and he didn't dare to stand. He followed Shang Wanshiyu into the chore hall. The chore hall is one of the core places in the outer mountain. This is the gathering place for the working disciples. All the working disciples of the Heilong Mountain Temple have to receive and hand over tasks here. Even, there are private missions. Of course, if you can afford it. Qin Sheng, this is the chore hall. Go in and get the necessities yourself. Shang Wanshiyu said with a smile that as soon as she appeared, she became the most dazzling in the hall of chores. She is a registered disciple. In Heilong Mountain Temple, there are hundreds of thousands of working disciples, but only tens of thousands of registered disciples. This huge gap undoubtedly makes Shangwan's poetry reign more precious. On weekdays, there are few registered disciples here, especially the peerless beauties like Shangwan Shiyu, who will not appear once in 10 years. And what is the sanctity of waste? The strength of such dishes, even such a peerless escort. Are they the heirs of those big families in the forbidden area? How could it be? The big clan disciples in the forbidden area in the north, why do they need to be working disciples? Many people are talking about it one by one. They are full of curiosity when they watch Qin Sheng. However, when Qin Sheng felt the fluctuation of yuan force, he took back his eyes. Because Qin Sheng is really too weak, just Dongtian. If the real big clan disciples from the North Forbidden area, even if their accomplishments are so low, they will still release the shivering atmosphere of the Vientiane environment. However, in front of them, Qin Sheng looks ordinary and has a mediocre breath. He is not much like a genius. Qin Sheng didn't care about all this. He greeted Shiyu and said with a smile, "Elder martial sister, we will meet in the mountain soon." Upon hearing the rain of Shangwan's poems, there were more waves on the indifferent face of Qin Sheng. The corners of his mouth pulled out a joking arc, and he said with a smile, "Oh? It seems that you have some information." You want to promote the registered disciple so quickly? Confidence is a good thing, but I need to remind you again. This mountain is really not so easy to mix up. Having said this, Shangwan's poetry rain is floating away, and those who are watching are extremely disappointed. Hello, boy. At this time a cold voice sounded, and a man with blonde hair and a tall and straight figure came face to face. His eyebrows glowed and he stood with his hands in his hands. He wore a custom-made gray robe with 5 stars on his left chest. This is the sign of the 5th-level working disciple. In the outer mountain, the 5-level working disciples are not very strong, but those above the 5-level working disciples are all either closed or on duty. Where is the time to stroll in the chore hall? Qin Sheng stopped for a moment, looked back at the 5-level servant disciple, his face slightly solidified, and asked, "What's the matter?" Li Yao was a little upset because he didn't feel how much respect Qin Sheng had for himself. Who is he? Li Yao? The 5th-level working disciple of the hall is also famous in the outer mountain. Now he is not welcomed by a rookie? Li Yao snorted coldly, and he thought, a servant disciple in Dongshenjing is a first-class servant disciple if he supports himself. This humble cultivation is not pleasant to say. It's only through the back door that he can enter the temple of Heilong Mountain. It seems that I will teach him a lesson. Let him know that a rookie should have the awareness of a rookie. Boy, what's your name and where are you from? Li Yao asked in a deep voice, with an empty kiss of command. As soon as Qin Sheng heard this, the unhappy color between his eyebrows became more and more intense. All of a sudden, Qin Sheng smiled, and the smile contained a trace of contempt. What's my name and where do I come from? What do you have to do with it? As soon as the voice came out, there was a dead silence outside the chore hall. Li Yao, as a 5th-level labor disciple, had a certain reputation in the outside mountain. Unexpectedly, he was despised by a rookie. In particular, like Qin Sheng, the martial arts realm is only a cave realm, and even the threshold of Yantian realm does not touch the novice at the level of minion. Li Yao was stunned at first, and then his handsome face sank rapidly. Boy, you. Li Yao was gnashing his teeth, and a terrible force broke out from his body. However, Qin Ziajin didn't put Li Yao in his eyes. Under the hot eyes, he turned around and left and directly stepped into the chore hall. Qin Sheng's move caused a lot of whirlpool. Li Yao clenched his fists tightly and covered them with a sharp wave of yuan force. This wave is extremely powerful. With this wave of yuan force alone, it is estimated that one fist can break the level of sand sculpture. Boss, this kid is really looking for death. He dared to despise you. Why don't we just dismiss him? Li Yao's side of the dog's leg son, insidious voice. Smell speech, Li Yao saw Qin Sheng disappear in front of him deeply, the fist that clenched finally loosened. It's just a street mouse, not in a hurry, not in a hurry. Li Yao said coldly, wait for him to take the benefits of the new man, and then torture him slowly. Li Yao's eyebrows are full of bitterness. Li Yao's reputation is not very good. He looks ugly when he is famous. He specializes in blacking his own people and is ruthless. However, behind this Li Yao is Shanlong Tower. How dare ordinary working disciples provoke? After a little bit of trouble with Li Yao, Qin Zixinjin didn't put it in his heart, and he would not worry about Li Yao's revenge. Maybe ordinary martial artists in the cave will be scared to pee by a martial artist at the peak of the Vientiane realm, but Qin Sheng is not afraid of it. If the martial artist in the semi-holy realm is strong, it's really a bit of trouble. After all, based on Qin Sheng's current strength, although his body has experienced the tempering of many Hunyuan Mother Jin and Jiuzhuan Jinlian, and then combined with 9 death kung fu and other fist techniques, one fist can knock out a real Vientiane warrior, and the spirit realm reaches the life soul 9 stars, only a fraction of which can be promoted to the holy spirit realm. However, these means are far from enough. Once we meet the strong semi-holy land, we must use the so-called blood force, which is beyond Qin Sheng's control. Obviously, Qin Sheng has a lot of cards, but he really doesn't want to expose them. In the Chor Hall, it's a huge palace. Just after entering, there was a woman reception. The woman was beautiful and not very old at all. There were 3 stars hanging on her gray robe. The third level of working disciples as reception? Qin Sheng has some accidents. It is obvious that this woman is the reception of the Chor Hall. New people? The woman asked directly. Hearing this, Qin Sheng nodded and said, "Thank you." The woman took Qin Sheng to another place where the strong were stationed, and a powerful, middle-aged man was coming. The middle-aged man, wearing blue armor, is as powerful as a rainbow. It contains terrible holy meaning. Before he gets close, Qin Sheng feels trapped in the mire. Both Yuan and soul force seem to be frozen. Holy land? Qin Sheng's heart was stormy. Judging from his strong sense of holiness and the terrible breath, the middle-aged strong man who was not angry and powerful in front of him was definitely a real saint territory strong man. That's the strong man of Holy Land. If you were in the 36 dynasties of Wasteland, let alone the strong man of Holy Land, even the semi-strong man of Holy Land would be extinct. Even in the land of sin, there are many powerful thieves and sinners, but we still can't find the strong in the Holy Land, where the strongest is only the semi-holy land. In the forbidden area in the north, the worst Heilung Mountain Temple in the 4 inheritance areas, and it's only the outer mountain here. Qin Sheng met 2 peerless powers in the Holy Land in such a short time. Those who are strong in the Holy Land are saints. Their prestige is absolutely the existence that has been handed down for thousands of years. Usually this kind of peerless powerful person only exists in historical books or even ancient frescoes, which is not expected to be so common in Heilung Mountain Temple. The powerful man of Holy Land who was not angry and self-confident looked at Qin Sheng indifferently. There was no substantive and fierce light in his eyes. His breath was very restrained, but Qin Sheng still felt his skin was extremely painful and his spirit was about to crack. It's terrible, isn't it, the real awe of the powerful in Holy Land? This kind of terrible impact is totally different from the feeling that Qin Sheng met Zihuang and other people who are also strong in Holy Land. In Qin Sheng's eyes, this middle-aged man who is not angry and self-confident is more terrible. Maybe this Holy Land strong man didn't rely on such treasures as Hunyuan Mother Gold. Qin Sheng had such an idea in his mind. There is a great gap between their combat effectiveness when they are promoted to holy territory by their own strength and promoted by external forces. Soon, it was only a glimpse. The strong man in the Holy Land, wearing blue armor and not angry, took back his eyes. He turned his hand and took out a volume of books from the ring. The voice of indifference echoed in the temple, saying, "Who and where are they from?" Hearing this, Qin Sheng immediately bowed and saluted, respectfully, without any disrespect, and then said, "My name is Qin Sheng, from the 36 dynasties in the wasteland." The middle-aged man, who was not angry with himself, was surprised. Obviously, he seldom heard that there were working disciples from the 36 dynasties in the wasteland. He looked up the information, his eyes couldn't help but show his amazement, and said, "You mention the 6-ring Dao?" As soon as the voice came down, the 3rd-level working disciple who led Qin to come in was a beautiful woman. She was suddenly shocked. Her beauty was full of disbelief and surprise. She was also very clear that Qin Sheng was just a rookie and a newcomer, who could even mention the 6-ring Dao. What does the 6-ring Dao mean? She is the strongest. She became a labor disciple of Heilung Mountain Temple last year. She just mentioned the 2-ring Dao and became a secondary labor disciple. In this year's arduous practice and hard work, I only upgraded 1 level and became a 3rd-level hard work disciple. But the new man in front of her, who is also a kid from the remote area of the wasteland of the 36 Imperial Dynasty, where Yuanli is thin and chaotic, is able to bring up the 6-ring Tao and become a 6th-level labor disciple? It will take 10 or even 20 years for her to become a level 6 servitude disciple. Ha ha, it's interesting. The middle-aged man in Holy Land couldn't help but be surprised. Looking at Qin Sheng, he seemed to think of the past. Many years ago, a genius came to the 36 emperors in the wasteland. He was very powerful. His last name is Qin, too. When Qin Sheng heard this, he immediately thought about it. He suspected that the old man surnamed Qin might be the branch of the Qin nationality. Of course, it's impossible for Qin Sheng to say such words on such occasions and put gold on himself. After all, it's an unproven thing. It's a good luck, said the middle-aged man, who was not angry. However, he didn't waste much time on Qin Sheng. Although he had a long life and was lucky to live for 7,000 or 7,000 years, his practice time was also very precious. Because, who knows that the next time there will be another great extinction, he seems to be very strong in the Holy Land, but in front of the great cataclysm of the great extinction, the light released from his body is almost as dim as a firefly in the hot sun. You are a 6th-level disciple. Every month, you can have 6 example coins of Lei Hu Jin. The notes of other working disciples are detailed in the jade slips. The middle-aged man, who was not angry with himself, said indifferently. He threw Qin Sheng a ring. Qin Sheng accepted the precepts and saluted respectfully, and then the 3rd-level beauty labor disciple took Qin Sheng away. Qin Sheng, my name is Ma Wen. If you don't understand anything, you can come to my place anytime. The 3rd-level beauty labor disciple introduced himself. At first, Ma Wen didn't have much enthusiasm before he didn't know Qin Sheng's level, but now he is as enthusiastic as fire, and his soft body is almost attached to Qin Sheng. Ha ha, then there will be Elder Martial Sister, Lama. Qin Sheng said with a light smile, then chatted a few more words about the outer mountain of the Black Dragon Mountain Temple. Hey, Qin Shao, why don't you accept that there are beauties sticking to you? At this time, Qin Sheng's mind came from the voice of Long Dawei. Long Dawei finally woke up. He had eaten many of Qin Sheng's spirit jade and fell asleep. If you don't want to, just say less, or I'll sell you, believe it or not. Qin Sheng's cold threat spread the word. The temple of Heilong Mountain is no more than a place of sin. There should be people who know the goods. Qin Sheng said with a smile, the strong in Holy Land can meet too in half a day. I think if I sell you, maybe I will disturb the strong in small Holy Land or even big Holy Land. As soon as Long Dawei heard this, he was scared to pee. He didn't dare to speak any more, stay honest, or come out to cause trouble. After leaving the chore hall, Qin Sheng followed the prompts on the jade slips and came to a special place for people living in the outer mountain. The outer mountain of Heilong Mountain Temple is too big. It is also the place where the disciples of the outer mountain live. Heilong Mountain Temple is estimated to have existed before the end of the world. There are many abandoned palaces here, which must have been repaired by the former working disciples. Qin Sheng chooses his place of residence. The closer it is to the chore hall, the better it is to live in. The more powerful Yuanli is, of course, it's not fixed. There are some spiritual veins buried under the mountain. The abundant Yuanli makes the semi-holy land strong jealous. But this kind of place is too rare. Where is it for new people to choose? In the dark place, there are some mysterious shadows behind Qin Sheng. Rookie is rookie. It's stupid to choose a place to live. Well, it's so remote here. Yuanli is thin, and there are many residences that have been killed. Yes, it's said that 1,000 years ago, there was a great spirit of resentment, which devoured many working disciples alive. Hearing this, Li Yao's face also changed a little. How could he have never heard of such a thing as complaining? However, Qin Sheng came here just after he came out of the chore hall. He can't complain. How can he become this 5-level working disciple? I can't care so much. I must punish that boy severely. Li Yao clenched his teeth and his eyes were full of hatred. He comes from Xianglonglu, a folk organization composed of a group of powerful working disciples, all of whom are geniuses outside the northern forbidden area. Because the Heilong Mountain Temple has dozens of working disciples, such as them, who have no background, they must hug each other for warmth. Otherwise, it will only be eliminated by the bloody forest law. Today, in full view of the public, Qin Sheng slapped Li Yao in the face of him. Li Yao is the face of Shanglong Building. If he doesn't find this place, it will spread to Shanglong Building, which will undoubtedly affect the reputation of the whole Shanglong Building. The Temple of Heilong Mountain is too big, more than 100 million kilometers. Just outside the mountain, there are dozens of working disciples. The competition is too bloody and cruel, which leads to serious gangs. Small groups are like islands in the land of sin. For this kind of imagination, the Heilong Mountain Temple can't be unknown. However, before the Heilong Mountain Temple, the spirit was greatly damaged, and the weak were eliminated by this bloody jungle law. You should know that in the whole forbidden area of the north, the strength and potential of these working disciples are very low. It's not pleasant to say that these so-called working disciples are cannon fodder-like. Even if they are dead, the Heilong Mountain Temple can cultivate hundreds of thousands of them in a very short time. The Temple of Heilong Mountain allows the bloody competition of these working disciples. Maybe 1 or 2 peerless talents can be born in such a bad environment. Among the 100,000 working disciples, if 1 or 2 real disciples can be contributed, it is very worthwhile. True disciples are the core foundation of Heilong Mountain Temple. The reason for all this has led to such a serious gang formation among the working disciples, and the Shanglong Tower where Li Yao is located is only at a medium level among numerous gangs. If the reputation of Shanglong Building is damaged by Qin Sheng, Li Yao will definitely be punished. Under many factors, Qin Sheng will never have a good ending today. Qin Sheng didn't seem to notice the danger. It's a little chilly here. It's dead. Qin Sheng's eyes glistened, and the imperial sword breath between his eyebrows also danced. It's really too remote here. Occasionally, there is the shadow of resentment. It's very fuzzy. Qin Sheng has caught these. It seems that the Temple of Heilong Mountain is really down. There are complaints in the residence of the working disciples of the outer mountain, and no one has come to kill them. Qin Sheng shook his head in his heart. He chose the weakest on the surface of the 4 heritage sites. However, Qin Sheng didn't care much about these things. After all, he didn't plan to stay in the Heilong Mountain Temple for long. His purpose was very clear. He wanted to use the power of Heilong Mountain Temple to enter the ancient battlefield and find his father. Well, here it is. Qin Sheng suddenly stopped in a deserted mansion. The mansion is very vast, with 5 steps on the first floor and 10 steps on the first pavilion. In addition, there are 2 huge golden lion statues at the door, which were once brilliant. Perhaps once lived in a strong servitude disciple. However, now the gate is overgrown with weeds. Qin Sheng's eyes are twinkling in the depth of the mansion. He can see the dead gas like a wolf smoke. Even Qin Sheng can see a hanging coffin. If ordinary first-class working disciples saw this kind of scene, they would have scared to pee and fled. However, Qin Sheng seems to be very satisfied and really intends to live here for a long time. No, that rookie chose here? It seems that there was a homicide in that mansion before. I heard that the temple had sent registered disciples to come here, and they didn't clean up the complaining spirit, but they lost their lives. Adult, do we want to go? That rookie dare to go in, absolutely can't see the sun tomorrow. A group of Li Yao's attendants were frightened and began to retreat before they were near the mansion. Humph, fart. Li Yao turned around and glared at the group of minions. He said in a vicious voice, "I'm afraid of anything. It's been so long since then. Besides, you are all level 3 working disciples. Is it so kind of advice to pick up a level 1 working disciple?" Li Yao looks like he hates iron, but not steel. At this time, Qin Sheng looked back and saw a shadow not far away. His eyes were deep and his mouth pulled out a smile of sarcasm. How many sneaky people are following me to such a remote place? Do you want to do something that can't see the light? If you panic other martial artists in the cave, you will not be able to see through the shadow in the distance. However, Qin Sheng's spirit realm is so high that he is only a little short of the legendary Holy Spirit realm. How can we not see through Li Yao's blindfold? Wow. Maybe knowing that he has been exposed, Li Yao removed the blindfold, and his handsome face showed a touch of consternation. Boy, I'm a little bit capable of finding my way. Li Yao sneers and says that he can't help but look at Qin Sheng. Of course, he has doubts in his heart whether Qin Sheng is bombing himself or not. Now, though, none of this matters. Li Yao turns his hand and takes out 3 flags in the ring. The 3 flags are red, yellow, and blue, with complicated and mysterious patterns on the surface. With a wave of Li Yao's hand, the 3 flags will explode in 3 directions, and the surging power will be generated immediately. Sky array? Qin Sheng had some accidents. Unexpectedly, Li Yao first arranged a holy array to shield the heaven. Ha ha, do you know the sky array? Li Yao's face once again showed a look of amazement. This is a holy array. Of course, the 3 flags are only the lowest level of the array. But it's not difficult to kill the powerful of the Vientiane realm, even the semi-holy realm. A complete set of sky-sheltering array. 10 semi-holy places are extremely powerful. At most, only 3 of them can escape. Qin Sheng's eyes were twinkling and sharp, like 2 extremely sharp spirit swords. He saw through the sky array. Of course. Qin Sheng smiled indifferently and said, I also know that this is the mountain village version of the sky shielding array, which is not a real spiritual array. I said that the way of describing the array is really rough. Qin Sheng's eyes were slightly disdainful. Forging the array flag requires a very powerful power of spirit. It is obvious that the workmanship of this array flag is rough. Even with the strength of Qin Sheng, it cannot be achieved. Of course, Qin Sheng can't say that. Fart, what are you? Li Yao shouted angrily, I can get rid of you even if it's fake goods. Take it. Don't waste time. Li Yao stretched out his hand, and his words were all imperative. He said indifferently, I can spare you a meal of flesh and skin if I give you Lei Hu Jin. Don't think about resisting. You can't escape in the sky array. You can't escape even if it's the heaven-covering array of the mountain stronghold. You don't want anyone else to come back and save you. The terrain here is remote. Even if you cry your throat out, no one will help you. Wen Yan, Qin Sheng is silent. There are 6 Lei Hu Jin. To be honest, he doesn't know exactly what Lei Hu Jin can do. In fact, before he came to the Heilong Mountain Temple, the Shangguan Shiyu gave Qin Sheng a Lei Hu Jin, but at that time he was going to take part in the talent test of the working disciples and handed it in. Qin Sheng turns his hand and takes out a piece of Lei Hu Jin in the ring. The thunder tiger is glittering and emits a strong thunder breath. Listen carefully, and it seems to hear the roar of the tiger, which affects the spirit. Here you are. Qin Sheng simply threw a piece of Lei Hu Jin to Li Yao. Li Yao takes over Lei Hu Jin. His handsome face is full of wonder. He didn't expect Qin Sheng to be so straightforward. Ha ha, it's really up to you. Why are you so hard? You have to knock it over before you hand over Lei Hujin. Li Yao took a deep look at Qin Sheng, but now his eyes are a little more disdainful and ironic. My lord, you worry too much. This kid may have been brave and show off in front of the peerless elder martial sister before. One of the legs said with a smile, now that the peerless elder martial sister has left, he has no way to lean on him. How dare you offend our Shanglong Tower people? As soon as Li Yao heard this, he immediately felt that what the dog leg said was very reasonable. Then he looked down at Qin Sheng and sneered, listen, boy, I'll say it directly. In the future, we will pay 3 pieces of Lei Hujin every month. We can report your safety to Shanglong Tower. Qin Sheng's face became colder and colder when he heard the words. Obviously, there is only 1 Lei Hujin per month for the first-class labor disciple, and Li Yao asked Qin Sheng to pay 3 Lei Hujin per month. If he was an ordinary first-class labor disciple, how could he afford to pay them? That's it. Li Yao feels that it's very cold here. Although he has arranged the sky sheltering array, the sky sheltering array is only a fake product after all. It's not a real spiritual array at all. Even if it was a real spiritual array, Li Yao doubted whether he could suppress the evil spirits in the mansion where the murder happened. This matter was suppressed by the Heilong Mountain God Hall, and no one has been sent to solve it since then. You can imagine how deep the water here is. Boom. At last, Li Yao was a little late. The Shanghai version of the sky array just couldn't support it. 2 sides of the 3 array flags ignited inexplicably, and the sky array became nothing. How can I be so unlucky? Li Yao's heart is dripping. Take back the last flag. His handsome face is full of heartache. Although it's only a copy of the mountain stronghold, and it's already a bit of a broken sky sheltering array, it's still valuable for him, a 5-level slave disciple. It's you all day. Li Yao gnawed his teeth and looked at Qin Sheng and shouted, Qin Sheng, you humble first-class slave disciple, this heaven-covering array is worth 100 Lei Hujin, you must compensate me. When Qin Sheng heard this, he felt that it was funny. Li Yaozhen was very interesting. He had to arrange his own sky sheltering array to prevent him from escaping. Now that the so-called sky sheltering array has ignited, he still blamed himself in turn. 100 thunderbolts? Is this sky array so expensive? Qin Sheng asked with a smile. When Li Yao saw Qin Sheng's schadenfreude, he couldn't help cheering up and said, what are you laughing at? Something like an ant. Don't say it's 100 thunder tiger gold, even 1,000 thunder tiger gold can't be bought. Boss, why do you tell him so much? Let him pay for it. Well, we can't bear the 100 Lei Hujin by ourselves. Li Yao sighed of the legs of the dogs one by one indifference ridicule way. You heard that, boy? Li Yao said with a sneer, I bought 100 Lei Hujin from the sky covering array. Now it's broken. It's a bit difficult for you to compensate me for 100 Lei Hujin. Take half of you and 50 Lei Hujin. The eldest brother is really kind-hearted. The other legs couldn't help blowing. In fact, when Li Yao bought the Shanghai version of the sky covering array, it was second hand, even third hand, fourth hand, and fifth hand. The cracks on the array flag were as dense as spider webs. This time it was sealed in the abandoned palace suspected of having terrible grievances. It was contaminated with strange breath, which directly led to the spontaneous combustion of the array flag. After all, the real value of Li Yao's second-hand sky array can't even be said to be 50 pieces of Lei Hujin. Now he has spent such a long time, making Qin Sheng lose 50 pieces of Lei Hujin, and he claims to be merciful? Are you idiots, or do you think I'm idiots? Qin Sheng squinted and his eyes narrowed in a straight line. He said with a smile. His voice was not loud, but it was extremely harsh in the deserted palace. What? Li Yao's face sank and said, Qin Sheng, who are you talking about as an idiot? Boom. The Yuan power in Li Yao's body broke out completely, and the terrible Yuan power fluctuation was like a hurricane. The debris and fly ash annihilated, and the abandoned temples collapsed one after another, blowing up a terrible mushroom cloud. The other followers, the worst of them, are the third-level working disciples, whose Yuan power fluctuates extremely rapidly, reaching the level of the later stage of Yantian. Today's Qin Sheng, like a boat in the rough sea, may be annihilated by these winds at any time. However, Qin Sheng's clean face did not have the slightest timidity. His eyes were faintly glowing, and his brows were twinkling with a gradually rising sense of war. "Want to do it?" Qin Sheng asked with a smile. "I haven't moved my muscles for days." Qin Sheng's voice was not loud, but for a moment Li Yao's people were shocked, especially Li Yao. He felt that there was a tremendous change in Qin Sheng's temperament, which was not exactly what the martial artists in the cave should have. Li Yao said in a deep voice, "Wang Guang, go and clean up. Don't beat him to death. Take a breath." "Good, my lord." The guy named Wang Guang, with a big body and fierce appearance, and 3 stars on his robe, is obviously a grade 3 laboring disciple. "Boy, if you don't die with my fist, it will prove that you should not die today." Wang Guang has no hair on his head. In combination with his fierce appearance, his head radiates light, and the hot Yuan force bursts out from his body. He blows out with a fist and takes the virtual shadow of a black tiger spirit beast. Black tiger eats the sun fist. Wang Guangbang drank, and the whole person seemed to turn into a black tiger spirit beast. He opened the big mouth of the blood plate to block out the sun. For a moment, the sun was covered, and it looked like he really swallowed the sun. Qin Sheng looked up and saw the fist coming down from the sky. It was really like a tiger with black body and flame wings on its back going down the mountain. "What level of martial arts is it?" Qin Sheng was curious. "Lingjia martial arts?" In the 36 imperial dynasties in the wasteland, there were many martial arts of spirit level among those royal boxing techniques, but those skills were all broken, and the breath of the black tiger eating the sun fist exerted by Wang Guang was terrible, just roaring and passing, and the void was shaking. "It's a forbidden area in the north. The fragments of the laws of heaven are more powerful than those of the 36 emperors in the wasteland. It's hard for ordinary warriors in the cave to fly in the sky." And Wang Guang just used a fist technique, which made the void vibrate. "The power is no less than that of the peak of Yantian. Is this the essence of the 4 heritage sites?" Qin Sheng's heart set off some waves. This Wang Guang is just a small level 3 working disciple. He can practice the martial arts boxing at the level of spirit. However, Qin Sheng was not afraid. "Come on." Qin Sheng had a big drink. He didn't use any fist techniques. The light on the fist print was more dazzling than Wang Guang's black tiger eats the sun fist. Bang! Under several hot eyes, the 2 fists collided with each other heavily. Wang Guang screamed, his fists cracked, and the vivid shadow of the black tiger was also scattered. Poof! Wang Guang spits blood in his mouth. He not only breaks his fist, but his whole arm is broken, and the Yuan Mai is eroded by the cold and strange power. "Wang Guang, what's the matter?" Li Yao was also shocked. He knew Wang Guang's strength very well. Although he was only a 3-level working disciple, he spent 30 Lei Hu Jin and bought a Lingjia martial art, which was only the first volume of course. A genuine Lingjia martial art, generally divided into Volume 1, Volume 2, and Volume 2. It's a normal price to buy a complete set of Lingjia martial arts with 100 pieces of Lei Hu Jin. Ordinary working disciples, where there is any capital to practice the genuine Lingjia martial arts, generally they only practice the semi-Lingjia martial arts that can be bought by several Lei Hu Jin. What's more, in Li Yao's view, Qin Sheng, as a soft persimmon at the back door, is at most a level 1 working disciple. Wang can knock it out with one fist. Everyone thinks that Wang can definitely hang Qin Sheng. But the result? Qin Sheng's fist is as smooth as jade, without any cracks and breath. Where is it like after the war? The violent force penetrated into Qin Sheng's fist, and then spread to the four limbs. It has to be said that this black tiger's Japanese fist is very terrible. If other martial artists in the cave were changed, they would have been blown into a blood fog, and those who died could not die anymore. But Qin Sheng was able to resist, not only because his body had been tempered by many treasures, but also because of the 9-death skill. The furious Yuan power is destroying Qin Sheng's body madly, but Qin Sheng runs the 9-death magic, and then the death gas devours the furious Yuan power which infiltrates in madly, and finally turns into pure energy. This is the dread of the 9-dead magic. Even the most powerful people in 9 days and 10 places are practicing, which proves the dread of this magic. Qin Sheng opened his eyes again, with a strong sense of war in the light of his eyes. He picked up a dead branch from the rubble of the abandoned temple and said indifferently, "My time is very precious. Let's go." As soon as the voice came out, everyone's face became extremely ugly. Especially that Li Yao, his face is so blue that he can drip water. What's the rhythm? A first-class servitude disciple in Dongtian, challenging a group of third-class and above servitude disciples in Vientiane? You're dying. Li Yao gnawed his teeth and killed him in the eyes. As soon as he turned his hand, he took out a spirit knife from the ring. The spirit saber is black, and the tip of it is still dripping blood. When the spirit saber comes out, there is a sense of killing between heaven and earth. Well, it's a good knife. Qin Sheng's eyes brightened. However, it will soon belong to me. Although Qin Sheng's eyebrow was tempered with a breath of Emperor's sword, it was the best to use the sword, but he was also irresistible to use the sword. After all, it's a spirit saber. I'm afraid it can also exchange a lot of thunder and tiger gold. It's killing me. Li Yaotonghal's 5-level laboring disciple was ridiculed by one of the first-level laboring disciples, and he was despised from his face and mouth. For many years, he had not been subjected to such humiliation in the outer mountain of Heilong Mountain Temple. Take you on the road. Li Yao's killing intention is awe-inspiring. He is about to cut Qin Sheng's head with a black spirit knife. Obviously, Li Yao has become angry and annoyed. He doesn't care that there's no heaven shielding array here. The sky shielding will kill Qin Sheng. Come on. Qin Sheng sneered and went up with the dead branch. Boom. All of a sudden, Li Yao felt a turn of the sky and the earth, and then he had a headache. His head seemed to explode, and he fell to the ground like a meteorite. Chong. His spirit knife also fell to the ground, setting off a large fire, and then was picked up, gradually, close to Li Yao. Is it Qin Sheng? Li Yao's face was wild. So far, he didn't want to go out. Why did he fall suddenly? The soul light split. So did his other followers. All of them passed out. My spirit knife. Give it back to me. Li Yao ordered. Qin Sheng sneers, his palm across the black spirit saber, a cold and piercing soul force pulls the decadent past, and Li Yao's soul light on the spirit saber is erased. Poof. Li Yao vomited blood wildly. He was deprived of half of the soul light. The backfire made him look like a dead man. He did not even have the strength to support his body. Bastard, I'm a 5-level servant. Dare you take my life artifact? Li Yao's face was full of resentment. When it was time, he dared to show his fierce eyes to Qin Sheng, and there was a hint of killing between his eyebrows. Fool. Qin Sheng chuckles and strides out one step at a speed as fast as lightning. He steps down with one foot and clicks. The half-soul armor on Li Yao is crushed, his chest collapses, and his mouth vomits blood crazily. What about the 5-level working disciples? I'm still a level 6 servitude disciple. Will I be afraid of you? Qin Sheng's sneer on his face was cold in his eyes. He didn't hide any more. He turned his hand and took out the robe with 6 stars in it. Li Yao once looked, completely fooled, a face of cover. How could it be? Li Yao's eyes almost fell out, and his eyebrows were full of disbelief. The ants in the cave can lift the 6-ring Dao? Li Yao spits blood from his mouth, and then he almost dies of anger. Because in his opinion, a martial artist in the cave is a first-class working disciple. Now Qin Sheng tells him that he is a 6th-class working disciple. How can he accept this result? Qin Sheng gave a cold snort and stepped on Li Yao's chest again. With the power of terror, Li Yao's sternum was broken and turned into one piece after another. His flesh and blood were all blurred. Qin Sheng said with a sneer, "What about the cave? It's not easy to clean up such a group of local dogs." Li Yao didn't answer. He had only one breath left. The Yuan Mai was exhausted, and he didn't know what mysterious power it was tainted with, as if he had been cursed. "Listen, I want to ask you something. If you dare to say a word or a lie, I promise to make you a soul lamp." Qin Sheng said coldly, "Don't believe it. What is this place? It's been abandoned for so long. No one else will come here. And there are hundreds of thousands of working disciples in the temple of Heilong Mountain, few of whom won't even notice it." Hearing this, Li Yao couldn't help but look at Qin Sheng more. He felt that this son was much more terrible than the surface. In a few words, he awed his old slave disciple. "You say it, I'll say it all without saying it all." If I hadn't thought about it, I would have offered a big tiger skin to frighten Qin Sheng. But Li Yao instinctively felt that this was self-destruction. He felt that Qin Sheng was extraordinary. In addition, he thought that Qin Sheng was accompanied by a registered disciple when he entered the chore hall. At that time, thinking about Qin Sheng was to go through the back door and eat soft food. Now it seems that it's not that at all, but Qin Sheng's own strength is terrible. Maybe he's from some big tribe that's experiencing life? Li Yao thought carefully and was afraid, showing a touch of fear. "It's very good. Those who know the current affairs are Junjia. If you do well, I can make sure that today's events have not happened." Qin Sheng said with a light smile, but his smile seemed gloomy to Li Yao. "Where can I buy your sky array?" Qin Sheng asked directly. Even if Qin Sheng wanted to make it out of the mountain stronghold, it was difficult, let alone forge it himself. Li Yao coughs violently for a few times, and then beckons Qin Sheng to let him eat a healing semi-spirit pill, so that his body's injury gets better a lot, and then slowly says, "The real heaven-covering array can only be purchased in the inner mountain temple. The temple is so mysterious that even registered disciples are not qualified to enter." Li Yao Mo Sun yearns for incomparably. I'm a Shanghai version of the heaven-covering array, forged by a group of registered disciples. Some of them are broken. I will buy dozens of Lei Hu Jin. Hearing this, Qin Sheng's face became colder, and he said, "You are quite black. When you buy the broken mountain stronghold to cover the sky, you want to black me for 100 thunder tiger gold? Don't you know that it's very difficult for 100 Lei Hu Jin, even the level 9 working disciples, to get them out?" Li Yao was ruthlessly torn down by Qin Sheng, which was a bit embarrassing. However, he has been wandering in the outer mountains for so long, and has never seen any scenes. "If you want to buy a real shelter, it's impossible." Li Yao said with a wry smile, "I can recommend you to go to the black market. There are not only imitated spirit arrays, but also spirit instruments and even spirit-level martial arts." "Oh? Is it?" Qin Sheng soared eyebrow a pick, "Wei, here also have black market." "Of course." Li Yao ate a half elixir, and the injury was much better. He smiled proudly and said, "There are dozens of working disciples in Weishan. They go out day and night, and they will not turn over the recovered things easily, so they will naturally fall into the black market. I tell you, don't believe it, there are many things on the black market like the stars on the sky. Li Yao boasted, however, in order to enter the black market, we must lead the way with the old hardworking disciples, or we need some interrogation. So demanding? Qin Sheng has some accidents. He hasn't been to the black market. There is a black market in Dian City, and there is also a black market in Dian capital. Unexpectedly, the black market in the temple of Heilong Mountain should also lead people. Li Yao said, of course, although the high level of Hailanshan Temple also knows the existence of the black market, but the treatment of Waishan is too low, and their high-level officials are only open and close. What do you usually do? Qin Sheng suddenly asked, is there any duty to go to the ancient battlefield? Qin Sheng finally asked what he wanted to know. He came to Heilong Mountain Temple to go to the ancient battlefield. What? Ancient battlefield? As soon as Li Yao heard this, his face turned white and his voice trembled. He said, only the dead prisoners go to the legendary place like the ancient battlefield. I heard that it has been closed for several years, and there is no mission there these years. That kind of Jedi, if they are not desperate working disciples, will not touch that kind of task, because it is a life of 9 deaths. Li Yao looked frightened and said, I advise you not to ask about the ancient battlefield again if you have nothing to do. That's a taboo. When the ancient battlefield was closed, hundreds of thousands of working disciples died in the 4 inheritance areas of the Forbidden Area in the north. Qin Sheng's face changed a lot when he heard about it. What happened in the ancient battlefield? So many working disciples died. It is important to know that anyone who can become a working disciple can reach the Vientiane realm in general, and some powerful working disciples can even reach the semi-holy realm. But even so, hundreds of thousands of people died. That's the most powerful person in the Vientiane realm, not the ants in the Tongmai realm. We can imagine how dangerous this ancient battlefield is. My father was only through 9 times of storm and thunder. Even if he made a breakthrough, it was the Shinfu state. Qin Zhongtian is very strong, but he can only cross 1 realm at most. Even when his cards are exhausted, he can only fight across 2 realms, right? At that time, because of the unknown terrorist event, the whole ancient battlefield was closed, but hundreds of thousands of working disciples in Vientiane fell. Qin Sheng's body could not help shaking. He was really worried that his father died in the ancient battlefield. For a long time, Qin Sheng took a deep breath to dispel all the distractions and mentioned Li Yao in one hand. Li Yao didn't have any defense at all, and didn't dare to resist. Now count our account. Qin Sheng said indifferently, leave 100 Lei Hu Jin and you can leave. As soon as Li Yao heard this, he almost vomited blood and died, shivering. He said in fear, my lord, you didn't kill me so much even if you killed 100 Lei Hu Jin. Li Yao, as a 5th level labor disciple, only has 5 pieces of tiger gold per month. With some labor tasks, he can only earn up to 10 to 20 pieces of tiger gold. With his daily practice, there is not much left. Is it? Qin Sheng sneers, don't you say it's from Xianglonglu? It's my protection fee. It's 3 pieces of Lei Hu Jin in a month. Not 100 pieces of Lei Hu Jin? Qin Sheng's eyes are more and more indifferent, and his killing intention is gradually rising. As the most powerful man in the Vientiane realm, Li Yao's spirit felt so keen that he immediately realized the fierce and murderous intention emanating from Qin Sheng's body, and immediately counseled him again. Don't kill me. At this moment, Li Yao has the prestige of a 5-level working disciple. He seems to be a pitiful creature, pitifully begging for survival. My Lei Hu Jin has spent all his time in Tiangang Pavilion. Qin Sheng listened, his face slightly coagulated, and said, where is Tiangang Pavilion? Li Yao saw that Qin Sheng didn't mean to kill him. Finally, he put down his big stone and explained, Tiangang Pavilion is a place of practice, and the only place where both the inner and outer mountains can practice. The practice in Tiangang Pavilion is 100 times a day. It can not only refine the body and spirit, but also heal and dispel the old troubles. Even when some Jedi are cursed, the spirit of resentment can be destroyed. Li Yao's eyes light with some nostalgia. It is clear that he has endless yearning for this Tiangang Pavilion. Is there any magic? Qin Sheng didn't want to believe it. Even the spirit of resentment and curse can be dispelled? This is not a false one. It has deified the function of Tiangang Pavilion. If it's said to refine the body and soul, Qin Sheng really believes that there is such a place. Don't believe it. Li Yao sneers, mentioning that Tiangang Pavilion has some sense of superiority, and says, I heard that as long as you have enough Lei Hu Jin, you can even exchange time in Tiangang Pavilion. That is to say, it's only a day to stay in for 1 year and come out. Boom. Qin Sheng's head exploded as soon as he heard it. Tiangang Pavilion can also change the speed of time passing? How could it be? That's the effect of artifact. In the inheritance and memory of the 10,000 robbers, there was also the artifact memory of controlling time. However, that kind of thing, even in 9 days and 10 places, is also legendary. Even the 10,000 robbers never saw it. Now Li Yao tells him that there is such a terrible place. This made Qin Sheng look crazy, obviously unwilling to believe. Long Dawei, is there such a place? Finally, Qin Sheng couldn't help sending a message to Long Dawei and asked. As the alchemy furnace of immortal origin, Long Dawei has seen many kinds of god tools against the sky, even the immortal tools which are higher than the god tools. Hearing this, Long Dawei calmed down. He faltered, as if he had many concerns. Yes, but I can't tell you. Long Dawei's words made Qin Sheng unhappy. Why can't you tell me that you are now my follower and my artifact? There was a flash of anger between Qin Sheng's eyebrows. He faintly felt that the dragon power had a different heart. Long Dawei shook his head and said, It's not that I don't want to say it, but that I can't say it, and I can't say it. You can't imagine the supernatural means of the descendants of immortals, even the descendants of immortals. Even if I was just an artifact, I was sealed with memory. Even in some key memory fragments, I was directly shackled with a soul. If you don't believe it, you can release your soul power and check it. Long Dawei said, but, with your strength, those terrible shackles can be untied. It's all right. If they can't be opened, in 9 out of 10, they will touch the prohibition on the soul shackles. If they are backfired, you will not die or be injured. Qin Sheng really had some ideas, but when Long Dawei said that, he was stunned on the spot. Although his spirit level is very high now, he can only reach the legendary Holy Spirit state. But the small Holy Spirit state is a drop in the ocean for those who are of God origin or even immortal origin, a little dust in the void of the universe, which is not worth mentioning at all. I didn't fool you. Not to scare you. Long Dawei suddenly sighed and said, I know you have passed on a memory of the strong in 9 days and 10 places. However, that kind of strong person, in the endless 9 days and 10 places, is not worth mentioning at all. How can the world he has seen compare with me? Long Dawei has told his pain. Emperor Dan, the great benefactor of Qin Sheng, has saved Qin Sheng twice. This kind of great cause and effect must be paid back. But Qin Sheng was very clear that the dragon might have said nothing wrong. It seemed that the emperor of 10,000 robbers was very intimidating and could be called emperor, but maybe it was just a folk name in 9 days and 10 places. Because according to the information of the true furnace spirit of Tai, 9 days and 10 places are far bigger than we thought. According to the inheritance and memory of the emperor, he didn't even touch the real gods, let alone the terrible immortal strongman of immortal descent. That Tiangang pavilion may be the broken remains of a time artifact that fell from 9 days and 10 places in the War of Annihilation," said Long Dawei lightly. "Who?" Qin Sheng took a deep breath. He said indifferently, "Even the remains of the artifact are rare. It's worth my practice." When Li Yao saw Qin Sheng's silence, he thought he was frightened, and the high breath just disappeared, gradually became strong. He said with a cold smile, "Qin Sheng, the lowest fee for the place like Tiangang Pavilion is 100 lei hujin, and there is only 1 day for treatment or cultivation." 100 thunderbolts. Qin Sheng's eyebrows wrinkled. As a 6th-level labor disciple, his monthly regular money is only 6 pieces of lei hujin. However, the legendary Tiangang Pavilion even has a threshold of 100 lei hujin, which is too much money. And even if 1 day of practice in Tiangang Pavilion is equal to 100 days of practice outside, it is not too big for Qin Sheng. After all, it's really not easy to earn 100 lei hujin. Unless you really think of what Li Yao said, it's only a day outside when you stay in Tiangang Pavilion for a year. But such a charge is not only 100 lei and hujin. The indifference between Li Yao's eyebrows became more and more intense. He said with a smile, "Qin Sheng, you and I are all strangers. Although you and I have a grudge, I can let it go and recommend you to enter Shanglong Tower. Although you are gifted and just came in, you are a level 6 working disciple, but in the outer mountain of the temple of Heilong Mountain, hundreds of thousands of working disciples, let alone level 6 working disciples, even level 9 working disciples are also a handful. If you don't choose to hold a regiment, you will die quickly. Even if no one is clearly going to harm you, you will also be used as cannon fodder through hard work. If you choose our Shanglong Tower, it's our people. Other working disciples, even level 9 working disciples, dare not play a black hand on you." Li Yao's words are not very pleasant, especially for a proud son of heaven, and even harsh. Li Yao snorted coldly from the bottom of his heart and said to himself, "What about genius? No matter how hard Nyobi is, he is only a level 6 working disciple. If he is not attached to a big force, let alone a level 6 working disciple. Even a level 9 working disciple is a scum. If I say Zhang Longlu is gone, it will be gone. It's important for me to live now. When you join Shanglong Tower, I'll find an acquaintance to kill you. At that time, Li Yao must make your life worse than death." Hearing this, Qin Sheng squinted and looked deeply at Li Yao, who had a fanatical idea of revenge in his heart, with a terrible penetrating power in his eyes. Li Yao met Qin Sheng's penetrating eyes, and he felt his spirit was stabbed like a sharp knife. It was extremely painful, and the soul light seemed to be torn. "What's the matter? Qin Sheng's eyes are still attacking with spirits?" Li Yao's heart was stormy, frightened and angry, and he didn't want to believe it, but he had seen how powerful Qin Sheng's spirit attack was before. However, Li Yaowan didn't expect that Qin Sheng had just fought with him, but he still had a hand. Obviously, he didn't try his best. "Finished?" Qin Sheng grinned and said, "I can feel the bad intention in your soul light." "No, I didn't. I didn't dare to be hostile to you." Li Yao's heart was pounding wildly. He almost jumped out. He was scared to pee. He did not have a good intention for Qin Sheng just now, but he was deeply hidden. There was no flaw in his facial expression. However, Qin Sheng's spirit realm is too much higher than Li Yao's. He is only a little short of reaching the Holy Spirit realm. Compared with those who are strong in the Holy Spirit realm, such a sharp soul power is definitely not for fun or for fun. Do not admit it? The smile on Qin Sheng's face gradually disappeared. He said indifferently, "Since you don't admit it, I won't break it." Qin Sheng was very indifferent. He didn't look like a warrior in the cave at all. The warrior of Dong Tian was a powerful man in the 36 dynasties of the wasteland, but he didn't know anything about the forbidden area in the north, especially in front of such huge things as Heilong Mountain Temple. It is necessary to reach the level of Vientiane environment to be a working disciple here, even the lowest level. Like Qin Sheng, only the cultivation of Dongshenjing has become a 6th-level servitude disciple. This phenomenon is also a rare and terrible existence in the history of the whole Heilongshan Temple. I killed your people in Shanglong Tower. Is that okay? Qin Sheng looked at Li Yao, who was slightly unnatural, and asked. Li Yao breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't take it seriously and replied, "You worry too much. There are hundreds of thousands of hard-working disciples in the whole outer mountain. Moreover, there are many hard-working tasks, which are extremely dangerous. Even the simplest hard-working tasks are not death or injury. There is nothing worth checking with the people above. Besides, they are not my Xianglong Lu's people. They will die if they die. Their lives are not so valuable." I don't know whether Li Yao is pretending to be relaxed and let Qin Sheng relax his guard, or whether the competition is so cruel and bloody. Very well. Qin Sheng gets a satisfactory reply. His spirit power penetrates into Li Yao's body. With his spirit state, Li Yao doesn't realize it at all. It's not hard to do it at all. He can feel that Li Yao didn't lie this time. Whether to join Shanglong building or not is a matter for the future. Now you can give me 100 lei hu gold to settle the relationship between you and me. Qin Sheng squinted and asked with a smile. Hearing this, Li Yao thought that he had a chance to live. Qin Sheng would not kill himself. But when he heard the latter half of Qin Sheng's words, he was shivering with cold. There are not so many of the 100 lei hu jin. Even if they are hard to get together, do they really dare to offend the people in Shanglong Tower and let themselves out? Li Yao also spent a long time in the temple of Heilong Mountain. He knew that all kinds of cruel fights ended. He had done a lot of things like killing people and surpassing goods. He really let the tiger go back to the mountain. It was a disaster. Even Li Yao had never done such a thing. How can we let the tiger go back to the mountain if we want to cut the grass and get rid of the roots? No, but when I get back, I can get enough acquaintances from Shanglong Tower for you. Li Yao lit up the last thread of vitality and said such a sentence. Qin Sheng listened, but showed a face of cynicism, said, "Let you return to the Dragon Tower, and then wait for your revenge like the storm?" Qin Sheng just came to the temple of Heilong Mountain. Although he didn't pay attention to the so-called Shanglong Tower, he couldn't do such a stupid thing as releasing the tiger to the mountain. Boom! Li Yao, who was dying at the beginning, didn't know what strong medicine he had taken. His breath soared and he was about to leave as a streamer. Qin Sheng laughs and steps out with one foot, which seems to be slow. In fact, it's almost to the extreme. His body is extremely fierce even in the Vientiane environment. In addition, the brick of Tai real stove smashes Li Yao half dead. Ah! Li Yao screamed and fell into a deserted house. This is not so much a deserted house, but a vast deserted house. From the broken outline, you can still imagine how brilliant it was. Qin Sheng frowned a little, and he hesitated a little. He thought that the temple of Heilong Mountain was really powerful in those days. A working disciple could build such a magnificent temple in the outer mountain. Following Li Yao's scream, Qin Sheng stepped into the desolate palace. Just after he came in, Qin Sheng's frown became more intense. Because of the sharp power of his spirit, he could instantly feel that the desolate palace had an extremely insidious smell. Other places are holy places of spiritual cultivation, like fairyland. But the temple is very different. It's just like falling from fairyland to infernal hell. Li Yao's injury is very serious, but he still takes the tonic medicine out of the receiving ring. His spine is broken by the Taizan stove, but the tonic medicine is also very important. The bloody injury heals at the speed that the naked eye can see. Li Yao was very clear about the arrival of the hall. Even some of the registered disciples died in it. What did he calculate in front of the registered disciples? Even a registered disciple who breaks into this desolate hall, by mistake, will die forever. If he dare to go deep, he will be dead. Li Yao crawled out of the hall. There was no big restriction and no magic array, so Li Yao quickly climbed out. It's time to escape. When Li Yao saw the white light outside the temple, he thought he was going to escape from the sky, and he was excited. At this time a figure stood in front of Li Yao, with a well-proportioned figure. It was not so tall and big, but a pair of eyes were as dazzling as a real dragon, and there was a terrible smell of dragon descent all over his body, which made Li Yao's heart tremble. Qin Sheng snorted coldly. His eyebrows were shining. He reached out with one hand. His speed was far faster than that of the ordinary Vientiane warrior. Now Qin Sheng's body has been strengthened to the extreme, and he can easily blow up the martial artist in Vientiane. Although Li Yao is a medium-sized strong man in Vientiane, he was just smashed to death by Taizan furnace. Although he took the tonic medicine, he is not a panacea after all, and he can't really recover. To say the least, even if Li Yaozhen can recover to the top, he is definitely not Qin Sheng's opponent. Not to mention the huge gap between the spiritual realm and the physical realm, the only gap between the martial arts realm seems to be higher than that of Qin Sheng. However, in fact, it's not the case. What Qin Sheng got through was the spirit. In addition to the spirit of war, there was the 9-death magical skill, which was also a great weapon to study the extreme skill in 9 days and 10 places. Qin Sheng was able to improve the huge yuan power gap. In other words, in all aspects, Qin Sheng's strength is also a servant disciple of Li Yao's level. Air. Li Yao only felt a flower in his eyes, and Qin Sheng's hands were like dragon claws, holding him tightly, unable to move. Cannon fodder must have the awareness of being cannon fodder. Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes and said in a voice of indifference, "If you are a solid cannon fodder, when I check out this deserted hall, I can make a soul oath to let you leave alive." Qin Sheng. Don't think about it. Li Yao refused without hesitation. I'm kidding. This temple is a dangerous place that has been famous for a long time. Especially for Li Yao, whose strength is humble, let alone him. Even if a registered disciple dares to rush in, he will die of death and have no body. Now Qin Sheng asked Li Yao to be the cannon fodder to explore the desolate palace at night, which is different from asking him to die. I'm from Shanglong Tower. Even though Shanglong Tower is in the inner mountain, a group of registered disciples have a good reputation. You dare to let me be the cannon fodder. If you let out the news, you will be dead. Li Yao struggled desperately, shining all over. Like a boa constrictor, his violent yuanli set off a storm in a small area, shattering some nearby villas and broken pavilions. However, this place is too barren. It is far from the real residence of the working disciples. Moreover, there are various complicated array shielding, which makes it difficult to transmit the after effects even if there is a fight here. What's more, it's late at night. Who is not going to rush to this place? That is to say, even if Li Yao makes a great deal of trouble, no one will find the fighting here. Unless Li Yao can break out the power of semi-holy land level. Semi-holy land seems to be half higher than Vientiane land. In fact, there is a huge gap. You should know that even level 9 working disciples, and even some registered disciples, cannot reach semi-holy land. Well? Is there a fight? Dozens of miles away from the temple, a man and a woman were on their way. The man was dressed in white armor. Under the moonlight, he looked very handsome. He was carrying a silver snake-shaped long gun. With the sound of the wind, he tore out the sound waves and made a sound like a viper. The woman's long purple dress outlines a voice that most men want to marvel at, including the handsome man of white war armor who is nearby. Younger martial sister Yu Jing, I'm afraid that the after effect of the battle is near the Hall of Famine. Si Konghong coughed softly, his eyes moved away from the magnificent place of the purple skirt, and said positively. Yu Jing's strength is not very strong, but her face is beautiful, her body is 1 in a million, and her temperament is also of the top grade among many registered disciples. Her eyes were moving, and she was afraid. It was obvious that she had heard the story of the Temple of Famine. It's not that there's something terrible going on in the Temple of Famine. Yu Jing said in a low voice that she had already played the retreat drum and said, Elder Martial Brother, why don't we go back now and report to the deacon or ask Elder Martial Brother of Xianglonglu to help? Hearing that, Si Konghong was a little unhappy, but that is, the lightning and flint disappeared, and the calm and confident face replaced it. Ha ha, younger martial sister Yu Jing, you are so convinced of the stories forged by those working disciples. Si Konghong said with a smile, look at the aftermath of the battle. It's only at the level of Yantian. Even the peak of Yantian is not reached. This younger martial sister Yu Jing's appearance among the registered disciples is superior. But Si Konghong licked it for many days, gave a lot of gifts, and made many promises, before reluctantly fooling it here. It's dark and windy in the night. It's also to explore the legendary ghost house of the desolate palace. When there is no small move, you will have a chance to hold the beauty back if you act bravely again. When Yu Jing hears the confident Si Konghong saying that, the fear in her mind disappears. In fact, Si Kong is one of her spare tires. In these days, she didn't receive less gifts from Si Kong. Although it's just a spare tire, if she refuses it for a long time, the spare tire will be discouraged. Take advantage of this time to pump up the spare tire. Yu Jing's talent is really very common, and the family background is very common, and even you can say it without hesitation, it's a bit poor. Fortunately, there are still some beauties to be able to raise a group of spare tires. Relying on the gifts of spare tires, we can step-by-step upgrade from the working disciple to the registered disciple. Okay, but you have to promise me that if there is such a terrible spirit, evil spirit, or even corpse spirit in the Wasteland Hall, we will leave immediately and report to the deacon. Yu Jing finished all this, then he followed Si Kong safely. After hearing this, Si Konghong knew that Yu Jing had agreed. There was a flash of secret joy between his eyebrows. It seemed to Si Kong that some big evil spirits and some ghost legends were just rumors of the working disciples. Si Konghong's background is not low. He didn't go through the stage of laboring disciple. Just after entering the Heilong Mountain Temple, he became a registered disciple directly. Li Yao's arduous progress, each step is half a day's time, Qin Sheng followed behind, already a little impatient. Li Yao, if you delay like this, I don't mind cutting off a leg. Anyway, you are so slow. It's useless to have your leg. Qin Sheng's indifferent cold way was quiet, but it was full of terrible killing intention. Hearing the words, Li Yao's body suddenly trembled. Although he didn't know Qin Sheng for a long time, he was very clear that Qin Sheng didn't say it casually. If Li Yao dared to delay, Qin Sheng would definitely cut his leg. For two powerful registered disciples, the journey of tens of miles is only the time of tens of breaths. Someone's coming? Li Yao's eyes brightened, and he could feel the strong breath of the two coming. Judging from the strength of Yuan Li's breath, he would never be lower than the level 9 working disciple, or even one level higher than the working disciple. So late, is it a registered disciple? Think of here, Li Yao can't help but show a touch of ecstasy, suddenly crazy voice, adults, save me, I was murdered by the rapist. Qin Sheng is faster than Li Yao to discover the two people who came from the explosion. He is a man and a woman. He is a man with a sword eyebrow and stars. He has a tall and straight body and a high spirit. There is a sense of superiority and pride between his eyebrows. Women's breath is introverted, noble temperament, in a perfect purple skirt set off, it is even more noble. Qin Sheng glanced at the man and the woman, especially at the marks on their chests. Registered disciple? Qin Sheng's heart couldn't help but stir up a stir. The strength of the registered disciples was far greater than that of the working ones, and the night was already deep. The two registered disciples rushed to Qin Sheng, so Qin Sheng had to raise the alert. At first, Qin looked at Qin Sheng and Liao contemptuously, then took back his eyes, but smiled at Yu Jing attentively and said, "Younger martial sister Yu Jing, I'm right. It's true that some working disciples are fighting each other. There's no evil spirit, no evil spirit. Even if there is one, I have all kinds of cards. I will never let you hurt half of your hair." From then on, Qin didn't pay much attention to Qin Sheng and Liao. Yu Jing is really a gorgeous woman. Liao suddenly forgot that he was seriously injured. He sent a message to Qin again. "Please help me, my lord." Qin's face was cold, and a trace of displeasure flashed between his eyebrows, as if he was saying, "Didn't he see me licking the goddess?" With a sneer, Qin said, "What are you, worthy of my help?" Liao was stunned. He didn't expect that Qin would refuse him, but after a little thought, he understood. There are dozens of working disciples in the Heilong Mountain Temple. How many fights are there? Even looking at the whole outer mountain, it's not the real Heilong Mountain Temple at all. The struggle between the working disciples, the fight between life and death, occurs every day, even every moment. How can the registered disciples manage such a small matter if they are noble? "I've seen you, sir. You and I are all from Shanglong Tower." Liao explained the intention directly. Hearing this, Qin was surprised. Unexpectedly, he also met the working disciples of Shanglong Tower here. Qin once again focused on the two men. With a strong sense of superiority on his face, he looked down on Qin Sheng and said, "You dare to provoke me to the Shanglong Tower? What a death!" Qin is a tall man, and his words are permeated with strong yuan power fluctuations, and his eyebrows are shining with terrible light. "Do you want to do it yourself, or do you want me to do it?" In front of the goddess, Qin must show himself to be powerful and domineering. As soon as Qin Sheng heard this, he frowned, and Landui almost jumped out, trying to kill the spare tire by copying the real stove of Tai. However, Qin Sheng's transmission made Long Dawei stable, because he could feel that the strength of these two registered disciples was not low. If they really fought, they would make a lot of noise. "Elder martial brother, I don't think we need to move the killer." At this time, you quiet indifferent smile way, "We are not going to explore the Temple of Famine. It's the best way to use this serving disciple as cannon fodder." After listening to the first half of the sentence, Qin Sheng thought that the registered disciple named Yu Jing was kind, but he didn't expect the second half of the sentence to directly reveal his nature. What a wicked woman! Qin Sheng's face was livid. At the same time, there was a trace of killing between his eyebrows. In front of her, the woman wanted Qin Sheng to be the cannon fodder, and she said with a smile that she was a snake and scorpion woman. Good attention. On the spot, Qin grinned and sneered at Qin Sheng, "Do you hear me? Don't kneel down and thank elder martial sister Yu Jing for her kindness of not killing." At this time, Liao is also a face of schadenfreude, cold way, "You also have today, really reincarnation of heaven. I didn't expect retribution to come so fast." Qin Sheng's face slowly eased. Instead, he looked calm and said with a smile, "Okay, this is the Temple of Famine. Many registered disciples have died in it. I dare to lead the way. Do you dare to follow?" As soon as the voice fell, Qin Sheng walked directly into the Hall of Famine, leaving some hesitating Yu Jing. "You, follow the boy's lead," Yu said quietly and indifferently. Hearing this, Li Yao spits out a mouthful of old blood. He hurriedly looks at Sikonghong and says, "My lord, I'm seriously injured. I can't enter the Hall of Famine." However, how could Sikong allow Li Yao to bargain in front of the goddess? He kicked Li Yao into the Hall of Famine. Cold, biting, violent. This was Qin Sheng's first feeling when he stepped into the Temple of Famine. This feeling of pain and sting went deep into flesh and blood, bone marrow, and even spirits. Before they have gone too far, Qin Sheng and Li Yao and others feel a whirl of the sky and enter a mysterious space. Touched the array and entered a small secret space? Qin Sheng's heart set off a wave. The space array of spirit level? If it's true, it's too much. The space array of the secret realm category is also the spirit level array. This kind of big hand can only be forged by the strong of the holy realm. How could the strong in Holy Land appear in the outer mountain of the working disciples? Thinking of it, Qin Sheng felt strange. Qin Sheng's eyes glowed with strange glare, and were extremely sharp. The power of the spirit poured out. His eyes were like the eyes of gold, which saw through the illusion. This is not a true spirit level array. Maybe the people who set it up are not strong enough. Maybe this spirit level array has a long history and appears to be dilapidated. Qin Sheng saw through a lot of them. However, Li Yao and the two registered disciples did not see this. Suddenly, I fell into such a strange space, lost contact with the outside world, and there was some fear on my natural face. In particular, Li Yao, who was standing behind Qin Sheng, was all over. He had suffered heavy losses, but his strength was not 1 in 10. Now he fell into such an unknown terrorist space, and combined with the terrible past of previous association. Li Yao's voice is about to pop out. "Elder Martial Brother, what is this place?" Yu Jing can't help but ask, although she is a registered disciple, but her strength is still a distance from semi-holy land. In this dangerous place, inexplicable fear is naturally generated. Hearing this, Sikong took a step forward. There was a flash of fear between his eyebrows, but there was no trace of the disappearance of the lightning and flint. He seemed to have a bottom in his heart and had a general expectation of this place. It's just a broken space spirit array. Sikong Hong's background is not small. Naturally, he has some insight. The spatial spirit array can be distinguished. "Younger martial sister, you are behind me. This blindfold is not so brilliant," said Sikong Hong confidently. "You too, keep exploring," Sikong Hong said indifferently, but he had not just come in at that time. He took out the long gun from the back of the silver-white armor, and the other hand was still attached to the ring. It seemed that if there was something wrong, he would sacrifice a big weapon from the ring. Wen Yan said that although Qin Sheng was a little unhappy, he didn't show much dissatisfaction. He was very indifferent between his eyebrows, holding the Tai Real stove in his hand, and gradually went deep into the temple. Looking from the outside, the hall was not very big, but because of the arrangement of the spirit array, Qin Sheng and them had been walking for half an hour and had not finished. It's worthy of the spirit level array. Although it's broken, it can't be despised. Qin Sheng knew he was psychedelic. At this time, there was a fog in the desolate palace, which was extremely dense, and there was a wave of decadent atmosphere. Buzzing. The terrible green ghost fire lights up and floats around, accompanied by the horrible scream. Is this ghost fire or ghost fire? Is there any soul fire here? Long Dawei takes a bubble and looks at these soul fires. His eyes are full of greedy light. His favorite thing as an artifact is to devour these things rich in soul power. Maybe for the common martial arts, once the soul fire is infected, it will bring about the destruction of the body and the spirit. But for Long Dawei, these soul fires are definitely tonics. Hiss. Hesitation. The fog is too thick, even cut off the spread of soul power. Li Yao has suffered a heavy blow. The spirit response has not been as sensitive as it was in the peak period, and accidentally infected with a ray of soul fire. Ah, it hurts. My lord, help. Help me. Li Yao's whole body was stained with soul fire. The wound on the meat mountain may not have much effect, but the soul light was quickly wiped out. Qin stepped out step by step, took out some silver powder from the ring and sprinkled it on Li Yao. Those silver powder can even destroy the soul fire. After a few breaths, Li Yao's soul fire is annihilated. Thank you for your help. Li Yao's salute was respectful, but the voice sounded powerless. It was obvious that most of his soul power had been consumed. The two dark circles were huge, as if his body had been hollowed out. Keep going. Qin Hong's voice is indifferent and there is no room for discussion. Li Yao raised his head and looked at Qin Hong with a pale face. He wanted to say something against him. Maybe in his opinion, they are also from Shanglong Tower. Is it necessary to do so? Haha, Yu Shanglong building is really dark enough to do things, and your own people are also black. Qin Sheng couldn't help sneering. Li Yao glared at Qin Sheng, but he couldn't refute it. Besides, he is now exhausted physically and mentally. Both the body and the spirit are about to be drained. In normal times, he may not be able to keep going. He has been directly in bed for several months. Every time he walked, Li Yao found that the soles of his feet were so thick, and then he smelled a very strong smell of blood. Li Yao looked down and saw a large area of blood red under his eyes. Blood? Li Yao is a little confused. How can there be blood and water here? I don't know how many years he has been abandoned. Me. Too late to think, more and more blood soon submerged the knee. These bloody waters are weird. Qin Sheng felt that there was a swallowing force coming from the sole of his feet. Both the Yuan force and the soul force were disappearing, and they were swallowed without any reason. No, this blood can devour soul power and Yuan power. Qin Sheng yelled and stepped out. He flew into the sky. At this time a violent and bloody force came to Qin Sheng's shoulder, holding it like a hot iron tongs and pulling it on the bloody water. Go away. Qin Sheng roared, without any hesitation. He operated the 9 death magic. The devoured Yuanli and soulful Tong Tong were backfired. At the same time, he sacrificed the Tai real stove. There was also a waste heat on it, which burned on Qin Sheng's shoulder. The power clamped on Qin Sheng's shoulder seemed to have seen a ghost. There was a shrill scream and it disappeared without trace. Ah! At the same time, Li Yao was pulled into the blood pool. Qin Sheng's eyes glowed. He was keen to capture the ferocious blood hand that pulled Li Yao into the blood pool. The strength of blood hand is so great that even the strong in Vientiane is hard to resist. Boom! The terrible explosion roared, set off the waves, accompanied by the rotten breath of blood, like countless blood arrows, exploded in all directions. The power contained in the blood arrow, not to mention the ordinary martial artists in the cave, will be shot into powder even if it is a real Vientiane strongman, and all shapes and gods will be destroyed. Li Yao struggles out of the blood. His upper body has been lost. He is badly hurt. The ferocious wound is twinkling with complicated runes and twisted. Seeing such a bloody scene, even Qin Sheng was a little frightened, but there were more terrible pictures. A twisted bloody shadow, a ferocious face, some tattered scales between the eyebrows. This is not a ghost. It grabs Li Yao's head. There are glittering nails like gold on his bloody hands. Even though they are far away, Qin Sheng can still feel that the nails on his bloody hands must be extremely sharp. The bloody spirit first looked back at Qin Sheng and said something. Qin Sheng couldn't understand it, but he must be demonstrating to Qin Sheng and provoking them. Pooh! Li Yao's spiritual cover is cut by his sharp nails, and the white material is presented in front of the public. The complaining spirit sticks out its long tongue, and then Liao is sucked between the lightning and flint. Both flesh and blood and soul light have been sucked up. My God, is that a spirit of complaint? Yu Jing exclaimed. Her strength was much weaker than that of Si Kong Hong. Her face was a little frightened. She murmured, that legend is true indeed. There have been complaints in this deserted hall and several registered disciples are missing. Elder Martial Brother, what can I do now? Yu Jing said anxiously. Si Kong Hong's face is blue. Although he had been prepared for a long time, he came to explore the ghost house with his goddess, just to play a hero's trick to save the beauty. The old way is the old way, but the most important thing is to be able to hold the beauty back. As for whether the process is in a mess, Si Kong won't care about it at all. However, the power of the resentful spirit in front of us is much stronger than we thought, and we all know how to use the array. It's not a simple grievance. It has grown to the level of semi-holy land at the worst level. Qin Sheng set off some waves in his heart. Doesn't Heilong Mountain Temple care? The temple of Heilong Mountain is so big and there are so many working disciples. Maybe I know there is such a thing, but I don't care about it. Long Dewey said indifferently. He looked at the blood color of the spirit, eyes some hot. In front of those working disciples, the spirit of resentment is a great terror. However, in front of Long Dawei, the blood color spirit of resentment is a great tonic. After taking it, you can replenish your soul power. In 9 days and 10 places, there is nothing that can't be made by Tai furnace. Chatter. The bloody spirit sticks out its long tongue, licks the blood-stained corners of its mouth, reveals its hideous fangs, and looks at Qin Sheng, who is on guard, turns to attack Yu Jing. Shua. This bloody spirit sucks Liao's flesh and soul light, and speeds up the speed by 2 points. Yu Jing just sees a bloody shadow, and the rotten and bloody breath pours into his nose. Senior brother, help me. Yu Jing throws out a roll of white cloth. It's bright in gold and bright in spirit. It's obviously a valuable defense spirit. The white cloth is glittering and shining. A shadow of the phoenix appears in front of the public, giving off a light sense of sanctity. If a weak and low-level warrior sees it, he will worship it and think that he has met the beast. Chatter. The bloody spirit didn't hesitate at all, but there was a touch of sarcasm on his ferocious face. He flashed out his sharp claws like lightning. With a puff, he tore the white cloth into ragged strips. This bloody spirit is too fierce. It's not a common spirit that can withstand it. Dying? At this time, Yu Jing's face is white, and she regrets that she shouldn't allow Si Kong to come here to explore. It's just a spare tire. What's worth risking with her life? Unfortunately, things have developed to this extent, and there is no regret medicine to take in the world. Junior sister, I'll help you. Just at the moment when Yu Jing thought that he was going to die, the voice of Si Kong Hong came. He stepped out step by step, white light came from his whole body, and shot out the snake-shaped long gun. The quality of the long gun was obviously better than that of Yu Jing's white cloth, and the sharp light burst out. Clang clang, burst out a large number of Mars, even can't hurt that bloody resentment. Roar. The blood color resents the spirit to roar, obviously was annoyed, is holding the blood plate big mouth to bite to the Si Kong Hong. This evil animal has some abilities. At this time it's a crisis. At the time of life and death, Si Kong Hong didn't forget to play handsome. When he clapped the ring, a talisman was floating in his palm. The talisman is yellow and green. It is the size of an adult man's arm. It depicts numerous and incomparable spiritual patterns, one after another, one after another. Shenling. Si Kong's mouth was twitching, and his handsome face was reluctant to give up. But at the critical moment, he dared not ask for a big one. He said several incantations loudly, and the yellow and green talisman fell on the body of blood and resentment. Is that the talisman? Qin Sheng had some accidents. He didn't expect this registered disciple to get this talisman. Li Yao once mentioned this kind of talisman, whose value is equal to the real heaven-covering spirit array. Cut, the technique of depicting the holy stripe is really rough. It's also called Zhenlingfu? Long Dawei is not ashamed. You will? Qin Sheng was curious. Tai furnace has always been alchemy. When did he even be good at carving talismans? I don't know much about it, but there will be some of them. Long Dawei said with a smile. As soon as the talisman came out, the bloody spirit was trapped. Chatter. The body of the blood-color resentful spirit expands with it, trying to struggle to leave, but how could the Zhenlingfu make it escape so easily? The Zhenlingfu also expands with it. Hua. At last, Zhenlingfu was ignited, and the bloody and ferocious scream turned into a blood flame. Younger martial sister, you are frightened. Si Kong Hong's face flashed a touch of flesh pain, but he turned to care about Yu Jing. Yu Jing was obviously frightened, but couldn't help but ask Si Kong, curiously, elder martial brother, what you just sacrificed is the legendary Zhenlingfu? Hearing this, Si Kong Hong straightened up his chest and said with a smile, yes, it's Zhenlingfu. God, it's a talisman indeed. I heard that one talisman, even the lowest one, needs 300 Lei Hu Jin. Elder martial brother, you are really generous. You spent so much money to save me. Yu Jing's eyes are bright. As a registered disciple, her monthly regular money is only 100 Lei Hu Jin. That is to say, Si Kong just squandered her 3 months of regular money. It's a real waste of money. However, in other words, if there is no talisman in this town, it's not difficult for the bloody spirit to harvest her head. As long as you can save younger martial sister, it's worth spending more money on Lei Hu Jin. Si Kong's vanity was greatly satisfied. Sniff. The blood flame gradually extinguished, and the original rotten and bloody smell disappeared without trace. Instead, it was an attractive fragrance. Danxiang? Qin Sheng refined the inheritance and memory of the emperor. He was the quickest to judge how sharp he was in alchemy. With the complete disappearance of the blood flame, the ferocious blood-color resentment spirit turned into a fist-sized magic pill under the burning of Zhenlingfu. Only see the round and crystal of the elixir, the surface is intact, twinkling with numerous and incomparable spiritual patterns. The rich fragrance of the elixir makes it look like a work of art. This is? At last, Si Kong Hong, who was intoxicated with a strong sense of vanity, finally came back. With a schwa, he burst into front of the crystal elixir. His face was red and his brow was full of excitement. This is the blood elixir? The best blood elixir. The shaking voice of Si Kong Hong reverberated in the whole desolate hall and lasted for a long time. Big money this time. Si Kong was so pleased that Yu Jing had gone. She was puzzled because she didn't know much about the pills. One of the ordinary elixirs was very expensive. She didn't send the other spare tires. Of course, it was just some common goods. The most valuable one was 100 Lei Hu Jin. What is Si Kong Hong? He came from a big family in the North restricted area. Although he is only a marginal disciple, he also has some experience. Especially for the registered disciples, he is not short of Lei Hu Jin. After just experiencing the breathtaking situation, Yu Jing has some intention of turning the spare wheel of Si Kong Hong into a regular one. What even Si Kong Hong do marvels at is absolutely valuable. Elder martial brother, what is the blood spirit pill? Yu Jing tries to calm down and ask lightly. Si Kong looked back at Yu Jing and said with a smile, blood spirit pill, it's a kind of advanced spirit pill that can be met but can't be asked. It's very valuable and can awaken the blood. Smell speech, Yu Jing is also beautiful eyes bright. can you awaken your blood? Above the Yuan Mai is the blood. The power of blood is more mysterious and complicated than that of Yuan. If it's possible for almost everyone to get through the Yuan Mai, then it's not so easy. Some humble warriors have already begun to awaken the power of blood in Dongtian and even Shenfu, while some noble blood, even holy territory, may not be able to awaken. But once awakened, the power of blood will be absolutely powerful. Seeing this scene, even Qin Sheng couldn't help his heart beating. If it's a real blood elixir, and there are so many, maybe it can awaken Qin Sheng's blood power. The backwardness in the realm of martial arts can be mended by awakening the strength of blood. Hey, younger martial sister, do you know? On the market, the blood elixir that can awaken the power of blood is the cheapest 1,000 Lei Hu Jing. Saikong said a surprising number, which made Yojing's eyes bright and her face inconceivable. 1,000 Thunder Tiger Gold. It's almost a year since she was in Heilong Mountain Temple. Yujing trembles away, whole 18 blood spirit Dan, that is not to say there are nearly 20,000 not Thunder Tiger Gold here. The answer is correct. With a smile on his face and a wave of his hands, Sikong handed 3 blood pills to Yujing. To give it to me? Yujing's face is red, and his heart is beating wildly. He asks hesitantly. Yujing has some beauty, she pursues many spare tires, and naturally has received many valuable gifts. 3 blood elixirs, according to the information disclosed by Sikong Hong, are worth 3,000 thunder and tiger gold. She has never received such an expensive gift. This time, Yujing didn't do anything to explore the desolate palace. If it wasn't for Sikong's Zenling Fu, she would have died in 9 out of 10. With a smile that he thought was the most attractive, Sikong smiled at Yujing and said, "Yes, you are the only one who deserves the blood elixir. I know you've been hitting semi-holy land lately." In this moment, Yu was still unmoved, and an idea flashed in your mind that the spare tire could be corrected. "Thank you, elder martial brother." Yujing did not have such affectation. She accepted the 3 blood elixirs generously. She watched the blood elixir jump wildly. A desire was generated, which was unprecedented strong. Under the eyes of Sikong Hong and Qin Sheng, she devoured 3 blood elixirs. Seeing this scene, Qin Sheng was very distressed. The 18 blood elixirs had long been regarded by him as something in the bag. He had never thought that the woman looked so weak on the surface, and even ate so ugly. 3 blood elixirs were swallowed between the lightning and flint. Tut, before I was still in front of the pure oil and salt do not enter. Saikong's heart sneers, it seems that Lei Hu Jin didn't smash enough. As long as there is enough Thunder Tiger Gold, what goddess can't get it? After a few breaths, Yojing's body swells, and the rich blood and energy rise to the sky like a fountain, breaking through the clouds and illuminating the whole area for 10 li. Click. It seems that something has been broken. Yujing wakes up the power of blood, but the power of blood makes Qin Sheng feel very uncomfortable. It's extremely cold. The whole hall is like an ice cellar. Then a holy idea came into being. Yujing really broke through the semi-holy land, but her eyes turned bloody and cold. Well? Something's wrong. Long Dewee's pores were all standing up, and he stared at Yujing, who had just been promoted to semi-holy land. Is it? Qin Sheng was puzzled. Yujing really gave him a kind of earth-shaking change. Besides being promoted to semi-holy land and the change of breath soaring, Qin Sheng also felt a terrible breath of Yin and sting. This breath of Yin and sting is very secret and familiar to him. Ha, congratulations on your promotion to semi-holy land. Sikong Hong said with a smile. Yujing didn't respond, but rushed to Sikong Hong like a swift returning to the nest. The beautiful woman was in her arms. What's the guard of Sikong Hong? No, she seems to have some appendages, said Long Dawei. It's the spirit of complaint. Qin Sheng's eyes changed dramatically. Just after Qin Sheng's voice came down, Yojing's extremely pale face turned pale, but her eyes turned bloody, and even permeated with blood. The beauty enters the bosom, the soft jade is warm and fragrant, Qin Hong's heart and soul suddenly tremble, without a sense of precaution. He didn't realize that Yu Jing was possessed by the spirit of resentment at this moment, and there was a terrible surge of power in his eyebrows, plus the long and sharp fingernails on his fingers. Elder Martial Brother, you sent me the blood elixir to promote me to the semi-holy land. Such kindness, the little girl didn't think of it. Yu Jing's voice is cold, but it sounds like Qin's blood is foaming. He is covered in blood. If it wasn't this place, but it was the Hall of Famine, and there was Qin Sheng, the servant disciple, around, Qin Hong would not be able to control it, so he solved it here. Yu Jing's hands probe into Qin's white armor and wander around. Pooh! Suddenly, Yu Jing's sharp fingers cut through Qin's chest, and then pulled out a large piece of beating flesh and blood. Yu Jing! You! Qin Hong spits blood in his mouth, and his violent power breaks out in a flash. He has not been promoted to semi-holy land, but he can also compete with those powerful people at the level of emperor in the 36 dynasties of the wasteland. He is only a little short of being promoted to semi-holy land. Chatter. Familiar and chilly laughter reverberated in the desolate hall. Yu Jing, who was possessed by the spirit of resentment, had a trace of human color. The eyes were full of the shadow of the spirit of resentment. Maybe in the moment of eating the blood spirit pill, the real Yu Jing was dead. What a stupid human being. The blood-red Yu Jing sneers wantonly. The blood in her hand is the heart of Qin Hong. Give me back my heart. With a pale face, Qin offered a talisman to cover the hole in his chest in an attempt to prevent the passage of his life. In response to Qin, Yu Jing devours the flesh and blood. False, everything is false. Qin Sheng and Long Dawei looked at each other and said, it turns out that this evil spirit was not run down by the spirit talisman, but pretended to be a blood spirit pill, and then wait for Yu Jing and Qin to refine the blood spirit pill to seize it. It's too cunning and vicious. Qin Sheng was not the first time to contact the spirit of resentment. He also met the spirit of resentment in the wasteland mining area. However, compared with the spirit of the Heilong Mountain Temple, it is just a small thing, which is not worth mentioning at all. This evil spirit has already produced a cunning plan. If it wasn't for Long Dawei's warning, maybe Qin Sheng would have missed it for a while. Qin Tu's heart was devoured by Yu Jing, his face was as gray as death, and the talisman on his chest was gradually dimmed. This talisman has its own advantages. It is awarded by the big family. Although it can't compare with the legendary treasures of Talisman for Death and Gold Medal for Avoiding Death, it can still steal the sky and change the sun, and let Qin Hong live for a long time. After all, Qin Hong is a strong man at the peak of the Vientiane environment. With the protection of rare talismans, he can support him to return to the big family and let the strong man in the family to transplant a spirit beast's heart. Escape. Without hesitation, Qin turned around and fled. Chatter, good pure flesh and blood, worthy of being a disciple from the clan. The voice of Yu Jing ghost appears at will in front of Qin Hong. There is still blood on the corner of her mouth. She looks at Qin Hong with open teeth and claws. Boom. Qin Hong punches and fights with Yu Jing in the semi-holy land. The result of the war has not changed in the slightest. Qin just supports 3 moves, and then he is lifted by Yu Jing, who is possessed by the spirit of resentment, and the spirit cover is lifted up. All the soul light is absorbed, and the dead can no longer die. Chasm. Qin is dead, and his receiving ring has become an ownerless thing. As soon as Yu Jing's blood hand reaches out, the receiving ring is refined, and more than 10 blood elixirs collected into the receiving ring are taken out. Yu Jing threw the blood elixir to Qin Sheng at will, and her pale face became more charming. She said, "Surrender to me. These blood elixirs belong to you." Smell speech, Qin Sheng smiled. "Wei, you this resentment spirit still wants to accept human younger brother?" Yu Jing, with a cold eyes, said with a smile, "Humble human, you don't know the power of our demon family at all. It's your honor to be a follower of our demon family." "The demons?" Qin Sheng frowned, and then the inheritance and memory of the emperor came like a tide. After a few breaths, Qin Sheng's face suddenly turned cold, because he finally knew what the evil spirit clan was in Yu Jing's mouth. The demons are very strong, not to mention in the North restricted area, and even the Tianyuan continent, 9 days and 10 places are legendary. Because the emperor did not contact with the real demons, only in the illusory wasteland can there be. "What demon clan do you deserve?" Qin Sheng sneers. In the memory of the emperor, there are not only people who are called evil spirits, but also sections. For example, Insha clan is like this. Fighting against the ancient demons, cultivate the spirit body with evil methods. Daring, you dare to offend? Yu Jing's long hair, which is possessed by the spirit of resentment, is flying, and the fierce and fierce eyes release the terrible killing light. Boom! Originally floating in the air, a dozen blood elixirs were all turned into black poisonous breath. Sure enough, these so-called blood elixirs are also fake. They are highly poisonous. Qin Sheng sneers. Humble human beings, since you do not choose to surrender, then go to die. Yu Jing's mouth, which was possessed by the spirit of resentment, was spraying blood. With a wave of his hand, his bloody power penetrated every inch of the hall. Boom! Once again, the temple of famine changed dramatically. An ancient altar appeared. The smell of decay came from it. There were old runes floating on the altar, and blood stains infiltrated. What altar is this? How does blood look like oil? Qin Sheng felt strange. This kind of altar had never been seen before, and he didn't know which clan it came from. Long Dawei sneered and said, "This is the corpse fire ground evil altar of the Insha clan. It's specially used to practice corpses. It seems that the intelligence generated by the spirit of complaint is already very powerful, or it may be a return to the soul, with a corpse. The previous life is a very strong one." Hearing this, Qin Sheng was shocked. The corpse fire killed the altar. According to the inheritance and memory of the emperor, it was an ancient altar lost in the Great Famine. How did it spread to the forbidden area in the north? As soon as the corpse fire ground evil altar comes out, there will be a terrible light to devour the living spirit, and then suffer the quenching of corpse fire. At that time any flesh and blood, any spirit will turn into nothingness. The altar is not small. Are you sure? Qin Sheng asked. When Long Dawei heard this, he sneered unconcernedly and said, "There are many levels of corpse fire ground evil altar, which is obviously not good at learning skills. At most, it can only count the goods of the mountain village. When Tai stove comes out, it will be smashed into pieces." As soon as the voice fell, Long Dawei started, and he is changed from the body of the artifact to the spirit. Strictly speaking, Long Dawei is also a spirit body. However, he is the real furnace spirit of Tai that was used by immortal people. If it wasn't because of the cataclysm that year that he fell a lot, then Long Dawei would never be so weak. Imagine the alchemy furnace used by Shenzhou. It's made of Xiandan. That's the elixir that even gods should be jealous of. If it's the heyday of the existence of that level, let alone the real elixir, even if there's a ray of fairy spirit leaking from the real furnace of Tai. Let alone a small, corpse fire ground evil altar, even the whole Heilong Mountain Temple, even the forbidden area in the north will turn into nothingness. Has the warrior ever fantasized that he ate a elixir, then feathered and soared? That's just a fool talking in his dream. He can't be stupid anymore. It's really Xiandan. For those martial artists with low strength, it's not a good thing, but a highly poisonous thing. If you take a bite, you'll die if you breathe a fairy spirit. Boom. Taizan's stove came down from the sky. Yu Jing, who was attached to Taizan's stove at the beginning, sneered. She didn't seem to take Taizan's stove seriously. However, in the next moment, she felt keenly that Taizan's stove was not an ordinary Donlu. The violent power came down from the sky, and the corpse fire earth evil altar inch burst. In the end, the altar of corpse fire is like a deserted temple, which is divided into 4 parts, and the terrible turbulence bursts in all directions. Ah! Still hasn't stopped. The Tai real stove emits light. It's true that it doesn't have much momentum, but is as dim as wax candle light. But even so, it's also terrible. Those who don't have any suspense will devour Yu Jing, and then there will be a flame. What's burning is not a different fire, immortal flame, but a corpse fire absorbed by Tai real furnace. The corpse fire has been purified by the Tai real furnace. Although there is only 1 strand left, the hot flame, let alone the semi-holy land, will be burned into slag even if it is a real Holy Land strongman. There is no suspense about that. The shrill cry of grievance spirit reverberates in the vast desolate hall. This grievance spirit is really strong. The Tai real stove calcined dozens of breaths before it was completely calcined. Air. Long Dawei burps and sighs. This evil spirit has not known how many years it has been growing up and devoured the spirits of many human warriors. The Buddha is also doing a good thing for heaven. Wen Yin, Qin Sheng is a little speechless. This dragon power is really more and more like dragon power. Thinking of Long Wei, Qin Sheng can't help but think of Xiaobingning. After calculating the days, Long Wei should leave the imperial capital of Dian and return to Xiaobingning. Xiaobingning's identity is mysterious. It is estimated that he will never appear in the forbidden area in the north again in his life. Even in the Tianyuan continent, he is doomed to be just a passerby. 9 days and 10 places. Qin Sheng's eyes are bright and sharp. He will go to 9 days and 10 places for Xiaobingning. But, 9 days 10 places, that kind of place, he a inferior boy wants to set foot, need to experience 10,000 difficulties. No matter how difficult it is, I will go to 9 days and 10 places. Qin Sheng's eyes are firm. In fact, Qin Sheng should go to 9 days and 10 places, whether it's for Xiaobingning or for Emperor Dandy. Yu calms down to fly ash, and the soul body of resentment spirit is also tempered into the most pure soul power by Tai real furnace. Long Dawei has enough to eat. Boom. Without the support of the spirit of resentment, there were cracks in the altar of corpse and fire in the temple, and finally it collapsed. Me. The blood from the altar gradually dried up, revealing a lot of corpses, including several registered disciples who were missing at that time. I don't know how many years this altar has appeared. There are not tens of thousands of assimilated servitude disciples, are there thousands of them? Qin Sheng looked at the mounds of corpses. Most of them were decayed. Occasionally, he saw several skeletons shining with strange light. They died without corruption. This was obviously the corpses of those registered disciples. One of them is still flickering with light holy meaning. Qin Sheng was surprised and said, "The strong semi-holy land is also lost here." That's a semi-holy land level strong man. Even among the registered disciples, it's a strong one. You know, looking at the whole wasteland, the 36 emperors did not find a strong man of semi-holy land level. Rest in peace. With a wave of his hand, Qin Sheng buried the collapsed altar, including the bodies of tens of thousands of working disciples and several registered disciples. Buzzing. At this time, a bloody light burst into the sky and shot in all directions. Eh? What are those? Qin Sheng's eyes were sharp, and he set off. The violent Yuan force broke out from his body. It was strong and frightening. It turned into a big hand, woven into a huge net, and covered those bloody lights. The strong smell of Danxiang reached Qin Sheng's nostrils, and his face turned red instantly, and his eyes were full of unbelievable looks. Blood elixir? Qin Sheng's palms glistened with the terrible smell of pills, but he took a sip, and his pores were all open. There are 18 bloody elixirs, each of which is twinkling with mysterious holy lines. It's not like the spirit is not dead, is it? And again into a blood elixir? Qin Sheng is a little hesitant. With the blood elixir, he can even have the chance to open his own blood power. Long Dawei said with a smile, I want to know if there is any fraud. If I throw it into the real furnace of Tai to practice, I will not know. Qin Sheng nodded, well, these blood elixirs are also tempered through the altar of corpse fire. This kind of altar is too old. The color of blood elixirs is good, but there should be some impurities. Hula. The whole 18 pieces of blood elixir were collected into the Tai furnace. Open up. The Tai furnace will run automatically with a big drink from Long Dawei. At this moment, Qin Sheng can only stand on one side. Tai Zhenlu is an immortal's alchemy furnace. Although it's broken, it's absolutely impossible to urge Tai Zhenlu in terms of Qin Sheng's spirit realm. Life Soul 9 stars seem to be very high, just a line to reach the Holy Spirit. Even when he reached the Holy Spirit state, Qin Sheng was very reluctant to urge the Tai furnace. The fire on the real stove of Tai is very dim, but the array depicted in it is extremely mysterious, and some core arrays are hard to read even by gods. Although the fire is dim, the blood elixir still melts as fast as ice, and a large number of impurities are tempered. All right, out of the oven. It took less than 3 breaths to come out. It's too fast. Long Dawei roared and then clapped the real furnace of Tai. Boom. A red and gold light is emitted from the Tai furnace, illuminating the whole sky. At this moment, the broken corpse fireplace evil altar still has more power. Within 100 miles, the strong under the semi-holy land don't want to see what's going on here. As for those who are really strong in the Holy Land, they may notice a little change. But this is only the place for the working disciples. Those great powers will not be on their minds. Now the cultivation time is so short. Even those who are strong in the Holy Land with long life won't waste time to explore something about the working disciples. Brush. 9 red and gold lights rose in the sky, making it difficult for Qin Sheng to open his eyes. This is the blood elixir for removing impurities and returning to the furnace? Qin Sheng's face was shocked. At first, there were 18 blood elixirs, but only half of them were left after he was reborn? Even the blood elixir that hasn't experienced the recovery of Tai real furnace is worth 1,000 thunder and tiger gold. Now there is no 9,000 thunder and tiger gold, nearly 10,000. Such a rich man, let alone a working disciple, even a registered disciple with the background of a big family in the north restricted area will be bleeding. Well, Taizan Stove is still suffering from too much trauma. Otherwise, it is estimated that only one of them will be left. Long Dawei doesn't think so. As the spirit of Tai real furnace, he was the terrible existence of refining divine pills and even immortal pills. What world has not seen, let alone just some elixir? Boom. Those blood elixirs who have experienced muscle washing and marrow cutting have even caused thunder punishment, split down and set off terrible thunder fire. Well. At this time a saint in the Chor Hall opened his eyes, and the sharp eyes were shining at the residence of the working disciples. His resolute face showed a trace of doubt, but he soon took back his eyes. The thunder punishment here is much more terrible than those of the 36 dynasties in the wasteland. If you are an ordinary Vientiane strongman, you may be punished by such a wave of thunder. Even if you are immortal, you will be severely hurt. Lie in bed in May, July, and August. 3 less? Qin Sheng's eyes are about to fall. After being punished by thunder, there are only 6 bloody pills left in the air. Take it. Qin Sheng put the remaining 6 blood elixirs into the ring with a wave of his hand, and then set up several complex arrays. Although they didn't reach the level of the spirit array, it would take tens of breaths for even the semi-saint to break into the array. The hall was very broken. Qin Sheng found a training room, and there was a corpse beside it. However, it was dead for a long time, and there was no chance to become a spirit of resentment. Qin Sheng Yuan's strength surged out, and several metal puppets were sacrificed to clean the room. Then he took out the dragon pith incense and ignited it. The whole cultivation room soon filled with a peaceful atmosphere. This dragon marrow incense is a good thing. It was forged from the marrow of the spirit beast that has the true dragon blood. Of course, it is very cruel. It has been handed down from ancient times. Now this forging method has long been lost. Qin Sheng sat with his knees crossed, adjusted his breathing, suddenly opened his eyes, murmured to himself, "So now it's all over the place." The dazzling Dan light soared into the sky. Qin Sheng grasped a blood elixir which had been thoroughly tempered by Tai furnace. He felt that even the strong people in the ordinary cave environment could not resist. Haha, it's worthy of being the elixir tempered by the immortals Danlu. Even the elixir is about to come into being. It's the creation of heaven and earth. Qin Sheng's palms hold the shape of Jackie Chan's claws. The complicated and incomparable runes flash. He is not an ordinary warrior in the cave. Qin Sheng has gone through a lot of treasure refining in the heaven and the earth. He can surpass the powerful man in the cave by the strength of his body alone. Even one fist can blow up a real powerful man in the Vientiane. How hard would it be to clean up a spiritual elixir when the body is so horrible and the spirit state is so rebellious? Any resistance is futile. The blood-golden torrent burst out from his mouth. It was another violent resistance, which was soon absorbed by Qin Sheng. Boom! A thunderbolt exploded in Qin Sheng's body, like the thunder of the beginning of the world. This blood elixir's medicine is too brutal. Even the physically powerful and invincible warrior like Qin Sheng was suddenly injured. The spirit vein is broken, and blood is pouring from the corner of the mouth. The blood elixir tempered in Tai furnace has become so violent? Qin Sheng's face was shocked. He didn't think about this situation. After all, the medicine of the elixir, which had been tempered by the immortals Danlu, would naturally soar a lot. But Qin Sheng didn't expect to be so violent. Qin Sheng's eyes were as sharp as electricity. He snorted coldly. There was a sharp breath between his eyebrows. At the same time, a trace of blood power in his body woke up, making the body that could not bear it heavy. Me. The original blood power like the storm gradually calmed down, turning into the most pure energy to quench all 4 limbs. Qin Sheng sighed. He felt comfortable and wanted to call it out. He could imagine how terrible it was. However, such pure energy disappeared in about 10 breaths. Well? That's all? No more? Qin Sheng is a little silly. It's a blood spirit pill, and it's also a spirit pill tempered in Tai real furnace. Its power is absolutely beyond the ordinary spirit level pill, but such a blood spirit pill makes Qin Sheng absorb it in such a short time. Hey, Long Dawei, you're not rich in money, are you? Qin Sheng turned to look at Long Dawei, and asked doubtfully. Hearing this, Long Dawei was also confused, and said, Qin Shao, how dare I? There are many powers in this blood spirit pill, which can support a normal warrior in the cave. Haha, I think it's your amazing skeleton. You've never been born into the world. There's something in your body that can absorb more blood elixir. Long Dawei fawns on Qin Sheng. If so, come again. Qin Sheng turns his hand and takes out another refined blood elixir. Boom! The furious power of Lingdan rolled to Qin Sheng's four limbs again, and then, after a dozen breaths, the pure and furious power disappeared again. Third. Qin Sheng Mo Sun, such as light, Wei, I don't believe, 9 blood elixir, but also after the refining of Tai furnace, still can't let me promote to the Vientiane realm. Boom! After the entrance of the third blood elixir, Qin Sheng's eyebrows suddenly burst into a terrible light, with sharp colors between them. The uprising of heaven and earth spirit, centered on Qin Sheng, evolved into a huge vortex. At this moment, on the top of Qin Sheng's Tian Lingai, it seems that there is a huge Yuan beast lying dormant. It's terrifying. The frightening atmosphere of the sky rolls around like a storm. Even this ancient altar is hard to cover up. The Saint Realm Master of the Chor Hall opened his eyes and stopped closing them. He suddenly stood up with a look of horror on his brow. What a rich blood, the direction of the residence of the working disciples. This is a strong man of Holy Land. His eyes are as bright as sword qi. They are dazzling. Even the strong man of Vientiane environment dare not look directly at his eyes, because in 9 out of 10, he will be blinded by the dazzling light. Promoted to semi-saint? The Holy Land strongman of the Chor Hall murmurs. Although the semi-Holy Land strongman can't talk about any experts in the Heilong Mountain Temple, this level of cultivation can be called famous even among the registered disciples. I think it's not the promotion of the working disciples. Maybe it's some chance for a registered disciple. I want to cover up the chance and take advantage of the place of the working disciples for promotion. After all, every disciple has been carefully selected by the temple, which can be said to be 1 in a million. Generally, there are few relics. If the working disciples were so strong, how could their light be ignored? They would have been accepted as registered disciples or even true disciples. In the end, the Holy Land strongman of the Chor Hall took back his eyes. He was very clear about that situation. Even if it was a long distance away, he could still feel its terrible power, and even he could feel a hidden and powerful blood force. What does this mean? It means that the characters who break through the place of the working disciples have a great beginning. Minutes may be the legitimate eldest son of a big clan from the north restricted area. His father or his mother may be a great saint-level terrorist existence. The stronger the strength is, the stronger the all will be. The more we know that there are all kinds of terrible big guys in the north restricted area, who can't even offend him. The great Holy Land is 2 great realms higher than him. Don't say it's the great Holy Land, even if it's the small Holy Land, you can throw out a piece of hair and kill him. The Holy Land is indeed very strong. Even the most powerful Holy Land can sweep the whole wasteland for 36 dynasties. There are 9 holy regions in total, the first is the weakest, the 9th is the strongest. When the 9 holy regions are completed, they can turn into golden bodies, which are called little saints. Since that war, the power of Heilong Mountain Temple has weakened a lot. It is just a holy land, and it has become a leader in charge of the miscellaneous hall. If this is changed in the other 3 inheritance places, it is impossible. It is because of these factors that he did not dare to go to the residence of the working disciples to explore the truth. In fact, one holy land is very weak in the Holy Land. That kind of natural arrogance may be protected by the Terra Protector, who cultivates multiple holy lands at any time. Why should he do so much? It is because of this that the powerful of the Holy Land of the Hall of Chores missed a shocking secret. Missed a chance. Even the ancient altar can't cover up the sky. Unfortunately, within 4 breaths, the violent power disappeared, as if it had never appeared before. No more? Qin Sheng has some inner circles. If it is not for him to feel the excess temperature of the furious blood energy in his body, he will even wonder whether the blood elixir is actually made by Longdui. Otherwise, how could it be so durable? Come again. Qin Sheng clenched his teeth. When he was ruthless, he offered 3 blood elixirs, which were dazzling and directly stuffed into his mouth. The heaven and earth turned bloody in an instant. Qin Sheng's eyebrows seemed to crack, and his violent blood became hot lava, which almost crushed Qin Sheng's head and spewed it out. I'll go. Qin Sheng, you're not going to die. Longdui is also greatly leaped by the terrible blood power. Generally speaking, one of the blood elixir that has been hammered in the Tai real furnace can support a warrior in the cave. What's more, Qin Sheng ate 3 of them in one breath, plus the 3 blood elixir he had taken before. That is to say, at this moment, there are 6 bloody pills in Qin Sheng's body. Even if the physical body of the strong is different from that of ordinary people, the distance from becoming holy is only a trace, but this kind of action is extremely dangerous. If you are a little careless, you will explode and die. The elixir is the elixir if you can digest it. If you can't digest it, it's the poison for human life. Qin Sheng is too cruel. He has swallowed 6 blood elixirs in a row. That's the blood elixir that has been tempered by Tai real stove. Its power is several times that of ordinary blood elixir. It's hot. Qin Sheng's body swelled from 1 meter 8 to 3 meters high, and countless pores spewed out white smoke. Humming. Qin Sheng's skin, which has expanded several times, is crystal clear and bright, covering layers of complicated runes. This is the rune on the body. His body has been tempered by many treasures of heaven and earth, and he has long been able to sanctify the body. Otherwise, they will not be physically strong enough to burst the Vientiane realm with one punch. This is the essence of Qin Sheng. Dare to swallow 6 blood pills in one breath. Chasm. The whole ancient altar is finally unable to suppress the violent blood power in Qin Sheng's body. A section of ancient rune peels off, and the altar that has stood for many years finally collapses and disintegrates. The terrible power is no longer blocked, illuminating the whole sky, even in the inner mountain of Heilong Mountain. Some of the real disciples on duty were shocked. In one of the ancient buildings, the outer wall was golden and the shape was like a real dragon flying in the sky. This is the place of Shenlong Tower. There is a real disciple living in it. He has a strong breath. His breath is like a big sun on the sky. It's terrifying. If Qin Sheng were here, he would be shocked, because this real disciple is much better than the saint realm of the Chor Hall. Looking at the place of the working disciples in the mountains, he wondered how such a change could happen. Come. As soon as Jinko, the real disciple living in Shenlong Tower, was opened, the whole Shenlong Tower was boiling up, and soon a strong man came in, a man and a woman, a man with a sword eyebrow and stars, a man with beautiful appearance, a woman with unique appearance, a dazzling figure and noble temperament. I have met elder martial brother. The man of the sword eyebrow star asked during his breath, but he could still feel the terrible holy meaning. This sun has also become a holy land. Well. As soon as the real disciple Jinko came out, the whole Shenlong building was still shaking. There was a man and a woman below, 2 real sages. Under their eyes, there was a faint twinkling of wonder. Elder martial brother deserves to be a true disciple. Although he didn't enter the circle of true biography for a long time, he has made so much progress in cultivation. I'm afraid it's more holy land to be built. Elder martial brother, is it the 6 holy regions or the 7 holy regions? Who knows, if you can become a true disciple at least, you need to cultivate 5 holy regions? The following 2 registered disciples couldn't help but communicate with each other. All this happened between the lightning and flint, and they soon converged their amazement in their eyes. As for their inner curiosity, it can never be said. The temper of the true disciples is not as good as they think. They are highly cultivated and have a strange temper. They are often happy and angry. Besides, the cultivation of strong men like them is also a kind of secret. It's not that deacons can't ask about it. If the true disciples are in a bad mood, they will directly install a secret stake for you, that is, the crime of adultery. In recent years, the Heilong Mountain Temple suffered from the hardships of the traitors, which led to the punishment of the traitors. The lighter will be killed on the spot, and the heavier will be killed. Even if your family is not in the forbidden area in the north, it will be uprooted even in the 36 dynasties in the remote wasteland. What's strange about Shanglong Tower recently? The true disciple pondered for a while, and finally opened Jinko again. Strange things? There is some doubt about the registered disciple of the Sword Eyebrow Star, but he can become a registered disciple and be so close to the legendary true disciple. He has a little ingenuity. First of all, he thought about what happened in the outside mountain of the working disciple tonight. Qin Sheng, the registered disciple of the Sword Eyebrow and Star Eyes, said, "Lord Hui, there was a man who was flying the Dragon Tower who died in the outer mountain. According to the last mark left by his spirit fragments, it was the wilderness of the working disciple. When Yen, the true disciple, the commander of the whole Shanglong Tower, finally showed a cruel color. I've lost my life in Shanglong Tower?" The true disciple's voice was not loud, but in the ears of the two registered disciples, it was like thunder galloping. The eardrum was about to burst and the spirit was unstable. Putong, Putong. A man and a woman are two registered disciples. They have become holy land. At this moment, they even ignore the dignity of their faces. They kneel down, crawl on the ground, shiver, and dare not look directly at the real disciples in the earthquake. Quick check. If necessary, we can turn the wilderness of the working disciples upside down. The true disciple ordered. Take command. The heads of two registered disciples, one male and one female, were buried lower, and finally they left Shanglong Tower. Shanglong Tower is quiet again. Aoxianglong's eyes are as bright as stars. Looking at Qin Sheng's place, he murmurs, like diviner, a mouse has some treasures in its mouth. Ao Shanglong controls the whole Shanglong building, and this group of folk organizations can be established on the Heilong Mountain Temple. Because of this, Sikong, a male and a female registered disciple, came to Sikong Tu's residence. At this moment, Sikong Tu is still in seclusion. His cultivation is strong and he has some holy meaning. However, the Holy Land has not been completed yet, and he still stays in the semi-holy territory. Originally, Sikong was in a closed house. He was very old. Compared with the rising stars such as Shangguan Shiyu, he is still a lot older. If he doesn't make progress, he will be assigned terrible tasks by Heilong Mountain Temple, and even some extremely dangerous tasks of 9 lives to seek breakthrough among the Jedi. This is the cruelty of the competition in the heritage area. Don't think entering the 4 heritage areas is a good ivory tower. Fart. It's not at all, especially the temple of Heilong Mountain, which is frantically trying to turn over and rise again. Their registered disciples are facing fierce but bloody competition. If there is no cultivation value, or the cultivation value is too low, it will be thrown to the Jedi. Its name will never be broken, Nirvana Rebirth. In fact, it's to go to the Jedi in the forbidden area of the north to start a famine. If they succeed, they will be able to make a breakthrough. If they fail, they will reduce the expenditure for Heilongshan Temple. If they come from a high level of Heilongshan Temple, this is a matter of great virtue. It can remove blood stasis for Heilong Mountain Temple. The great sage is merciless. How can those who are strong at the great sage level regard the following disciples as the pride of the heaven? If their progress is too slow, they will be regarded as blood stasis. It sounds terrible, but that's what it is. It's not the real pride of heaven. In Heilong Mountain Temple, even the whole forbidden area in the north will not be given preferential treatment. Qin disciples were so desperate to shut down. They just wanted to take the last step, to cultivate the Holy Land and become the pyramids among the registered disciples. Although there are 9 holy regions in total, Qin's talent is really limited, at least in the 4 major heritage sites, even the first holy region. It is difficult to reach the blue sky. At such a critical moment, Qin too was disturbed. He was very angry. Even in the face of those 2 high-rise buildings, his strength was also cultivated into the Holy Land. He was also the disciple of Qin too's younger generation at that time. What's the matter? In spite of his anger, he is refining a kind of elixir in the secret room, which may help him to become a Holy Land. Even so, Qin disciples dare not get angry. In Heilong Mountain Temple, the strong are respected. If he dares to be angry, he will be charged with the following crimes. Once the accusation is confirmed, it will be banished to the depth of the forbidden area and fight for life and death. Qin is only a semi-holy land, which is a long distance from the real Holy Land. If he fights for life and death, with a man and a woman in front of him, Qin will surely die. He looked scornfully at Qin's disciples, and said coldly, "Your brother Qin died in the outer mountain." Hearing this, Qin's face was cold, and there was no sadness or anger. It's true that Qin is the younger brother of Qin too, but his talent is generally worse than that of Qin too, and his family status is far inferior to that of Qin too. Besides, although they are brothers, they are more than 1,000 years younger. Maybe in the dark, Qin too and Qin are still competitors. This is also the reason for Qin's indifference. Seeing the scene in front of you, it seems that there was no big accident to the strong man of the Holy Land of the Sword Eyebrow Star. Lung said, "Your brother died in the wilderness area of the working disciple. The building lord senior brother asked you to collect the corpse and explore the truth, and return a justice to Qin. Senior brother, landlord?" As soon as Qin heard this, his face was stunned, and then he showed a look of wild horror. He is very clear that the so-called senior brother of the building owner is the strongest one in Shanglong building. In recent years, he has become a true disciple and has become a holy land. Qin disciples have been staying in semi-holy land for a long time. The more so, the more odd they are to the peerless powerful who can build holy land. The strong ones of the Holy Land are so horrible. What's more, they are the true disciples of the Holy Land. Senior brother. The influence of Qin too is at the middle and lower level in the North Forbidden area, and the strongest is the Patriarch of the Holy Land. Qin too really can't understand. How can Ao Shanglong care about the life and death of an ordinary member of Shanglong Tower? At this moment, many thoughts flashed in Qin's mind. He gave a cold snort to the registered disciple of the Sword Eyebrow Star. The Holy Land behind him was to be condensed. A large area of void seemed to be solidified, and the suppressed one would explode any time and anywhere. Qin's chest seemed to be suppressed by an immortal mountain, and he could not breathe. Is this the power of the powerful in the Holy Land? Qin too's heart set off a storm. His strength is very strong, has completely surpassed the ordinary, semi-holy land, strong, only a line from the real Holy Land. But it is such a line of distance, just like the gap between heaven and earth. You are still hesitating. Why don't you come here and take your order quickly? The voice of the registered disciples of the Sword Eyebrow Star is not loud, but every word seems to be a terrible thunder, pouring into the heart of Qin disciples. Bang! Qin got down on one knee, clapped his chest with both hands, and obeyed respectfully. Wait a minute. When Qin was about to leave the inner mountain and go to the outer mountain, the 2 registered disciples stopped Qin again. There is something strange in that place. Take this token and recruit a group of level 9 disciples to be cannon fodder. A token made of unknown material floats in front of Qin too. Hearing this, Qin too's face changes. It's a very common thing to enlist the working disciples to do the task. The life of the working disciples is not worth money. They often ask a group of working disciples to fill in the life for a kind of medicine. There's no way. After the end of the world, the vitality of the heaven and the earth is scarce, and those spiritual materials with years have long disappeared, especially those suitable for the Holy Land. Even if it can be found, there are some Jedi in the North restricted area that are extremely dangerous, and guarded by terrible spirit beasts. That kind of place, even if it's the strong man of Holy Land, is also a life of death. It's very rare for the strong in Holy Land. Everyone is very precious. How can we sacrifice the strong in Holy Land if we want to find spiritual materials? We can only use many working disciples as cannon fodder. Take command. Qin Sheng's heart had already thought that his brother, who had a strange relationship, must have caused something terrible. Otherwise, he would not have alarmed the senior brother of the building owner, nor would he have let the strong man of Holy Land be afraid to be the cannon fodder. Although he was very resistant in his heart, even if he borrowed 100 Gentiles from Qin disciples, he could not dare to refuse the order of Shangfeng. Waiting for Qin to leave, the two powerful men and women in Holy Land whispered. Elder Martial Brother, do you think that wilderness is so terrible? The peerless saint whispered, her voice was like the sound of nature, like the immortals coming down to earth. Smell words, that sword eyebrow star's registered disciple's face changes greatly. Shoo. Silence, this is a taboo topic. That wilderness is not as simple as you think. Senior brother, the strong man who has cultivated the 5 holy realms, his strength is 100 times better than you and me. His level of terror doesn't want to mix that water. The registered disciples of the sword eyebrow star can't help but tell us some secrets. Unfortunately, no matter how the female registered disciples ask, they can't ask for anything. It's really a big secret. It's not as simple as the rumor. In the broken altar, Qin Sheng's 100 veins were all disabled. The spirit vein was crystal clear. The blood vein under his spine was shining. It seemed that he was about to be born. It hurts. Qin Sheng's hoarse voice began to ring. There was a tiny real stove on the sky to cover the sky. The movement just now is too big. It is estimated that the whole Heilong Mountain Temple may have been shocked. Long Dawei looks at Qin Sheng, who is full of inflation. He has some doubts, but at the same time, he is shocked. He is the alchemy furnace of Shenzhou. He is a genius of Tianzong. However, Qin Sheng, even if he looks at the Xiangu era of that year, is a material that can be made. Don't look at this kind of material that can be made. It seems to be a mediocre evaluation, but it's the age of immortals. The civilization of that age is so bright. There are as many prodigious talents as the stars on the sky. Qin Sheng can become a material that can be made in that age. This talent has swept the whole Tianyuan continent. But even so, Long Dawei underestimated Qin Sheng. It's just a breakthrough in the Vientiane realm. Even if Xingyu didn't practice, it has made such a terrible move. It consumes so many treasures of heaven and earth. 1. These treasures of heaven and earth are very precious even in 9 days and 10 places. Even if some royal families use them to break through the Vientiane realm, it seems that some monsters. 6 blood elixirs, which have been tempered in Tai real furnace, make Qin Sheng's body about to explode, and the soul light is like the light of day. At this moment, Qin Sheng has reached a limit. Long Dawei feels that Qin Sheng is going to die. He is ready to put Qin Sheng into the Tai real furnace, refine the power of medicine and reduce the risk of self-explosion. Of course, by doing so, Qin Sheng's blood elixir power will be greatly reduced, and the foundation for Qin Sheng's promotion to Vientiane environment is not too solid. Don't help me. Qin Sheng's hoarse voice resounded through the whole world. His voice was not loud, but it was full of firmness. His eyes were bright with blood and firmness. To be promoted to Vientiane, we must be the strongest. He has too many enemies and too many variables in the future. Only his own strength can make him most practical. Boom. At this time, the heaven and the earth changed color. Qin Sheng's heavenly cover radiated a brilliance, containing the supreme spiritual pattern, just like the sun in the sky. The violent heaven and earth force is gathering in a crazy way, forming a huge vortex, and Qin Sheng's cave is changing in a crazy way. The state of Vientiane is coming into being? Qin Sheng is going to succeed? Long Dawei is stupid. He is just on the edge of death. How can he gather all things in a blink of an eye? He swallowed so many blood elixirs coming back from Tai's real furnace at one breath, and changed into other martial arts in Dongtian. Even if he was born in an extraordinary family, his son from 9 heavens and 10 places could not bear it. Whether it's the body or the spirit, it's going to explode and die. Although the elixir is a good thing, it is also a treasure. It needs to be blessed. Qin Sheng's talent is very high, but in Long Dawei's view, it's just a small place in the lower world that is just a natural pride. Compared with those real prodigy in 9 days and 10 places, it's still a lost secret. However, what Long Dawei didn't expect was that Qin Sheng resisted. Resist the power of 6 blood elixirs in one breath? Long Dawei's face is unbelievable, as if to hell. Chasm. Qin Sheng's inner armor is cracked. Not only that, but also his skin is cracked. He shoots golden rune light. His eyebrows and heart are split. He shoots a soul light like the sun, reflecting a huge world. This is a big world, vast and boundless, with countless Jianshan mountains, dense as a large sword sea. Although it's only the mountain and sea of stone sword, but it makes Dragon Dawei's heart jump inexplicably. Who is it? The spirit of Immortal's alchemy furnace is not widely seen. Let alone in the real Tianyuan continent, even in 9 days and 10 places, even in the real famine, there are not many things that can make Dragon Dawei jump wildly. That stone sword has the breath of Emperor. Long Dawei took a breath of cool air and soon covered his mouth again. He didn't dare to say the name of the Emperor family again. Emperor clan and Xianzhu, what a terrible ethnic group they are. They are even bigger and more mysterious than the Shinzu. Once upon a time, in some ruins of Dahuang, the demigod disrespected the emperor and was punished by thunder and turned into flying ash directly. This event has been recorded in person. Although it has been thousands of years, it is still a very terrible warning. From then on, no matter how strong they are, they dare not disrespect the emperor or the fairy anymore. Boom. Qin Sheng's Vientiane has not stopped transforming. On a large sea of swords, it has converged into a huge Danlu, which is similar to the Tai real stove, as if it can refine all things in the world. In the end, the steel of heaven fell into the territory of all things of Qin Sheng, like the needle of sea god, suppressing all things. The altar can no longer bear the power of Qin Sheng's promotion to the Vientiane realm. It is completely turned into powder. The dust covers the sky and blocks out the sun. Pu Tong. Pu Tong. Qin Sheng's heart-beating sound, just like the war drum of the Shinzu, the shock wave visible to the naked eye rolled the mat to the outside of the whole Heilong mountain. My God, what terrible thing awakes in the distance? I feel cold all over. I can't help my limbs. Is there a strong man with noble blood? There are dozens of servitude disciples living here. They are all awakened. The terrible breath rolls over from the wilderness area. Some of the weak servitude disciples even crawl on the ground directly, worshipping the god spirit in the distance. At this time, Sikong, who was coming from the fierce force, felt a pressure from his chest. His strength was not bad, far beyond these working disciples. He was only a little short of being promoted to the Holy Land, but he also felt a cold spread from the spine to the four limbs. What's the matter? Qin's brow was wrinkled first, and then his face was pale. His whole body was as bloody and energetic as if he had fallen into the mire. It was hard to move. For many years, since Qin was promoted to semi-holy land, he had never tried this kind of taste. Even if he faced a real Holy Land strongman alone, he did not give him such a terrible threat. And he is still a long way from the wilderness. What's scary ahead? Qin's face was so gloomy that he could dribble out of the water. No, it was like the place where Qin died. Damn it, what kind of trouble did the Qin Hong cause to me? If you die, don't make trouble for me. Although Qin Hong is the younger brother of Qin, they have a strong blood relationship, but after all, the age difference is too far, and now is the most critical time for Qin to break through the Holy Land. Miss this critical opportunity, I don't know if there is any chance to touch Holy Land in the future. From this point of view, we can imagine how much Qin hated Qin. As for the murderer who killed his brother, he hated even more. After 10 breaths, the terrible pressure of the whole Heilong mountain finally disappeared, as if it had never appeared before. Even so, the hundreds of thousands of working disciples who were awakened were still frightened, looking at the source of the terrible pressure just released. With a snort and a wave of his hand, Qin said, all the selected level 9 working disciples listened to the order. Yes, my lord. There are 10 level 9 working disciples selected by Qin disciples. These disciples are also very strong among the level 9 working disciples. Let's go and catch the villain who killed the registered disciple. At the command of Qin too, he took the spirit saber and left the gathering place for the wilderness. On the site of the altar, it has been damaged for a long time. The altar that originally left the ancient site has been stacked layer by layer. Generally speaking, this kind of altar is not so easy to be destroyed, or it would not have survived for so many years. However, this time, Qin Sheng's breakthrough even destroyed all the altars and could not find the original traces. At this time, Qin Sheng closed his eyes tightly, his clothes had long been obliterated by flying ash, and his whole body was covered by a huge black thing like a cicada pupa. The original powerful atmosphere that can be compared with the real Holy Land strongman has long disappeared, and Qin Sheng has converged. At this moment, he is digesting the benefits of promotion to Vientiane. The Vientiane realm is not only a higher realm than the cave realm, but also a transformation from the body to the spirit. Qin Sheng's fingers are a little bit light. They are golden, just like the spirit beast in Holy Land shooting out the vertical eye ray. The indestructible shell of cicada pupa turns into fly ash. Me. A golden force comes out of his body and turns into armor. A layer of mysterious spirit lines on the surface are naturally generated. All the Yuan forces can turn into armor. Moreover, the complexity of the spirit lines is no less than the spirit lines derived from the real saint regions. Qin Sheng said with a faint smile, I didn't expect that my body would be more holy than the spirit in the end. Qin Sheng's voice was not loud, but his face, which seemed ordinary but full of fortitude, was a little more confident and calm. Sanctified, body sanctified, body sanctified. 10,000 years ago, that is, before the Great Disillusionment, the era of physical cultivation was in vogue, and there were countless physical cultivation elites. In that era, it was very simple to sanctify the body. How simple was it? It's like drinking water. 10,000 years have passed, and physical cultivation has been in a state of decline for a long time. The matter of becoming a saint in the flesh has been rare for a long time. Moreover, in the last 1,000 years, it seems that becoming a saint in the flesh has disappeared. Spirit is very important. It is the key factor that determines the achievement of a warrior. But the body is also important. Some saints who become holy in the body can blow up a mountain range with one blow, and can make a river hundreds of miles disappear with their bare hands. Now Qin Sheng's body has become holy and his lifespan has skyrocketed. All kinds of poisons he suffered before have been destroyed, and even some marks have not been left. There is really no future trouble. Like the martial arts, the physical practitioners are also divided into 9 parts. There was a lot of information in Qin Sheng's mind, which was all about the knowledge of sanctification. The warriors is the holy 9. The body cultivators are the 9 holy bodies. This is the difference between the two. In a word, if Qin Sheng meets a real saint, he will fall into his saint's realm. Before he changes, he will fall into the mire, into the abyss, and cannot escape from the heaven. Now Qin Sheng's body becomes holy. That's not the same. Qin Sheng has a holy body. Although it's only a holy body, it can easily break the Holy Land. Even if he meets the Holy Land warrior who is built by eating various kinds of holy pills, Qin Sheng can crack his Holy Land with one fist. Or be bold and crack the Holy Land with one fist. This is the dread of the sanctification of the physical body. Once the holy body comes out, it is difficult for the martial artists under the same realm to fight. If it is not for the extinction of the world, the physical practitioners have no previous cultivation resources. How can they be so down to earth? The Holy Spirit is still short of fire. Qin Sheng shakes his head. He is going to break into the ancient battlefield of the Forbidden Area in the north. He was very sure to be promoted to the Holy Spirit. Unexpectedly, he is still short of Linmen. Fortunately, the Vientiane realm has been reached, and the sanctification of the body is an unexpected harvest. Now my strength should be able to easily crack down on the warriors of Holy Land. Of course, those who have lived for thousands of years are expected to fall behind. Walking in the ruins of the altar, Qin Sheng silently calculated his current strength. Know yourself and know your enemy to win every battle. If this kind of news spread out, Qin Sheng, a working disciple, should have such strength. He would definitely be held in the palm of his hand as a treasure and cultivated well. I should have given up the status of serving disciple. Qin Sheng is very fast at every step. The holy body light on his body has been restrained and is no longer as dazzling as the sun in the day just now. All of a sudden, a cold power of the spirit swept over, fell on Qin Sheng, stayed for a moment, and then disappeared. Deacon of the house? Qin Sheng felt the familiar and cold breath, but the deacon didn't find anything, and the cold divine sense disappeared. I think it was just when I made a breakthrough that I made too much noise, which shocked the deacon. Qin Sheng said in his heart. Qin Sheng didn't want to expose the news that he became a saint in body too early. The 36 dynasties of the wasteland just experienced a small extinction, and the forbidden area in the north is very dangerous. In this turbulent world, we should pay attention to a word of hiding. The deeper you hide, the greater the probability of your life. According to Qin Sheng, this forbidden area in the north is not a paradise. On the contrary, it is a forbidden area for human beings. Otherwise, it will not be called the North Forbidden Area. Here, let alone the strong Vientiane, even if it is refined into the Holy Land, it will fall into a desperate situation, and die in a fatal way. Therefore, although there were major breakthroughs in Qin's martial arts and physical cultivation, especially the sanctification of the body, there was no pride, no arrogance, and no arrogance. Even in the weakest Heilong Mountain Temple heritage site, there are many people who are strong in Holy Land. Besides, Holy Land can be divided into 9 parts. Qin Sheng murmured and left the site of the ancient altar. There should be a huge gap between the 1st and 9th holy regions. Qin Sheng thought of the situation of Tongming. The difference between the strength of the people who used to use the situation of Tongming in 1 robbery and that of the people who used to use the situation of Tongming in 9 robberies was almost 108,000 miles. In the same way, there is no one-level existence at all. Still keep a low profile. Qin Sheng said in his heart. This is no better than the 36 dynasties in the wasteland. It's a forbidden area in the north. Occasionally, people from Tianyuan come down to pass on the news, or the arrogant sons of Tianyuan come to practice and polish themselves. Low-key does not mean that Qin Sheng is timid, but that Qin Sheng has grown up and matured. The improvement of strength will make one's mood improve. At this moment, Qin Sheng's body is holy, and the spirit is just a fraction of holy, which makes Qin Sheng no longer the young Qin Sheng who used to connect heaven and earth when he was young. Well? Someone's here? Qin Sheng frowned. He felt that a large group of people were coming here. Boy, you come over there? Sikong's eyes were so fierce that he was only one line away from the Holy Land. With resentment in his heart, he came to this wild area and asked Qin Sheng in an imperative tone. Qin Sheng's breath is restrained. Let alone the Sikong apprentice who has stepped into a holy land with 1 foot in front of him. Even the deacons who have stepped into a holy land with 2 feet for many years cannot find the trace of Qin Sheng's body becoming holy. Now, in the eyes of Sikong disciples, Qin Sheng's accomplishments are at the peak of the Vientiane realm, and his strength is only level 9 working disciple. It's hard to say whether you can become a 100-foot pole further and become a registered disciple. Hearing that, Qin Sheng's face was a little cold. Originally, he became a Vientiane, and his body became more holy. With the holy body, he was still a little excited. I didn't expect that just after I left the customs, I met this group of registered disciples with murderous intentions in their eyes and fierce anger all over their bodies. It's not the first time. Before he broke through, 2 registered disciples came to play wild. If it wasn't for his terrible strength and hidden real strength, it's estimated that no one would find out if he died here tonight. Yes? Qin Sheng's indifferent answer. It's you? There was something unexpected about Sikong. Unexpectedly, Qin Sheng admitted it so simply and said, Now I suspect you killed my brother Sikong Hong. Now I want to catch you. Boom. Sikong's face was full of violence, and his eyebrows were all gloomy. He was able to drip water. He is only a little short of refining into a holy land, so that he can become the most powerful group at the top of the pyramid. The shock wave that can be seen by the naked eye rolls the whole wilderness area of the working disciples. The distant temples are all destroyed and there are a lot of debris. Bang! As for those level 9 hard-working disciples who are much weaker, they can't help crawling on the ground, shivering, without any idea of resistance. It's too strong. Is this the only way to be a saint's registered disciple? Those disciples who followed Sikong to capture Qin Sheng's level 9 slave disciples crawled on the ground. Yuanli was suppressed by the furious Sikong disciples, and there was a storm in their hearts. As the level 9 labor disciple, they were born in an ordinary family background. With their own efforts, they can be in the 4 inheritance areas in the North Restricted Area. Although they are only the worst Heilung Mountain Temple, they also become the level 9 labor disciple step by step. Every level 9 working disciple is also very arrogant. They feel that they are no worse than those royal relatives and relatives who rely on their background to become registered disciples. But today, they meet Sikong disciples in rage. This strong momentum really makes them despair. They all knew that Sikong was only playing a role in Shanglong Tower. Unexpectedly, he was so far away. It's just a flash of anger. The whole world is shaking. What is the concept? It's far beyond the recognition of a group of level 9 working disciples. Do you know who that fellow is? Asked one of the 9-level hardworking disciples. I don't know. I'm very familiar with him. I'm afraid he just became a slave disciple. Another servant disciple, Chuanin, shook his head, but his mouth was cold. He said, no matter what, if you offend Master Sikong, this son will die soon. The selected 9-level disciples, Tong Tong, are also subordinates of Zhang. They all want to hold Zhang's thigh tightly. Otherwise, when and how can they stand out among the dozens of working disciples? It is enough to make the semi-holy land strong feel that the violent atmosphere to be suffocated will come to Qin Sheng like a storm. Well? Qin Sheng raised his eyebrows and then smiled a sneering smile. Is it just a trace to become a holy land? That Qin has such a strong brother? At this moment, Qin Sheng is like a boat in a deep whirlpool, teetering, as if it would be eaten alive at any time. His voice was not very loud, but he had a strong penetrating power. In those 9-level working disciples, Qin Sheng seemed to be swallowed at any time. But in the eyes of the Qin disciple, there was an unbelievable brilliance. In addition to the shock, there was also a very subtle fear. At this moment, Qin couldn't help looking at Qin Sheng more. It's nothing strange about this son. It's just a level 5 serval disciple. From the fluctuation of Yuanli, supporting death is the Vientiane realm. It's 187 miles away from the semi-holy realm. How can I feel fear in my heart? Qin was very confused. Don't let me be afraid of this strength. Even my brother in a straw bag can't be bloody, can he? Although Qin is a straw bag, his strength is not weak. After all, he spent a lot of miraculous medicine, but it is not difficult to reach semi-holy land. The reason why Qin apprentice can live so long and become so strong is that he can become a holy land just a little short of training. He relies on his great endurance and suspicious nature. Those who can't be provoked must not be provoked, especially the Heilong Mountain Temple. Who knows if Qin Sheng is a direct disciple of a big clan from the forbidden area in the north, and then he plays pig and eats tiger in disgust. Then his Qin apprentice kicks on the steel plate. What is the sanctity of this son? For a moment, Qin's face changed. Finally, he thought of the words of the 2 sage senior brothers in Zhang. How could his Qin disciples dare not listen to them? I can't control so much. Maybe I'm just pulling the tiger flag to scare me on purpose. Qin too took a deep breath. His eyes were as cold as the spirit demon. They were covered with terrible green light. There was a terrible fog outside. There was a faint light of spirit talisman. The energy burst out in this moment, which made Qin Sheng couldn't help looking at it more. Qin took a step and the whole space was about to collapse. He said, "Don't pull on the tiger skin, boy. You have my brother's breath on you. Now my brother's soul crystal has broken, don't you arrest him?" When Qin Sheng heard this, there was nothing strange on his face. He was very indifferent and said, "Funny, do you have evidence?" Qin Sheng didn't go through this kind of things. There were many such things in the 36 dynasties of the wasteland. The forbidden area in the north is much stronger than that of the 36 dynasties in the wasteland, and the competition is more bloody and cruel. If it's really pulling the skin of a tiger, it's hard to be ruthless. As soon as Qin too heard this, his face immediately brightened, because he could feel the soft taste from Qin Sheng's words. If you are taken down and the confession is turned over by torture, you will not know the truth of the matter. Ha ha, funny. Qin Sheng finally smiled, and the hearty laughter spread far away. Do you registered disciples have such virtues? I can kill you with my fingers. Hearing this, Qin's face was hard to see, because at this moment, he could feel many strong waves sweeping over here, and even some terrible breath approaching. That is to say, there are already strong people here, even some sages have noticed, and some people have sent people to come here. What a boast. Wait, take this tusk. With a big wave of his hand, Qin's eyes were full of malice. Yes, sir. The following 9-level working disciples, one by one, did not hesitate at all. One by one, their bodies broke out with terrible yuan force fluctuations, glowing with gold or silver, and they sprang to Qin Sheng. Everyone, the core gate of Shenglong Tower is opening to us. As long as we take this task, we will make great contributions and get the reward of Shenglong Tower in 9 out of 10. One of them is a bald man. He carries a bloody sword and rushes to Qin Sheng. That's right. The high-rise of Shenglong Tower can't accommodate people with 2 sides and 3 knives. Please don't leave your hands. These working disciples are all sophisticated. The city is very deep. Obviously, they all know that Qin Sheng is not as simple as he seems. Is it necessary for a 5-level servitude disciple to let Sikong disciple become a saint's registered disciple in one step? Qin Sheng took a deep breath. In the face of a number of level 9 working disciples, they all lived in the mountains for many years. Their accomplishments were the lowest and the best in Vientiane. How can a person who can become a level 9 servitude disciple of 600,000 servitude disciples in Heilong Mountain Temple be a good stubble? One by one, they are ruthless to the extreme. I have to face a number of level 9 hardworking students at one time, and I haven't left any hands. Qin Sheng had to sigh in his heart. If it wasn't for this temporary breakthrough, I would be in a bit of a mess. Qin Sheng's whisper was not small, but all the people present seemed not to hear it. This is the application of domain. As a physical practice, the holy body can still produce the power of holy domain, but the power of this domain is limited to the holy body. Qin Sheng's attack was so slow. Qin Sheng stretched out a finger, which seemed to be very slow, but in fact, it was as fast as it could be. This is? The eyes of one of the most fierce level 9 working disciples were round, because a sense of suffocation came from Qin Sheng's fingers. Click. It's too fast. Qin Sheng's fingers are like a flash of lightning. They come to him in a flash, and he tries to resist them, but it all happens too fast. As a slave disciple of level 9, he was not far away from the semi-holy land, but still could not resist it. The spirit armor began to collapse, and the body began to collapse. Finally, it turned into a mass of soft meat, and all the bones were broken. Bang! Bang! Qin Sheng's fingers are crystal clear and shining, just like the heaven-destroying fingers, tearing the void and knocking out all the 9th-level disciples. Here. In the distance, Sikong was stunned, his face was frightened, and a chill spread from his spine. He had no idea that Qin Sheng was so strong. The power of semi-holy land between the fingers? And I haven't felt much yuan force fluctuation yet. What kind of skill does this son cultivate? Sword repair? Not quite. Suddenly, Sikong's face changed for a moment, and he said in surprise, "Isn't it body repair?" Here, no way. Sikong apprentice took this thought directly and secretly said, "The physical training has long been in decline, and the inheritance is broken. How could there be such a strong physical training? Even if there are, they are also the legitimate sons of the great families who have not been born for thousands of years." Sikong too gave a cold snort. He wanted to kill the enemy. Since he had already offended him, he would have opened his bow without turning back his arrow. He wanted to take the blood debt himself. And do it? Qin Sheng was awe-inspiring and had no timidity on his clean face. This Sikong apprentice is just a line away from the Holy Land, just for practicing. Qin Sheng set off and approached Sikong apprentice at leisure. Practice? Qin Sheng asked with a smile. Too much to deceive. Sikong felt insulted, and the violent yuan force erupted from his body. Stop it all. Just at the moment when they were going to fight, they came down from the sky together. It's a beautiful shadow. Before we get close, we can smell a strange fragrance. Shangguan poem rain? Sikong's face changed a little, because he had a certain impression of the rising star among the registered disciples. At this time, the atmosphere of Shangguan's poetic rain was also much stronger than before. From the fluctuation of yuan power released from his delicate body, it seems that he was not much weaker than the Qin apprentice. Shang Guanshiyu said with a smile, "You can really make trouble." The sudden voice of Jiao drinking runs through the world. Shang Guanshiyu wears a white lotus skirt, which is more beautiful than snow. His temperament comes out of the world and he looks at Qin Sheng quietly. Obviously, the strength of the skyrocketing, let the Shangguan poetic temperament, like 9 days, Zuan came to the world. Smell speech, Qin Sheng shrugged, "Wei, some people come up is to look for smoke, what can I do?" Shang Guanshiyu's face changed slightly, but still with a smile, his eyes turned to Qin's body and asked, "This elder martial brother, is there any misunderstanding in this?" Qin too's face was slightly ugly. He was scolded by a rising star. Where could he bear it? He said in a deep voice, "Misunderstanding? Do you have no eyes? This son is a public murderer. He has committed the following crimes and dares to kill the registered disciples. Do you want to protect your fellow party?" Qin's eyebrows were full of violence, and the spirit weapons in his hands gave out a dark devouring light. Although there was a Shang Guanshiyu present, he had an impulse to kill Qin Sheng. There was a trace of unhappiness on Shang Guanshiyu's pretty face. She didn't expect that Qin too, as an old registered disciple, would buckle his hat as soon as he came up. "Elder martial brother, don't buckle your hat. People in the fire hall don't want to eat this set." The voice of Shangguan's poem Rain is cold, but it makes Qin's face crazy. "Hall of Fire? You joined the fire hall?" Qin was so scared that his eyes almost stared out. If Xiang Longlu is a giant among the registered disciples, the fire hall is a hegemon among the Black Dragon Mountain Temple. You can even say it rudely that the fire hall can extinguish the whole Shanglong building with a ring of fingers. Shang Guanshiyu didn't respond, so he took out a token of the fire hall from Neji. Bang! At a glance, Qin too suddenly flopped to the ground, which was the fire hall. Even if he was given 100 lives, he would never dare to provoke the people in the hall. The reddest, Qin Tufert didn't dare to put one, and left in a gray way. "Your strength has improved a lot." Shang Guanshiyu quietly looks at Qin Sheng. His pretty face is full of shock. "How long has it been?" She can't see through Qin Sheng. If before the Heilong Mountain Temple, Shang Guanshiyu thought that this sun was not a thing in the pool, then today, it is even more unfathomable. Qin Sheng nodded and said with a smile, "It's a bit of an adventure here." Shang Guanshiyu said with a smile, "This is the place of the 10 evil gates of the whole Heilong Mountain Temple. How dare you come here alone? I want to go to the ancient battlefield. I don't have much time for it." Shang Guanshiyu naturally knew that Qin Sheng was going to the ancient battlefield to save his father. At the beginning, she was also skeptical. Taking Qin Sheng's cultivation as a realm, she was going to the ancient battlefield sealed, which was a death. But now, it's obvious that Shang Guanshiyu's worry is superfluous. Qin Sheng's cultivation is really too fast. "By the way, what can I do for you?" Qin Sheng is curious. Although he has some connections with Shang Guanshiyu, he doesn't want a peerless Tianjiao to think about himself every day and run towards him. "I have a task with several senior brothers and want to take you with me." Shang Guanshiyu didn't hide it either, he said directly. "Mission? What task?" Qin Sheng didn't come up with a task at this time. At this time, he should be crazy to improve his strength, instead of wasting his time on the task. Qin Zhongtian, Qin Sheng's father, has been in the ancient battlefield for more than 10 years. That's the ancient battlefield of the Forbidden Area in the north. Even the strong in Vientiane and semi-holy land dare not go deep. Qin Zhongtian was exiled to that kind of Jedi when he passed the 9 robbers. Although his strength is far beyond the ordinary generalist, like Qin Sheng, he has the talent to fight in a big realm or even 2. But the time was too long. Qin Sheng didn't want to delay his practice any longer. Hearing this, Shang Guanshiyu smiled mysteriously, showing his white teeth, and said with a smile, "The mission is to go to the ancient battlefield." What? After Qin Sheng heard this, he was stunned and then showed a touch of ecstasy. Can we go to the ancient battlefield? He had heard before that the ancient battlefield of the North restricted area had been sealed not long ago, and no one knew when to unseal it. Qin Sheng had planned to go straight to the ancient battlefield as long as he broke through the semi-holy state or the Holy Spirit state. No matter what method you use, you should dive into the ancient battlefield and save your father's life. After all, the ancient battlefield is so big, and has been for so many years, the seal cannot be perfect, there are always some flaws. Now Shang Guanshiyu even told him that there was a mission to enter the ancient battlefield? It's really hard work to break through the boundless world. Qin Sheng's eyebrows were full of fighting spirit. The terrible breath could not hold any longer. He was about to release it. He asked in a deep voice, "When will you start?" "Don't worry." Shang Guanshiyu smiled and said, "The task is arranged in a month, led by our fire hall, and there are some other proud sons of heaven from the heritage site to go to the ancient battlefield together." Hall of Fire? Qin Sheng frowned and then asked, "The same power as Shanglong Tower?" "Ha ha." Shang Guanshiyu's gorgeous face showed a disdainful smile, and then he said, "Shanglong Tower is compared with our fire hall, that is, fireflies compete with the bright moon, which is not a level of existence at all. If I remember correctly, the so-called Lord of Shanglong Tower's strength is just 4 holy realms." Shangguan's poem Rain all over her face is a sense of superiority. She said with a smile, "Do you know that the Lord of my fire hall is a little saint?" "Little sage?" Qin Sheng's face was shocked. There are 9 holy regions in total, and the strength gap between each holy region is very large, and the small holy region is the one among the 9 holy regions. The Lord of the Fire Hall is the most powerful man in the Holy Land. He is afraid that a fierce look can make the Lord of the Shanglong building piss and crawl on the ground. Qin Sheng said with a smile, "No wonder that the Sikon disciples fled as soon as they heard that you were in the fire hall." "That is inevitable." Shang Guanshiyu said, "You really want to participate in my task? Go to the registered disciple assessment first, or even if I take you through the back door, it won't work. In Hailangshan Temple, the strong are respected. Even if there is a deep background, without absolute strength, you will not get a sense of identity." "Good." Qin Sheng nodded. Now there is still a month to go before that task. The assessment of registered disciples is not in a hurry. Waiting for Shang Guanshiyu to leave, Qin Sheng found a villa in the residential area of the working disciples and lived in it. A piece of Lei Hu Jin every day is called Ping and Jin. You know the rules. Qin Sheng has just stepped into a relatively prosperous place where the working disciples are gathered like a small town. There is a man wearing the armor with numerous and mysterious patterns on the surface, with big eyes and big eyebrows. There is a tiger head mark with thunder in his eyebrows. Qin Sheng took a look at the big man. He was an 8-level hardworking disciple. He was at the peak of the Vientiane realm. He was 100,000 miles away from the semi-holy realm. Qin Sheng can crush this kind of goods with one finger. However, Qin Sheng didn't want to make trouble when he came to the place where the working disciples gathered. Instead, he wanted to find a place to consolidate his cultivation. "Here's $30 of Thunder Tiger gold." Qin Sheng, wearing a black bamboo hat and a hoarse voice, threw it to the big man who collected piece gold. "You know, this place belongs to you." Seeing Qin Sheng's wit, it's not hard for him to throw out a key, which is the residence of the gathering place. This place is monopolized by a group of old working disciples, providing shelter, training resources, and even trading. Of course, this kind of local trading is all like the circulation of the black market, which, to put it bluntly, is a treasure that cannot be seen. To put it mildly, this is a gold-selling cave. All the things that are not bright can be sold. Of course, it's not allowed to sell things contaminated with evil spirits. After all, this is the Heilong Mountain Temple at the foot of the Emperor. It's easy to find things contaminated with evil spirits. If you can't get rid of the environment, you can add a piece of mined tiger gold every day, and change a superior residence for you. The strong armor man with Lei Hu's mark on his eyebrow said with a smile. He may think that Qin Sheng is not bad. Although he is only a 5-level laboring disciple, he is so generous. Maybe he has made some achievements outside. Hearing this, Qin Sheng raised his head and glanced at the armored man with cold eyes. Here. The armor man's face suddenly changed, and a chill spread out from behind his back. He just looked at Qin Sheng, but he didn't dare to look at him directly. It was terrible. He felt that at this moment, he was facing a semi-holy strongman. No need. Qin Sheng took back his cold sharp eyes like a blade of a knife, and the terrible breath, just like the ebb tide, closed the door directly. Whoosh. As Qin Sheng's background disappeared, the armor man finally couldn't support him. He fell to the ground with a bang, and a lot of sweat seeped out of his pores, wetting his spiritual armor. It's too strong. It's definitely not a 5-level servitude disciple. There are several gangs in this gathering place. Behind each sect, there are registered disciples. He has not seen registered disciples, and even semi-Holy Land level registered disciples have been in close contact. However, Qin Sheng gave him the feeling that the danger level was more powerful than that of the semi-Holy Land registered disciple. At the very least, the strong armor man did not crawl on the ground under the pressure of the breath of the semi-Holy Land registered disciple. This son is by no means immortal. You can never offend him. It took a long time for the strong armor man to stand up. Fortunately, this place is not the most bustling place, and everyone in the gathering place is for cultivation, so they will not often go out for shopping. It's clean here. After coming in, Qin Sheng's power of spirit enveloped the whole villa in an instant, explored for a while, and made sure there was no dark line. Although the spirit realm of Qin Sheng has not broken through the last window, it is still a little distance from the real spirit realm. However, this time, refining into the holy body, the power of his spirit has increased a lot. The most simple truth is that a strong body is not bad in spirit. I haven't been able to hide my secret line from the outside mountain. Qin Sheng murmured, very confident. In the outer mountain of the temple of Heilong Mountain, in addition to the deacons of the outer mountain reaching the real Holy Land, the strength of others is far less than Qin Sheng. Now that I am a saint in flesh, I can knock out the Holy Land of the powerful in the Holy Land with one fist. If I don't talk about killing the saint first, there must be no problem with self-protection. Qin Sheng summed up his current strength and continued, the realm of the spirit is still a little short. If you meet a strong one who is good at the attack of the spirit, it will become a short board. Along the way, Qin Sheng's most powerful attack is the spirit attack. Unexpectedly, it has become the weakest point now. With the breath of God's sword and the creation of celestial steels, I should have no problem in dealing with the saints in a holy land. Even the old strong ones who have been in a holy land for many years will not be weak. Qin Sheng's eyes are full of self-confidence. Although he was born in a poor family, what he has come to rely on is his courage to move forward. Qin Sheng sat with his knees crossed and whispered, "It's a month before the mission of the fire hall. I'll attack the Holy Spirit in the next 20 days. The ancient battlefield is extremely dangerous even for the real Holy Land strongmen. There are various kinds of dangers in it, including the recovery of evil spirits and the presence of gods and demons. Gods and demons are descendants of the demon family. They eat everything, evil spirits and human beings." 20 days passed quickly. In the secret room, Qin Sheng opened his eyes. It's really hard to be a saint. Qin Sheng spits out a mouthful of turbid gas and frowns. He didn't expect that it would be so difficult to break through the Holy Spirit. Well, if the Holy Spirit state is so easy to break through, then there won't be so few powerful saints under the sky. Qin Sheng went out of the secret room and left the villa. Because it's 10 days before the mission to the fire hall, Qin Sheng wants to become a registered disciple these days. After Qin Sheng's figure disappeared in the gathering place of the outer mountain, senior working disciples came out of the shadows. The unknown man has left. It seems that he will not come back. Is the villa recyclable? Don't be stupid. Because 10 Thunder Tiger Gold offended an unknown strong man? In the end, the leaders of those gathering places were discussing Qin Sheng who left, but they didn't know about Qin Sheng. What they may not expect is that Qin Sheng, who they are so afraid of, is really a hardworking disciple. Now they are going to take part in the examination of registered disciples. What? Do you want to take part in the examination of registered disciples? Wei Qiyan looks at Qin Sheng, but he doesn't want to believe it. He remembers Qin Sheng. He didn't enter the outer mountain long ago and became a 5-level laboring disciple. How long has it been since now that we have to take part in the examination of registered disciples? What a joke. Yes. Smell speech. Qin Sheng's face is slightly one, very serious nod way. I don't want to wait for next month's examination. The assessment of registered disciples is usually once a month, except for once a year or once a decade in a special period, which is not the same. But in recent years, it's also once a month. Now, there are only 10 days left for the task of going to the ancient battlefield in Huadian. Today, Qin Sheng has to take part in the assessment of registered disciples. Hum. Yuchi Yanling hums, and the breath of the powerful in the Holy Land erupts. The faces of the people waiting nearby suddenly changed dramatically, and suddenly felt a cold air spread out from the backbone. Some of the working disciples with low accomplishments almost crawled on the ground. They shivered and did not dare to make any sound, for fear of causing Yuchi Yan's dissatisfaction. This is the horror of Holy Land. Do you know how dangerous the examination of registered disciples is? Yuchi Yan's voice was cold and his face was serious. The assessment of registered disciples is extremely dangerous. You can't easily try it without a good grasp. Every time the examination must sign the life and death form, takes the life to make the gambling. Judging from the examination in recent years, most of the disciples who took part in the examination were at the level of level 9, often 10 people went there, only 1 passed, and the death rate was very high, which could be called 9 dead for a lifetime. The assessment content is divided into 2 levels, the first level and the magic mirror. It needs to be checked by the spirit of the heaven-destroying magic mirror. If it can't bear it, the spirit will be torn if it's light. It's impossible to progress in the future. If it's heavy, the spirit will be annihilated. The second level is to kill the spirit beast. Only when one person kills the spirit beast within the specified time can he be promoted. At the end of one breath, Yuchi Yan asked again in a deep voice, "Do you dare to participate?" "I dare." Qin Sheng is very confident, without any hesitation. To be a registered disciple is the first condition for participating in the mission of the fire hall to the ancient battlefield. Qin Sheng couldn't wait to think of his father who was still fighting in the ancient battlefield. Yuchi Yan shakes his head. He hates iron but not steel. He had been very optimistic about this son, and even thought that Qin Sheng was not a thing in the pool. Sooner or later Hualong ascended to heaven. In order to avoid being strangled by other inheritors, Qin Sheng was carefully arranged to polish himself in the outer mountain, and later accumulated a lot. However, Qin Sheng is determined to walk alone, but he is still too young to hide. Looking at Qin Sheng, who had decided to go, Wei Qiyan refused to persuade him and decided to take Qin Sheng to the place where he would take part in the assessment. This is an ancient temple in the outer mountain. There are a lot of people gathered here. There are about 100 level 9 working disciples. A powerful old man is presiding over the examination of registered disciples. The old man was dressed in a gray-black robe, with a rainbow-like momentum, not angry, and awe-free. He didn't send out the fluctuation of yuan power. However, there was a terrible holy meaning around him. If he looked at each other, he would fall into a mire and be unable to extricate himself. Neither yuan power nor soul power could be exerted. I have met elder martial brother. Wei Qiyan saluted respectfully and said, "There is another working disciple here who will take part in the examination." He? The old man glanced at Qin Sheng, and his eyes were a little surprised. However, he was a strong man who had cultivated multiple holy regions. He was used to it for a long time, and didn't waste a word at all. "Enter." The old man's voice is like a roaring bell, announcing directly, "The assessment of registered disciples begins, the first pass, and the magic mirror will be destroyed." The old man changed his technique and recited the mantra. Hum. At the top of the mountain, the wind and cloud change, and the fog is around. Qin Sheng's mind set off a rough wave. After the clouds and fog had disappeared, a magnificent stone mirror appeared. The mirror is very big. It's the size of a mountain. There are complicated patterns around it. Qin Sheng can't understand it at all. Stone mirror with chaotic atmosphere can destroy the surrounding space with terrible violence. As soon as the magic mirror came out, the atmosphere suddenly became extremely tense, and all the people immediately gave out all kinds of frightened voices. "I feel this, it's too hard." That's the first level. Yes, although Heilong Mountain Temple is the last of the 4 inheritance places, there are 3 nails in the rotten boat. It's not easy to be a registered disciple. No, I feel like a huge whirlpool in the stone mirror. My head hurts. Qin Sheng was also deeply shocked by the magic mirror. Although it's a stone mirror, it's made of unknown stone. It's absolutely a big hand at a glance. It's magnificent and breathtaking, which makes Qin Sheng feel very depressed. Qin Sheng's face was awe-inspiring. He quickly turned the immortal magic skill to resist repression. His spirit realm is only 1 line away from the achievement of Holy Spirit. He felt pressure before he accepted the examination. It can be imagined how terrible it is. "Ah, my head is going to crack." Everyone looked around and saw that a weak disciple was kneeling on one knee, groaning with his head in his arms, and could not extricate himself from the pain on his face. In the crowd, there are those who can't bear the pressure and pass out directly. It's obviously the exhaustion of soul power. It's too late to quit. The old man looked around, his long sideburns and eyebrows swept across the starry sky. The void would be torn apart, and the gloomy and serious voice would ring all over the world. The assessment of registered disciples is very cruel, the quota is limited, and the strength is supreme. In the future, becoming a registered disciple will get many resources cultivation in the heritage areas, but there will also be many difficult challenges. Those who withdraw or faint without assessment are not worthy of being a registered disciple in the eyes of the elderly. All of a sudden, all around the moment quiet down. Wei Qiyan looks at Qin Sheng, who is rapidly adjusting his breath. Qin Sheng's face was a little white and his teeth were closed. He didn't look very embarrassed. Qin Sheng is the youngest and rare level 5 working disciple he has ever seen. He has amazing talent. If he can polish to level 9, he will win a lot. After all, there is still a big gap between level 5 and level 9. It's not so easy to be a registered disciple. He wants to be quick but can't reach the goal. Qin Sheng has talent, which is not bad for this year and a half. Wei Qiyan persuades again. "Thank you for your advice, Deacon, but I insist on participating." Qin Sheng shook his head and insisted. Hearing this, Yu Qian's face sank and he stopped talking. After all, he is also a real Holy Land strongman. Although he is only a Holy Land, looking at the whole Heilong Mountain Temple is nothing at all. But the Holy One has the dignity of the Holy One. The genius is only the genius after all. It's still 100,000 miles away from the Holy One. Yu Qian said with a smile, I have seen a lot of such talents. I am proud and arrogant. Well, it's better to knock you through the magic mirror. Assessment begins. The old man looked at the list in his hand and said, First, Lin Yuan. 2. A man in a strong black suit strides forward. Lin Yuan, a thin and refined man, is full of violence between his eyebrows. His breath is so fierce that he wants to reach the semi-holy land. He was carrying a black dragon gun. There was a holy stripe on the tough gun. The blade of the gun was cold light. It was a valuable holy weapon. Lin Yuan, only 28 years old, has been a level 9 slave for many years. I heard that he once killed many bandits at the peak of Yantian. Lin Yuan's appearance was very cold and arrogant, and the smell of killing was extremely terrible. Even the old man on the dome couldn't help looking at him more. Let's go. The old man's voice is as loud as a bell. The old man's hands are extended, and a great and thick yuan force is exerted on the stone mirror. A chaotic whirlpool appeared in the stone world, which rotated at a high speed. Finally, with a bang, it burst out a ray of light and hit Lin Yuan's eyebrow. Air. Lin Yuan, looking frightened, seemed to see something horrible. Then he knelt on the ground with one knee, spitting out black blood and turning pale. Mirage? There was a flash of doubt between Qin Sheng's eyebrows, and then he murmured to himself. After 10 breaths, Lin Yuan flies backward, his eyebrows and heart are split, his face is pale, and he faints. Obviously, his soul is dry. Start. The old man is very quick and has no nonsense. Hua. A ray of light came from the stone and hit Qin Sheng's eyebrow. Qin Sheng felt that he had gone to a void world, and his soul power was passing away rapidly. Eat me. There was a sharp, cold sound. In the endless void, there is a strong man. He has no head, and his neck is still teeming with blood, but he is still fighting with blood. The terrible axe in his hand is stained with golden blood. Every drop of golden blood is extremely hot and can melt a planet. The tomahawk is growing rapidly. It's as big as a planet when it's ready to come to Qin Sheng. God, what kind of illusion is this? Is it real? A drop of blood melts a planet. A battle axe cuts a river of stars. The god of war without a head? That's the ancient god, torture? Qin Sheng was stunned directly, with a terrible breath and desperation. For the first time, he felt so small. At this time, when the body becomes holy, the spirit is just a line away from the holy soul. In front of this battle axe, it is as small as a fat mare. Stone sword. Qin Sheng roared, and the imperial sword breath of Mei Xin burst out, which also gave rise to a virtual shadow of the War Emperor. As soon as the War Emperor came out, the war spirit of the headless god of war was aroused. The terrible endless void suddenly gave birth to 180,099 battle axes. The battle axe in the sky is like the stars in the sky. It makes people suffocate and despair. What's the origin of this evil mirror? How can it be so powerful? At this moment, Qin Sheng is also desperate. His instinctive limbs feel shaking. It is a kind of oppression, deep into the bone marrow, deep into the soul. Qin Sheng's eyebrows are split, and the imperial sword breath is like the brilliant sword spirit, which supports him painstakingly. But for the imperial sword, Qin Sheng would have been eliminated. That's not right. Is it so difficult to assess the registered disciples of Heilong Mountain Temple? Qin Sheng was furious in his heart. He wanted to resist, but he was completely oppressed by the terrible battle axe, like the stars. This kind of attack is like dimension reduction. It is not the range that the registered disciples can bear at all. Although the Heilong Mountain Temple is one of the 4 inheritance places in the North Forbidden area, it has already been in a bad mood. How can it be so difficult to assess a registered disciple? Obviously, this kind of assessment has exceeded the difficulty of the registered disciple assessment. Not to mention the peak of Yantian realm, even the real saint realm is hard to bear. Ah, it hurts so much. Qin Sheng's face is red and his neck is thick. He shouts desperately. The soul seal is all split. It must be broken any time and anywhere. What's the matter? The old man standing on the sky suddenly changed his face, and his turbid eyes became sharp. Because the magic mirror has never been so hot as today, he felt that the big tool was out of control and hot. No. The God-destroying magic mirror is out of control. This sun wants to destroy both the body and the spirit. Without any hesitation, the old man made hundreds of fingerprints in an instant, trying to separate Qin Sheng from Huntianmi magic mirror. Poof. But what was waiting for the old man was a terrible backfire. He coughed up the old blood, dyed his long beard red, and turned pale. Senior brother. Wei Qiyan's face was furious, and he burst out a ray of light to catch the old man who suffered a lot. What is it? Wei Qiyan asked anxiously. There's no help. The magic mirror is out of control. I can't control it. This child will surely die. The old man shook his head and smiled bitterly. At this time, Qin Sheng also thought that his body and spirit were all destroyed, and his myriad images were reflected, and the God-made steels came down from the sky into this endless void. Between the lightning and flint, 1899 battle axes, accompanied by the sense of war that made Qin Sheng suffocate, solidified in an instant. The stone tablet of the heaven of nature is crystal clear and shining, playing the scriptures. Qin Sheng can't understand this language, but he lets the headless war god in the void crawl on the ground. What's the rhythm? Qin Sheng circle, a face of surprise, cannot believe this scene. Isn't it more terrible to build the heaven steel than the magic mirror? Qin Sheng had long suspected that the headless god of war was the weapon spirit of the magic mirror. And the god-made steel can suppress the evil mirror, and can see the terrible nature of the god-made steel. Who? Without the terrible pressure of 1899 tomahawks, Qin Sheng gained self-confidence from the new, even breathing a lot more smoothly. He carried the stone sword gently in the first battle. Chong. A sword light rises from the sky, just like the coming of Sword God, sweeping the endless void with the sword meaning of destruction. Click. The endless battle axe disintegrates into stars and dust. The magic mirror returned to normal again, and a light faded from Qin Sheng's eyebrows. Here. You're through? The old man, like a ghost, is about to drop his beads. He looks at Yu Qiyan and says in a deep voice, how could it be okay? Hearing this, Qin Sheng was a little reluctant. He frowned and asked, I don't know what adults mean. Isn't it right for me to be a 5-level hardworker? Qin Sheng's voice fell, and suddenly set off a huge wave in the whole ancient hall. One by one could not believe it. Who is this son? The face is born very much. It doesn't look like an old master. Hush, no sound. The outer mountain has always been a crouching tiger, a hidden dragon. Every 1,000 and hundreds of years, there will be some supernatural geniuses. They have been dormant in the outer mountain to practice. If they don't sing, they will be astonished. Isn't that the legendary young king? Why did I meet him? So don't look down on the people in the mountains. Maybe one of them is the young king who hasn't happened in 1,000 years. After a brief shock, there was a lot of discussion in the ancient palace. Wei Qian shouted, "Qin Sheng, pay attention to your words and deeds." In the end, the old man who controls the ghost mirror is not very good. Even Wei Qian should be respectful. No matter how rebellious Qin Sheng is, he has just passed the first hurdle. How can he have such a conversation with his senior brother? Ha ha, it doesn't matter what you say. The old man laughed, as if he didn't pay attention at all. He looked at Qin Sheng with hot eyes. It's a piece of jade. The power just aroused by the magic mirror is not something that a warrior in the Vientiane environment can bear. There are only 2 reasons why he can successfully break through the barrier. The old man's eyes twinkled, and some thoughts appeared in his mind. First of all, he has a unique appearance and terrible talent. He can't even polish the magic mirror. Second, he was born in a noble family. He was the offspring of those big families in the forbidden area in the north. His elders buried life-saving means in his body. No matter what kind of person, it is also worth the old man to flatter. Qin Sheng succeeded in breaking through the pass. The old man's voice was so loud that he announced it on the spot. The assessment of the first pass did not stop. The rest of the working disciples, besides Qin Sheng, only 2 of them were able to barely pass the pass. Their names are Ning Hongru and Lu Qiqi. Ning Hongru is dressed as a scholar, wearing a feather crown, holding a folding fan, smiling at the corners of his mouth, with a natural elegance all over his body. I've met Brother Qin, but I don't know which clan you come from in the north. Ning Hongru asked with a smile. Hearing this, Qin Sheng said indifferently, I come from the 36 dynasties in the wasteland. Che, it turned out to be a country bumpkin. Lu July is full of heroism. She dresses dry and depicts a beautiful curve of the animal armor with the spirit pattern. On the waist of the willow is a long whip that burns wildly. She looks up and down at Qin Sheng with disdain. In the 36 imperial dynasties of the wasteland, where the birds are not shit, Yuan Li is so weak that it's hard to be a semi-Holy Land warrior. Lu July's words were very harsh, which made Qin Sheng very unhappy, even if what she said was true. In the 36 dynasties of wasteland, the strongest was only at the level of semi-Holy Land. Oh. When Ning Hongru heard Qin Sheng's answer, he immediately lost his interest in continuing to make friends. He turned his head and talked with Lu Qiqi in detail. I said that you are helpless and have no background of the northern tribes. It's not easy to come here step by step. Lu July said with a smile, when you become a registered disciple, you will follow my elder sister, July, to make sure you will not be bullied. Qin Sheng, very speechless, white that willow July one eye, did not have the good spirit smile way, did not have. On hearing this, Lu's anger suddenly surged up. His chest, which was covered by his armor, was about to explode. Qin Sheng, do you know which clan is the leader of July? Ning Hongru's voice was cold, and he even scolded Qin Sheng in front of the public. What's that to do with me? Qin Sheng picked up a pair of swords and eyebrows, squinted and asked, then, do I know the origin of this woman and what to do with you? In fact, Qin Sheng didn't want to take care of the goods, so he was too disgusted to step on Qin Sheng. You. Ning Hongru was scolded by Qin Sheng in front of Lu July. He was unhappy on the spot. The folding fan in his hand was crystal clear and shining. It was a valuable spiritual tool. Qin Sheng's eyes were sharp and he could feel the terrible power contained in the folding fan. What am I? Qin Sheng sneers at Ning Hongru. He is just at the top of the Vientiane realm. Even the half-holy land is hard. His strength is not as good as that of Lu July. This strength, just want to pretend in front of me? You. Ning Hongru was furious. He became famous and refined. He also cultivated the skills of Confucian scholars. He could tame even demons in a passage of scripture, but now he was upset by Qin Sheng. The old man, who was not far away, took everything back to his eyes and looked at Qin Sheng again. He was very clear that the words of Qin Sheng just now used the spirit attack to affect the state of mind of Ning Hongru. And that Lu Jialai is a face curious. Wei, you really don't know me? Lu Jialai is very famous in the forbidden area in the north. It has a terrible background and is the lineal child of Lu. It awakens the blood power of Lu's ancestors. If it was not for these years that Lu Jialai suppressed the cultivation realm, polished his body, and made a good foundation, he would have become a holy land. You're famous? Qin Sheng said with a wry smile. Of course, I was one of the best big sisters in the north area in July. Lu Jialai's dragon and phoenix danced, saying a lot, and her purpose was very clear, that is to let Qin Sheng rest assured to be her little brother. The eldest sister of the forbidden area in the north should start from the working disciples? Qin Sheng smiles. Lu Jialai is suddenly mute, and she doesn't want to. Unfortunately, her family wants to suppress her and let her not let herself go. Enough, silence. At this time, the old man in a long robe said in a deep voice, "You three will go with me to participate in the second-level assessment and behead the spirit beast." In front of him, the robed old man is in control of the heaven-destroying magic mirror. He has refined multiple holy realms. His strength is unpredictable. His voice has just fallen, and even Lu Jialai can't speak anymore. After a while, the beast arrived. This is the dungeon? Qin Sheng frowns. It's a dungeon. It's at least 10 miles deep. It's made of terrible black metal. Before they get close, Qin Sheng and others can feel the terrible pressure. The old man in the robe snorted coldly, and then warned, "Don't be too close to the dungeon." Although the dungeon is made of dragon-pattern gold, it is indestructible. Even if a great saint comes, it can't be broken, but there has been more than one era here. When they heard this, they were shocked. An era, how long is that? 100 million years. Before the War of Annihilation, the dungeon already existed. What is the origin of the Temple of Heilong Mountain? It has not been destroyed even by the Great Destruction, but has been handed down? Qin Sheng's mind set off a stormy wave. Can't this Black Dragon Mountain temple be stronger than those forces in 9 days and 10 places? We need to know whether Heilongshan Temple is the weakest of the 4 inheritance areas in the North Restricted Area. Pig just hyena, come out. Just as the crowd was shocked, the old man in the robe gave a cold and merciless sermon, and he silently recited the mantra. Boom! The dungeon was opened. In the dark environment, a giant beast came out slowly. Red eyes, repressed breath, can smell a terrible rotten smell before they are near. Pig hyena is as big as a hill. Its skin is ragged and its ferocious wounds are interwoven with large spiritual lines. Unfortunately, it has a terrible power flashing. It is afraid that it will be severely damaged by a strong one. Although it has not recovered in the past years. Man. 2 tusks of the hyena are shining with the terrible light like the heaven sword. Although one of the tusks has been broken, Qin Sheng and others are still shocked. The old man in the robe said coldly, 3 examiners, the old rule, can beat them in 10 breaths, and you can get 3 days of blood food. Yes. Pig's just hyena's eyes are cold. As a prisoner, he has no right to refuse. In order to survive, he can only obey orders and become a stepping stone for human training, the young generation. Remember, you can only hurt people, not kill people. If you dare to break the rules, you will know what life is not like death. The old man finally told. Mentioning the 4 words life is not like death, Pig Gang Hyena's face suddenly twitches. He has tried to punish these hateful human beings. That's really life is not like death. Pig just hyenas don't want to try again. 3 of you, who will come first? The old man looked back at Qin Sheng and other three people. Sir, I'll come first. Before Qin Sheng could speak, Ning Hongru left. Bang! He is very elegant, even to Pig just Hyena smile, evil animal, I can let you first. Pig just Hyena sneers at him for a moment. He has seen so many such human geniuses that none of them put him in their eyes. As you wish. Pig just Hyena suddenly burst up, the body sword, although still in the dungeon, the power of terror broke out. Air. Ning Hongru's face changed wildly, because he could not move at this moment, and he felt the power of Holy Land. What's the matter? The evaluation of registered disciples needs to use the spirit beast of Holy Land? Ning Hongru panicked. In the Holy Land of Zhugang Hyena, he fell into the mire, let alone attacked. It was very difficult to even move his fingers. Although the Holy Land of Pig and Hyena has been destroyed, there is no superfluous tonic medicine to repair the Holy Land in the dungeon for so many years. According to the estimation of Heilong Mountain Temple, let alone semi-Holy Land, it is very good to maintain the peak of Vientiane environment. It's a pity that the hyena pig has not fallen into the Vientiane realm, but can secretly gather some holy realms. Its strength is no less than that of the semi-holy realm. Well? The eyes of the old man in the robe suddenly sharpened, just like an eagle falling through the air. He immediately sent a message to Ning Hongru, saying, the situation has changed. If you can hold the pig and the hyena for 3 breaths, you will be promoted. After all, it's only a registered disciple assessment, not a real disciple assessment. It's useless for examinees to take risks to bear the power of semi-holy spirit beast. At the moment of hearing the voice of the old man in the robe, Ning Hongru's face was immediately ecstatic. Although facing the pig and the hyena, he was a semi-holy spirit beast, and though he was armed with spirit tools, he could not resist 10 breaths for such a long time. However, it's only 3 moves to change it to 3 breathing times. I don't believe it. With my strength and talent, I can't resist the 3 moves of the pig and the hyena. As soon as Ning Hongru clapped the folding fan, it immediately sent out 1,000 zhang light, interweaving a large number of spiritual patterns. This is a top-grade spiritual instrument, which was personally refined by the strong man who had cultivated the 7 holy realms by the elders of his Ning Hongru family. Ning Hongru was just a moment of stagnation, and then he regained his freedom, but the stormy attack of Pig Gang Hyena also arrived. Pa! Ning Hongru waved the folding fan and wanted to resist it. He was very confident in the first moment and his mouth was slightly cocked up. He thought he was very powerful and could definitely resist the attack of the pig and the hyena. Unfortunately, his face changed dramatically in the next moment, because his folding fan was discounted and the power of the fury continued. Ning Hongru flies backward, his bones are broken, and his blood is flowing out of the air, which cannot be stopped at all. The atmosphere solidified in an instant, too fast, and the battle ended in an instant. Roar! Pig just hyena looks up and roars, and the fishy wind rushes out, revealing the bestiality. Evil animal. The old man in the robe said with a cold face, a beast is a beast. It can't be raised very well. After being tamed for 100 years, it's still a beast. Although there is a little dissatisfaction in my heart, it's a pity that the hyenas did not violate the rules, only hurt people, not kill people. With a big wave of hand, the old man in the robe encircles Ning Hongru in a halo. There are numerous holy lines interwoven on the wound, which can stop the injury and save his life. Next. The old man looked back at Qin Sheng and Lu Jialai. I will. Lu Jialai is very aggressive. She is the first one. She looks at the pig and the hyena. Her eyes are full of killing intention. I'll do it. Qin Sheng said indifferently, you can't stop this fat pig. Lu Jialai looks back and stares at him, hatefully saying, if you want to take care of it, my father will die in the tide of beasts. I am the most ruthless beast. Qin Sheng is speechless. He is also kind-hearted. He is turned into a holy body. He can see that the pig hyena has hidden its strength for a long time, and there are big secrets in the body. Maybe it is not only a semi-holy land at all. Little Lord Lu, if you can block a breath, you can cross the border. This pig is just a different hyena. The old man's attitude towards Lu July is much better, he can't help saying. Lu Chichi shook his head and said, I will kill this pig and hyena myself. The beast tide is very terrible. It's not the beast tide of Dian City, but the spirit beast tide. The spirit beast tide, in the North Forbidden area, is one of the most terrifying things. Because once besieged, let alone the Holy Land, even the small Holy Land, even the great Holy Land, will be eliminated by the way of death. Lu family is very strong in the North Forbidden area. Lu July's father is a great sage, but he was killed by the tide of animals. That is to say, in front of the tide of beasts, even the great sage can't protect himself by crossing the river. Lu July's father died in the animal tide, which made her hate the spirit beast very much, which is also very normal. Crackle. Lu July's whip made a bright halo, and then spread out towards the pig just hyena. Humph, arrogant man. The power of the pig and the hyena broke out completely. The power of the semi-holy land did not hide at all. It broke out completely. I went to catch the whip of Lu July with my bare hands. Poop, the pig's hoof was cut off. It cried out in pain. Its eyes were cold and killing, but it didn't know what made it very scrupulous and didn't explode. Well? Qin Sheng was very keen. He felt something was wrong with the pig hyena, because in a moment, he felt the terrible power hidden in the pig hyena. This power is far beyond the Holy Land. Something's wrong. Qin Sheng's eyes are shining. He runs the 9 dead magic skill and wants to explore the depth of the dungeon. This dungeon has existed for a long time. Heilong Mountain Temple is not the first owner of this dungeon at all. Maybe it's an era, maybe it's a decade. The inheritance has long been broken. No one knows how many years this dungeon has existed. With the 9 dead magic skill, Qin Sheng saw the depth of the animal prison. There are countless spiritual beasts here. They are afraid that there are millions of them. Some of them are very weak, even the pig and the hyena are inferior, but some of them are really like the sun in the dark, dazzling. The spirit beast of the great Holy Land level? Qin Sheng's face was pale. Although he was suppressed by the animal prison, he was still a little frightened when he peeped at a great sage. Stop. The old man in the robe shouted, Lu July is promoted to a registered disciple. Just after the hyenas broke up, they wanted to revenge, but they were afraid of something, so they didn't pursue Lu July. Lord, why don't I kill this girl? Pig just hyena's eyes are changeable, and they are interrogated by soul power. In the deepest part of the dungeon, the great sage is the Lord in the mouth of the pig. Don't worry, the next young man, if you swallow him, I covet all the treasures in his body. The Lord preached. Eat the young man with one bite? Then my life. Pig just hyena is first happy, then worried, human punishment means, he is very afraid. No problem, I'll do it. I can't wait for this dungeon. Pig just heard the words of the Lord. They can't be trapped in the dungeon. Doesn't that mean that they can escape at any time and then kill all directions? Thinking of this, the hyena is not angry at losing a pig's hoof, because he is ready to regain his freedom. Human boy, hurry up and die. Pig just hyena is high above, squinting at Qin Sheng. It seems that she didn't put him in her eyes at all. Qin Sheng nodded to the old man in the robe and asked, What's my reward for killing him? Smell speech, the old man's face frowns, he is very clear about the strength of pig hyena, let alone the warrior in Vientiane, even the strong in Holy Land, there are some difficulties to kill this pig. If you can kill the pig demon, I recommend you to be a real disciple, said the old man. The Vientiane realm can kill the spirit beasts that once lived in the holy realm. This talent is worthy of true disciples. Besides, Qin Sheng is so young and talented. Good. It is very convenient for him to go to the ancient battlefield to find his father. After all, true disciples are rare after all. Some young strong people who have cultivated 7 or 8 holy regions are not necessarily qualified to be true disciples. Let's go. Under the command of the old man in the robe, Qin Sheng set off and gave a light fist. He felt soft and didn't eat. However, with such a punch, the pig hair of the hyena just stood up like steel bars, as if it saw something to hide from. Pig-just hyena also wants to swallow Qin Sheng. He never thought that Qin Sheng's casual fist would frighten him. Bang! Pig-just hyena was hit by a fist, the whole body bone also did not know how many broken, all paralyzed on the ground, howling loudly. Lost? Lu Juli's pretty face was full of shock. She was staring at the pig like mud, and she didn't want to believe it at all. How strong is the pig hyena? Lu Juli is the most clear. She used the inheritance skill of the Lu nationality, plus the lingbao made by her father himself. She didn't pick up the pig hyena. Now, Qin Sheng blows it up? Meat holy in flesh? After all, the old man in robe is a strong man in multiple holy regions. He has seen many strong men and many means. At a glance, he can feel the holy meaning of Qin Sheng's fist. For many years, there has been no such thing as a strong man who becomes holy in flesh. Many years ago, there was a strong man who became holy in flesh, but he died in the ancient battlefield. Now there is the genius of sanctification. Little friend, I don't think my qualification is worthy of recommending to you. The old man is a little uneasy. The talent of becoming a saint in the flesh is usually very high. He can sweep the same realm of martial arts. It doesn't matter. Qin Sheng said with a smile, you can recommend it. Hearing this, the old man in the robe nodded. A genius who becomes holy in body can become a true disciple as long as he reports where he needs to recommend. Phew. At this time, in the deepest part of the dungeon, a green light fell on the pig hyena who died on the ground. Click, click. Pig-just hyena's bone actually heals itself, and then her eyes turn green, which looks as if she is evil. All men die. In a few breaths, the breath of the pig-just hyena soared from semi-holy land to triple holy land. What's the concept? It's faster than taking a rocket. What's the power of just a green light that can make a semi-holy spirit beast soar to triple holy land in a few breathing hours? Qin Sheng, go back quickly. Between the lightning and the firestone, the old man in the robe drank loudly. At the same time, his body soared and turned into a streamer to block Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng was also startled by the sudden change. He had already noticed that there was something wrong with the pig gang hyena, but he never thought that there was a triple holy land hidden. Roaring. The riot in the dungeons, which could have been destroyed at the same time, has collapsed one after another, and millions of spirit beasts are ready to break out of the dungeons. No, the dungeon is broken. Please report it quickly. The old man was anxious to transmit the news to Qin Sheng and Lu Qiqi. As for Ning Hongru, who was seriously injured and unconscious, no one cared. The old man's robe is hunting, his face is sharp and fierce, and his eyes are full of war. The Mian pig hyena has been suppressed for so many years in the dungeon, not only has it not fallen, but it has advanced to triple holy land. Where is the dungeon? This robed old man knows it best. Darkness, destruction, killing. That's the eternal theme in the dungeon. The spirit in the dungeon is exhausted and there is not much blood to eat. Therefore, the spirit beast in the dungeon is basically impossible to progress, and it will only slowly fall into cultivation. However, Qin, an old man in long robes, never thought that the animal prison, which was indestructible for more than one era, would be ready to collapse. The spirit beast of Triple Holy Land. Qin Sheng felt that his heart was beating wildly and his whole body was sealed. Even if there was Qin, who was also a strong man who cultivated multiple holy regions, he still felt that he was walking in the mud and could not move any step. Cough. Finally, Qin Sheng spits blood from his mouth. He is injured. Qin Sheng's body became holy and holy. It was not easy for him to be hurt even if he was a strong man in the double holy land. Now, facing the three holy regions, the pig and the hyena are not facing each other head-on, but they have all suffered internal injuries. The blood can't help but spit out. This shows how powerful this pig-just hyena is. Evil animal, go away. Qin is like the sun. He burns it. With a big wave of his hand, all the vines in the sky are like spider webs, covering the hyena. At the same time, he was holding a magic mirror. Even if it was just a replica, it was also a terrible artifact with supreme power. Phew! In a moment, the magic mirror shot a sky flame, which broke through the heart of the hyena, and then it crackled and burned. Roar! The pig just roared with pain, a pair of green eyes shot out a dark light, and then was submerged by the wild vines. What happened to the dungeon? There has been an era of dungeons. The War of Annihilation, 10,000 years ago, did not destroy them. How can this happen today? Qin, holding the Myriad magic mirror, walks to the dungeon at leisure. He usually observes the dungeon through the Myriad magic mirror. Even with his strength, he dare not too close to the dungeon. There are some terrible spirit beasts in prison, even the spirit beasts with great holy land. Who knows what terrible things will happen when they are near. He has only refined 5 holy regions, and his strength is not much better than some real disciples. Let alone the great holy region, it is a long way from the small holy region. The Holy Land has 9 aspects, and then the Little Holy Land. Today, Qin is only the 5th Holy Land, and there are 4 Holy Lands far away from the small Holy Land. 9 sacred realms. It's hard to go up to the blue sky after each cultivation. Although the danger is extremely high, he may lose his old life at any time, but Qin decides to take a close look. The safety of the dungeon is related to the safety of the whole Heilong Mountain Temple. Near, Qin waved his hand, and the magic mirror was like an arrow from the string, which exploded, illuminating the dungeon, covered by black air. It's dark and rotten. Beside the animal prison, there is a monkey spirit beast waving a black iron stick. The monkey is very small, at most 3 inches tall, wearing a gold crown and a gold scale armor, but it may have been in prison for many years. The original majestic gold scale armor and the gold crown have been broken, showing a large section of spiritual lines. The best artifact? Qin, as a strong man who has refined the 5 holy regions, can see how wide his vision is. At a glance, he can see that the monkey in front of him is extraordinary and his eyes are hot. The best artifact, no matter it is the external or internal damage of the artifact, can repair itself without exception. It seems that the spirit armor on the monkey holding the black iron bar has been destroyed for a long time. Qin's face changed slightly in his heart, because the longer the age, the more precious the things on him. This is nothing. What makes Qin's face crazy is that he can't see through the monkey's cultivation realm. What does this mean? This monkey with a black iron bar is absolutely not an ordinary thing. Evil animal, dare you surpass the prison? Qin holds the magic mirror tightly and scolds the monkey loudly. Although he has no bottom in his heart, the dungeon is about to collapse. He must go to increase the energy of the dungeon and stabilize it. Otherwise, the consequences of the wave of beasts caused by the breaking of the prison by millions of spirit beasts are absolutely beyond Qin's capacity. Besides, there must be some big changes in the dungeon. Otherwise, how could the pig hyena suddenly soar from semi-holy land to triple holy land like a rocket? He was only 3 inches tall and ragged. The monkey with a black iron bar turned around, glanced at Ting Yang with a magic mirror of Muddler's death coldly, and said, "Evil animal? No one dares to call me that for tens of thousands of years." Tens of thousands of years? Ting Yang has lived for more than 1,000 years in his life. How could he meet an old monster with a lifespan of more than 10,000 years? Ting Yang suddenly felt a little uneasy. Especially when the 3-inch black monkey was staring at himself, he felt that he was being stared at by the possessed saint. 100 years ago, he had the honor to see a great holy land from afar, but it was only a glimpse. How could the great holy land, such a huge thing, be seen by such a small saint? At this moment, the 3-inch black monkey in front of us is a great saint. The 3-inch black monkey snorted coldly, and Ting Yang suddenly felt that the mountain was falling apart. It seemed that both the body and the soul were going to fall apart. What I hate most is the evil mirror. The 3-inch black monkey made a loud noise, and then the black iron bar hit him. That's right. It didn't cover any Yuan power, and there was no Holy Land power and other oppressive blessing. But even so, Ting Yang's face changed dramatically. He was so scared that he was as white as paper and threw out the magic mirror in a hurry. Bang! The power of terror falls on the magic mirror of muting me without any power. The whole space seems to have stagnated. Click! It's a pity that the next moment the magic mirror will crack and turn into powder. Poof! Ting Yang flies backward, his hand is also stained with the power transmitted by a black iron bar, which turns into powder, the robes are broken, the sternum collapses, and heavily hits the nearby dungeon. Whoa! Ting Yang vomited blood wildly, which could not be stopped at all. It was just a random stuffy stick, which was severely damaged. What's more, what he just held was a magic mirror. Even if it's a replica, it won't be so miserable even if it's facing a small saint with his 5-fold cultivation of Ting Yang Holy Land. The most important thing is that the 3-inch black monkey on the opposite side didn't seem to work hard, just like an ordinary man saw a running dog and kicked it away at will. If we use this metaphor to describe the downfall of a powerful man without heavy Holy Land, it sounds a bit ugly, but in fact, it is so embarrassing. One iron stick, Ting Yang has no resistance. The Great Sanctuary, like 90% of the prisoners of the Great Sanctuary. Ting Yang is dying, and the power of life gradually dissipates. Roar. Without the interference of the magic mirror, the pig just roared, and the sky was a terrible echo. What happened? At this time, Ning Hongru just woke up. He had just been hit by the battle with the hyena just before the mutation. He would have died if Ting Yang hadn't fought. Now when he woke up, Ning Hongru was full of anger. As a genius of a big family, although he was not the most core genius, he was hit hard by a spirit beast and was unconscious. Is that too humiliating? If it comes out, how can he get on with it in his capacity of Ning Hongru? He can't afford to lose this face. That pig, just a hyena, must die. Ning Hongru's face is iron green, and his eyebrows are full of anger and killing intention. As the legitimate son of Ning family, it's not too difficult for him to extract a semi-holy pig demon from the dungeon, even if it's not the most core existence. At most, it's just to spend some thunder and tiger gold. Well, I've got a lot of thunder and tiger gold. Tens of thousands, not in the eye at all. Ning Hongru is very confident, and very strong, but in the next moment, he felt covered by a terrible threat. What? Ning Hongru looked back and his face suddenly changed. He cried out shivering, "Pig just hyena? What about the man who just helped me?" Ning Hongru panicked. Blood food. Pig just hyena's eyes are green and cold, which looks very strange and violent. With a big wave of his hand, Ning Hongru feels that his eyes are only one flower, and he is caught. How can it be so fast? Ning Hongru's face is frightened, and his strength is not weak. Even though he has some distance from the semi-holy land, he will not be so outrageous. He was caught by a pig and a hyena without any reaction. Click click. The triple holy land of pig just hyena broke out completely. Ning Hongru didn't have Lu Julai's life-saving token, and his bones burst in an instant. He spat blood and looked at pig just hyena's blood played in despair. Qin Sheng, help me. In his eyes, Yu Guang saw Qin Sheng and Lu Julai, howling loudly, but before he finished, the hyena swallowed Ning Hongru. The smell of blood, cruelty, and horror enveloped the hyena. The reality is so cruel. The fight between the human race and the spirit beast in the North restricted area has existed for countless years. In the demon-dragon wasteland, aren't monsters almost killed? Chatter, what fresh and tender blood food. There are 2 more rich blood food. After a stuttering of Ning Hongru's pig, the hyena suddenly burst into the sky. With a wave of pig's hoof, a piece of Lydian Jissaquat appeared out of the sky. Facing Qin Sheng and Lu Julai, it was a merciless palladium. Hum. The light in the sky rose, and Qin Sheng looked up, feeling some tingling in his eyes. Is this the weapon of the hyena? Qin Sheng's face changed wildly. At the same time, he had set off a huge wave in his heart. The spirit beast of triple holy land, and the power of weapon, how can he carry it? Go away, you fat pig. When Qin Sheng hesitated, Lu Chiyue had a drink, and the whip in his hand turned into a fire dragon. The terrible smell spread. A holy land. In the desperate situation, Lu Chichi did not know what means he used, but he was able to upgrade his combat power to a holy land. It's worthy of being the legitimate daughter of the Lu family. It's just to experience life in the outer mountain. There are many means against the sky in the Jiao's body. With this alone, one can upgrade one's cultivation to a holy land in a short time. Even if it is only the first holy land, it is a terrible thing to spread. Qin Sheng once heard that some of the strong of the big ethnic groups actually separated some of the most important holy regions, even the holy regions of multiple holy regions, and then transplanted them into the flesh of their younger disciples. This method is extremely ferocious, and also extremely dangerous. The strong fighters who are separated from the Holy Land are disabled and seriously fall. Anyway, it's against ethics to die without disability. Qin Sheng's eyes were fixed on Lu Julai, and he felt that she was not transplanted into the Holy Land, but reluctantly promoted a big realm through some external forces. Bang! Although Lu Julai has forcefully promoted a great realm through the special means of the Lu people, for the pig and hyena in the triple holy land, it is simply the Mayfat shaking the tree. Lu Julai is hit by a rake, covering one layer after another, and the clothes with dense and holy lines are also fragmented, showing the snow-white skin. What a tender blood food. Pig just like hyena big hand lightning, no, faster than lightning pig's hoof, toward Lu Julai. Lu Julai's delicate body trembled. Her face was desperate. There was no bottom card. She had just forcibly promoted the bottom card of a big realm. It was her father's treasure to protect her life. That's consumable. It's just for use. Hum. A sword light flickers and puffs, the pig just hyena howls loudly, and the pig blood pours down like a rainstorm. Qin Sheng saw only a shadow of the great bank behind Lu Julai, turning into a guardian and protecting her. This is a man, wearing war armor, covering his face, holding a war sword, looking at the pig and hyena in awe. Dad. Lu Julai has been crying for a long time. Looking at the man behind him, he couldn't say a word for a while. Her father died in the ancient battlefield. Unexpectedly, he left a mark in his body. The mark left by the peerless strongman of Jiucheng Holy Land is also extremely powerful. He cut the hand of pig and hyena with one sword, and the terrible sword, Qi, hanged his body. Soon after the hyena turned into powder, there were only 2 green eyes left. Well? Tingyang's 3-inch monkey's eyes were bright and deep just after he hit him with a stick. He looked at Qin Sheng's side, his face showed a hint of ridicule, and with a small hand, the dead pig, just hyena, was back to life. It's just 2 human reptiles. It's about to be eaten. 3-inch black monkey sneered. Back to life? Qin Sheng's face is also very blue. The pig and the hyena are nearly dead twice, but they can revive. What happened deep in the dungeon? Qin Sheng was shocked and angry. He thought it was really not suitable to stay here for a long time. He ran with the injured Lu Jialai. Ridiculous reptiles, can they escape my sanctuary? Pig just hyenas have been beaten twice, even fat pigs have anger, but also to dignity. Facing Qin Sheng's back is a rake. The void trembles. It's a forbidden area in the north. The laws of heaven and earth are not as strong as those of the 36 emperors in the wasteland. The ordinary strongman of Holy Land can only fly in the sky, but this pig hyena is going to shake the void. Qin Sheng's face is very scared. If he is hit, it's self-evident that he will end up in the field. Even before the attack, Qin Sheng's holy body could not bear it. His skin was cracked, his blood was gurgling, and his bones were crackling. Although they had not been broken, they would not be far away from the whole body. Let go of me, you fool. Lu Jialai's delicate pretty face had been like the rain pear flower for a long time. She beat Qin Sheng's chest and asked her to give up herself, or both of them would die. Lu Jialai's eldest sister has a character. She said that she would accept Qin as her younger brother. Unexpectedly, she is so serious. Seeing this scene, Qin Sheng was moved. After all, in the north restricted area, where the competition is so fierce, there are still too few people like Lu Jialai. Sikong didn't control his brother's life and death. Make the steel of heaven. Qin Sheng roars, all kinds of things grow together, and the steel of heaven breaks from its eyebrow and rushes out, blocking the fatal attack of pig and hyena. Poof. The terrible power backfired. Qin Sheng could not bear it at all. He hit the black pillar of the dungeon heavily, and the blood was pouring out, which could not stop bleeding at all. The gap is too big. Even if Qin Sheng becomes a saint in flesh, he can sweep through the same great realm. In addition, the power of the heaven steel also compete with the strong of the double Holy Land at most. Today, the realm of pig hyenas is 3 holy realms. There is a big gap between them. There is no escape possibility in front of absolute strength. Qin Sheng looked despairing and murmured, "Is there really no hope? Can 9 death magic survive?" He has a lot of cards, but the only one who can make him come back from the dead is the 9 death skill left by his elder martial sister who has gone to 9 days and 10 places. However, he doesn't want to die. Even if he has 9 death skills, he can return to life after death. After sleeping, maybe thousands of years, even thousands of years. Qin Sheng's father was also sealed in the ancient battlefield, waiting for Qin Sheng to save, and let his father Qin Zhongtian wait for thousands of years in the ancient battlefield, or even thousands of years later. Where is the ancient battlefield? Where did the gods fall? How could Qin Zhongtian live in the ancient battlefield for thousands of years if even the gods were to fall? What a humble human reptile. 3-inch black monkey's cold eyes swept by, looking at the frequent death of Tingyang and Qin Sheng. He was so excited by this sense of freedom that he was able to make the people who worked for them beg for mercy. Boom. At this time, a terrible breath came from the sky. The 3-inch black monkey looked up and showed a strange color. Above the sky, a big golden hand is created out of the sky. The terrible power can make the void open, but it can even make the void open in the forbidden area in the north. What is the sacred? It's the great saint. The great saint has come to save us. Tingyang's voice trembled. If the breath of the 3-inch black monkey is just like the breath of the great sage, then the breath spread over Tingyang's head at this moment is the real breath of the great sage. No mistake, this is the breath of the great sage. Tingyang's body was shaking. At the same time, the monkey's eyes were cold with a black iron bar. He bared his teeth and showed fierce light. Old dog, you are here at last. Eat me. The monkey, only 3 inches tall, didn't panic, but showed a sense of war like thunder. Roaring. The black iron staff rose in the face of the storm, and soon it was as huge as a mountain. The staff was surrounded by destructive thunder and lightning. Where it passed, the void would crack. If we say that Qin Sheng, a pig in the Triple Holy Land, may still be able to rely on the 9 death magic to revive himself, but if we face the Great Holy Land, even the 9 death magic is useless. It's absolutely dead. There's no chance to revive at all. Under the astonishing eyes of several people, the golden hand on the sky and the black iron bar from the dungeon collided heavily. Bang! The mountain collapsed and the earth cracked. The terrible void crack spread. The pig, just hyena's luck, was not very good. It was rolled in by a void crack and gave out a deafening cry. However, the pig was torn into a blood mist as soon as the void cracks were not completely closed. Including the 2 green light groups also turned into powder. The pig, just hyena, can no longer be reborn. Go. Qin Sheng hugs Lu July and urges the steel of heaven to become a boat. He runs very far. The battle aftermath between the 2 holy places is so fierce. The pig just can't carry the time of hyena's breath. Qin Sheng retreated to a safer place. At this moment, there are many powerful people in Heilong Mountain Temple. The true disciple of Jiucheng Holy Land, the Lord of the Little Holy Land. One by one, they all came to the dungeon like lightning, each with strong breath. Qin Sheng held Lu in his arms in July, but he did not dare to move or even talk. These people are all real bodies. Their breath and power are really outrageous. Qin Sheng had taken back the steel of heaven. This is his token. Although ordinary people can't see the steel, the Black Dragon Mountain Temple is full of hidden dragon and crouching tiger. Who knows if there are any big people against the sky who recognize the steel? Qin Sheng understood the simple truth of Huaibi's sin. Old dog, how dare you kill me? There was a roar outside the dungeon. The 3-inch monkey had become as big as the mountain. It went deep into the sky. Its eyes were as frightening as the sun and the moon. But even if it was so terrible, it was suppressed by the golden hand in the sky. Here's a crime, damn it. The powerful voice came from the sky, and then the golden hand turned into a golden saber. Poop, poop, and beheaded the ape. The ape was reborn and beheaded 79 times. Finally, it was dead. Those who make trouble will not be forgiven. The majestic voice came again, and the golden broadsword in the sky turned into countless small knives, which fell into the animal prison. 1 million spirit beasts have been beheaded by 5.6 million. Seeing this, Qin Sheng is sluggish. Is this the power of the great sage? Even Qin Sheng didn't see the real body of the great sage. The magnificent voice resounded again, on merit and reward, Tingyang, Qin Sheng, Lu July should be awarded. What a shock! Qin Sheng held Lu in his arms in July. He was already exhausted. He was on the verge of collapse. He looked up at the golden blade that was disappearing in the sky. The terrible Tao meaning and the power of destruction are all challenging Qin Sheng's bottom line. So powerful. This is still from the head to the tail of the Heilong Mountain Temple where a great sage did not show up, that is to say, the great sage may also be thousands of miles away and come back to behead the spirit beast that is also the level of the great holy land. Thank you for your kindness. The majestic voice on the sky just disappeared. Ting Yang just came back to God, barely stood up and saluted respectfully. 3 glittering beads, only baby fist-size beads suspended in front of the 3 Qin Sheng. This is? Qin Sheng's pupils are tight, the golden beads are very round and full, the surface is full of spiritual lines, and the lines are extremely complex, ordinary Holy Land strong people can't penetrate. Little Saint Dan. Ting Yang's face was ecstatic. He jumped, regardless of the heavy injury, knelt on the ground directly, prostrate on the ground, and worshipped the great saint who did not know whether to leave or not. Another 1,000,000 lei tiger gold and 10,000 contribution values will be awarded, and you will receive them by yourself. As expected, the great sage is not far away, but this time, his voice seems far away. Thank you. At this time, Qin Sheng and Lu Jialai, with their faces covered in a circle, react. The two of them are only junior disciples after all. When it comes to seeing the world, it's about the mood that Ting Yang is much stronger. However, the performance of Qin Sheng and Lu Jialai has been regarded as superior. Some weak young people even fainted directly when they met De Sheng. First, the coming of the great sage is too big. How many people are there in the north restricted area? Second, the power of the great saint is too terrible. Even if the great saint intends to restrain his breath, those who are in a bad mood can't bear it. Ha ha, younger martial brother Ting Yang, congratulations on your little holy pill. At this time, a young man in black armor and a battle axe came face to face. Qin Sheng looked at the man, and his hair was green. Who can accept that the head of a man is green? This person is very strong, however, it doesn't feel very good to me. It's weird. Although Qin Sheng's spiritual realm is not high, he has been left behind. He has not broken through the final limit, but he can still feel that this green-headed young strong man is not a good man. Ting Yang glanced back at the group of strong people who came here. They were all strong people in the little Holy Land. After the great sage left, most of the little saints left. What they didn't leave was basically a brief reminiscence of the past, or a misdemeanor like a green-headed young man. Qiu Vang. Do you dare to appear before me? Ting Yang's eyes were burning with fire, and his face was staring at Qiu Vang angrily. If he hadn't been hurt badly, he would have killed him and had a good fight with him. Smell words, Qiu Feng's original smile gradually disappeared, and gradually became cold. Ting Yang, I give you face to call you elder martial brother. There was anger in Qiu Feng's voice. The terrible smell of the little Holy Land didn't stop. Only a hint of it made Qin Sheng and Lu Jialai scared. The small Holy Land, under the 9 holy regions, produces the small holy elixir, whose strength is much greater than that of the 9 holy regions. How could the little Holy Land be more terrible than the great Holy One? Qin Sheng is a little confused. His strength is the strongest among the strong at the same age. He can fight with the spirit beast of the double Holy Land. Even in the face of the strong of the triple Holy Land, he has a certain probability to escape from the world. But in the face of a little saint, no matter how many cards, no matter how powerful the 9 death magic skill is, it's futile. Damn it. Maybe the little saint is not as strong as the great saint, and the great saint is too far away from me, but the little saint is close. Qin Sheng also wanted to understand it, and he really wanted to understand it. It's a forbidden area in the north. It's not a small place like the 36 emperors in the wasteland for a long time. The strong here are like hiding dragon and crouching tiger. Before Qin Sheng was in Beichen country, even if he broke the sky in Dian dynasty, he offended a strong man of semi-holy land level. Qin Sheng's various anti-heaven cards can also protect his life, but this is the Heilong Mountain Temple. It's hard to be perfect even if he offends a little saint and wants to kill him in the inheritance area. But what's the inheritance area? There are 9 holy regions in total, and the strength gap between them is huge, which is equivalent to a big difference. That is to say, Qiu Feng can pull a leg hair on his leg to kill Qin Sheng. The metaphor is a bit ugly, but it's a reality. The reality is often extremely cruel. For example, today's registered disciple assessment, who can think of the beast prison suddenly happened this terrible thing, Ning Hongru died on the spot. With Qiu Feng's angry words, the atmosphere here is frozen and embarrassed. Some of the little saints in the distance, who are reminiscing about the past, can't help but look at them one after another. Their eyes are subtle, some of them are very interested, when they are busy. Although Qiu Feng was angry, Tingyang didn't have any scruples. His language was sharper. He said, "You are a scum with green hair on your head. How did you get promoted to Shaoxing in that year? Didn't you have points in mind?" Tingyang revealed some of the past, but also caused some small saints to discuss. It seems that Tingyang was also the most core group of true disciples, and those who had the most hope of promoting Shaoxing. How could they fall into such a situation today? It seems that he has some grudges with Qiu Feng. However, hasn't Tingyang accepted the reality? They have all fallen from the 9 holy regions to the 3 holy regions. What he can't say is too dead. There are still variables. Isn't there a little holy pill in his hand? Boom. Qiu Feng is angry. His breath can no longer hold on to Nai. The battle axe in his hand is shaking faintly. His terrible breath is like a black dragon who is angry. Poof. The terrible atmosphere of the little holy land covered Tingyang. He spat 3 blood on the spot, and his face became even paler. Ha ha ha. Tingyang's face not only has no fear at all, but also looks up to the sky and smiles. He gazes at Qiu Feng, who is flying green on his head, and says quietly, "Do you want to fight with me?" "Oh no, I think you want to repeat the scene of taking 3 little saints from behind me 100 years ago." Tingyang said more exciting, burst a lot of black material about Qiu Feng in those days. Stabbing a knife in the back of a companion, killing people and passing goods, but let the great sage know that it is absolutely inexcusable. What are you talking about? A madman is talking nonsense. Do you think someone believes it? Do you think the great saint will believe in me as a new little saint, or the waste of the collapse of your holy land? Qiu Feng sneers. In fact, Tingyang's so-called black materials have been circulated several times in the core strongman circle of Heilong Mountain Temple, and the great sage has also asked about it. After all, Tingyang's talent is really high, and it's impossible to give up a talent like this in the 4 inheritance places. Hearing this, Tingyang smiled miserably and said, "You are right. Even if you are as strong as the great sage, you are not a god. You can know what happened in the past and in the future. You are also lucky to marry a big family's wife and eat a soft meal every day. Otherwise, the great sage will search your soul. The forbidden area in the north is boundless. Among these big families, there are some strong ones with the level of great holy land, like Lu Jilai. His father not only has the talent to promote the little holy land, but also has the probability to promote the great holy land. Of course, the Willows are not the same as they used to be. If they were not the Willows in their family, they would have been divided by other big families. This is also why Lu Jilai is willing to lay down his position, starting from the working disciples, in order to give up all the glory of the family and break through himself. Is that enough? Besides my privacy, even if you have merit today, you will be punished. Qiu Feng sneers, he eats soft food, and then is green by his wife. In fact, such dishonorable things have already spread throughout the temple of Heilong Mountain. But, everyone is to see through, do not break it. Did not expect that Tingyang even dare to break these disgraceful past events in full view of the public. Qiu Feng's hair turns green because he has cultivated some terrible skills. He hates people's taunts about wearing green on his head. Those little saints say it's okay. What is Tingyang? Ha ha, The little holy pill in my hand is no better than those three. The little holy pill in my hand is stained with the breath of the great sage. Dare you move me? Tingyang smiled. He just liked to see Qiu Feng eat shriveled. Sure enough, Qiu Feng's face changed, and the atmosphere was surprised, because Tingyang was right. The little holy pill in his hand was really contaminated with the breath of the great sage. He dared to take it by hand, and there was absolutely no good fruit to eat. Well, I'm sorry that you're too lazy to take care of yourself, because you've lost your talent overnight. Qiu Feng took a deep breath, and was humiliated by Tingyang. It's worthy of being a visiting son-in-law. I can swallow this tone even if I laugh like that. Tingyang sneers, that's no wonder. I can bear the green oil on my head. What can I say? Qiu Feng's face was so gloomy that he could dribble water, and his eyes were flickering with murderous intention, which could make a little saint show murderous intention. You can imagine how terrible the anger in Qiu Feng's heart was. Qiu Feng is far away from Tingyang, the lunatic. After all, he did stab the knife in the back at the beginning. He became a second son-in-law, but he didn't live well. His wife gave him a green hat. He didn't have much resources. He didn't want to deal with Tingyang's strongest talent. Little Saint Dan is so attractive that only 3 small Saint Dan can promote him to the little holy land. Now there are 3 more. If all of them are taken, then we can go further. We can count the strong in the strong circle of little holy land. There is no need to make bottom-up jokes. In the temple of Heilong Mountain, no matter the working disciples or the registered disciples, or even the true disciples, they all have their own circle with each other. And the little saints, who are stronger than the true disciples, also have their own circle. Before Qiu Feng was promoted to the small holy land, he was also regarded as a top-ranking disciple in the circle of true disciples. Otherwise, he would not be able to get close to Tingyang, the peerless genius with a certain probability of promotion to the great holy land. However, after winning 3 small saints for Tingyang's underhand, he was promoted to the small holy land, which is the bottom-up existence in the circle of the small holy land. First of all, although the realm is the same, the essence of this kind of strength depends on external forces. If we say that the little holy elixir refined by Qin Sheng is the real spirit elixir, without any side effects, the essence is the same as the level of self-breakthrough. It's just that it's too difficult to refine the pill, especially if the main medicine is the golden pill at the level of small holy land. It's even more difficult. A little carelessness will directly destroy the little holy pill. This is not worth the loss, which is why Qiu Feng didn't choose to let the alchemist refine it and take it directly. Because he can't afford to lose. Qiu Feng is near Qin Sheng and Lu Jialai at this moment. He has put away his axe, and his black armor has also revealed its true appearance. Ha ha, 2 talented friends. Qiu Feng even said hello directly to Qin Sheng and Lu Jialai. Qin Sheng and Lu Jialai look at each other. I've seen Little Saint. Although Qiu Feng gave Qin Sheng a bad impression, even if he gave Qin Sheng 100 courage, he did not dare to call the real name of a little saint. Qiu Feng was very happy with their respectful salute. He said with a smile, it's a glorious thing that 2 little friends can get the appreciation of the great sage. If I don't guess wrong, today is just the examination of registered disciples. Yes, my lord. Lu Jialai has come down from Qin Sheng's arms. He is very polite, and will never tell the truth. Qiu Feng said with a smile, this saint has a kind invitation. Hearing this, Qin Sheng felt something was wrong in his heart, but the other side was a little saint. Tingyang dared to offend because he was once strong. There were still 3 nails in the poor boat. It was not difficult for him to go back to the 7 or 8 holy regions if he took the little saint pill again. Besides, Tingyang is so old that he may not leave the Heilong Mountain Temple easily, but Qin Sheng is different. He can't wait to leave the Heilong Mountain Temple and go to the ancient battlefield to save his father. Little saint, please say it. Qin Sheng said. The great saint rewards your little Saint Dan and doesn't know if he can give me love? Qiu Feng finally said his purpose. It's really a cheeky thief. No wonder he was willing to go into trouble. He even smiled when he said such excessive requirements. As soon as Qin Sheng heard this, his face suddenly changed. He said that the little holy pill was his accident. He just happened to come to take part in the examination of registered disciples. Seeing the embarrassed faces of Qin Sheng and Lu Jilai, Qiu Feng knew that their identity background was not far from his own. Two working disciples who took part in the examination of registered disciples should not have strong ethnic background. People of this level are not worthy of the little holy elixir. Qiu Feng said coldly, if you are smart, you can still enjoy Lei Hu Jin. If you are not smart. Qiu Feng despised those working disciples in the bottom of his heart, even though he was also a working disciple. Isn't this little saint really shameful enough? A little saint pill even says it's necessary? Qin Sheng sneers at him. He goes back to take the real furnace of Tai and returns it to the furnace. He doesn't need to refine it. He can refine all impurities and decadent energy. It's just like the real elixir, it can't have a little side effect. Haha, it's really funny. If you eat shriveled food here, you will bully the younger generation? At this time, Ting Yang came slowly and said with a sneer, your food looks really ugly. Ting Yang's voice is very loud, he is intentional, that is to let other little saints know about it. Sure enough, several little saints focused their eyes again. There were men and women, and their faces were slightly disdainful. It's true that it's not too difficult to kill a spirit beast of the same level with their cultivation in the little holy land. How can they pull down their faces and ask for the little holy elixir? Qiu Feng clenched his teeth and said, Ting Yang, do you want to die? What should I do for you? Don't two little friends suffer from Ting Yang's nonsense. He and I have some grudges, to slander me. Qiu Feng explained with a smile, if I didn't see that he was my elder martial brother, I would have punished him very hard. Qin Sheng took a deep breath and saluted Qiu Feng, I'm worried about it. I don't think so. However, I am afraid of the reward that the great sage gives to the younger generation. I dare not give it to others. Oh? To Qin Sheng's response, Qiu Feng was very surprised. He was just a laboring disciple. He even pulled the tiger skin of De Sheng and took him out as a shield. Unfortunately, Qin Sheng underestimated Qiu Feng's shamelessness. No harm, no harm. The saint is not so careful with his heart and virtue. Qiu Feng laughed, but in fact, he was thinking about the holiness of the great sage. How could he care about the little things of a registered disciple when he was shut up all the year round or wandered in the deepest part of the ancient battlefield? I know that the little holy elixir is precious and will not let you lose a little holy elixir in vain. Qiu Feng said with a smile, Benqing is willing to buy a small Xingdan at the price of 200,000 Lei Hu Jin. As soon as this remark came out, everyone sneered. Qiu Feng, do you really pretend to be stupid or are you really stupid? Ting Yang roared and sneered, a small Saint Dan sells millions of tiger gold in the black market, and it is still priceless, and it needs qualification to buy. You're here to take in 200,000 pills? Please remind me, it's a little disgusting. Qin Sheng and Lu Qiyue were angry. Qiu Feng was so disgusted that he took them as the wrong leaders. You are a new genius. You need to cut off the love of the younger generation. How can you ask for 200,000 little saints? Ting Yang smiled and said, oh to me, I have old friends with you, and I'm willing to cut love with you. 2 million Lei tiger gold is sold to you. Hearing this, Qiu Feng's face was livid and his brow was even more gloomy. 2 million tiger gold and a little holy pill? I'm kidding. Although he's a big fan, he doesn't have a lot of Lei Hu Jin in his pocket. Even if he's a little sage, it's enough to take out 1,000,000 Lei Hu Jin. Let alone buy Xiao Xingdan at twice the market price. How about 200,000 Lei Hu Jin and one of Qiu Feng's human feelings? Qiu Feng said. Qin Sheng shook his head and said, no sale. At first, Qin Sheng was moved. He was able to make a little saint owe a favor, which was of high value. However, Qin Sheng was not willing to think about this man's past. This Qiu Feng should not be a good man. Elder Tingyang just stood up to save me and July at the time of life and death. His character will never be bad. Qin Sheng had a judgment in his mind. He was willing to believe Elder Tingyang. There are a lot of 200,000 Lei Hu Jin, but I don't lack Lei Hu Jin now. If a small holy Dan is to be smelted in Tai real furnace, I'm afraid it can make me smelt the Holy Land. Qin Sheng said to himself, if you sell Qiu Feng at a low price, you owe me a debt. I'm afraid you will probably beat the dog with meat buns at that time. What? Not for sale? Qiu Feng's face was stunned. He didn't expect Qin Sheng to refuse so simply. You can think clearly that 200,000 Lei Hu Jin is not a small amount. You are a small guy in the Vientiane environment, and millions of Lei Hu Jin is not a good thing for you. Qiu Feng's face gradually began to turn cold, his eyebrows were full of displeasure, and his words were even more threatening. Qiu Feng said with a smile, don't you understand the simple truth of why Biki's sin? It's nonsense. Qin Sheng's heart is full of 10,000 steeds. What's wrong with that? Lei Hu Jinduo is also guilty of it? The food looks so ugly that even the little saints look down on him more and more. The little holy elixir in your hand is transformed by the spirit beast that has been imprisoned for thousands of years. It is contaminated with the decaying power in the deep of the beast prison. Although it looks like nothing is different on the surface, if you eat it, it is not necessarily a tonic for your cultivation, but a poison. Do you dare to eat? It's shameful that Qin Shengzhen's view of the little saint has been reduced to the lowest level. Despite his inner contempt and ridicule, Qin Sheng still didn't show it on his face. He said with a smile, thank you, little saint. I'm an alchemist. I have the ability to clean the little saint's rotten power. When they heard this, they were shocked. The little holy elixir in the dungeon is not a top-grade one. Everyone knows that. Otherwise, such a large group of small holy elixir, only Qiu Feng at the bottom of the dungeon is willing to come to beg for the little holy elixir. It's not easy to refine the decadent power. Otherwise, the Black Dragon Mountain Temple has already turned the million beasts into a panacea. Now Qin Sheng even boasted that he could dispel the rotten power in the little holy pill, which made a group of little saints look at each other. Of course, their faces are more disbelieving and smirking. The alchemists are rare, and the alchemists who can make spiritual pills are even rarer. Each of them will be regarded as the top class by the four inheritors. Qiu Feng also sneered and said, what's your name, that family brat? I don't think you are over 100 years old, and you dare to claim that you can refine the elixir? That's the elixir. Do you think it's the elixir made by children? If you fall on my face, you can say it directly. There is no need to tease the saints. Are you really idiots when you are a little saint? As soon as Qin Sheng heard this, he was immediately shocked and said, Lord Qiu Feng, what you said is true. If you don't believe it, you can't help it. Farewell. Qin Sheng bows to salute. He has enough face for the strong at the level of little saint. What about the little sage? Qin Sheng has enough patience. If he is a registered disciple of the same great realm, he comes to say that he can sell the little holy pill cheaply, and he says with a face that you can get my friendship. Qin Sheng wants Qiu Feng's friendship to have a fart to use. At the critical moment, Qiu Feng estimates that there are many excuses to refuse Qin Sheng. I really think I'm a 3-year-old, haven't I seen much of the world? Isn't it just by means of black means to promote Shaoxing? Qin Sheng refused so simply, no doubt in front of a group of small saints hit Qiu Feng's face. Although Qiu Feng's face has been thick, he was attacked by a younger generation who didn't even refine the Holy Land in front of the public, which made Qiu Feng's face red and his eyebrows blue. His cold eyes were even like black dragons, flashing a sense of killing. Qiu Feng is a little saint. Is the cultivation of Waiguan promoted by external force? That's also a real little saint. If you look at the whole forbidden area in the north, you can win the king. Of course, even if Qiu Feng was able to win the title, he could only go to the forbidden area in the north, which was close to the Jedi and Baron. At this moment, all the saints couldn't help looking at Qin Sheng. I'm really impatient now. I have a strong temper. I'm throwing a bad face at Shaoxing without saying a few words. There is a little saint who feels uncomfortable after all. How can Qiu Feng be looked down upon again? That's also the strong circle in the little Holy Land. What's the matter now that he is looked down upon by a registered disciple who can't even talk about the Holy Land? That's bad. In other words, the younger generation of your family was bullied by Qiu Feng to sell their rewards cheaply. Would you like to? Some of the little saints were quite upright and helped Qin Sheng to say 2 sentences. I'd like to know whether it's true that Qin Sheng was able to refine the little holy elixir. Different saints have different views. Qin Sheng has gradually left. Anyway, he came to take part in the examination of registered disciples today. Before the change of the animal prison, even if he passed the examination, he didn't have to stay here to be humiliated by the little saints. Shwa. At this time a gust of wind rolled over the mat. Qin Sheng just saw his eyes twinkle, and a black lightning stopped him. The terrible wind tore his skin, and the blood gradually penetrated. Qin Sheng glanced at the man standing in the way, and his face sank. It was Qiu Feng, who stopped Qin Sheng. It hurts. Is this the power of the little sanctuary? I was just swept by the strong wind that rolled the mat, but I was directly torn by the holy body. Qin Sheng is warm and angry on the surface, but he has set off waves in his heart. There are 8 or 9 different realms. The power gap between Qin Sheng and Qiu Feng impresses Qin Sheng. Qiu Feng, Shaoxing, I don't want to sell. Do you want to force me to buy and sell? Qin Sheng sneered, then turned over his hand and handed the little holy pill to him. He said with a smile, I ask myself that there is a great disparity between the strength of the little Holy Land and that of the little Holy Land. If adults want to buy it, I will give it to you as a gift. In front of the public, Qin Sheng seized Qiu Feng's shit and occupied the moral commanding height. If Qiu Feng really does it by force, his troubles will spread all over the temple of Heilong Mountain, and even the great sage will be shocked. At that time, Qiu Feng got the little Saint Dan, but he got into a mess. In case he got upset with the great saint, he would take off his skin if he didn't die. Upon hearing this, Qiu Feng's face suddenly changed. He was not young, and he was a son-in-law in a big family. He often did such things as occupying the moral commanding point, but he didn't do them. He was very clear about the public opinion consequences of such things. Qin Sheng, you are serious. Qiu Feng is worthy of being a small holy land. A smile came out between the lightning and flint, saying, the small holy pill is precious, but Qiu is not a strong buyer or seller. The little holy pill in Qin Sheng's hand is contaminated with the atmosphere of the great sage. He dare not make Qin Sheng feel unwilling or make trouble at the same time, or he will take off his skin even if he is immortal. Little friend, if you can get the reward from the great sage, your talent is absolutely not low. For our Heilong Mountain Temple, it is absolutely a beautiful jade that can be carved into a long history and bright future. Qiu Feng said with a smile, benching has been young, and frivolous. It's no big deal. Qiu Feng said, however, the rotten breath of this little holy pill is not small. You can't bear the realm of Holy Land for thousands of years. Qin Sheng was shocked. He really couldn't look down on any little holy land, let alone cultivation and combat power. He couldn't look down on his ability to play with his mouth and skin. Qiu Feng, just between words, kicked down the moral commanding point occupied by Qin Sheng, and became caring for himself. Adult, I didn't say that. I can refine the pill and have enough ability to refine the rotten breath. Qin Sheng said confidently, I don't need to worry about it. Ha ha, don't say I don't believe it. No one here is willing to believe it. Qiu Feng laughed, it's normal to be young and frivolous, and boastful, but you boast a little too much. I'm not afraid to tell you that even if you look at the whole Heilong Mountain Temple, no alchemist can perfectly solve the rotten breath in the spirit beast pill. At this time, Tingyang also came over and looked at Qin Sheng suspiciously and said, Qin Sheng, tell the truth, you can't lie in front of the saints. If it's spread out, I'm afraid that no saint would accept you as the true disciple. In the temple of Heilong Mountain, every true disciple also has a little sage as a teacher. He has a big family and a big faction. However, in addition to talent, it's very important to assess the quality of a true disciple. No matter how talented you are, you will be kept away from the saints. Is it? Shall I prove it? Qin Sheng said with a smile. As soon as Tingyang heard this, his face suddenly changed. He said to himself, this fool, I'll let you go down the steps. When you arrive, dig a hole for yourself. As soon as Zhu Sheng heard this, he looked at Qin Sheng as if he were an idiot. Qiu Feng was very happy. How could there be such a stupid fool? He dug a big hole for himself. It's not so easy to refine the rotten breath in the spirit beast pill. If you succeed, you will have a bright future. If you fail, you will be the laughingstock of all saints. Qin Sheng didn't think so. He waved his hand and kept Tai's real stove coming out. He said with a smile, I used to get along with you as an ordinary registered disciple, but what I got in return was sarcasm. Forget it, I have a showdown. I'm an alchemist. I don't want to pretend. Cultivate genius? No more? All the saints in the Inner Mongolia circle, even Lu Jialai, felt that Qin Sheng was a little abnormal, and he was already talking crazy. Qin Sheng, don't be rude. If you are a registered disciple, even if you become a saint in the flesh, you have a high talent, and you have a great chance to become a saint in the future. Ting'arai opened his mouth and said that Qin Sheng's body became a saint, which made all the saints slightly surprised. It turns out that it's the body sanctification. Haven't there been any body sanctification guys in Heilong Mountain for many years? No wonder the language is so frivolous. After all, it's a little gifted. The probability of becoming a real disciple is as high as 90%. But that's not the reason why he doesn't draft. It's not too difficult for alchemy genius to become holy than physical body. Smell speech, Qiu Feng is a lung at first, then show a color of astonishment, then looked at Tingyang again, secretly weigh, this old immortal, unexpectedly and give me next set. If Qiu Feng knew that Qin Sheng had become a saint in the first place, then no matter how greedy he was, he would not be forced to buy his little Saint Dan. Qiu Feng in Liuzhou is known. She comes from the Lius. Although the Lius were not the terrible Lius in those days, there was a great sage stationed there. You can never offend her. Qin Sheng is different. It's just a little transparent who happened to come to take part in the examination of registered disciples. Qiu Feng is a little saint. He can take it as he wants. Now it is found that Qin Sheng is not a little transparent at all, but a genius of becoming a saint in the flesh. I knew that if I could get the personal reward from the great sage, how could it be little transparency? Qiu Feng's heart is full of 10,000 blood BMW. Now it's really difficult to ride a tiger. Qiu Feng, as a small holy land, can't apologize to Qin Sheng in front of all the saints. Let alone apologize. Even if the tiger has its head and tail, it will be taken as a joke in the circle of small holy land strongmen in the future. It's a prodigy. The flesh becomes holy and the body becomes holy. Qiu Feng said with a smile, but how can you prove that you are an alchemist? Or do you want to prove it on the spot? Qin Sheng nodded, then stretched out his hand and said, please take out the little holy pill, I'll make it for you. Smell speech, Qiu Feng, a facial expression convulses, blurt out, how do want me to come out small Saint Dan? It's not easy for a spirit beast at the level of small holy land to kill. If he has a small holy pill, why should he buy Qin Sheng's small holy pill at a low price at the risk of being talked about as ugly? Of course, didn't you ask me to prove it? Qin Sheng asked, if I put out a little holy pill to refine the power of corruption, what benefits can I get? Boom. Qiu Feng's breath exploded. The terrible breath rolled out of the mat. The sky suddenly gathered a cloud, accompanied by the thunder full of destruction. It's just a rage. It makes such a big noise. Any finger can crush Qin Sheng. But just after his fingers moved, he did not dare to start again. How could a man who even the great saint looked after be killed by his hands? This kind of genius will definitely become the focus of attention in the future. Use mine. Tingyang looks at Qiu Feng ironically, and hands Qin Sheng his own little holy pill in front of the public. Sir, aren't you afraid that I will turn your little holy pill into a waste one? Qin Sheng has some accidents. At first, he was a little unhappy with Tingyang's exposure of his physical sanctification. Now he is willing to give his own little holy pill for his own proof. That's a small holy pill worth millions of thunder and tiger gold. Even for the deacon of Tingyang's triple holy land, it's a precious treasure. Qin Sheng nodded, took the little holy pill, and then cast his eyes on the embarrassed Qiu Feng. He said quietly, Lord Tingyang has given a small holy pill worth millions of thunder and tiger gold. It seems like it's boring. What do you want? When Qiu Feng's soared eyebrows coagulated, he asked unhappily. Qin Sheng smiled and said, how about a little gamble to be happy? Qiu Feng is ignorant. Unexpectedly, Qin Sheng, a young man with such courage, let him gamble with him? Qiu Feng snorted coldly. The earth moved and the mountains shook. The terrible breath rose from the sky. He said coldly, I don't know what's high and what's thick. Then I'll make a small bet with you. How about 100,000 tiger gold? When Qin Sheng heard this, he immediately smiled and said, 100,000 thunder and tiger gold? It's really a small gamble. Qin Sheng turned his hand, and there was a little holy pill in his palm. He smiled and said, I'll bet on the little holy pill in my hand. If the little holy adult doesn't have the little holy pill, then it's feasible to bet on Lei Hu Jin of the same value? It's easy to get Lei Hu Jin, but Xiao Xingdan depends on his luck. If there's a big demand for Xiao Xingdan in a year, it may cost hundreds of thousands of Lei Hu Jin to buy it. 1,000,000 tiger gold? Qiu Feng's face is gloomy and a little embarrassed. 1,000,000 Lei Hu Jin is either unable to take it out, or not afraid of 10,000, just in case. If he succeeds, then 1,000,000 Lei Hu Jin will also be distressed for a long time. Why, little saint, do you think there is a little more than 1,000,000 Lei Hu Jin? Or 500,000? Qin Sheng laughs and wisely reduces the number of Lei Hu Jin. Who doesn't know that Qiu Feng is just a son-in-law? He has a poor position in the family. The 1,000,000 Lei Hu Jin is not a small amount. In the distance, some little saints are gloating at Qiu Feng. They despised Qiu Feng and wouldn't let them join in the circle. Now they are despised by Qin Sheng, even more so. No need. Qiu Feng said coldly, turning over his hand. He took out $1,000,000 of tiger gold from the ring, which was shining with thunder. Ordinary working disciples can earn less than 100 lei hu jin in a month. It's great to be able to break 1,000 in a year. 1,000,000 lei hu jin, even if they don't eat or drink, will take hundreds or even thousands of years. As you can imagine, this is a huge sum of money. Let's go. Qiu Feng's eyes are all cold. He doesn't believe that Qin Sheng is a genius of alchemy. He can't even solve the problem of Hailongshan Temple. How can a boy who seems not to be 100 years old do it? Interesting. The saints laughed, and they approached one after another to see if the future saint was really an alchemy genius, as he said. Qin Sheng, you don't have to bear any psychological burden, even if you are alchemy. Ting Yang patted Qin Sheng on the shoulder. Even those old alchemists were under great psychological pressure. Qin Sheng said with a smile, please rest assured. After that, Qin Sheng sat cross-legged and adjusted his breath. On the dungeon, the smell of killing and blood gradually dissipated. In addition, before this place was set up by the great sage, the horrible atmosphere just disappeared in a flash, and did not spread to other places of Heilong Mountain Temple. The most important thing is that the dungeon is a forbidden area. In addition to the monthly assessment of registered disciples, there are also times when spirit beasts need to be used, which are basically closed. On weekdays, there are not many disciples of the Black Dragon Mountain Temple near at all. Under the hot eyes of the saints, Qin Sheng sat with his knees crossed and adjusted his breath. After a quarter of an hour, 3/4 of an hour, or even an hour, Qin Sheng still closed his eyes. How long does it take to adjust the breath? All saints began to be unhappy, especially Qiu Feng's little saint, whose face became more and more gloomy. Don't be impatient. Qin Sheng dare not fool the saints even with 100 courage. At this time, Tingyang is like the salute of the saints. Soon, 2 hours, 3 hours passed, Qin Sheng still closed his eyes tightly. If not for the saints to feel that his breath was even long, he thought he was dead. This son also takes himself seriously and waits for our saints here. Qiu Feng can't hold his breath at last. He is ready to wake Qin Sheng up. Who? At this time, Qin Sheng opened his eyes, which were cold and bright, and there was a faint flash of imperial breath between his eyebrows. This is not the breath of blood, but the noble breath from the soul, which is more precious than blood. After all, blood can be plundered or even copied, and soul is unique to each one. The sudden transformation made Changru Qiu Feng startled. He was very suspicious. What's the matter with this son? Is he not a descendant of the emperor? However, this breath just disappeared between the lightning and flint. After Qiu Feng had another look, Qin Sheng became ordinary again and stretched himself. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. My alchemy is a little wonderful. It's hard to use it if my mind is not working. Qin Sheng explained with a smile. In fact, my heart was sighing. Under the hot eyes of the saints, I slept for 3 hours. I really slept soundly. Of course, Qin Sheng can only express this idea in his heart. If he says it, there are so many little saints present, one person can slap him, and Qin Sheng will die 10 times and 8 times. Open up! Qin Sheng roared and his eyes became sharp again. He slapped the real furnace of Tai fiercely. The furnace opened and threw the little holy pill into the real furnace of Tai. Tai real stove looks ordinary, and it has been damaged, rusted, and there are traces of blood on the surface. The fire is on. Qin Sheng opens his mouth and throws up a piece of fire, which falls into the real furnace of Tai. Boom! Tai real furnace suddenly had a violent vibration. The sealed little holy pill had a terrible shadow. It was a monster of sheep. Its horns were very sharp. I don't know what kind of treasure and miraculous medicine can make it into a small holy land. The sheep demon wants to break the real furnace of Tai. Qin Sheng sneers, claps his hands, and then makes thousands of fingerprints. The holy lines are all over the furnace. Long Dawei, after the performance, it's your turn to work. Qin Sheng did all this, and then he sent the message to Long Dawei. At this time, Long Dawei was already in the inner part of Tai real furnace. He promised that as an artifact spirit, he would directly run Tai real furnace, and the terrible Tai real inflammation would directly wrap the little holy pill. Well, I thought I had some real ability. Qiu Feng could not help sneering at Qin Sheng's alchemy. What's more, Qiu Feng is also a real saint. Even though he was promoted to a small saint by entering a big family and stabbing a knife in Tingyang's back, his vision is also very broad. He has seen many elites of refining pills and tools. The spirit pattern of Qin Sheng's thousands of handprints and then covering the Danlu is a little complicated for the martial artists in Holy Land, but it seems a little simple for the giants in small Holy Land level. This little man who has become a saint in flesh has some attainments in alchemy, but he would like to crown the whole Heilong Mountain Temple. I'm afraid it's a bit of a joke, isn't it? A female saint said indifferently that she had long red hair and a very good figure. Her delicate face seemed to leave no trace on her face at all. It's not hard for a strong person at the level of Little Holy Land to live for thousands of years. Even a little holy man of 3,000 years old is a young man. Look again. Maybe there are some miracles. Another middle-aged little sage said in a deep voice, and he was much calmer. If the Danlu is ready to explode, what else will happen? Qiu Feng sneers at Tingyang and says, Elder Martial Brother, it seems that your little holy elixir will be destroyed. Qiu Feng shook his head and said with a smile, it's a pity that a little holy pill, even if it's contaminated with the decaying power of the animal prison, but it's not difficult to take more than 100 years to refine these decaying power with the strength of Elder Martial Brother and restore cultivation to the Holy Land of 7 or 8. Tingyang's cultivation collapsed overnight, but he still has a little foundation. It's only a matter of time before he can recover most of his cultivation. With the little holy pill, the time for him to recover his cultivation will be greatly reduced. Now his only little holy pill is about to be abandoned. I think you'd better love your 1 million Lei Hujin first. Tingyang is also sneering. He is willing to believe Qin Sheng without knowing why. Others may not know, but Tingyang can see clearly. At the moment when Pig Hyena is going to kill Qin Sheng, he is not dead. Besides Lu Qiqi's token, Qin Sheng's own strength is also very scary. Who is the genius who can become holy in flesh? Tingyang can't believe that Qin Sheng is an idiot. In the eyes of the saints, he is disgraceful. After 10 breaths, Tai real stove, which was about to explode, gradually calmed down. Then, a black and rotten smoke rose from the furnace. That is. The hot eyes of the saints all fell on the tattered Danlu of Tai real furnace, and their faces were all shocked. The power of decay? Qiu Feng is forced by Xiao Xingmeng. He didn't expect Qin Sheng to do it anyway? Impossible. I don't believe it. There was a little saint in the hall. Qiu Feng lost his temper. He didn't believe him first and then became gloomy. Look at the whole Heilong Mountain Temple, there is no alchemist who can do it. You are just a mole ant who has made a heavy holy body. Where can you do this? It's about his face, and a whole million Lei Hujin. This is how he wants to believe. Out of the pill. Qin Sheng didn't take care of Qiu Feng, who was in a bad mood. He slapped Tai's real stove hard, and then a small holy pill came out. Xia Shengden is more mellow than before, the rotten breath disappears completely, and the spirit lines on the Dan are more obvious. A strong Dan fragrance spreads to all directions. Qin Sheng just takes a breath of Dan fragrance, and immediately feels that Bai Qiao is relaxed and comfortable to the extreme. Decontang, your little Saint Dan. With a wave of Qin Sheng's big hand, the little Saint Dan washed by Li Hua suddenly returned to the original owner. Tingyang looked at the little holy elixir in his hand, who never had a trace of rotten breath. His old face was full of disbelief. His eyes were surprised to see Qin Sheng, and he had already set off a storm in his heart. There's not a trace of corruption on the surface. Am I right? Tingyang was shocked. In fact, he was also gambling. That was to say, Qin Sheng was not a thing in the pool. Maybe a miracle would happen. What was unexpected was that things went so smoothly. Qin Shengzhen was not pretending to be an alchemy genius. Eat it. Tingyang took a deep breath, and every inch of his skin was boiling. A terrible sense of hunger came to him, and he could not help it any more. Under the hot eyes of the saints, he swallowed the little holy pill, which had been refined by Qin Sheng. The entrance of Zaya Shengden is dissolved, and Tingyang is filled with golden air. With a roar, Tingyang has broken through. He has scattered his kung fu for so many years. His accomplishments have fallen again and again, and he has fallen to the tragic state of triple holy land. Now the little holy pill just dissolves at the entrance. Tingyang has broken through the 4 holy realms, 5 holy realms, and 6 holy realms. The breakthrough lasted for a whole hour, and finally Tingyang stayed in the realm of 9 sacred regions. Ha ha, I didn't expect that I could return to the top one day. Tingyang is very excited. 2 tears appear on his face. Have not experienced the loss, how can we know how to cherish? Jiuchong Holy Land is only a step away from Xiaoshenging. In order to be promoted to Xiaoshenging, Tingyang had to take 3 Xiaoshengden, which was finally blacked out by Qiu Feng. Ha ha, congratulations to brother Tingyang. A middle-aged little sage came over and asked Tingyang for help. Xiaoxing is also a human being with 7 emotions and 6 desires. Seeing Tingyang's recovery to the peak, he was only a little short of promotion to Xiaoshenging. With his talent, with the help of Heilong Mountain Temple, it's only a matter of time before he can be promoted to Xiaoshenging. After all, the first day of Heilong Mountain. Brother Tingyang, little Saint Dan really has no power of corruption? A little sage couldn't help asking. Tingyang shook his head firmly, and said firmly, no, not a single strand. How could it be? You swallowed all the little saints. Now you can say anything. Qiu Feng sneered, as if he was a little angry. Smell speech, no matter is Tingyang or all saints are some unhappy, just out of the Dan moment, clearly did not feel any rotten breath. Qiu Feng is really unworthy of being a little saint. He didn't admit it even for this reason. The little saint, who had red hair and long hair, sneered and said that her voice was not small. Let alone the little holy land, even the martial artists in the whole heaven could understand it clearly. Yes, she told Qiu Feng on purpose and disgusted him on purpose. It seems that Qiu Feng, the little sage, would like to deny his account. Qin Sheng squinted and said indifferently. Qin Sheng said with a smile, no problem, I still have a little holy pill here. I can prove it again after a few breaths. You. Qiu Feng's eyes were wide, and his eyes were cloudy and clear. You can't do that. This is a small holy pill for gambling. If it becomes an abandoned pill, it won't be worth a small holy pill even if you are beheaded. Hearing this, all the saints shook their heads. They didn't expect Qiu Feng to have such a low limit for eating. Use mine. At this time, Lu came to Qin Sheng in July and handed him his own little holy pill. Qin Sheng hesitated for a moment, took Lu July's little holy pill, squinted and asked, aren't you afraid that I will make your little holy pill useless? Lu July smiled and said, if you discard my little holy elixir, you will be my little brother for 100 years. How is it? As soon as Qin Sheng heard it, there were 3 thick black lines on his forehead. Lu Chiyue was really an addict when she was a big sister. She wanted to take him as a little brother for 100 years. What if it works? Qin Sheng asked. The little holy elixir without the power of decay is even more precious. It's afraid that it's 2 million thunder tiger gold. Even some big people are willing to pay 3 times the price. After all, there is no side effect. For the genius of the big family, it is absolutely worth the money. Lei Hujin? There is no lack of big people in the North restricted area. If I succeed, I'll be your valet for a year. Lu July said with his head held high. Then it's a deal. Qin Sheng slaps the little saint down and throws it into the Tai-real stove. Qin Sheng repeats the routine just now again, but this time, it's just a breath time, it's a pill. So fast? The shock on the face of all saints, the first little holy pill can take a lot of time, just 3 hours to adjust the time, now this time even so fast. Please appreciate it. With a wave of Qin Sheng's big hand, he transferred the refined little holy pill to the saints. One of them is a cold and gorgeous woman with long red hair. She has plain hands like white lotus deep in her heart, and her eyes carefully observe Xia Shengden. I can't feel anything rotten. The peerless woman, Xiaoxing, is indifferent. As soon as this gorgeous woman's voice fell, all the saints began to cry out. The identity of this female saint was very important, but it was a terrorist existence at the level of the deputy chief of the fire hall. It was absolutely impossible to lie in her identity. Not every little saint is as ugly as Qiu Feng. Next, other little saints observed this little pill one after another. What a perfect little holy pill, there is really no sense of corruption. You guys, I feel that the effect of this little holy pill is at least 3 times the power of the ordinary little holy pill with rotten breath. Yes, little master of Lu nationality, I am willing to buy your small Xingdan with 3 million Lihujan. I don't know if you will. Lu was confused in July. She didn't expect Qin Sheng to do it. If one is a coincidence, what about the second? No, I'm sorry, little saint. Lu July clenched Bei's teeth and finally refused the merciless invitation of the little sage. 3 million tiger gold, in fact, Lu July will not suffer. But, Lu July is not short of Lei Hujin, what is missing is a panacea. In the end, the little Saint Dan, quenched in Tai furnace, fell into Qiu Feng's hands. If he was shocked, his face would be extremely embarrassed. How could this happen? Is this really done? No, there is really no power of decay. Qiu Feng was holding a small holy pill with golden light in his hand, and his face was gloomy. How about, little saint, can you still feel a trace of the power of corruption? At this time, Qin Sheng walked by in a leisurely way, and even in front of the saints, he was so leisurely. Qiu Feng snorted coldly, but this time he saw Qin Sheng no longer disdain, instead of jealousy. How old is Qin Sheng? Even if he becomes a saint in body, he is still a genius of alchemy. This son will surely be drawn up by the saints and even the clans above the 4 inheritance places. Between the lightning and flint, Qiu Feng thought a lot at once. This child's future is absolutely dazzling and terrifying. Thinking of this, Qiu Feng would like to slap himself. As a saint, he even covets the reward of the younger generation. In fact, Qiu Feng is not to blame. After all, who would have thought that a young generation just got rid of the working disciples had such a terrible talent? Qin Sheng can't be related to those big families, can he? Qiu Feng's heart suddenly tightened, and he thought of the gifted youth of the Han nationality who were superior to the 4 inheritance places. On the surface, the most powerful force in the North restricted area is the 4 inheritance areas. In fact, this is only the view of ordinary martial artists. The strong who have cultivated into Holy Land can gradually know that there are some big families at the top of the pyramid in the north restricted area. They are very strong, their roots are not in the north forbidden area, but in the upper bound Tianyuan land. That mysterious, powerful, and vast upper bound. In fact, the whole forbidden area in the north, including the more remote and backward wasteland of the 36 emperors, is just a small area for the Tianyuan continent. It's not worth mentioning. After a while of fear, Qiu Feng recovered. After all, the strong man of that clan is his son's genius. How could he come to the temple of Heilong Mountain to work as a laboring disciple? It's just that if you're not afraid of 10,000, you're afraid of one. What a genius! You're the 1,000,000 Lei Hu Jin. Qiu Feng pulled down his face and said with a smile. Qin Sheng was also surprised to see this scene. Not only Qin Sheng was surprised, but Tingyang was also shocked. This Qiu Feng is also a saint. How can he make a fool of himself and make a fool of a young man? Ha ha, the people who can be the eldest son-in-law really are not ordinary people, but can bend and stretch. The other little saints could not help sneering. Qin Sheng didn't make any further progress. He turned over his hand and pocketed millions of Lei Hu Jin and said with a smile, "Thank you Qiu Feng, Xiao Sheng." Smell speech, Qiu Feng, small saint's face twitches several times, whole million thunder tiger gold, say not to be distressed, that is false. Ha ha, I don't know you, Qin Sheng. The world after you will be your pride. Qiu Feng solved the embarrassment in a few words. The pattern of the strong in Heilongshan temple is different. If this happened in the 36 dynasties in the wasteland, the strong who lost the bet with Qin Sheng would turn around and disown people in 9 out of 10. In turn, they would strangle Qin Sheng as a genius in the cradle. Qin Sheng, I remember you. If you are interested in joining the fire hall, you can come to me. The girl with red hair throws out the olive branch. Fire hall again? Qin Sheng was a little surprised. This was not the first time he heard about the fire hall. That Shangguan Shiyu also said that she came from the fire hall. Listening to Shangguan Shiyu, it seems that the fire hall is not easy to join. Seeing this scene, other saints also showed a burst of exclamation. Morong Hall Lord threw out the olive branch himself, Qin Sheng, are you not very grateful? At this time, Tingyang's voice came from his mind. She is the deputy hall master of the fire hall, with high position and weight. She is also one of the top 20 in the whole Heilong Mountain Temple. Hearing this, Qin Sheng was shocked again. It was such a woman who was so strong that she could rank in the top 20 of Heilong Mountain Temple. Heilong Mountain Temple is one of the 4 inheriting places in the North Forbidden area. The strong are like clouds. Even the great sage is more than one, and the leader of the Morong Deputy Temple can be ranked in the top 20, especially the female. Qin Sheng did not discriminate against women, but in the way of cultivation. Women have to suffer more than men. It can be seen how respectable the Morong Hall leader is in front of Qin Sheng. As Morong's deputy hall lord threw out olive branches to Qin Sheng, the little saints from other halls did not dare to recruit Qin Sheng anymore. Except, of course, the Wind Hall. Ha ha, Morong Hall master is a little anxious. At this time a cold young man wearing a blue robe, a sword on his back, and a blue crown on his head came out. Behind him, a group of saints swarmed out like stars, holding the moon. My name is Meng Sanjian. Under the same state, I can't catch more than 3 swords. Meng Sanjian, who was at the top of his class, introduced himself to Qin Sheng. I come from the Wind Hall and would like to accept you as a true disciple. The former sentence of the Mongolian 3 swords also said that the Lord of Morong Hall was in a hurry. He was very good. He took the disciples directly. Qin Sheng met the man with 3 swords, his face slightly wrinkled, but his heart rose with a touch of displeasure. What is it that comes from the Wind Hall? How can it be so arrogant, as if I begged him to accept his disciples? Qin Sheng said with a sneer. Of course, the sneer could not be expressed on his face. As soon as Meng Sanjian arrived, he accepted his disciples, which made Murong Hall Master look unhappy. What do you mean, Meng Sanjian? I don't think you should be called Meng Sanjia. If you like to kill halfway, you can call Qing Yao Jin. Murong Hall Master's fiery red hair is calm and self-discipline, as if it is burning a different fire, and there are some cracks in the void. It's obvious that Murong Hall Master was angry. In fact, the Murong Hall leader didn't say anything wrong. This Meng Sanjian left long ago. Someone informed him that Qin Sheng was a genius. He came back to rob people temporarily. Not only can the body become holy, but also the only genius who can refine the decadent power in the temple of Heilong Mountain. Such characters, let alone their little saints, should be treated with courtesy even when the great saints come. Whether it's Meng Sanjian or Murong Hall leader, they can see the bright future of Qin Sheng. It's not difficult to get countless resources to cultivate a guest in the temple of Heilong Mountain by virtue of his alchemy talent alone. Of course, there is no such a fool in Heilong Mountain Temple. How can a good genius be Kuching? He must be firmly bound in Heilong Mountain Temple, so that Heilong Mountain Temple can have a better development. The Fire Hall and the Wind Hall should rob people? All of a sudden, the atmosphere over the dungeon was extremely embarrassed, and the air seemed to freeze. Qin Sheng also felt the difficulty. He didn't expect that he would cause such a stir if he didn't install it. He still underestimated the treatment of the powerful alchemists in the North Forbidden area. One side is the Fire Hall, the other side is the Wind Hall. No matter which one you promise, you are doomed to offend the other. This made Qin Sheng very difficult to make a decision at any time. I have reported this matter to the temple. You don't need to worry. You should follow the rules set by the temple. At this time, Tingyang squeezed out a smile, like 2 hall masters who seemed to be fighting with each other. The struggle between the Fire Hall and the Wind Hall is not a matter of these thousands or hundreds of years, but a matter of tens of thousands of years. Meng Sanjian's eyes were sharp, which seemed to have a terrible sword meaning. But he gave Tingyang a cold look, and immediately let Tingyang, who had recovered to the 9 holy regions, dare not look at him again. Here's your part. You should be punished if you talk too much. The sound of Meng Sanjian is sharp as a sword, and Tingyang is like an invisible sword body, piercing Tingyang's eyebrow. Ah! Tingyang was so painful that he had to kneel down to beg for mercy. What is the skill of Meng Sanjian's bullying? Murong Hall's master gave a drink, and the fire-red force burst out from her body. It seemed that the place where she passed was a fire-red world, and all the sword chi was hanged clean. What kind of skills are there in the nest? Go to Qingyang's sect and make a scene. Murong Hall master sneers, I heard that you were bullied by Qingyang's sect some time ago. Meng Sanjian's face was blue. He glared at the Murong temple master. It was not easy to get into trouble in front of all the saints. After all, his strength was really a little different from that of Murong temple master. Qin Sheng, there is no such shop after this village. You are limited to report in Fingdian within 3 days, or you will never be hired. Meng Sanjian dropped this sentence, and it turned into a sword light and disappeared among the saints. What things are so difficult to get along with in the Wind Hall? Qin Sheng sneers. He didn't care about the Wind Hall or the Fire Hall. The only thing he cared about was when he could go to the ancient battlefield to rescue his father. This is the most important thing. Of course, for joining the Fire Hall or the Wind Hall, Qin Sheng himself is not exclusive. After all, it's good to enjoy the cool under the big tree. The higher his position in the Heilong Mountain Temple, the greater the probability of using his power to find his father. With the departure of Meng Sanjian, the saints gradually left. Qin Sheng, the door of our fire hall is always open for you. Go back and think about it. Moro Hall Master's posture is much lower, not low, but treat Qin Sheng as the same rank. There is no disrespect in words and expressions. Soon, only Qin Sheng, Tingyang and Lu are left in the whole dungeon. The three looked at each other with a wry smile. The three of them didn't expect that they were just a regular monthly assessment of registered disciples. They didn't expect that such a big thing would happen. Fortunately, we are still alive. Tingyang takes the lead in laughing. Qin Sheng, what's your plan? Lu Jialai asked, curiously. Qin Sheng said with a smile, take your little attendant to the inner mountain. Well, who's going to be your valet? Lu Jialai snorts, coldly. Unexpectedly, he doesn't even say hello. He leaves in a flash. Bang! Suddenly, Tingyang knelt down on one knee and said in a deep voice, thank you so much for your kindness. My lord, you are. Qin Sheng was a little confused. He didn't expect Tingyang to kneel down on his own knee. He was a strong man in the 9 holy regions, and he was much older than Qin Sheng. Get up, my lord. You are killing me. Qin Sheng quickly helps Tingyang get up, but no matter how hard he tries, Tingyang doesn't want to get up either. He says, I'm willing to make a soul oath and follow you for 100 years. Maybe you don't know that I can't get back to the top without your refined little holy pill. Tingyang's eyes were in tears, and I can clearly feel that the little holy pill you made has no power of corruption in the pill, but can gradually purify the power of corruption in my body. I have a vague feeling that I will soon be promoted to the little holy land. Tingyang's words startled Qin Sheng. Unexpectedly, Taizan's stove was so powerful that it could be purified even if it was stained with a trace of its breath. In fact, Qin Sheng's 9 death qi can also devour the decadent power of Tingyang's body. However, this process is long after all, even if it can be completely devoured for 1 year in a row. My lord, you are so serious. Just now the animal prison has changed dramatically. You have saved my life, and July 1st. Qin Sheng said with a wry smile, you should be my benefactor. You and I should be clear. Don't say anything to follow 100 years. To make a strong man in a quasi-small holy land a follower is to have an extra bodyguard, which Qin Sheng refused. In fact, Qin Sheng's heart is very good. He is definitely not a greedy person like Qiu Feng. Besides, he believes in cause and effect. Heilong Mountain Temple is not a comfortable environment. If Tingyang is taken as his junior brother, he doesn't know what fruits will be produced. After Qin Sheng refused again, Tingyang was willing to stand up, and the two were matched by friends. Qin Sheng, you offended Qiu Feng and Meng Sanjian of Fengdian. Both of them are the ones who will report. You'd better not leave Hailongshan Temple during this period. Tingyang reminded, wait for the temple's reply, let you become a true disciple and then leave Heilong Mountain for training. Once promoted to true disciples, this level of identity will be much higher, which is the focus of attention of Heilong Mountain Temple. Every true disciple is very precious. Who dares to start with the true disciples, once found, will definitely be overwhelmed. However, to become a true disciple, even if Qin Sheng has such a terrible alchemy talent and cultivation talent, it needs to be reviewed layer by layer, and it needs to wait for a period of time. They are valued as the strong ones in the small holy land. As for how they will deal with me, a young generation with only one holy body? Qin Sheng asked. Ha ha, don't underestimate their shamelessness. Tingyang said with a wry smile, I underestimated Qiu Feng at the beginning, and turned my back to him. I didn't do the same to me. Maybe they don't want to do it in person, but their children and grandchildren are afraid that they can't wait to do it to you. Smell speech, Qin Sheng also nods, the heart of harm cannot have, but the heart of prevention cannot have. You have won so many Lei Hu Jin, and you still have 10,000 contribution values. Make good use of them to improve your accomplishments and arm yourself. Tingyang said with a smile, you are a small local tyrant in the Holy Land. Tingyang asked, how are you going to spend it? How to spend it? When Yen, Qin Sheng is a little confused. Lei Hu Jin knows that it can be used for cultivation, weapons purchase, and even a big array like the heaven-covering array. But the contribution value he knew nothing about. Adult, I don't know the difference between Lei Hu Jin and contribution value in Heilong Mountain Temple? Qin Sheng arched and asked. Tingyang laughed and said, Qin Sheng, you and I can match each other's names in the future. With your talent, you will soon surpass me in Heilong Mountain Temple. There's no need to be in front of and behind adults. Qin Sheng replied, okay. Lei Hu Jin can be used in the whole North Forbidden area, while the contribution value can only be used inside the Heilongshan Temple. Tingyang explained, however, in Heilong Mountain Temple, the value of contribution is about 10 times that of Lei Hu Jin. That is to say, a little contribution value is equivalent to 10 pieces of Thunder Tiger gold. Tingyang smiled and said, you get a reward of 10,000 contribution value. If you sell all of them, you can get 1,000,000 Lei Hu Jin. When Qin Sheng heard the words, he was shocked. A piece of Lei Hu Jin is worth a lot in the 36 imperial dynasties of the wasteland. Qin Sheng has 2,000,000 Lei Hu Jin on his body, and he hasn't counted the little holy pill that hasn't been tempered yet. No wonder Tingyang just said that I was a small local tyrant. Qin Sheng couldn't help but smack his lips. It was really cool to be rich. When Tingyang saw Qin Sheng smile, he couldn't help but say, do you think you are rich? Haha, I'll tell you that millions of Lei Hu Jin in you can only support the Holy Land of 7 cultivation. No, not until we reach the 7-fold Holy Land. Qin Sheng has some accidents. Now he has estimated that there are about 5 million Lei Hu Jin, who can only cultivate the saints of the 7 holy regions. Tingyang nodded solemnly and said, 9 holy regions, each of which has a strong foundation. 5 million Lei Hu Jin is the wealth consumed by ordinary warriors. When you become holy in body, the Lei Hu Jin spent on cultivating holy body will be even greater. If you want to practice martial arts, the wealth you spend will be comparable to that of cultivating a unique strongman in a small holy land. Hiss. Qin Sheng could not help but take a breath and said, if I am going to Tiangang Pavilion to practice, is that more money? It's inevitable. Where is Tiangang Pavilion? Don't say that you have just cultivated the holy body. Even those who have cultivated multiple holy regions dare not stay too long at one time. Tingyang said with a smile, however, Tiangang Pavilion is really a good place. If conditions permit, I also want to practice in 100 times area for a long time. In the following time, Qin Sheng and Tingyang also talked a lot. Tingyang's patience was also very good. He told Qin Sheng a lot about the differences between Tiangang Pavilion, Lingqi Hall, Lingdan Hall, and Zhanlong Hall. Tiangang Pavilion is the place of practice, and the Spirit Hall is the place of selling and exchanging spirit. The Hall of the Spirit Pill is the place to refine and exchange the Spirit Pill. As for Zhanlong Temple, it is the place to receive tasks. It is different from the miscellaneous hall. Only the strong above the Holy Land can receive tasks. Of course, the registered disciples of semi-Holy Land can also follow the strong ones of Holy Land to complete the task. However, the mission of Zhanlong Hall is very dangerous, which can be said to be a 9-dead life. Well? Suddenly, Tingyang's face changed slightly. What's the matter? Even Qin Sheng could feel that something important had happened. Tingyang's face showed a smile and said, the great sage called me, it should not be a bad thing. Perhaps I can use the power of the great sage to quickly promote to the little holy land. I will report to the great sage about you. Remember, don't leave the Black Dragon Temple until you have to. Ting Yang repeatedly told a few words, but also left the animal prison. Everyone left except Qin Sheng. I didn't expect such a big stir in the examination of ordinary registered disciples. Qin Sheng couldn't get a whisper. The spirit beast at the level of the great holy land sounded the horn of the animal tide, and then Ning Hongru died. Qin Sheng and Lu Zhilai were just a little bit lost. If it wasn't for the great saint of the Heilong Mountain Temple to suppress the animals, the consequences would be unimaginable. There must be future blessings if there is no death. After this battle, Qin Sheng's reputation has been spread far and wide. His body becomes holy. The reputation of alchemy genius will spread all over the small Holy Land strongman circle of Heilong Mountain Temple. Of course, Qin Sheng's reputation in the circle of true disciples and registered disciples will not spread. Lu Qiqi is not a big mouth, and Qiu Feng, who is attacked, is afraid that he will not sing Qin Sheng on purpose. This Qiu Feng, the villain, will report, though he is a little sage, if he dare to move me. Qin Sheng's eyes slightly flashed a cruel color. I'm not a soft bone, let others take it. Let me not leave the temple of Heilong Mountain? Dream. With the keepsake, Qin Sheng easily entered the inner mountain. This is where registered disciples live and practice? Qin Sheng looks around. In any case, except for the caves, pedestrians are very rare. Once in a while, there is a terrible smell. Seeing this scene, Qin Sheng naturally won't talk to himself. Go to Tiangang Pavilion first. Qin Sheng went all the way. The Yuan force here is much stronger. The cultivation effect here is definitely 10 times better than that in the outer mountain. He did not rush to choose the cave of practice, but found Tiangang Pavilion. This is Tiangang Pavilion? This is a mountain. To be exact, it is a Jianshan mountain. There are stone stairs in the mountain. Many registered disciples walk among them. Tiangang Pavilion goes deep into the sky. It's a terrible thunder. The stone steps are covered by clouds. It's not only thousands of miles away. Qin Sheng couldn't help exclaiming. It's worthy of being the temple of Heilong Mountain. Even if it's already in a state of decline, there's such a big killing tool. Outside the Tiangang Pavilion, there are many registered disciples. In front of the gate, a strong man in the Holy Land has a sharp eye and a deep voice. Those who climb the stone ladder less than 30 steps are not allowed to enter the Tiangang Pavilion. When the voice comes out, it immediately causes a scream. What? Only those who climb 30 steps can enter the Tiangang Pavilion for practice? Are you mistaken? If you can climb 30 steps of the stone ladder, you are at least a semi-holy genius. I can climb the stone ladder 20 steps. I wonder if I can be accommodating? A group of onlookers asked. I'm only responsible for carrying out the instructions given above. The gatekeeper said indifferently, it's estimated that the temple has changed in recent days, and the current will be limited. Those who are willing to line up to climb the stone ladder will line up here. Those who are not willing to climb the stone ladder can directly enter the Tiangang Pavilion by paying 1,000 thunder and tiger gold. 1,000 thunder tiger gold, even for a registered disciple, is also a very painful expense. Of course, I can't afford it, but most of the registered disciples, especially those under the semi-holy land, may not be so wasteful. Climbing the Sword Mountain of Tiangang Pavilion is supposed to refine the body and soul, but there are too many people in line. Qin Sheng saw many registered disciples running to climb Jianshan stone ladder. Qin Sheng turns his hand and hands 1,000 Lei Hu Jin to the strongman of Holy Land. Well? After all, Qin Sheng's yuan power fluctuation is not particularly strong. He didn't even reach the semi-holy land, so he was willing to spend 1,000 thunder and tiger gold directly to practice in Tiangang Pavilion? I guess it's the children of some explosive families. In the heart of the powerful in the Holy Land, there was no such scene as pressing Qin Sheng on the spot. I'm kidding. The temple of Heilong Mountain hides dragons and crouches on tigers. How many disciples of a big clan in the forbidden area in the north are gathered to play around and kick a big clan's disciple? Even if he becomes a holy land, he can't bear to go. Release. Those who are strong in Holy Land are indifferent and wave their hands. Chong. A terrible sword light suddenly enveloped Qin Sheng. So fast? The sword light is too fast. It's 10 times or even 10,000 times faster than Qin Sheng has seen all the sword lights. It gives Qin Sheng a feeling that it's a step faster than the great saint who shot in the animal prison that time. Sword light drowned Qin Sheng. When he opened his eyes again, Qin Sheng found that he had arrived at a strange place. Is this Tiangang Pavilion so guarded? Long Dawei can't help preaching. Hearing this, Qin Sheng nodded and said, it's true, but it's normal to be guarded tightly, which can change the passage of time. Here is a palace, under the steps is the void, above the sky is the starry sky. Qin Sheng steps in the void. This kind of scene has some dreams. Yes, sir. At this time a boy came out of the void passage. He carried a lantern and said, please come this way with me. Soon, under the guidance of the boy, he finally came to the hall of Tiangang Pavilion. Here is a temple. There is an iron gate on the front door, which depicts the complicated spiritual patterns and reflects the terrible sword spirit. Ordinary sages can't even bear a breath time. The temple is very large. There are many registered disciples waiting to enter the Tiangang Pavilion. Even if there are hundreds of them, they will meet in the third 5-year plan, or in the stone seat of the temple, or even some powerful registered disciples will rest in the elegant room of the temple and wait for the spare seats. Of course, the registered disciples who are qualified to enter Yejian are at least a holy land, and even above are qualified. My lord, you have spent 1,000 thunder and tiger gold, and you have the priority to choose a training room less than 20 times. The children with lanterns are of great virtue, but they are very polite to Qin Sheng. They don't look down upon Qin Sheng because the Yuan force infiltrated from his surface is not enough to be semi-holy. A training room under 20 times? Hearing this, Qin Sheng frowned and said lightly, how many times does the time reversal in the practice room have? Ha ha, it seems that adults are entering Tiangang Pavilion for the first time. The lantern boy has a smile on his mouth. Qin Sheng is willing to spend 1,000 thunder and tiger gold when he first enters Tiangang Pavilion. It can be seen that this child is not a thing in the pool. Maybe it's the legitimate son of a big clan. We should receive him well. The lantern boy said in his heart that although he was humble, he had seen many strong people, and this insight was still there. Once the lantern boy turned his hand, a sheepskin roll appeared in front of Qin Sheng. Because of some recent events, the charge of the training room has been adjusted, smiled the lantern boy. Hearing this, Qin Sheng frowned slightly. Outside the Jianshan mountain of Tiangang Pavilion, it is also mentioned to limit the flow of people and control resources. Now the cultivation room is rising again. What happened recently? I heard some time ago that the ancient battlefield was sealed, and Shangwan Wanner said that she had a task to go to the ancient battlefield. Between the lightning and flint, Qin Sheng's face changed, and he thought of many things. Well, let's not worry about the ancient battlefield, or do the final sprint in Tiangang Pavilion first. Qin Sheng said in his heart. According to Qin Sheng's plan, his accomplishments have increased many times before he didn't enter the Heilong Mountain Temple. If he calculated by multiple, he would be 10 times more. Sanctification of the body is already a powerful and far-fetched warrior who can sweep a heavy holy land. Even in the face of the strong men of the dual Holy Land, they can escape calmly. But is that really enough? Not enough. In particular, Qiu Feng's little saint robbed him and forced him to buy and sell. If he was not in the temple of Heilong Mountain, Qin Sheng would not have any resistance in front of him. Even if it's to sacrifice the god-made steel, it's too much strength. Qin Sheng's eyes are firm and sharp. Then Qin Sheng cast his eyes on the sheepskin roll thrown out by the lantern boy. Double time and space training room, 50 thunder and tiger gold every day. 5 times time and space training room, 100 thunder and tiger gold every day. 10 times time and space training room, 300 thunder and tiger gold every day. 20 times time and space training room, 1,000 thunder and tiger gold every day. Seeing these quotations, Qin Sheng frowned and said to himself, 20 times of the time and space training room, 10 days of practice, it will take 10,000 Lei Hu Jin. Lei Hu Jin is not a problem. The problem is that 200 days seems not enough for me to break through the Holy Land. I don't know if you have any questions? The lantern boy's posture was very low, and he asked with a smile on his face. Qin Sheng said, is there a time and space training room more than 20 times? Smell words, lantern boy's face is a little bit difficult to do. Qin Sheng said with a smile, Lei Hu Jin is not a problem. I can afford it. It's a reward for you. Qin Sheng threw 1,000 Lei Hu Jin to the lantern boy. The lantern boy is confused, and rewards 1,000 thunder tiger gold at once. Even the registered disciples in Holy Land are not so generous. The lantern boy said, yes, there are also hundreds of times out of control training rooms, but the cost is also scary. And if adults want to impact a Holy Land, the 20 times out of control training room is almost the same. If the time and space training room is more than 20 times, I'm afraid that the body of adults can't bear the backfire. Qin Sheng asked, does the out-of-control training room have requirements for the body? Yes, more than 20 times of the out-of-control cultivation room needs the semi-holy state to be able to bear it. If more than 50 times, it needs the cultivation of holy state to be able to bear it. As for 100 times time and space training room, at least the strong of the double Holy Land can bear it. Hearing the introduction of the lantern boy, Qin Sheng breathed a sigh of relief and said, then how to charge? Show me. What's the matter with this registered disciple? Didn't it say it was expensive? It's hard to fight. The lantern boy's heart was warm and angry, but he didn't hesitate to see the reward of 1,000 thunder tiger gold. With a smile, he took out more than 50 times the space-time training room, charging sheepskin roll. 50 times time and space training room, 5,000 thunder and tiger gold every day, plus 100 contribution value every day. 100 times out of control cultivation room, 10,000 thunder and tiger gold every day, plus 1,000 contribution value every day. Qin Sheng took a look at it. He couldn't help convulsing. He sighed, 50 times of the time and space training room can be accepted, but 100 times of the time and space training room is a little expensive. Lei Hu Jin is not a big deal. I have a value of 5 million Lei Hu Jin, but the contribution value is difficult. The 10,000 contribution value rewarded by the great sage is only enough for me to practice for 10 days in 100 times time and space training room. What's the concept? Even if it's 100 times time and space training room, Qin Sheng has spent 1,000 days in it, more than 3 years, equivalent to 10 days outside. That is to say, after Qin Sheng came out of the training room, he became a pauper. This time and space training room is too expensive. Qin Sheng couldn't help exclaiming. However, I don't lack Lei Hu Jin, contribution value or time. Thinking of this, Qin Sheng's eyes suddenly became sharp, and he said with a smile, I ordered a time and space training room of 10 days and 50 times. When the lantern boy heard the words, he was stunned. He thought he had made it clear enough. Well, adult, are you sure you have enough contribution value? asked the lantern boy. Lei Hu Jin is okay. It's the common currency of the whole North restricted area. If Qin Sheng comes from some big ethnic groups, it's true that Lei Hu Jin is not lacking. But the contribution value is not the same. Even though it can be purchased through Lei Hu Jin, ordinary people are not willing to sell it at all, because it is too difficult to obtain the contribution value. We must complete some terrible tasks of the Heilong Mountain Temple, and even get a huge amount. The tasks with a contribution value of 1,000, or even 10,000 can only be received in the War Dragon Temple. How dangerous the task of Zhanlong Hall is. It's hard for ordinary people to finish it. Even if it's finished, the contribution value is precious. In short, it's easy for ordinary people to get Lei Hu Jin, but it's too hard to get contribution value. This is also a surprise to the lantern boy. Qin Sheng may be the black sheep of some ethnic group. He has a lot of money to spend, but his contribution value is absolutely impossible. 10 days and 50 times of time and space training room, adults should prepare 500 clan contribution values. The lantern boy said in a deep voice, and in view of the cultivation of adults has not yet reached the holy territory, you need to pay double contribution value deposit as a guarantee. 2 for 1. Qin Sheng said with a smile, that is to say, I have to prepare 50,000 Thunder Tiger Gold, plus 1,500 contribution value. Yes, my lord. The lantern boy answered. Qin Sheng turned his hand and threw out 50,000 Lei Hu Jin and a token. There was a scale on the token and 1,500 contribution values were marked. The lantern boy looked down curiously at the amount of contribution value remaining in Qin Sheng's token. What? After 15 years, there is still 8,500 contribution value? The lantern boy was encircled on the spot, that is to say, Qin Sheng, who is not good at cultivation, has 10,000 contribution values. The dazzling number is brighter than the sword light. The lantern boy has been in the temple of Heilong Mountain for many years, and rarely seen such a terrible number. No, it is too much for a registered disciple of the company. Killing a spirit beast in a holy land is worth 500 contributions. Don't think it's easy to kill a spirit beast in a holy land. In those dangerous places in the forbidden area in the north, a spirit beast is very cunning. Maybe a group of human warriors with the same cultivation can surround it. If a group of people divide up 500 contribution values, we can imagine how hard it is to earn them. It's a task worth 10,000 contributions. I'm afraid it's only possible to kill a wanted criminal in the Holy Land of 1989. Who? The lantern boy took a deep breath and smoothed his chest. When he looked at Qin Sheng again, the only disdain and pride that had been buried in his eyelids disappeared. He said with a respectful smile, "Please come here." Wait a minute. At this time a black mirage arrived from the far void. At this time, no matter Qin Sheng or the lantern boy, they could not help frowning and looking at the illusion of the unexpected guest. The speed of the phantom is extremely fast. It seems that it's not far from a holy land with the terrible Yuan power. He wears black armor and circulates the terrible spirit light. He knows that it's not a bargain at first sight. I'd like to reserve a training room for 3 days at 50 times the time. The man was very arrogant and absorbed in the lantern boy. He didn't look at Qin Sheng at the end of his eyes. In fact, that's normal. Qin Sheng's Yuan power is weak. At a glance, he is an ordinary registered disciple. Hearing this, the lantern boy looked back at Qin Sheng and said lightly, 50 times of the time and space training room has been ordered by this adult, and it can only be rented again 10 days later. The man in black armor was not happy at all, but he saw Qin Sheng following the instructions of the lantern boy. Qin Sheng. How could it be you? The face of the man in the black armor was shocked, and he could not help shouting out, even his breath was unsteady. Qin Sheng squinted and looked at the acquaintance. His mouth slightly pulled upward, showing a delicate arc. He smiled and said, "Qin, I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon. There's an old saying that's true. It's really a narrow road for enemies." Qin Sheng's voice is not light. In addition, Kong Tu, the superior, is a little famous among the registered disciples. He is a little red man. He immediately attracted the attention of the registered disciples waiting around. Of course, the news that Qin Sheng has 10,000 contribution value has not been disclosed, and the lantern boy knows it for the time being. The disciple of Qin snorted coldly. His eyebrows were full of violence. He sneered, 50 times of the time and space training room, you can afford it? I'm not afraid to tell you that my double saints in Longxiang Road need to use 50 times of time and space to practice for several days. I advise you to quit and let the practice room out. Qin's voice was cold and aloof. He seemed to have no idea about Qin Sheng. Although he was so quick to be promoted to a registered disciple, and even had so many Lei Hu Jin, he was a little surprised to get the priority to choose the time and space training room. However, this little accident disappeared between the lightning and flint. In Qin's heart, he said to himself, it's just a guy who has a soft meal. Lei Hu Gold was probably won by the Shangguan Shiyu. In the void hall, the voice of Qin disciples was not loud, but it caused many people's exclamation. It seems that Qin is from Shenlong Tower. Who will be the double saints in his mouth? Shenlong Tower is not big, but small. The twin saints in its mouth are afraid of Tanggung and Lingning Frost. Ha ha, if it is those two, that kid is afraid to be unlucky. Many registered disciples are talking in a low voice. Some of them are high and don't care about themselves, while others are gloating. Obviously, Shenlong Tower is still famous among the mountains. Of course, the power of Shenlong Tower in the inner mountain is far less than that in the outer mountain. For example, if Shenlong Tower is a dragon crossing the river among 600,000 working disciples in the outer mountain, then it is a worm in the inner mountain. Hearing this, Qin Sheng's eyes narrowed in a straight line. His clean face was not only free from fear and panic, but also more interested, especially from the eyes. Double saints? Qin Sheng said with a light smile, 50 times of the time and space training room has been given money, and I will stay in it for 10 days. If the so-called double saints want to rob you, try it. There was a dark color between Qin's eyebrows. Obviously, Qin Sheng could not quit from his tone. How dare you brush the double saints? Qin's voice was serious. You can think clearly that you are offended by two real sages. Don't get into any unnecessary trouble, because of the whim. Qin's words became more and more sharp. He turned his hand and threw out 3,000 Lei Hu Jin. He sneered and said, these Lei Hu Jin should be your compensation. Here is the Heilong Mountain Temple. You have no worries about your life, but it's hard to say outside. I'm not afraid to tell you that the world is becoming more and more dangerous. Don't mention that you are a little registered disciple who has not even reached the semi-holy land. Even the real disciples may die at any time. The words threatened by the Qin disciples were more and more fierce. At last, there was no cover-up to threaten Qin Sheng's life. Qin Sheng glanced at the lantern boy and asked, can we fight here? The lantern boy froze at once. Don't worry, no one will die. I'm a good judge. Qin Sheng said with a smile, very polite. The lantern boy is really scared. Qin Sheng means to fight here, and he is only a little short of the Qin apprentice in the Holy Land. Shua. The onlookers in all directions were not happy. They had no idea that such a strange registered disciple should be so hard. Because according to the normal script, Qin Sheng will be scared to pee, and then he will give his hands 50 times of the time and space training room and leave the Tiangang Pavilion in disgrace. But now the situation before them is that Qin Sheng not only didn't give in, but also seemed a little angry. He wanted to fight with the Qin apprentice here. This new guy is a little interesting. I guess it's just to scare the Qin apprentice. Where can Qin apprentice be fooled by this method? Shua. Qin Sheng's voice has just fallen. Although his voice is not very loud, he can have terrible penetrating power, spread the whole sky, and cause countless hot eyes. Qin's face was so gloomy that he could drip water. This was not the first time Qin Sheng had challenged him. If it had not been for Shang Wanshiyu's sudden killing, and using the token of the fire hall to suppress his Qin apprentice, Qin Sheng would have died with a slap. Although Qin didn't expect that Qin Sheng had such ability, he passed the examination of the registered disciple so quickly and became a real registered disciple. His identity and status were in balance with himself. Qin's disciples groaned coldly, and there was a cold on in their eyes. Do you know that even registered disciples are classified into 369 grades? I would like to remind you that the 50 times time and space practice room is the place where the two saints want to be. They want to double practice and attack the double Holy Land. As soon as Qin's voice fell, there was a whirlpool. The so-called double saints also have a lot of fame among the registered disciples. They have been in double cultivation since childhood. It's only 3 or 5 years since they were promoted to the first Holy Land. They even hit the second Holy Land so fast. The skill of double cultivation is also the practice between the Taoist couple. The spirit of double saints is closely related to each other. The longer the practice time is, the greater the potential behind it will be, and the breakthrough will be like a smash in a day. Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, I'll remind you once more that I want 50 times of the time and space training room. Don't say it's you, the dog. Even if your master comes in person, I can blow it up. Qin Sheng's words, like a meteorite, fell from Juchangshan on the calm lake, triggering a shocking wave. The novice of a registered disciple has a strong ability to play mouth and skin. It's okay to challenge Qin. After all, his strength is far from a holy land, and he's not a real one. But the two saints are different. They became a holy land 5 years ago. According to the information revealed by Qin disciples, the two saints are ready to attack the Holy Land. The most important thing is that the two saints have been practicing since childhood. 1 + 1 is far greater than 2. The two people are no less powerful than the two saints. How can Qin Sheng despise the two saints? This son is really a bluster, dare to humiliate the powerful in Holy Land in full view of the public. There are many saints and powerful people in the field. They were originally in a high position. They just watched the scene. After all, the two people in the Holy Land are fighting each other. In front of them, it's just a skirmish. To survive is to add a little bit of joke to the cultivation. The lantern boy's face also changed dramatically. Unexpectedly, Qin Sheng made a bluster, which undoubtedly angered some disciples in the Holy Land. Please be careful, my lord. The lantern boy reminded, if you force your hand here, it's not impossible. However, according to the rules, you have to pay 1,000 thunder tiger gold. And money again? Now the temple of Heilong Mountain encourages fighting. The life and death of the working disciples are not controlled at all. As long as the registered disciples don't cause human life, there won't be too much trouble. But when I came to Tiangang Pavilion, I even charged for it. Qin Sheng turns his hand and throws 1,000 thunder tiger gold. Here is 1,000 tiger gold. I don't want to ask you for 500. Qin Sheng said with a sneer, with a strong sense of war, and gradually gathered a strong yuan force between his eyebrows. Qin's eyebrows were full of evil spirit. He was really deceiving. He never thought Qin Sheng was so arrogant and domineering. He was just arrogant. Among the registered disciples, his Qin apprentice is also a little famous. He will become a holy land in the future, which is absolutely soaring up. He never thought that his brother who has blood relationship with him might die in his hands. Now he is also challenged by Qin Sheng's goods in the eyes of countless people. Boom. After being challenged again and again, Qin's Taoist heart was finally unstable, and he was thoroughly angered. The terrible force erupted from his body, and the black armor was full of the spirit ray of destruction. You're going to die. I'll pass it on to you. Qin was gnashing his teeth and his eyes were shining with murderous intent. Wait a minute. At this time a cold and heartless voice came, endless void, two figures slowly came out. It seems to be slow, but in fact, it's almost to the extreme. The void is twisted for a while. It's only 2 or 3 steps, and it falls to the Qin disciples. This is a man and a woman. In the eyes of men's swordsmen, the brow is full of heroism. The woman's temperament is noble, the body is tall, and everything is suppressed. Double saints are here, Tang Gung and Lin congealing frost. The strength of the two of them has increased a lot. As expected, both of them are ready to break through the dual Holy Land. There is a strong voice of Holy Land, which is shocked in the eyes. Double saints come out and double in, almost can't be separated, and their fighting power can fight with the strong of double Holy Land even in the same Holy Land. Now both of them are ready to break through the double Holy Land, that is to say, once they succeed, they will be qualified to fight with the strong of triple Holy Land. These two people are afraid to have the assurance of promotion before they come to Tiangang Pavilion? It's inevitable. I'm not sure what I want to do in Tiangang Pavilion. It's a gold-selling cave. There are thousands of thunder and tiger gold in one day. The fighting power of Triple Holy Land is pyramid-like among all the registered disciples. You can consider to assess the true disciples. You should know that the Lord of Shenglong Tower is only the cultivation of the 5 holy regions. The worst real disciples should be around the 4 holy regions. This is the strength of double cultivation. Of course, there are too few successful examples. Once the double saints come out, they will become the focus of the whole audience. I have met 2 adults. With a smile on his face, the lantern boy is not humble or arrogant. After all, he works in Tiangang Pavilion and has never seen any level of accomplishments. Some time ago, he saw a little saint. Tang Gung and Ling Tsung Frost nodded slightly, which was a greeting. Sakongtu, what is the matter? Tang Gung, one of the 2 saints, turned his eyes to Qin and asked, with a frown. Tang Gung had just arrived, but he didn't know what happened. At most, he only knew that Qin had a conflict with the rookie in front of him. Elder Martial brother, it's like this. In 3 words and 2 words, Qin explained the story to Tang Gung. Well, that's the mouse? Tang Gung's ruthless eyes swept by and fell on Qin Sheng. Some time ago, the owner of Shenglong Tower asked Tang Gung and Ling Ningxuang to catch a mouse in the wilderness of his working disciple. Tang Gung didn't want to mix the sewage. After all, he didn't want to contaminate the place of the curse in the legend. Originally, I didn't pay much attention to it. Later, I knew that Qin apprentice failed. I learned that it was the people in the fire hall who blocked him. Although Tang Gung and Ling congealed frost didn't know how Qin Sheng held the leg of the fire hall, Shenglong Tower didn't dare to offend the fire hall, so the matter was put down. What is unexpected is that in such a short period of time, from a slave disciple who trampled to death at will, he has changed into a registered disciple with the same status as them. Tang Gung is in urgent need of a 50-time space-time training room. Would you please give it to me first? Tang Gung was at the top of the line. Although he was courting people, he didn't have the slightest taste of courting people. Instead, he had a commanding tone, which made Qin Sheng very unhappy. No way. Before Tang Gung finished, Qin Sheng refused. How about a fight? If you win, it's up to you. Qin Sheng is simply, eyes are full of desire to try the war. Tang Gung was rejected, and his brow flashed a little. What's his identity? What's Qin Sheng's identity? To refuse to be in front of the public? Tang Gung said coldly, Sikong, just leave him a breath. Yes. Sikong also repressed a bad breath in his chest. He had long suspected that this son was the murderer who killed his brother. This time, new hatred and old hatred settled together. Haha, boy, it's true that you can live if you do evil, but you can't live if you do it yourself. Finished? Qin Sheng asked. Let's do it now. I'll let you do it first. Sikong Tu's face was gloomy and his eyes were sharp. He didn't keep his hands and stamped his legs hard. Bang! The floor in the void trembled for a moment, and Sikong turned into a shadow, which was just like the wind and electricity, and appeared in front of Qin Sheng in a flash. 5 thunder-killing hands. Sikong's hands came down from the sky, covered with a layer of black yuanli, interwoven with numerous spiritual patterns, accompanied by the majesty of thunder. Red, orange, red, green, purple, 5 colors of thunder appear in the void, and Sikong disciples are gathering the Holy Land crazily. However, his Holy Land is very loose. The Holy Land simulated by Yuan force is not the real Holy Land. But even so, this 5 thunder-killing palm is strong enough to attract the attention of the real one. As expected, with the help of Sikong, even the Lantern Boy's face changed, and the strength gap between the two sides was too big. 9 out of 10, Qin Sheng was killed by the 5 thunder-killing hands. However, the Lantern Boy didn't intervene. After all, he had already asked about both sides. If he died, it's none of his business to pursue responsibility. The terrible breath came down from the sky. Qin Sheng looked up, and there was some consternation in his eyes. However, it was only a glimmer of it, which was replaced by contempt and disdain. Shua. Qin Sheng light point void stone brick, body like a fish, easily in Sikong, disciples agglomerate into the Holy Land walk. Too weak, the Holy Land of simulation is only simulation after all. Qin Sheng was shaking his head and sighing. His voice was not loud, but it was a sound of soul-stirring to Sikong disciples. He didn't know how Qin Sheng got close to him. Bang! Qin Sheng just held out a finger and gently put it on Sikong's black armor. Sikong Apprentice is only 1 line away from the first Holy Land. Although it's only a simulation of Holy Land, it's very easy to suppress the registered disciples of Semi-Holy Land. What's more, Qin Sheng, who hasn't even reached Semi-Holy Land, is in front of him. However, the reality is too cruel. Shua. In the eyes of countless hot onlookers, the spirit pattern of Sikong's black armor first burst, and then annihilated as fast as the bright fireworks. With a click, the sound of the spirit instrument breaking was heard in the whole Tiangang pavilion. Sikong Tu's eyes were round, and his eyebrows were first stunned, then disbelieved, and finally turned into fear. In the end, the spirit armor was completely broken, and the Sikong disciples flew backward and hit the stone pillars in the void hall heavily, causing a hurricane-like ripple. Wow! Sikong's chest collapsed, like a dead dog, paralyzed on the ground, unable to get up again. At this time, countless hot eyes are dull and shocked. The onlookers in Tiangang Pavilion have Semi-Holy Land, 1 Holy Land, and even 2 Holy Lands on the pyramid of registered disciples. The result of this unequal engagement is absolutely self-evident. It must be a one-sided ending. However, all the people were eye-struck. It was not Qin Sheng, who had not even reached the Semi-Holy Land, but Sikong disciples who had only 1 line to reach the Holy Land. Some of the registered disciples who are weak and have not been refined into a Holy Land are confused. With their cultivation and realm, they have no idea how Qin Sheng broke the holy land that Qigong disciples gathered. Seeing such a dazzling scene, Tang Gung's face was a little hot. He had thought that Qin Sheng might have a treasure and be able to resist the fragrance in the hands of Qigong disciples. However, he never thought of such a one-sided result. Although he didn't want to accept the outcome of the battle, especially Qigong too, he represented them in Shanglong Tower. Qin Sheng humiliated Qigong too so much that he exploded with one finger. This is not to humiliate the whole Shanglong Tower. Cold congealing frost, that cold pretty face is covered with ice cream, eyes are cold and murderous, her words are not much, but her heart is very cruel. So strong? The lantern boy was also startled. With one finger, he burst the strong man who was suspected to be a holy land. I have to admit that even the lantern boy looks down on Qin Sheng. Seeing thunder, tiger, and gold as dung, and having contribution value of 10,000, how can they be simple people? Lantern boy had to admire his vision, and did not neglect Qin Sheng. This is the power of 5 thunder killing palm? Qin Sheng murmured in a low voice, maybe it has nothing to do with kung fu. It's because the people in Shanglong Tower are too weak. The voice of Qin Sheng's goods is not very clear, but every word is not missing. He used his soul power to pass it on to the onlookers here. Many of the onlookers turned black, because some of them also practiced the 5 thunder killing palm. Like the black tiger eating the sun fist, the 5 thunder killing the world palm is also a Lingjia martial art. Many registered disciples of one or more holy regions can practice. Once the practice reaches the full circle, the power can also destroy the world. Tang Gung's mouth was convulsed for a while, because he also practiced the 5 thunder killing palm. Of course, his power was several times stronger than that of Qigong. After work, I knew it was so weak, where there was so much nonsense, and I just slapped it. Qin Sheng still went his own way. He smiled with the dumbfounded lantern boy and said, "Now you can enter the training room?" The lantern boy responded and nodded his head. Qin Sheng was too fierce. Yuan's power was not strong in Ming Dynasty, but it exploded like this. If one finger was only a little weak, it could be refined into a heavy saint's Qigong. If we fight with all our strength, then it's hard for us to bear a real heavy Holy Land registered disciple, right? Tang Gung snorted coldly. He stepped out step by step, and the speed was as fast as the extreme. Like a sword light, he was standing in front of Qin Sheng and the lantern boy. Tang Gung was fierce, and his eyebrows were all grumpy. He didn't need to ask Wang Kai to know that he was not convinced. He wanted to find Qin Sheng's misfortune. Is it over? Qin Sheng was also unhappy. He felt that the people in Xianglonglu were haunted. Because of this, Qin Sheng didn't leave his hand just now. He directly crushed Qigong Tu with one finger. Although Qigong Tu left a breath and could not die for a moment, he was afraid that he would leave the root of the disease in the future. If there was no big medicine to supplement, he would never be in the Holy Land in his life. It's just a general duel. Do you need such a vicious hand? Tang Gung said indifferently, with a high look. Qin Sheng's eyebrows are tightened. I feel if there are some idiots in front of me, one of the so-called double saints. It's your Shanglong Tower's people who have provoked me 3 times and 4 times that you can still live if you do evil and can't live if you do it yourself. Qin Sheng said coldly, and countless eyes can see clearly, where am I vicious? I didn't expect that I had left my hand, but only one finger? It's true that Qin Sheng Gang didn't even use one hand. He just lightly clicked one finger on the armor of Qigong apprentice. There was no multilingual and ruthless action at all. Tang Gung's mouth was twitching. He was a double saint. Today, he came to take advantage of the time and space training room to promote himself to the double saint realm, not to fight. However, he met Qin Sheng and found that he really said he would not win Qin Sheng. That scumbag. It's impossible to clean up a rookie's registered disciple. No, the Qin family is full of rubbish. No one is useful. Qin Sheng fights in front of the public. What's hateful is that Tang Gung can't contradict him, but Qin Sheng just uses a finger. No, I must use 50 times of time and space to practice today. Tang Gung's heart was roaring. If it wasn't in Tiangang Pavilion, Tang Gung would not be a liar. He would have robbed the cultivation room directly. The lantern boy's eyebrows also flashed a flash of displeasure, saying, Tang Gung, I witnessed what happened just now. Come 10 days later in the 50 times time and space training room. Or, you can choose 100 times time and space training room. Originally, it was inconvenient for him to intervene as a staff member of Tiangang Pavilion in the struggle between registered disciples. However, Tang Gung's repeated mistakes delayed his own work. There are not many people who need time and space cultivation room now. If there is a delay, it will cause the Lord's idea. Even he can't bear to leave. 100 times practice room? Tang Gung could not help but scold the lantern boy. Let's not say that 100 times time and space training room is expensive, just Lei Hu Jin is a big number. And 1,000 contributions a day. That's the contribution value, not Lei Hu Jin. Although Tang Gung was famous in Shanglong Tower, he was nothing in the whole inner mountain. Even with his Taoist priest's cold frost, his combat power soared 10 times. But also can't afford the 100 times time and space training room of 1,000 contribution value every day. And the most important thing is that the body of him and cold congealing frost can't bear the power of backfire of time and space training room. 50 times of the time and space training room has been very reluctant, let alone 100 times of the time and space training room. My lord. At this time, Lung Tsong Frost is also stepping on the lotus steps, approaching, maybe about to break through, with a pretty face full of coldness and arrogance, saying, This son is just a new registered disciple, but he can afford to use 50 times of the time and space training room. Don't you think it's strange? You and I all know that those new registered disciples may be able to afford Lei Hu Jin, but where are their contribution values? For such an unknown person, I really don't think it's necessary to check. If he is allowed to enter the cultivation room and disturb other senior brothers and sisters, or even the real disciples in the next 100 times cultivation room, then I don't know if he can bear the responsibility. Cold congealing frost is really like the name, cold as ice and snow, and the words are so callous, it seems that it doesn't give the lantern boy any face. In fact, the words of Lung Tsong Frost also speak the doubts of the onlookers. It's true that new registered disciples can afford to spend 10 days at a time for their contribution in a few hundred days. I'm afraid that the legitimate son of the big clan doesn't have such a big hand, does he? I'm afraid it's not a big family's son, but a spy. Those onlookers said one by one, some of them were really not well-intentioned, and even suspected that Qin Sheng was a spy. The lantern boy's heart thumped, and those onlookers were not totally unreasonable. Hundreds of years ago, a spy had infiltrated the space-time training room, assassinated dozens of talents in the Holy Land, which made the temple of Heilung Mountain heartache for a long time. My lord, I know it's very impolite. The lantern boy said with a wry smile, but can you explain it a little? Qin Sheng looked around and sneered in his eyes. In fact, he wanted to tell the truth that Lei Hu Jin and his contribution value were all given by the great sage. Well, I don't want to say that, do I? When Tang Gung saw Qin Sheng's silence, he thought he had guessed it. He said coldly, It's okay if you don't say it. I suggest that you report it directly to the law enforcement team of the temple and ask them to torture and extort a confession in person. I don't believe that I can't ask the truth. I've long suspected that you killed your fellow disciples in the wilderness of the working disciples. Smell speech, lantern boy not from frown, urged Qin Sheng to say, adult, hurry to explain it, otherwise get law enforcement team, afraid is not so good finish. The law enforcement team of the Black Dragon Temple is composed of registered disciples who are under the leadership of real disciples and have cultivated multiple holy regions. They have different talents and have many means, which is an organization to assist the Black Dragon Temple in managing registered and working disciples. This organization has made countless registered disciples panic at the news, because the registered disciples who are watched by the law enforcement team are basically not able to run away. Why should the people of our fire hall account with you? At this time a cold voice came from the sky. Shwa. On the void, countless hot eyes are cast on the shadow that comes from the sky. It was a woman in a long white lotus dress. There was a white lotus mark on her eyebrow. Her face was gorgeous and her temperament was gorgeous. The most important thing was that she even had a phoenix crown on her head. The phoenix crown has been old for some years, but it has not let the years blind its light. The rain of Shangguan's poems came down from the sky, just as the 9 heavenly Zuan came down to the earth. The hot breath of Yuanli made the strong people in the Holy Land, surrounded by them, jump with fear. The people of the Temple of Fire are here? It's a strong Yuanli wave. There seems to be a fire hall emblem on her shoulder. That's the commander. Onlookers whisper, but none of them is deeply shocked. The commander of the fire hall, this strength is absolutely beyond the Holy Land. Qin Sheng raised his head, met the eyes of Shangguan Shiyu, smiled, and even said hello with a nod. Tang Gung and Leng Ningxuang look at the rain of Shangguan's poems coming from the sky. Their faces are full of shock. Especially Tang Gung, he doesn't know what the fire hall means. Cold congealed frost gazed at Shangguan's poetic rain, and the other party seemed to compare itself with each other in appearance, temperament and accomplishments. A thick color of jealousy flashed in his eyes. In addition, it seems that the Shangguan Shiyu didn't put her cold frost words in her eyes and scolded herself in full view of the public. The fire hall is very terrible. Xianglong Tower is a battle between fireflies and bright moon, which is not a level of existence at all. Most importantly, Shangguan Shiyu seems not to be an ordinary disciple in the fire hall, but a terrible existence at the level of commander. The fire hall has a strict level. In addition to ordinary members, there are 5 levels: Commander, Dutong, Deputy Temple Leader, Heilong Mountain Temple. There are 4 main halls, namely Mountain Hall, Wind Hall, Water Hall, Fire Hall. Each branch hall has high requirements for students. At least before they are 100 years old, they will be incorporated into the branch hall. To be a strong leader, at least the strength can reach the dual Holy Land, and the talent should be very high, with a bright future. How long did it take for Shangguan Shiyu to leave Qin Sheng to transform from semi-Holy Land to the leader of Huadian? It seems that the promotion is much faster than Qin Sheng. The awakening of blood is really terrible. It will promote several big realms at once. Qin Sheng is very clear that Shangguan's poetry reign is the awakening of blood. Lung Tsong, Frost, takes a deep breath. Her strength is not bad now. It's only a matter of course that she can get the practice of 50 times of the time and space training room and be promoted to the double Holy Land. This Shangguan poem reign is very strong, but she and Tang Gung have a double break and fly together. Their strength is no less than the strong of the 3 holy regions. Cut, Tang Gung and I also got the olive branch of the Wind Hall. As long as we were promoted to the double Holy Land, the commander would not be much better than me. Thinking of this, Lung Congealed Frost decided not to let it go any more. Lung said, "Ha ha, can you do what you want in the fire hall?" As soon as this statement is made, it's like a rock break. All the onlookers are stunned. Especially those who are strong in Holy Land, they did not expect that Ling Tsong Frost, one of the 2 saints from Xianglong Tower, would dare to confront Shangguan Shiyu. Shangguan Shiyu is the commander of the Holy Land. He is in charge of a group of highly gifted registered disciples of the Holy Land. In the inner mountain, ordinary registered disciples, even the folk forces who were used to bullying those working disciples in the outer mountain, dare to fight with the four halls? It's death. It's like hitting a stone with an egg. Well, as expected, Shang Wanshiyu's pretty face changed a little. Looking at the cold frost, she was unhappy and said, "Don't put on my hat in the fire hall. If you doubt the origin of Qin Sheng's contribution value, then you also need 50 times of time and space training room, which is also expensive. Then I can also doubt the origin of your contribution value." The official poem Rain Silk does not give that cold congealed frost face, ridicule way. Then, I also want to capture you, and then to the law enforcement team? The words of Shangwan's poem Rain are sharp. Every word adds soul oppression. It's not the suppression of the body, but the deep spirit. Cold congealed frost's face is pale, the delicate body even faintly shivers, the Mao Sun dare not look at with it. How could this happen? How can I be afraid of her? Cold congealed frost's face was crazy, and his heart was puzzled and frightened to the extreme. The sages around, even some registered disciples of the double holy land, all of them uttered their exclamation. It's so strong. It's worthy of being the commander of the fire hall. Every word and deed suppresses ordinary registered disciples. That cold frost has not been promoted to the double holy land, plus I can feel that the fire hall commander has used the power of blood. It's really horizontal. The fire hall deserves to be the head of the four halls. When Lung Tsung Frost heard the exclamation of the saints, the color of embarrassment on her face became more intense. She was also a saint, with the dignity of the saint. "Commander, what you said is wrong." At this time, Tang Gung jumped out and grasped the shivering frost in one hand. At this time, the advantages of double cultivation can appear. The combined strength of Tang Gung and Lung Ningxuang can finally resist the blood pressure of Shangwan's poetry rain. What is our status? We have become saints and are ready to be promoted to the double holy land. Tang Gung said with a smile, "As far as I know, the most basic condition for the selection of the four halls is to cultivate the holy land. The realm of the sun, let alone a holy land, even a semi-holy land. You just said that he was from the fire hall. Is he worthy of it?" Tang Gung stood aloof and glanced at Qin Sheng indifferently. He took back his eyes just for a moment, as if he didn't pay attention to it at all. The conditions for the selection of the four halls are extremely harsh. It is very difficult for the general registered disciples to join. Sure enough, Shang Wanshiyu was forced to ask by Tang Gung, and his pretty face suddenly turned ugly. It's true that Qin Sheng hasn't joined the fire hall, but Shang Wanshiyu believes that with his talent, it's not too difficult to break the rules and join the fire hall even if he hasn't been trained into the Holy Land for the time being. Moreover, she has discussed with and agreed with Dutong. In the four major sub-halls, the main and the deputy main hall are extremely powerful. They don't care about the world and seldom do the chores of the pre-sub hall. If they are not important things, they won't appear at all. Therefore, the affairs of the four main sub-halls are generally assigned to the four senior officials of each sub-hall. This is also the internal affairs of the fire hall. You want to intervene? Shang Wanshiyu asked and scolded. Boom and boom, the voice just dropped, a sharp transmission sound again. And the strong will come to Tiangang Pavilion? It's busy. In the endless void, a strong wind rolled out of the mat, and Feng Jun Shenlong's youth came down from the sky sitting on a white crane, followed by a group of registered disciples who had cultivated multiple holy regions. The youth is very handsome, with special hair and waist, like green and blue, and looks as smooth as silk. He didn't wear a psychic device, and he had a smile on his face, but it gave people a strong and terrible sense of danger. Qin Sheng looked at the handsome young man, his pupils slightly contracted, because this sun put a lot of pressure on him. Although there was no special suppression, it was also strong. At the very least, 7 or 8 holy regions have been cultivated. Qin Sheng's heart was shocked and said, "Today, this little thing even led to a dragon out?" He was a little depressed. He had just experienced the convulsion of the animal prison, and almost belched his fart. He got the reward from the great sage, because of misfortune. Lei Hujin and his contribution value didn't cover the heat. He was ready to come to Tiangang Pavilion to practice for a period of time and make final preparations for going to the ancient battlefield. But I didn't expect that my enemy's path was narrow, and I met people in Shanglong Tower. Qin Sheng's strength has long been different from that of the past. He became a saint in the flesh. The ordinary strong man in the Holy Land didn't pay attention at all. He originally thought that there were 2 bronzes. Unexpectedly, as the conflict heats up, he led to the king. It's just Qin Sheng's perception that he has cultivated 7 or 8 holy regions. Maybe it's not necessarily 9 holy regions. Who is this? Shang Guanshiyu felt that this man was familiar, and then one by one portraits were quickly played in his mind. Duani Hong? One of the 4 members of the Wind Hall? Shang Guanshiyu's face is crazy. In general, the 4 halls are all very strong. Their strength is far beyond that of the commander. Some powerful ones are even refining 9 holy regions. Only a trace is needed to achieve a small holy land. Sure enough, it's only the past few breath times. The registered disciples around the audience were petrified one after another, and their eyes seemed to be full of unbelievable looks. How is it possible for a unified government to appear here? Tiangang Pavilion is a holy place of cultivation, but it doesn't need to queue at the front door at all. Go straight to the VIP channel. The Lantern Boy is also ignorant. The appearance of a unified adult is worth his shock. I've met Lord Dutong. The courtesy of a Lantern Boy. Today's business. The Lantern Boy felt his scalp numb, but he didn't dare to delay. He was about to talk about today. No need to explain. Duani Hong's voice is very vicissitudes, as if he has experienced hundreds of millions of years of cultivation. Although he has been trying his best to restrain his breath, every word beats wildly at the heart of all the registered disciples present. It's just ordinary chatting. The breath is so terrible. If it's angry and roaring, some weak mountains and rivers are not directly split. You 3 have been reading it for a long time. Can't you come out? Duani Hong shouted at the void. Is there anyone else coming? The onlookers could not help feeling a bit confused. Rumble. The void twists and turns, and 3 powerful men with terror-beating breath appear. They are 2 men and 1 woman. My God, what day is it today? It's true that all the other officials of the 3 halls have appeared. The 4 halls are so crowded that they haven't appeared in such a spectacular sight for many years. The saints around couldn't help exclaiming. Ground, wind, water and fire, for sub-halls of Heilong Mountain Temple, each of which is as powerful as a cloud. I don't know how many years ago, especially in Tiangang Pavilion, it's even rarer that it can cause the 4 halls to gather. Duani Hong. A magnificent voice shook the public, the void was shaking, and countless hot eyes were focused on the strong man, who was afraid of a foot, 2.3 meters, tall, bareheaded, snowy, and incomparably bright, with a faint and terrible mark flashing. His voice is thunderous, his whole body is made of gold and stone, his eyes are as bright as the sun, and even the weak registered disciples dare not look up, because it will hurt their eyes. It's your escort who is in a hurry. His name is Moi. He is the commander-in-chief of the Mountain Hall. His fists are extremely terrifying. It was once said that his strength could rival that of the Little Holy Land. Cluck. At this time, the only woman among the 4 unified adults, she gave out a clear and sweet laugh, which unconsciously contained a terrible soul attack. Many onlookers suddenly had no eyes and no reaction. I've heard that Shanglong Tower is the industry of your wind hall. Now I'm afraid it's 8 or 9 or 10. The woman is graceful and graceful. Every step produces a lotus. The lotus is in full bloom and glittering. Even 7 or 8 sages are afraid of the spirit lines that are hard to penetrate. The sky-blue robe and delicate appearance make everyone shocked. Even Duani Hong's level of terror can't help but look at it. Duani Hong's face was slightly embarrassed when he heard this, but he was the goddess of the water temple. Looking at the whole Heilong Mountain Temple, and even other heritage sites, there were many pursuers of some big families in the North Forbidden area. Duani Hong dare not offend this kind of beauty. When Shangguan Shiyu looked back, she saw the Dutong adults in the fire hall, but her heart hung down. She went straight to them and saluted respectfully. I have seen Yi Dutong. Yi Jing is one of the 4 masters of the fire hall and the youngest. His sword eyebrows are star-like, his figure is tall and straight, he is handsome and bright. He steps on the wind and fire wheel and holds a meteor gun in his hand. His demeanor is peerless. Shangguan Shiyu, I have heard of you, the awakened blood of Shangguan people. Yi Jing has a smile on his face. It's not that fake smile, but that he attaches great importance to the Shangguan Shiyu. Yi Jing's words just came out, which immediately caused the other 3 adults' faces to slightly change. Shangguan clan is also one of the top 10 clans in the Forbidden Area in the north. It's so terrifying. There have been many peerless strongmen, and Dasheng is also a big master. Especially Duani Hong, he didn't think that Shangguan Shiyu even had something to do with Shangguan family, and she awakened her blood, that is, she would be divided into lineage, and she had achieved at least the level of little saint. Cold congealing frost was shocked, and her body could not help shivering. At first, she looked down upon Shangguan Shiyu, but she didn't pay attention to her at all. Now, Shangguan Shiyu comes from a big family and awakens the blood of the big family. After that, she is absolutely as dazzling as the stars in the sky, which is not comparable to her at all. Kick the steel plate? Tang Gung held on to his fists. His sharp nails pierced his skin inexplicably, but he didn't notice. What kind of behemoth is that? As for the registered disciples like him and Ling Frost, who can only cross the 3 or 5 holy regions, if they explain to the Heilong Mountain Temple, they will be expelled from the temple. It's okay. I'm here. Tang Gung is holding the hand of Ling Frost. This time, he can really feel that Ling Frost shivers, because of fear. The colder the skin is, the stronger the strength is, the more powerful the insight is, and the clearer the so-called fear of big people in the North Forbidden Area. Who? Tang Gung took a deep breath, his eyes became sharp, and he said to himself, what about the lineage? I'm not wrong to fight for the training room. In fact, in the Heilong Wishan Temple, in the 4 halls of geomancy and fire, I don't know how many appear every day, that is, because of Qin Sheng, there are 4 halls gathering. Moreover, Tang Gung believed that it was not Qin Sheng's talent, but just by chance. Yi Jing, with a smile on his face, looked around for a week. He paused for 2 breaths on Qin Sheng's body. He didn't notice anything extraordinary. It was not surprising. Interesting. Yi Jing said with a smile. Yi Jing's level is not far away from the Little Holy Land. What kind of genius did the last generation never see? It's not polite to say that in his current accomplishments, Yi Jing should see through a younger disciple who hasn't even trained in a holy land. He can easily lift it up and even search for souls under slight resistance. However, when Yi Jing looked at Qin Sheng, he only felt that there was a black fog around him, which was extremely taboo to him. There was a curse in the black fog. In addition, Qin Sheng is an ordinary younger disciple, nothing outstanding. Unlike other prodigies, the whole body is shining, the power of crystal blood, the power of violent Yuan Mai. Finally, Yi Jing's eyes stopped on Duani Hong. He deliberately said that Duani Hong should not be so domineering. To say something that is not very pleasant is to pour cold water on Duani Hong, the leader of Fengdian, and let him sober up. Don't be so arrogant. Duan Dutong, I don't know. How do you want to solve this matter? Yijing asked with a smile. Qin Sheng is really the person we value in the fire hall. Of course, we haven't officially entered the fire hall yet. Duani Hong takes a deep breath. He is the commander of Jiucheng Holy Land. He has fought among various Jedi in the North Forbidden area. He has never seen anything. Therefore, Yijing's small hand, although effective, is not encouraged by Duani Hong. The resources of Tiangang Pavilion are limited. As for a registered disciple who has not condensed the Holy Land and 2 disciples who are ready to break through the double Holy Land, which is the most simple, right? Duani Hong's voice is magnificent and spreads all over Tiangang Pavilion. Tiangang Pavilion is a great weapon against the sky. On the surface, it's a sword mountain. Inside, there's heaven and earth, endless void. However, no matter how rebellious the sky is, the resources are limited. In addition, the Heilong Mountain Temple is not very peaceful these years, or even can be said very bad. Resources are left to those who need them more. Although there are no regulations, they are the most clear hidden rules for everyone. The same resources, who is stronger, who is more anxious, who is left. Oh, is that so? Yijing's handsome face has no disturbance. Qin Sheng, what do you think? Yijing's eyes fell on Qin Sheng and asked. 50 times of the time and space cultivation room is finally used by Qin Sheng himself. Although he is interested in recruiting Qin Sheng into the fire hall, he is not the person of the fire hall after all. I've already paid. Qin Sheng said with a smile, I need this 50 times time and space training room to upgrade to a holy land. In the face of the attention of Dutong adults, Qin Sheng was still not worried and nervous at all. Instead, he was as tall as a javelin, with clear eyes and no evasion. I see. Yijing smiled and cast his eyes on Duani Hong, saying, you also heard that Qin Sheng needs 50 times of the time and space training room. Since everyone needs it, how can you solve it? Duani Hong sneers, and his eyes, like those of the eagle, fall on Qin Sheng. If he doesn't press hard, his eyes will shoot terrible light and pierce Qin Sheng's chest. How can he say so much nonsense? Do you want to rob Dutong? Qin Sheng didn't get used to Duani Hong. He just opened his mouth and said, but don't blame me for not reminding you. If you dare to do it, my eldest brother will not let you go. Qin Sheng's words shocked everyone like a stone. Duani Hong's face was even more covered. He had no idea that Qin Sheng would talk like this, which totally disrupted his plan. What kind of robbery? What big brother? Strong as Duani Hong, this kind of unified adult didn't react for a while. Who is your eldest brother? Duani Hong asked instinctively instead of fearing. Go away, what are you? My eldest brother is also a warrior of your level, who can know it? Qin Sheng sneers, he wants to say very much, his eldest brother is a great saint, but this kind of words did not dare to say. Qin Sheng forced to recognize the eldest brother in this wave. If the eldest saint who was fighting over the dungeon knew that he would spit out an old blood. In fact, Qin Shengzhen is in a hurry. It's not long since he went to the ancient battlefield. He wants to use this time to rush to the Holy Land in the time and space cultivation room. Otherwise, he may have a great impact on rescuing his father. According to his information, the ancient battlefield has not been 10 years ago, but has undergone terrible changes. What is Duani Hong? Qin Sheng is offended by Qiu Feng, a real and powerful little holy land. There is no less than one unified enemy. You die. Duani Hong roars up to the sky, just like the god and the devil awakens, the void explodes, and there are thousands of thunder galloping. Are you going to do it here? Yi Jing's meteorite spear is in front of Duani Hong's body, and the speed of stepping on the wind fire wheel is really fast, which makes the faces of the other 3 Dutong adults change dramatically. It's worthy of saying that the speed can match Xiaoxing's Dutong. Don't even fight. If you want to fight, let the younger generation fight. Mua's big bald head was shining, and his voice was like thunder. He said, "Don't we often do such things when we were little?" Dutong is right. Qin Sheng echoed with a loud voice, with a strong sense of war in his eyes. Yes, Tang Gung, lung congealed frost. You can go. Duani Hong said in a deep voice, "Clean this up for me." 2 saints fight against Qin Sheng? Some people shake their heads, and the 2 saints join hands. Their strength will not be worse than that of a real 2 saints. I will. At this time a pleasant voice came out. Shangguan Shiyu stepped on the lotus step and walked to Qin Sheng's side. Although the voice of Shangguan's poem Rain is not loud and clear, it is extremely firm. Hearing this, Duani Hong can't help frowning. Shangguan's poetry Rain awakens Shangguan's natural pride. If something goes wrong, I'm afraid it will affect his unity. Don't think that those big people are broad-minded. In fact, they are very short-sighted. Don't let the genius in your family get hurt. When you see the genius of other big families coming out, you will use various means to make them bad, and let the talent of the big families of competitors die prematurely. This is the terrible place of the big clan. Once the big clan is forced to rush, even the peerless strongman of the little Holy Land will run away to avoid being chased. What's more, he has not even achieved the unity of the little Holy Land. Well, that's fair. Yi Jing said with a smile, the 2 saints of your wind hall are about equal to our fire hall in number and strength. At the moment when Duani Hong hesitated, Yi Jing found the right opportunity and landed the matter on the ground. You. Duani Hong gnawed his teeth, but he could not refute. It's the Shanglong building under Fengdian's banner that makes trouble. If we give up the 50-time space-time training room fight now, even if we lose the dignity of Fengdian, if we pass it back, let the Lord know that even Duani Hong will be punished a little. The Wind Hall has been fighting with the Fire Hall for many years. Sometimes the Wind Hall is the leader, sometimes the Fire Hall is the leader. The Temple of Heilong Mountain naturally also knows the Wind Hall and Fire Hall. How fierce the dispute between the 2 halls is, but it is indulgent, that is, it wants to arouse the gratitude and resentment of the 2 halls, and may be able to produce the strongest in a certain era. This kind of means is also common in the 36 dynasties of Wasteland. It is generally used in the prince's competition for the throne. It is similar to cultivating Gu. Other princes may die, but the remaining one is absolutely the strongest. More powerful than all princes combined. The imperial power is cruel, so the temple is even more cruel. Of course, there is no human life to fight in the Heilong Mountain Temple, so much can't be managed outside the temple. Yi Jing turns his hand and offers a spirit instrument from the receiving ring, which is suspended in the palm of his hand. The artifact is made of unknown black metal. With the terrible evil spirit, the strong under the 5 holy regions are afraid to be unbearable. Of course, it has been suppressed by Yi Jing, and the registered disciples of Yikongshan Holy Land can also bear it. Spirit like an abandoned ancient city, which has metal soldiers stationed, lifelike. This is my life artifact, the city of the ruins. Yi Jing is very proud, and he is not afraid to expose his secret card, especially the other 3 Dutong adults, who probably know his life artifact. When you are taken in, all your accomplishments are set in a holy land. Yi Jing said with a smile, fighting inside will not affect Tiangang Pavilion. When Qin Sheng heard this, he was shocked. He had seen such a weapon in the 36 dynasties of the wasteland, but he knew the one who could forcibly promote people or forcibly land them in a holy land. Duani Hong was also secretly shocked. His face changed. He had heard that Yi Jing, who was smiling all day long, had such a big killing device, but it was the first time he witnessed it today. Yi Jing dares to explode his card. I'm afraid he's ready to be promoted to the Holy Land. The woman in the water hall said with a smile. Moi also boasted, Yi Jing comes from behind and is better than Blue. I'm afraid he will be promoted to Shaoxing faster than me. The Earth Hall and the Water Hall are all laughing. Duani Hong's eyebrows flashed a gloomy look. Hearing this, Yi Jing still has a smile on his face. It seems that there is nothing in the world that can make his smile solidified. The more Yi Jing is like this, the more upset Duani Hong is. Once upon a time, he was the first genius to look at the whole Heilong Mountain Temple, and even surpassed the other 3 inheritance places. In my time, except for some prodigious prodigy, who can suppress me? In those days, did I ever look at Yi Jing more? Duani Hong's heart roars wildly, remembering the high-spirited events of that year. It's just that the hero doesn't mention the courage of those days. It's been many years now. The people who praised his stinky feet are just going to praise Yi Jing now. Listen, you two. In today's war, only success is allowed, not failure. Duani Hong tells Tang Gung and Ling Ningxuang, you don't have to worry about the identity of the Shangguan Shiyu who comes from the big family. They have many cards and various means to protect their lives. You can't kill her. Concentrate on attacking Qin Sheng. It's better to kill him directly. I'll take care of everything for you. It's a success. I promise you 2 liters of Fingdian. Duani Hong set up a heavy reward to make Tang Gung and Ling Ningxuang bright. We need to know that their lord is a true disciple, and their accomplishments are 5 holy regions, that is, a commander. As long as you knock Qin Sheng out, you will be in the same position as the landlord. Tang Gung felt that his pores were all standing up, his face was red with excitement, and his eyes were full of war. With a wave of Yi Jing's hand, the 4 lights drowned Qin Sheng and others, waiting for the light to dissipate, and Qin Sheng's 4 people appear in the city of Shinshu. Dilapidated, dead, evil spirit filled the so-called god ruins of the city. It's a small world. It contains terrible power. There are soldiers in armor in the city. They have no breath of life for a long time. But when Qin Sheng gets closer, he can feel his pores are hairy, which is extremely dangerous. Ants, not crawling on the ground? Tang Gung, with his sword in his hand, had no superfluous nonsense. He killed him directly. He was extremely cruel and stabbed Qin Sheng directly. With the cold frost of Tang Gung's company, she also applied the secret method to Shangguan's poem rain. Shangguan Shiyu is entangled. It's obvious that Ling Tsong Frost is not her opponent at all, but it's easy to entangle 20 or 30 breaths. Tang Gung used a sword. When the Holy Land was fully opened, Qin Sheng was immediately enveloped. The blade is sharp and accompanied by the power of the wind. This Holy Land is really better than the ordinary registered disciples of Holy Land. Qin Sheng, go on the road, kill gods with 10,000 swords. Tang Gung opens his mouth and spits out a golden sword of Gung gold. It seems that there is a hurricane in the Holy Land of the Blade, which is going to strangle all things. 10,000 swords kill gods? Qin Sheng sneers, it's really fancy. Qin Sheng raised his head to the sky and roared, to deal with a minion like you, you don't need to use spiritual tools, let alone Holy Land. If I only use my fist, I can break everything with one fist. Qin Sheng made a fist. The fist print was first crystal and shining, and finally, it was like a volcano erupting and spewing out. The light of the fist soared to the sky, accompanied by the terrible atmosphere of destruction, which made Tang Gung's face change dramatically. Cut. 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 Tang Gung was also roaring, and his hands flashed thousands of fingerprints, and his sword blade, Xingyu Wanjian, chopped at Qin Sheng. Shua. In the sky of the city of Shinshu, countless hot eyes stared at Qin Sheng. All of them were onlookers, each with a strong breath. Especially those four unified adults, all of them were the peerless strongmen of Jiucheng Holy Land. Some of them could compete with the weak little Holy Land. Moi shook his head and sighed, is Qin Sheng out of his mind? How can you beat a stone with an egg? The women in the water temple also sighed and said, after all, they have not practiced the Holy Land. Even if they rely on the city of Shinshu to temporarily enhance a large realm, they are not proficient in using the Holy Land. Yijing looks at all this and is silent. The girls in the water hall are all right. Sometimes, for some martial artists, it's a little bit of pulling up the seedlings and encouraging them to improve a big realm by force. It's not worth the loss. Duani Hong is a compassionate smile, a loud admonition from the followers of the Wind Hall, laughing, what is moth to fire, this is it. The onlookers, especially those four Dadu Tong, were not optimistic about Qin Sheng. Even if Yijing was willing to help him, his face was gloomy. This is the Holy Land? Qin Sheng is like a fish flying in the water. It's as fast as lightning. It shakes countless swords. There are all pieces of swords in the place where the fist prints pass. At the same time, there is the Holy Land torn. What's the matter? When the fist seal came to Tang Gung's eyebrow, it was so fast that he was in despair. The fist seal didn't approach Tang Gung's eyebrow, but the destructive force of terror made his eyebrow open and his blood drip. Poof. Tang Gung instinctively spits out a golden sword, tries to resist and accidentally cuts Qin Sheng's head. Ridiculous. Qin Sheng's other hand came out like lightning. Under Tang Gung's frightened eyes, he grabbed his life sword with his bare hands. Then he pinched it hard, and it was smashed with a click. Bang! Finally, the boxing seal came. The boxing seal like the sun was reprinted on Tang Gung's chest. Tang Gung vomited blood like a cannonball and hit the wall of the city of Shinshu hard. The city of Shinshu was strong enough not to rush. Not only the wall was not destroyed, but even a trace of dust was not raised. Tang Gung's spine was broken and his face was distorted by the pain. If he was not a strong man of Holy Land, he would have been howling all over the place. It hurts. Tang Gung turned the Yuan force, but found that the Yuan pulse was broken by the live shock, and the Yuan force was almost leaked. It's terrible. Who is he? One blow will break my 10,000 swords, killing God, Holy Land, and make me lose fighting power directly. Tang Gung had no desire to continue fighting for a long time. He was anxious to send a message to Lung Songfrost and said, Songfrost, hurry up, help me. At this time, Lung Songshuang is dealing with Shangguan Shiyu. She doesn't fight with Shangguan Shiyu at all, because she knows that as long as she wastes some yuan power to make Shangguan Shiyu unable to directly hurt herself, the plan will succeed. She has absolute confidence in her Taoist partner. She can clean up a novice registered disciple who has not even successfully practiced in Holy Land. Even in the city of Shinshu, she will be promoted to a higher level, but it is not difficult for Tang Gung to clean up Qin Sheng. Proud, calm, ironic, all kinds of complex expressions are revealed on the cold frost's cold and beautiful face. However, in the next moment, waiting for her to turn around again, the moment when she saw her best husband seemed to be shocked. Because she saw her Taoist partner, Tang Gung, who was 2 points stronger than herself, was beaten by Qin Sheng. The Holy Land of the sword blade was fragmented and completely penetrated. Today, Tang Gung is still in the Tiangang Pavilion. He is full of energy and hair. His armor is broken and his blood doesn't spit like money. This picture makes all the onlookers face to face. Even if they have a lot of experience, they don't know how many big scenes they have seen. How can one blow break the law? Moi touched the big bald head, eyes deep way, this sun, into the holy body. To be holy in the flesh is absolutely the greatest talent in the world, which is hard to find in thousands of years. From the water temple's female all unify the beautiful Mao to circulate is shaking. She watched Qin Sheng gradually hot rise. Yijing was also a little surprised. He stared at Qin Sheng for a long time, but he couldn't speak. Because of the shock, the genius of becoming a saint in the flesh, the whole Heilong Mountain Temple is rare. Shangguan Shiyu once recommended Qin Sheng. Yi Jing, as an adult of Dutong, once promoted to a small holy land, he can become a deputy temple leader and one of the candidates for the future temple leader. Naturally, he is willing to sell a face to Shangguan Shiyu, who has awakened the blood of the great nation. But it never occurred to me that Qin Sheng was not a straw bag that had to be mixed into the fire hall by relationship, but a real genius. In fact, they didn't know that as an alchemist, they had already shocked a group of little saints when they were in the animal prison. Like Yijing, they were not even little saints. Of course, they didn't know this news in such a timely manner. If we let them know that Qin Sheng is still an alchemy genius and can refine the decadent power in the dungeon, it will definitely scare the shit out of his head. The resources in the forbidden area in the north are exhausted, and the Heilong Mountain Temple is laid in the 4 major heritage areas, which requires a huge amount of resources. However, it is a great resource way to open the dungeon. Before long, Qin Sheng will be regarded as the treasure of Heilong Mountain Temple and will be well cultivated. Tingyang has gone to report this. How can this happen? Duani Hong's eyes are bright and dark, and his eyebrows are dark. He says in a low voice, "It's the body that becomes holy." No wonder he is so calm and calm. Ao Xianglong, you dug a hole for me. Duani Hong looks back and stares at Ao Xianglong, the owner of Xianglong Building. Ao Xianglong's face turns pale. Duani Hong is the youngest of the 4 Dadu in Fengdian. He will have the best chance to be the leader of Fengdian. How can this identity and level of people come out because 3 registered disciples compete for the time and space training room? It's impossible. The root cause is Ao Xianglong. He thinks that Qin Sheng is a treasure giver with a humble identity. To Duani Hong's surprise, Qin Sheng was the first to eat soft food. Shangguan Shiyu was the legitimate son of Shangguan's family. Duani Hong had to weigh his offense. Then he found that Qin Sheng had become a saint in flesh. Is that okay? This kind of natural talent, let alone the temple of Heilong Mountain, is a genius to fight for, even for those big families in the North Forbidden area. Ao Xianglong's face was as white as paper, and there was no blood at all. He was originally high above, controlling Xianglong Tower, and had paid attention to Qin Sheng for a long time. In his opinion, Qin Sheng was just a low-level figure among 600,000 working disciples in Weishan Mountain. In his original words, Qin Sheng is just a mouse with treasure in its mouth. Ao Xianglong never put Qin Sheng's mouse in his eyes. He wanted to ingratiate himself with Duani Hong's thigh, but he didn't expect to kick it on the steel plate. Over. The future son-in-law of Shangguan clan. Ao Xianglong's heart is full of the desire to die. There's no doubt about the sanctification of the body. How can the legitimate daughter of the clan see it without some foundation? In the city of Shinshu, Qin Sheng didn't realize the complicated psychological activities of the big people outside. These generalists are also their brain tonics. What kind of soft food do they have? And what kind of soft food do they have? Fart. I don't know how good my gut is. Bang. Qin Sheng tramples Tang Gung on the bottom of his foot. Tang Gung's bones are all broken. The blood is like a fountain. It's just one fist and one foot. Qin Sheng has severely damaged Tang Gung, who is about to be promoted to the double Holy Land. I can't help it. I haven't had an addiction. Qin Sheng's disdainful murmur was that he wanted to assess the combat effectiveness of a holy body. He didn't expect Tang Gung to be so fragile. Poof. Tang Gung was born with a lot of air and little air. If he didn't take a breath, he would die. But hearing Qin Sheng's disdain for whispering, he didn't hold back, spitting blood, and fainted completely. "Let go of me." Cold congealed frost finally reacted. She scolded Qin Sheng fiercely. Behind her delicate body, a huge ice lotus gathered. This is a holy land of ice lotus, which can easily freeze the ordinary strong one. Dry tongue. Qin Sheng's backhand is a slap. In the face of the storm, the palm print is as terrible as the mountain. He beats it hard on the frozen lotus holy land. With a click, the ice lotus turns into powder, the cold frost also bursts away, the blood vomits wildly, completely faints. This is the so-called double saints? Qin Sheng had some doubts. His voice was not very loud, but it could be transmitted to all sides of Tiangang Pavilion through the city of Xinshu. The onlookers, especially the registered disciples of the first Holy Land and the second Holy Land, had an ugly face. Qin Sheng's words may be a question or a satire, but if the registered disciples in the first or second Holy Land also arrive at the city of Xinshu, they may not be much better than the double saints. Although it's said that the two saints are the two monks, they can play their maximum combat power only when they are combined with each other. If they are separated from each other, they will get a 70% discount. However, Qin Sheng is too horizontal. One fist, one foot and one slap will blow up Shuangsheng. A strong one is out of line. A strong one in the same realm cannot be his opponent. In time, I think this kid has a chance to be on the top list. It's impossible to reach the top of the list. There are all the great inheritors, even the rare talents of the big families in the North Forbidden area who have not been born for hundreds of years. Each has a greater reputation than Tiangang Mountain. In the future, who can and who knows? A group of onlookers can be divided into Qin blowing and Qin hey. Buzzing. Yijing turns his hand and takes back the city of Xinshu. Qin Sheng and Shangwan's poetic reign appear in the eyes of countless people. Stay for treatment. Duani Hong looks at Shuangsheng, who has fainted in the past. His face is gloomy and his eyes are light and disdainful. This time they lost face. Others may not know, but Duani Hong is the most clear. The so-called mountain behind Shenglong Tower is the Wind Hall. This is also known by the other three branches. Yes. Aoxianglong only promise, atmosphere also dare not pant, for fear of provoking Duani Hong's anger. A furious Dutong, even Ao Shenglong, who has refined 5 holy regions, is not afraid to provoke. Qin Sheng, my name is Xiao Lulian, and Dutong of the Water Hall. All the women from the water hall were smiling and looking at Qin Sheng. Wow. The true face of the goddess, what we just saw, is also illusory. It's too beautiful. I'm going to fall. There is a martial artist who has refined 2 holy realms. His eyes are lax. It is obvious that he is really intoxicated in the face of Xiao Lulian. Qin Sheng met Xiao Lulian's eyes, feeling a trance, biting the tip of his tongue severely, causing a burst of excitement and a cold sweat. I almost fell into a mirage due to my strong penetration of spirits. Qin Sheng was so frightened that he couldn't help looking at Xiao Lulian. It's worthy of being the women's unification. Ordinary women can get a woman's unification in the 4 inheritance places of Heilong Mountain Temple. It's not ordinary women. It's absolutely impossible without some outstanding points. Ha ha, Xiao Lulian, you are a little too much to use illusions for younger generation. Yijing said with a smile at this time. He took a look at Xiao Lulian and went on to say, what's more, Qin Sheng is half of the people in my fire hall. Cackle. Hearing the words, Xiao Lulian smiled forward and backward, and showed off all kinds of flowers, which made a circle of onlookers petrified. Bang! 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 In the past, the first and even the second holy regions were completely unconscious. Sleepy. Qin Sheng felt that his eyelids weighed 10 million Jin in a moment, just like he had been suffering for 10 years. No, he should have been sleepless for 100 years. Sleep when you are sleepy. A wonderful voice echoed in Qin Sheng's mind. At the critical moment, Qin Sheng's eyebrows and heart split, and the breath of Emperor Sword covered his whole body, like a basin of cold water from head to foot. Qin Sheng finally came to his senses. A chill spread from his spine to his limbs. This time, he didn't feel sleepy at all. It's terrible. Qin Sheng just thought that he had sobered up for the first time. In fact, he didn't have it at all. He was still in the spirit magic of Xiao Lulian. I've seen Xiao Dutong. Qin Sheng knew Xiao Lulian didn't mean anything, so he said hello. Xiao Lulian was very satisfied with Qin Sheng and said, Qin Sheng, you are very good. I can promise you a commanding position when you join our water hall. Joke, the condition that your water temple can open, my earth temple is not tender? Mo Iranian said with a smile, his eyes glowing at Qin Sheng, very enthusiastic. I say you guys, are you a little over the top? Yijing said with a smile, and then turned his eyes to Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng, you should know the sincerity of our fire hall. I can promise you to lead the position and give you the treatment of Vice Du Tong. Yijing seems to have a smile on his face all day. In fact, people who are familiar with him are very clear. He is very proud. Yijing can see that there are not many talents in his generation, and now he has entered into such a heavy treatment promised. How many true disciples can't enjoy the treatment of Vice Du Tong? I'm so envious. Qin Sheng is really lucky. Ha ha, if you can suppress double saints with one fist and one palm, and you can become saints in the flesh, you can also get the favor of Yijing Dutong adult. Xiao Lulian and Moi also look at Yijing in surprise. It's obvious that even they didn't expect Yijing to make such a big promise. The treatment of Vice Du Tong is not open at will. In the 4 halls of geomancy and fire, all matters involving Du Tong level, even if there is one more vice word, are also matters of Du Tong level. No small things. After all, it's the top group of true disciples who can become Du Tong in Heilong Mountain Temple. It's very good for ordinary true disciples to be able to get a position at the level of commander. If they can get a position at the level of deputy commander, their position will be far higher than that of Ao Shenglong who established Shenglong Tower. Aoxianglong is also a strong man of the 5 holy regions. He is only a commander in the water temple. Of course, Aoxianglong looked at all the commanders as a relatively powerful one. There is a big gap in the strength of the commander level. Just like Shangguan Shiyu, whose blood has just awakened, a holy land can be achieved. If you don't have special ability, you should become a strong leader at the level of command, at least triple holy land. Of course, it is not excluded that in a certain period, when luck is good, the dual sanctuary can also become a new commander. Like Tang Gung and Ling Ningxuang, once these 2 monks are promoted to the dual holy land, they have a probability of becoming new leaders. Qin Sheng, the gate of our wind hall will also be open for you. The treatment is the same as that of the fire hall. At this time an inappropriate voice echoed in the void of Tiangang Pavilion. Shua. Everyone stared at the cold youth where the voice came from. Duani Hong even at this time actively solicited Qin Sheng. Hearing this, Qin Sheng was also a little surprised, and his sword eyebrows twisted. Well, what about genius? Duani Hong sneers and says, make a big promise first. When you get into the water hall, it's not easy to repair you. Duan Du is all clear and honest. He has the heart of a little sage to actively recruit Qin Sheng regardless of his previous suspicion. Well, Qin Sheng, what are you waiting for? Qin Sheng, I suggest you take it as soon as you see it. After all, the Wind Hall also has a strong foundation. Some of the disciples in Fengdian, who surrounded Duani Hong like the stars accompanying the moon, are still true disciples, and their bodies emit terrible yuan force fluctuations. They either urged or tempted Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng glanced at the group coldly, but he was really upset. Who is Qin Sheng? How can you be such a fool to throw yourself into the net? Qin Sheng meets Duani Hong's eyes. He doesn't seem to have much pressure on the strong of Juchong Shengyu. Duani Hong smiles and says, if you and I don't know each other, you will get more if you join Fengdian. I'm sorry, but I have a bad temper, and I also remember revenge. I think it's more suitable for the fire hall. Qin Sheng squinted and said. What is it? It's one of the 4 major halls of geomancy and fire. Is it the unity of the wind hall? Qin Sheng even dared to hate the level of small holy land, and he didn't have the kind of face to give. He didn't even take care of Qiu Feng, let alone Duani Hong. What's more, Qin Sheng doesn't know that Duani Hong is not well-intentioned. Qin Sheng's voice just dropped, and everyone was stunned. All the onlookers were dumbfounded. In particular, Duani Hong was trembling with rage. There was a faint gas of gangjin in his lungs, which was about to explode. Qin Sheng is really hateful. Duani Hong's heart roared. There was thunder in it, and the surrounding void was distorted. If this is not Tiangang Pavilion, he would explode in situ, and slap the shameless Qin Sheng to death. What? Isn't it physical sanctification? Dare to fight with me? Duani Hong's heart is pressing, but naturally he will not say such words in full view of the public. Okay, Qin Sheng, I appreciate your love and hate. Yizhong, the youngest Dutong in the fire hall, still has a smile on his face at this moment, as if there were no things that made his smile solidified in this world. Duani Hong didn't know what method he used. He swallowed the evil spirit into his stomach. He waved his sleeves and looked at Qin Sheng coldly, just like the terrible creature from Jiuyo Purgatory. Other onlookers registered disciples also contacted Duani Hong's cold eyes. They were afraid of freezing all over in an instant. Yuan and soul were frozen. In the end, all the disciples of Fengdian, who had come to be fierce, left Tiangang Pavilion in a grey way. And Xiao Lulian and Moe also left. Qin Sheng's meaning is clear. He wants to join the fire hall. Dutong also has the majesty of Dutong. Since he has invited him 3 times and 4 times, and Qin Sheng has made up his mind, he will not be shameful to persuade him again. In addition, the fire hall and the wind hall are deadly. The ground hall and the water hall do not have this inside information. They still want to give Yizhong a face. Yizhong turns his hand and throws a ring to Qin Sheng. He laughs. The ring contains the equipment of the new commander. Other cultivation resources are the same as those of the deputy. Thank you very much. Qin Sheng takes Neji and nods. Yizhong said with a smile, well, if you have anything to do in the future, you can also summon them directly. You don't have to be too strict. This speech once again caused the exclamation. Even Shangguan Shiyu also had a little jealousy, because Yizhong all did not say such words to her. What does this mean? It means that Qin Sheng is more important than Shangguan Shiyu in Yizhong's eyes. Since Shangguan Shiyu awakened Shangguanda's blood, there is a little arrogance in the bottom of my heart. After all, the blood of Shangguanda, even if I look at the whole forbidden area in the north, is also a natural beauty, with absolutely proud capital. Just give her enough time to grow up. It's not difficult for her to grow into a little saint in the future. Even the great saint is possible. Good. Qin Sheng smiles and nods. He still has a good impression of Yizhong, who is not too flattering or inhuman. In fact, the most important thing for Qin Sheng to join the fire hall is that he can take the task and go to an ancient battlefield. Congratulations to the new commander. I have seen, Commander Qin Sheng. With the departure of Yi Zhengdutong, the registered disciples who had been watching in the distance, or even a small number of real disciples, even surrounded Qin Sheng. Obviously, they are very optimistic about the new Commander Qin Sheng. After all, it's physical sanctification. This achievement is rare in the whole Heilong Mountain Temple, and it's still a long history. Physical cultivation used to be very powerful, with brilliant historical achievements, but it was too expensive. Moreover, the Great Disillusionment 10,000 years ago has broken the root, and it is difficult to produce the great sage of physical cultivation. The path of cultivation is easy to break, and the difficulty of cultivation is huge, and the cost of cultivation resources is huge, which makes many people choose to become a warrior. The only advantage is that physical cultivation does not hinder martial cultivation. Shangguan girl, I want to spend 10 days in the time and space training room. I wonder if I can wait for a moment. Qin Sheng cast his eyes on Shangguan Shiyu. Today's Shangguan's poetry reign has changed again. Since she awakened her blood and met again after a period of time, Qin Sheng will find that her strength soared even faster than him. This made Qin Sheng have to measure the blood power of the clan again. It shouldn't be too big a problem. You can rest assured that you'll have to wait for you to start. Shangguan Shiyu is quite satisfied with Qin Sheng. Although he sometimes talks too much, he is still very good. With the promise of Shangguan Shiyu, Qin Sheng Kai put down his mind. Lead the way. Qin Sheng shouted to the lantern boy. The lantern boy leads the way respectfully. In the void, in a complete mountain path, there are all stone stairs. Commander, follow the stone ladder to the end and open the door directly. It's a 50-time space-time training room. If you enter the time and space training room for the first time, you still need to pay attention to the turbulence of Tiangang. Once you get involved, there is still a little danger in your cultivation. Then you can crush the jade and someone will save you. With Qin Sheng becoming the new commander, his position in the mind of Lantern Boy is rising rapidly, and his service attitude is getting better and better. Sky Gang turbulence? Qin Sheng frowned. In fact, he didn't know what it was. But with the life-saving jade given by the Lantern Boy, he didn't ask more. Because he can't wait to enter the legendary time and space training room. Well? Qin Sheng walked on the stone ladder in the void, but he frowned, because every step he took, he could feel a strong pressure after all. At first, it was okay. Qin Sheng walked through the court, but later, Qin Sheng began to struggle. He couldn't bear the power of Yuan Mai alone. Holy body! Qin Sheng gave a low roar, and his whole body suddenly glowed, halo after halo, which was the power of the holy body. Once the holy body is activated, Qin Sheng's fist can break through the holy land. With the holy body activated, it's much more difficult to step on the ladder. With a smile in his mouth, Qin Sheng soon came to the end of the stone ladder. There is a wooden door here. It's rather shabby. There's not much in it. It's just engraved with the word 50. That's it. Qin Sheng took a deep breath and then opened the wooden door. Boom. A white light flashed between the electric light and flint, engulfed Qin Sheng, and then was pulled closer to the time and space training room. Qin Sheng felt a turn of the sky and the earth, and finally stayed on an isolated island. Waves, blue sky, beach, coconut tree. That's what the time and space training room is like? Qin Sheng's face was shocked. He was alone in the heaven and earth. It was like seizing the nature of heaven and earth and turning corruption into magic. What a rich Yuanli. Qin Sheng's pores were dilated, and he could feel the terrible Yuan force constantly penetrating into his skin, which naturally hardened his body. If the Yuanli intensity of the inner mountain can easily meet the daily practice of the martial artists in the Holy Land, then this 50 times space-time practice room can easily meet the practice of the Peerless Powerful at the small Holy Land level. What is the concept? That is to say, if a strong man in the Holy Land practices in this 50 times space-time training room, even if his talent is mediocre, he can be promoted to a small Holy Land. This is a very terrible weapon. As long as the Heilong Mountain Temple wants, it can create a large number of small saints. What's more, there are hundreds, 500, or even thousands of time and space training rooms in Tiangang Pavilion. But why does Tiangang Pavilion exist? Heilong Mountain Temple is still the bottom of the 4 heritage sites? Qin Sheng shakes his head. It is estimated that the resources needed for Tiangang Pavilion to activate the spacetime training room are also terrible, especially the 50 times or even 100 times of the spacetime training room. No matter what, practice first. There are 500 days of practice here and 10 days outside. It seems that there is still a lot of time. But in these 500 days, Qin Sheng really has no absolute confidence that he will be able to make Holy Land. Holy body. Qin Sheng gave a low voice, and his whole body was shining in a flash. There was a flash of holy stripe, which could be generated in a flash when the holy body was generated. According to the legend, the little holy body, even the big holy body, still has the mark of terrible order and law. A fist can blow up a small world. Me. Qin Sheng sits with his knees crossed, closes his eyes tightly, works the 9 death magic, and enters a state of feigning death. However, there is a huge whirlpool on his spiritual cover, which is madly absorbing the strong Yuan power. To refine the Holy Land, the first thing to increase is the Yuan power. If the Yuan power is not enough, no matter how high the talent is, it's useless. Soon, a month passed. Boom! All of a sudden, a loud noise came and woke Qin Sheng up. Qin Sheng opened his eyes, flashed a cold light, and woke up directly from the state of feigned death. Apart from the island, the sea is not endless at a glance. It is only a kilometer or so of the sea, and then far away is a vast void, with stars passing by occasionally. Well? What is that? Qin Sheng's pupils suddenly contracted, because he saw a large stream of golden clouds slowly rushing over from far away. The golden cloud seems to be slow, but in fact it's far too fast to escape even the little Holy Land. In less than 10 breaths, the golden cloud stopped on the sea and seemed to touch some prohibitions and revolve around the island. Is this the Sky Gang turbulence in the Lantern Boy's mouth? Qin Sheng murmured for a moment. Cut, is that Tiangang? Are you kidding? The real Sky Gang and the Earth Evil Spirit, even if it is touched by the God King, it is a dead end. Long Dawei's face was cold and proud. He also woke up from his deep sleep, with a wave of disdain between his eyebrows. Qin Sheng glanced at Long Dawei, who was pretending to be forced, and said lightly, "Tell me more about it." "Okay, Qin Shao." Long Dawei dare not pretend to be forced in front of Qin Sheng, and respectfully explained, Tiangang is also divided into 3 or 6 or 9 grades. The real Tiangang is actually a breath of immortal qi. A breath of fairy spirit? Qin Sheng was a little surprised. Yes, Tiangang is the immortal spirit, and Disha is the blood of a god. Long Dawei has told some big secrets, not to mention the abandoned small plain in the North Forbidden area, which is hard to reach even in the Tianyuan continent, even in 9 days and 10 places. Presumably, this is the more proud capital of Longdawei. After all, the past life of Taizhenlu is the Donlu of Shenzhou. He knew these secrets, but they were nothing. Qin Sheng was deeply shocked. The real Tiangang was the immortal's one breath of immortal qi, and the real Disha was a drop of blood essence of the spirit. So what level of qi is left by this group of Tiangang in Tiangang Pavilion? Qin Sheng looked at a group of golden clouds circling the island and asked doubtfully. Depending on the situation, at most, it's the gold body corruption at the level of Great Holy Land. Long Dawei said in a deep voice. Qin Sheng was surprised again. Tiangang, which was corrupted by the strong man of the Great Holy Land, was not able to bear the power of his heavy holy body? Qin Sheng, the power of the great sage, has never seen it before. Even the decayed body of Qin Sheng can't bear it. It shouldn't be a big problem. The great sage is also strong and weak, and I can feel that this group of Tiangang has existed for many years. Long Dawei pondered for a moment, and then said slowly, if you are worried, let Tai real furnace quench first. However, if this group of Tiangang has been quenched in Tai furnace, the effect of quenching body and soul will be 50% off. No need. The lantern boy can let me come into practice. I don't think the Sky Gang turbulence will be strong. Besides, I also have jade talismans. I can't really carry them. I can crush them directly to let the powerful of the temple save me. Qin Sheng shook his head, and then slowly approached the chaos. After taking off the spiritual robe and inner armor, Qin Sheng moved the holy body. Before he touched the Sky Gang turbulence, he felt a burst of heat, and his skin and hair were all ignited. It seems that Tiangang turbulence also felt Qin Sheng, and he was submerged in a blink of an eye. How hot, how painful. This Sky Gang is a bit like a blade and a bit like a strange fire. It crazily hangs on Qin Sheng's body and sets off a lot of sparks. If it wasn't for Qin Sheng, who was a great saint in the same realm, he would have become a pile of bones. Even if it is as strong as Qin Sheng, it has refined the holy body, the golden light is brilliant, and there are numerous and mysterious spiritual patterns twinkling, but it has also been scratched with bloodstains. 9 Death Skill, Rebirth. Qin Sheng roars and runs the 9 death magic like contention to absorb the abundant yuan power. The torn skin heals at the speed that the naked eye can see. So, tear, heal, tear, heal. Qin Sheng devoured the spirit of Tiangang to refine his body. Those old wounds, and even the curse power of a silk root, were thoroughly refined. Once Qin Sheng thought that after being quenched in Tai furnace, the power of curse had been quenched completely for a long time, and there would be no missing fish. But in fact, it turns out that Tai furnace is not perfect as expected. Kiki. Long Dawei laughs. He explains that the Tai furnace has gone through a big burst, and the internal injury is very serious. The core array has also been severely damaged. Curse is not the area Tai Zhenlu is good at. After all, Tai Zhenlu is only the Danlu used by the descendants of the immortal to make pills. Continue. Qin Sheng doesn't pay attention to Long Dawei, and he has made an engagement with Long Dawei. It's impossible for Long Dawei to invade himself. The time and space training room is very long, 100 days later. Qin Sheng snorted coldly, opened his eyes, and shot a terrible cold light. He was all covered with old wounds. Even if he had 9 death magic skill, he could not bear such a turbulent sky. At this moment, he was covered in black wounds. With a strong shock, a violent force sneezed out in an instant, which was pure power. Buzzing. Qin Sheng's upper body has no shelter, the bronze skin surface is glittering and has complex spiritual lines, and there are 2 halos on the edge of the holy body. Double holy body. Qin Sheng had a deep drink, with the excited light in his eyes. At such a high cost, he and Duani Hong of the Wind Hall are fighting each other to cultivate a holy land. What is unexpected is that the first one to break through is the holy body. Qin Sheng felt that he was full of strength. He could shoot the warriors of the 2 holy regions at one breath, which was only possible when his blood reached the extreme. Congratulations on Qin Shengti's success. Qin Shao's Tiangang can not only quench the body, but also the soul, but also the risk of refining the spirit is much greater, said Long Dawei with a smiley face. Hearing this, Qin Sheng also pondered for a moment. He nodded and agreed with Long Dawei. There are two reasons. First, the holy body has absorbed a lot of qi of Tiangang, and has reached a saturation stage. If you want to forcibly refine the triple holy body, you should stay here for several years. Qin Sheng can never waste such a long time here. With 400 days left, he will leave Tiangang Pavilion and go to the ancient battlefield. Secondly, Qin Sheng's spirit realm has been staying for a long time. Every time he wants to break through it, he always needs to lose it. Now, with the spirit of Tiangang, it just burns. With such a big fire as the spirit of Tiangang, I don't believe that I can't break through the Holy Spirit. Qin Sheng did not hesitate to leave, and a ray of Sky Gang Qi penetrated into the spirit. Sniff. The spirit of the Sky Gang is like a fire, which is extremely hot. When entering the sea of spirits of Qin Sheng, a lot of soul power evaporates. In less than 10 breaths, Qin Sheng's soul seal cracks, and the soul power evaporates most of the time. Use the spirit of Tiangang to refine the spirit. If the third party knows about it, he will absolutely scold Qin Sheng as a madman. Refining the body and the Holy Land are already desperate, let alone the spirit. Ordinary martial artists, even those who have been refined into a Holy Land, dare not do so. It's too difficult for the spirit to practice. Even if it should be gifted, it's a very dangerous thing. As long as there is a little carelessness, it will collapse and become an idiot. If there is a strong man in Heilong Mountain Temple at this moment, Qin Sheng will not come here casually, because with his body and alchemy talent, it is enough to be dazzling. There's no need to take risks at all. There are many great medicines to improve the spirit realm. Even though the Heilong Mountain Temple has gradually fallen, it can still be taken out. But Qin Sheng can't wait. It hurts. Qin Sheng's face is ferocious, and his holy body is crystal bright. The double holy body contains terrible energy. One fist can knock out the warrior in the same double holy land. Moreover, the superposition of the two holy bodies' strength is so terrible. Even the warrior in the triple holy land should avoid its sharp point. If it's said that Tiangong's body refining has already made people miserable, then Tiangong's soul refining is really painful. Under the heaven and earth, the most terrible pain is the pain in the soul. The fierce Tiangang is the gold body of the great sage. Normally, even the great sage's breath can annihilate the martial artists who have cultivated multiple holy regions, let alone the spirits. In less than 100 breaths, Qin Sheng's soul seal shrank 99%, and was almost completely destroyed. Give up, this Sky Gang is too fierce. At the critical time, Long Dawei offered the Tai real stove, wrapped Qin Sheng up and isolated all the qi of Tiangang. This fire is too fierce for my spirit to bear. Qin Sheng's face was pale. If it wasn't for Long Dawei, he would have fallen into a dangerous situation and become an idiot. At this time, Qin Sheng's eyebrows and heart split, the breath of the Emperor's sword flickered, and the stone sword in the territory of Vientiane also flew out, sending out light, and fell into the Sky Gang. Boom! As soon as the stone sword came out, the whole Sky Gang cloud was boiling up. This big stone sword was absorbing the Sky Gang crazily. The stone sword is using Tiangang to refine its body? Qin Sheng's face was surprised, and his eyes were shocked. There are several kinds of mysterious things in his body, which Qin Sheng didn't even understand. The stone sword, the heaven steel, and the 9 dead magic skill. One is more strange than the other. There is also the breath of Emperor sword. The breath of Emperor sword in Qin Sheng's eyebrow is crystal clear and shining. He can repair his spirit at the speed that the naked eye can see. After 100 breaths, Qin Sheng's spirit is even more powerful than before. Sonorous. At this time, the stone sword also came back. The spirit of the Sky Gang was dimmed a lot, while the stone sword glimmered a ray of sword spirit. Qin Sheng is holding the stone sword. With the smell of the imperial sword in his eyebrow, he immediately feels that the stone sword has been washed. There is a kind of courage that a sword can cut a little saint. This is definitely a big killer. Even Qin Sheng didn't expect that the stone sword that absorbed the spirit of Tiangong contained such terrible power. Of course, it was only Qin Sheng's guess. Try again. Qin Sheng took back the stone sword and let the spirit of Tiangong quench again. 10 interest, 100 interest, 3 days, 1 month. After being absorbed by the stone sword, the qi of Tiangong is not as strong as before. It is just suitable for Qin Sheng to use to refine the spirit. Finally, a terrible soul force spread from Qin Sheng's eyebrows. Holy Spirit, it's finally here. Qin Sheng murmured, and his voice naturally contained the terrible power of spirit. When he was promoted to the Holy Spirit realm, Qin Sheng's eyes were crystal clear, especially at the center of his eyebrows, which gathered a very strong soul force, and there was even a glimmer of spirit lines. The spirit pattern is woven by the power of spirit. You can imagine how powerful the spirit force is. I can understand more and see further. Qin Sheng was very surprised. Originally, he could only explore 10 li at most in this 50 times time-space training room, but not further. After all, this is Tiangong Pavilion, with all kinds of terrible arrays and prohibitions. But now Qin Sheng can explore hundreds of miles. It's a full 10-fold increase. What is the concept? The power of spirit will be increased by 10 times. The ability to arrange array and refine pill will also be increased by 10 times. If it's passed on, will it still work? Well? Qin Sheng's face brightened and said, "Can we continue?" The spirit of Tiangong has been dimmed a lot, but Qin Sheng found that he can continue to use it to refine the spirit. 2 months later, Qin Sheng finally opened his eyes again and shot out 2 actual rays. Sniff. If you look carefully, it's 2 weapons that take the fake as the real. This weapon is made of psychic power. It's the ability of spirit to train soldiers. Holy Spirit, triple heaven. Even Qin Sheng felt that it was incredible. In this time and space training room, it was too outrageous. He was promoted to the triple heaven of Holy Spirit. Holy Spirit and Holy Land are the same. They are divided into 9 parts. 1 Holy Spirit is the weakest, 9 Holy Spirit is the strongest. Qin Sheng now uses the spirit of Tiangong to refine the spirit and elevate his spirit realm to the triple heaven of the Holy Spirit realm. If this terrible thing is passed to other people's ears, it will definitely frighten the shit. Because it's so powerful that it can enhance the 3 Holy Spirits in one breath. However, no one else dared to use the spirit of Tiangong to refine the spirit. Only the madman dared to do so. Qin Sheng's eyebrows and heart are split, and his powerful soul force surges out, or condenses into swords, or condenses into terrible weapons similar to the sky-shaking seal. I have now upgraded to the triple Holy Spirit realm. When fighting, I will attack the spirit. Even the martial artists in the triple Holy Spirit realm can't bear it? Qin Sheng grins. The battle between holy regions is very fierce, especially the fight between the same realm, is also 3 or 5 moves can be divided into life and death. It's not easy for Qin Sheng to shock the warriors in the 3 holy regions directly and then harvest their heads. Holy body, holy soul, then the Holy Land is next. Qin Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly into a straight line. He and the Wind Hall are all fighting each other, and he won the 50 times time and space training room, in order to sprint into the Holy Land. However, it never occurred to Qin Sheng that, just after cultivation, he met the turbulence of Tiangong. He used Tiangong's qi to refine the holy body and spirit. The next thing, Qin Sheng is also unpredictable. He is really careless. The holy body has been promoted to the 2nd level, and the Holy Spirit has been promoted to the third level. First of all, what kind of holy land do I want to refine? Qin Sheng frowned and said to himself. There are various holy regions of the martial arts, some of which are the holy regions of swords, some of which are the holy regions of swords, some of which directly serve as a portal to deliver people to purgatory, some of which are icebergs and snows, and they will be frozen to death once they break in. Qin Sheng is not particularly good at martial arts. He majored in the 9 death skill. If the Holy Land was shaped into an purgatory, it would be terrible. Even if it could not be killed, it could be scared to death. Everything is here. Qin Sheng murmured that every mountain peak appeared in the void, and one of the steals was to suppress the peaks directly. This Vientiane is a little weak. Qin Sheng was not satisfied. Let's start. He turned his hand and offered a little holy pill from the ring. This little holy pill has been tempered in the real furnace of Tai, and there is no power of corruption in it. The glittering and translucent golden little holy elixir was shining with beautiful holy stripe light. Qin Sheng took a small bite, and it dissolved at the entrance. There was no violent animal spirit at all. Without the violent Yuanli in his imagination, Qin Sheng was shining all over, and his eyebrows were full of mysterious spiritual lines. It's worthy of being a little holy pill without any impurity. The power of medicine is so pure. Even Qin Sheng exclaimed that the little holy pill was too perfect for him to continue eating. Qin Sheng vomited a mouthful of black blood, which was the blood stasis of the little Shengdan's marrow washing. He was a little surprised because his body had been baptized by Tiangang and made into a double holy body, and there were some impurities in his internal organs. Not enough. Qin Sheng took another big bite of small holy pill. Yuanli rushed out of his body, and everything began to melt. He gradually wanted to interweave into a holy land. The process of melting holy land is very long. After a month, Qin Sheng finally has a model of holy land, but it is still a little far from the real holy land. However, at this moment, it is much stronger than many semi-holy places. Why not? Qin Sheng was a little impatient. 2 months later, the Holy Land was not completely united, which made him worried. A complete little holy pill, without any decaying power and side effects. Tingyang, who had only 3 holy realms, took the little holy pill and directly promoted to 9 holy realms. What's the concept? That is to say, even Tingyang, a warrior with terrible old troubles, can improve 6 realms in one breath. Qin Sheng just wanted to be promoted to a holy land. How could it be so hard to have a little holy pill? This is what puzzled him the most. Qin Sheng guessed, does the existence of my holy body and soul affect the difficulty of melting my holy land? I don't believe it. Without any hesitation, Qin Sheng ate the rest of the little holy pills. The terrible holy power surged out, and Qin Sheng's countless pores were spewing out countless holy meanings. Boom! Chong! The heaven steel and stone sword of Zhao Hua also jumped out, directly on the holy land model of Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng is running the 9 dead magic. The black and gold yuan forces are madly interwoven, covering the heaven steel and stone sword. Another month later, Qin Sheng's holy land turned into a huge millstone. The heaven steel was the cover of the millstone, and the stone sword was the rolling rod of the millstone. What strange sanctuary is this? Even Long Dawei has never seen such a holy land. He is the Donlu of immortal origin. He has never seen anything ancient, exquisite, and strange. But the holy land like the millstone is the first time. Hiss. The super grinding wheel is very huge, with great power, as if it can hang all things. What kind of millstone? Qin Sheng sneered and said, this is a great wheel, to push forward history. Qin Sheng's high-spirited, passionate writing, eyes like the eyes of eagles, shot through the void, see through the universe. The great wheel that propels history forward? Longdawei delicacies, and then looks at Qin Sheng not like a joke, not to pretend to be forced, but a very serious look. Seeing this scene, Longdawei couldn't help but tremble in his heart. To push forward the great wheel of history, even the immortal people dare not say this kind of muzzle gun. If someone else has changed, Longdawei may even throw him a big slap in the face to make him sober and do not have any daydreams. All that can push forward the great wheel of history is the terrible existence of the immortal level. It has long been the way to become an immortal, or even one person to get the way, and the dog to the sky. Longdawei can't see through Qin Sheng, but he has an idea in his mind that Qin Sheng may be the great wheel that can push forward history. Who? Longdawei can't help but take a breath to make himself sober. Qin Sheng's accomplishments in the Heilong Mountain Temple can only be regarded as the middle and lower level, and nothing can be counted after he leaves the Heilong Mountain Temple. 10,000 steps back, even in the Great Holy Land, in front of the Great Wheel of History, we can't even talk about a hair. 9 holy regions, small holy regions, and great holy regions. In this forbidden area in the north, the Great Holy Region may be the limit. After all, it's just an abandoned place. You need to know that there is Tianyuan continent above the forbidden area in the north, and there are 9 days and 10 lands above the Tianyuan continent. Beyond 9 days and 10 places, there is boundless and endless. Even a planet 10,000 times larger than the Tianyuan continent is just a great waste of the sea. The Great Famine is really boundless. There are countless miracles, and fairies, including the birth of a terrible race and the extinction of an immortal race. People who can push forward the great wheel of history are all terrible beings above the empire level. The gods are terrible enough, the immortals are rebellious enough, and there are emperors above the immortals. Qin Sheng has an emperor. Longdawei mentions the emperor, even if is the dragon Dawei blood all is lowly and respectfully, dare not humiliate the emperor. It's just that it's not a good thing to have an image of an emperor. He has a lot of life. Longdawei whispered, to be emperor, it's too hard, too hard. There are natural punishments, celestial punishments, and divine punishments. All these are the thoughts of Longdawei in the light of lightning and flint. Rumbling. The Holy Land called Giant Wheel by Qin Sheng shines more dazzling light than the sun, once covering the vigorous Qi of the sky around the 50 times time and space training room. Crush. Qin Sheng Yao faces the Sky Gang's Qi, gently, the giant wheel rotates slowly, and the terrible gravity covers the whole island with the speed seen by the naked eye. Longdawei was stupid, because he saw that there was a natural barrier to prevent the turbulence in Tiangang, which seemed to have no effect. Tiangong's Qi was devoured by the giant wheel. Qin Sheng, like a dragon, absorbs water and causes violent whirlpool. The spirit of Tiangang is thus refined. Not long ago, after 10 or so breaths, the Qi of the Sky Gang that originally entangled the island was completely annihilated. Not only is Longdawei shocked, but Qin Sheng is also frightened. My great wheel, Holy Land, can still ignore the powerful array or the power of imprisonment? Qin Sheng was surprised and pleased. The shielding power outside the isolated island was obviously far beyond the Holy Land. It might even have been arranged by the great Holy Land strongman in that year. His giant wheel Holy Land was able to absorb the spirit of the Sky Gang directly despite the magic power of the imprisonment arranged by the suspected great saint himself. This magic immunity is a bit similar. Qin Sheng murmured that in the way of physical cultivation, he once described that there was such a holy body. It was not only fearless of swords, but also immune to invincible martial arts. Qin Sheng's Great Wheel Holy Land is suspected to have this function. The mysteries of the Great Wheel Sanctuary will be discovered later. It's time to leave the time and space training room. Qin Sheng calculated by himself that he had been in this 50 times space-time training room for a long time. First, he raised the holy body to the double heaven, then the spirit realm to the triple heaven. Finally, he successfully melted the great will holy land. If it is true that there is no time for practice, more than a year has passed in a flash, nearly 500 days. That is to say, nearly 10 days have passed outside. Qin Sheng murmured, after so many years of preparation, I will come to the ancient battlefield. Dad, you'll wait a little longer. Be sure to wait until the child comes. Zhanlong Hall is heavily guarded and the atmosphere is serious. The Bronze War Hall is stained with layers of blood. Once, the War Dragon Hall was also a big weapon and had fought in many battlefields. The War Hall is very majestic. It's 10 li long. It's covered with a kind of bronze hull forged from mother gold. Of course, there have been rumors that this War Dragon Hall is actually a gold dragon corpse. Every disciple of Heilong Mountain Temple who has entered the War Dragon Hall will be infected with terrible dragon qi. It is said that as long as they absorb enough dragon qi or refine it, take it to the battlefield and take a sip at the critical time, they can improve their combat effectiveness to a certain extent. Some registered disciples who refine enough dragon qi can even directly improve the combat effectiveness of a large realm. The so-called dragon qi of the War Dragon Hall has this effect, which is very terrible. Just imagine that as long as two fighters of the same level fight each other, who has the dragon qi of the War Dragon Hall, then they can live. At this time, in a side hall of Zhanlong Hall, a group of strong people with strong breath gathered. They are all dressed in valuable armor, equipped with excellent spiritual tools, with bright eyes and cold eyes. Lord, we have been gathering in the War Dragon Hall for more than 3 days. At this time, a middle-aged man in sky-blue armor with a bare head mark in front of the armor asked Shiyu of the superior officer in a fierce voice. His voice was quiet and cold, as if there was no emotion to speak of, and there was a trace of disdain in his eyes. His name is Dongqing, a registered disciple of the Triple Holy Land, and also the leader of the Fire Hall. Shangguan's poem Rain attacked the armor, with a brave manner, a delicate and upright body, without concealing its proud figure, coupled with the terrible power after the awakening of blood, which made some weak saints dare not look directly at it. Don't I have explained that, Commander Dongqing? Shangguan Shiyu said with a smile. Commander Qin Sheng is still practicing in Tiangang Pavilion, making the final sprint for the task of this ancient battlefield. Shangguan Shiyu looks at Dongqing, a pair of willow eyebrows slightly coagulate. Dongqing does not follow Yijing Dutong, but pursues another Dutong adult who competes with Yijing Dutong for the vice hall leader. When Dongqing heard this, there was a look of sarcasm on his brow. Of course, it was only a flash, and he never showed it again. The rookie named Qin Sheng? Dongqing couldn't help but sneer. He also heard about Qin Sheng's deeds in Tiangang Pavilion. He became a saint in flesh and beat 2 minions who were going to be promoted to the Double Holy Land. There is a saying that it's really worth boasting about the talent of becoming a saint in the flesh, which also makes Dongqing jealous. After all, Dongqing is much older than Qin Sheng and Shangguan, and Yi Jing is not in the same vein. What great movement can be made by a body cultivator who has a heavy holy body and stays in the practice room for a year or 2 in 50 times of time and space? In Dongqing's heart, he said, what can Qin Sheng do for the ancient battlefield? Let's wait for 3 days in Zhanlong Hall, just for him to sprint. Thinking of this, Dongqing's unhappy face is more and more dignified. Because in Dongqing's opinion, no matter Qin Sheng or Shangguan Shiyu, their task in this ancient battlefield is to plating a layer of gold. After all, they have wandered through the ancient battlefield, once made contributions to the temple of Heilong Mountain, and will be promoted in the future. Elder Martial Sister, if it's normal, I don't care if I wait for 100 days. Dongqing took a meaningful look at Shangguan Shiyu and said with a smile, You also know that all the tasks that Zhanglong Hall receives should be tempered with Dragon Qi in the hall to increase the probability of life. Dragon Qi can save lives in a critical time, as many registered disciples know. Dong Tongling, if you have something to say, you can say it directly. Shang Guanxiyu's beautiful face, which is exquisite and in a mess, is very cold. It looks like a goddess of ice and snow. Ordinary people should not be near. Dongqing seems to have expected that Shang Guanxiyu would be unhappy, but he is not following the commander of Yijing, so there is no need to worry about Shang Guanxiyu's happiness and anger. The Dragon Qi of the Zhanglong Hall is not pure and harmless. It has been more than 3 days since the registered disciples of the common Holy Land were able to bear the Dragon Qi of the Zhanglong Hall for 4 days. If it exceeds the warrior's tolerance for Dragon Qi in the Dragon Hall, there is a certain probability that it will lead to a fire and become possessed. The saints who are possessed are terrible. They can not only become killing machines themselves, but also promote a big realm. What terrible consequences they have caused. I think the elder martial sister should be very clear, right? Upon hearing this, Shangguan's poem Rain suddenly showed a displeasure on his face, but Dongqing said it was true. 2 more days, I'll take the consequences. Finally, Shang Guanxiyu insisted on waiting for Qin Sheng, because she knew how important the task of going to the ancient battlefield was to Qin Sheng. You take it? Dongqing scoffed, Lord, you are gambling our brother's life. If you lose, you can get rid of it. But they lost their lives. Dongqing's voice was loud, which attracted the attention of other people in the War Dragon Hall.